Armin finished securing the gauntlets onto his forearms with a satisfied expression. He flexed his fingers experimentally and noticed how they moved fluidly within the unique design of the gauntlets. It was clear that Roland had put a lot of thought into the creation of these specialized weapons. "These are amazing, Wayland. I can feel the power." The man thrust both of his fists into the air, infusing his mana into the pair of weapons. The runes started to emit a crimson glow, mirroring the effect of Arthur's rapier. This weapon utilized a comparable runic system to the flame blade, allowing it to conjure flames and even flame whips. However, with Armin's reckless behavior, the situation became increasingly volatile. "What on earth are you doing? Stop waving your arms around." As Armin vigorously swung his fists, he triggered the whips, which shot out and initially collided with the ceiling before shooting forward. He was not the only person there. Lobelia was quite close by, engrossed in inspecting the mithril arrows, her attention elsewhere. One of these blazing lashes hurtled directly toward her, prompting Roland to swiftly invoke his runic authority. Just before the spell could make contact with the unsuspecting half-elf, it dissipated into nothingness, transforming into ephemeral wisps of red light. Armin froze as he realized the danger he had just created. Sweat trickled down his face as he stared at Roland with wide eyes, the fiery whips retracting into the gauntlets. Roland, still controlling the runes with a stern expression while focused on his new brother-in-law. "Armin, you have to be careful. These gauntlets can be powerful, but they can also be extremely dangerous if not used properly." This was precisely why he had brought the two of them down to his workshop. Individuals like this brute often lack the finesse required for handling magical items with multiple active spells. To address this, he had designed them to function like game controllers, requiring everyone to master the correct combinations to execute special spells, akin to maneuvers in fighting games. These combinations weren't overly complex, which sometimes led to situations like this, where a spell could be triggered randomly. Lobelia became aware of the near miss and turned towards them with a mixture of relief and anger. She approached her brother and Roland quickly, with a clear scowl plastered over her face. "What in the world were you thinking, Armand? Do you have any idea what could have happened? You nearly fried me." Even Armand, who was usually unapologetic, lowered his head in an apologetic fashion. It was evident that he had not anticipated the gauntlet's abilities to manifest in such an uncontrollable manner. Sorry, I got carried away a bit." "A bit? How I get carried away and shove this up your arse?" "Hey now, hold on, I said that I was sorry. An apology can only get you so far. What do you want me to do then? How about you pay me for the emotional damage that I have suffered? A few gold coins will suffice." "Gold coins? Are you mad?" The two of them launched into a heated argument, with it becoming increasingly evident that Lobelia had suffered no real injury, and was now attempting to extort money from her brother. Their bickering continued, but Roland had no time for such disputes. He was operating on a tight schedule, and needed to test another item he had prepared for the war monk and his frenzied alter ego. Luckily, it was more of an active skill and not a personality trait, as he was able to hold himself back from going into a frenzy, at least while arguing with Lobelia here. Whether or not this self-control would persist in a confrontation with someone he truly despised remained to be seen. From my research, it's possible to alleviate the berserk and frenzy symptoms by meditating and other means, though I can't imagine this idiot ever meditating, so we'll have to go with something else. He had consulted books and some old knowledge he absorbed to come up with a way of pacifying his brother-in-law. Despite the challenges posed by Armin's muscle-brain disposition, he recognized the potential of having him as a formidable ally. Elodia played probably the biggest role in this decision, and he decided to give it his all. In his quest to mitigate Armin's frenzied state, he had crafted a harness designed to fit snugly over his robust chest. Initially, he had contemplated creating a full metallic breastplate, accompanied by a garment resembling a muscle shirt, allowing Armin greater freedom of movement. However, a complication arose as he unearthed certain hidden passive effects. He was well aware of the limitations imposed by the War Monk class on equipment load. Much like in old video games, monks couldn't don heavy armor, and even lightweight armor would diminish the effectiveness of their passive abilities. Unarmored proficiency 1 lira. Passive skill. Increases all of the user's physical stats by 10% as long as they aren't wearing armor. He recalled one of the passive skills that Armin had gained with his recent class ascension. The explanation in the system window was vague, but it encompassed all sorts of armored pieces. Everything that was considered to be armor besides clothes would affect this passive skill that he had. It wasn't the only one there, as he also possessed passive skills like unarmored defense and unarmored movement that boosted other stats. The one he focused on increasing all the vital physical attributes like agility, vitality, strength, and endurance. However, if he burdened Armin with an excessively heavy load, it would nullify these crucial skills. Thus, he needed to find a workaround. Fortunately, after consulting with skilled dwarven craftsmen, he received a valuable tip. Firstly, if he ensured that the harness, which only partially covered the chest, remained beneath a certain weight threshold, it would prevent it from being classified as heavy armor. Secondly, he discovered that accessories like belts, armbands, gauntlets, and even pants did not contribute to the overall weight calculation of the armor set. This realization opened up various possibilities. Ultimately, he opted for a harness over a belt, as it provided more space for the incorporation of runic components and the runic battery required for the device to actually function. Okay, that's enough from you two. Lobelia, go practice with your bow. I need to explain a few things to Armin here. See, even Wayland has my back. I knew that I could count on you, my little brother. I'm going to hit you. Roland responded in a disgruntled tone as he found the idea of being called a little brother by this muscle brain somewhat insulting. It was better to not argue if he wanted to move things alone, so he just grabbed the harness and presented it to the test subject. Just put this on. Wait, now that I look at this, don't you use for that? For that? You know, at the Pleasure District. Did you have such tastes? Just shut up and put it on already. After tossing the harness toward Armand, Roland observed as he began putting it on. The central piece took the form of a hexagon and was secured with specially crafted leather straps, made from the leather of flame-resistant creatures. Embedded within these straps were metallic wires designed to accommodate the runic traces as a safety precaution. While ethereal pathways typically sufficed, the intricate mechanics of the spell required additional structural reinforcement. In the back, there were a few clasps to bring everything together, and also to tighten everything into place. If you gave him a bowl cut now, Roland rubbed his chin as his brother-in-law looked like a caricature of a superhero character from his own world. He was just missing a large sword that he could point into the sky to gather some power. Finally, after the piece of equipment was in place, he could begin with the test. How does it feel? It actually fits nicely. How about your skills? Are they still active? Armin executed a series of punches to familiarize himself with the harness, then nodded in approval. The front section of the harness was primarily crafted from red mithril, complemented by a blend of other alloys for the runes and the core spell it contained. Now came the most intriguing question. Would it prove effective in assisting Armin to counter his frenzied state? Good, now I'll need to activate your skill. You want me to go into a berserker state? Yes. Are you sure? But yes, I'm sure, and I know what conditions need to be met to activate the frenzy skill. The limitations imposed on Armin's class extended beyond the unarmored skills. Initiating a berserk state couldn't happen arbitrarily or without reason. At the very least, the individual needed to elevate their heart rate, or they could employ a faster method by engaging in combat. Enough time had been wasted, so instead of having him make a few laps around the testing facility, it was better to confront him directly. Oh, are you two going to go at it? Yes, it would be better if you kept your distance, Lobelia. Lobelia observed the unfolding scene with a touch of curiosity, her thoughts drifting toward the prospect of placing bets to earn some extra coin. Meanwhile, Roland was equipped in a scaled-down version of his armor. This iteration gave him some basic stats and buffs. He had the usual half-plate components, including gauntlets, boots, greaves, and a chest plate, all constructed from an aether mithril alloy. This design was notably slimmer compared to his customary bulky knight suit, and likely wouldn't be sufficient to support his overlord skill. He was actually interested in how well he would fare against a fresh Tier 3 class holder. Armin was in possession of a more prestigious class than the adventurers that he confronted not so long ago. It would allow him to gain some data while utilizing armor that couldn't hold that many spells. In the future, he hoped to slim down his suit to something more manageable. However, it was also possible that such a thing would not be possible, and that his armors would continue to be bulkier and larger. Okay, we can start. Haha, finally, I've been waiting for this. It's only a shame that no one will be able to see my victory, but don't worry, I'll be gentle. It appeared that Armin had gained a degree of confidence in his abilities, or perhaps he had noticed that Roland wasn't donning his superior suit of armor. Despite not being known for his intelligence, when it came to combat, Armin had a knack for gauging his opponent's strength to some extent. He had ample time to assess Roland's strengths and vulnerabilities, a luxury that couldn't be extended to his present opponent. Before the fight started, Roland positioned a helmet over his head. Upon infusing it with mana, he was greeted by a familiar interface that swiftly identified his opponent. Through the visor, he could discern Armin's primary levels, including details such as health points and stamina. This information was made visible through a bit of manipulation of his analyzing skill, allowing him to view these crucial statistics. The helmet would continuously gather data from the skill and present it in a visual format, providing valuable insights during the fight. With this feature, Roland could effortlessly monitor his opponent's health and gauge when they were nearing their limits, which provided a significant tactical advantage in the battle. Even now he could see a drastic decrease to Armin's stamina bar, which showed right after he activated one of his skills. His feet moved at a superhuman pace and allowed him to bridge the gap between them in a matter of moments. "Remember, you've asked for this." A powerful right straight shot toward Roland's face, but to Armin's astonishment, his opponent adeptly evaded the blow. Although Roland wasn't particularly specialized in close-range combat and lacked any superior combat passives, he possessed other advantages. His heightened stats, coupled with a multiplier that would leave everyone wide-eyed, were notable assets. When combined with the stat-enhancing properties of his runic suit and his augmented overlord organs, he could compensate for his deficiencies and hold his own in this confrontation. With the addition of his newest skill that allowed him to perceive the world in mana shape, he could react to all the combos that Armin was throwing at him. Even if there were fakes mixed into everything, this combination allowed him to sustain himself. "How are you doing that? This makes no sense," Armin shouted out while his muscles bulged out. The more he attempted to land hits, the madder he became, and the faster his frenzy came. Soon he was out of it, and it actually became a lot harder to predict where the punches and kicks would land. One of the glaring weak points of this mana-detecting skill started to be exposed. It seemed that the phantom of the movement would appear whenever a person thought about the action before performing it. However, when in a frenzied state as the one Armin was in, this process was tossed out of the window. What only remained was muscle memory and reactionary combat with not much thought behind it. While he was still seeing the phantoms, they became ever more erratic and difficult to predict. Even though he received a lot of battle data, Roland had no intention of defeating Armin in this match. Rather, he wanted to test the effectiveness of the harness and its ability to mitigate Armin's frenzied state. As the battle continued, Roland focused on monitoring Armin's stamina and how it fluctuated as the frenzy took hold. Armin's frustration grew as Roland continued to evade his attacks and counter when necessary. The match was lasting longer than he had anticipated, and the harness was having a calming effect on his frenzied state. Although his attacks were still ferocious, they lacked the sheer unrelenting force they would have possessed without the harness. "How are you this fast? This doesn't make any sense." It was an encouraging sign that Armin retained his ability to speak while in the midst of his frenzied state. The runic spell periodically infused him with a divine energy, akin to the spells wielded by clerics. Whenever he crossed a certain threshold, the harness emitted a burst of radiant light that pulsed across Armin's body. Despite his escalating anger, he managed to hold on to his sanity, proving that the test was a resounding success. "That's enough, Armin. The test is complete." Roland took a step back, raising his hands in a calming gesture. Armin blinked in confusion, but was able to pull back his punches as he was asked to. Not something a berserker should be able to do after their skill was triggered. "Wait, what just happened? This is not how my skill should work. It's the effect of that new equipment piece. It's meant to contain your frenzied state." Armin looked down at the harness and then back at Roland, realization dawning on him. "So, that's what this was about, and it actually worked?" "Yes, it appears to have mitigated the effects of your frenzy. With more practice and fine-tuning, we can make it even more effective." "Did you feel anything strange, like feeling drowsy?" Roland nodded approvingly as Armin examined his new harness, a newfound appreciation in his eyes. Though Armin didn't consider himself the brightest, he was well aware of the advantage a berserker gained when accompanied by a cleric in the party. With the addition of a pocket calming spell to help him maintain his composure, he knew he would be significantly more effective in his role of delivering fists to his adversaries. "Haha, with this around no one will be able to stop me. I will become a legend among the adventurers." "Thank you, Wayland. You don't know how much this means to me." You're welcome. Hey, what are you doing? Armand, in his excitement, had instantly jumped up on Roland and brought him in close for a hug. The two were around the same height and size, but he was not fond of hugging men, even less when they were covered in sweat and didn't use deodorant. Roland winced as he tried to move his face away from the smiling Armand. Okay, that's enough. Let go of me. Lobelia watched the scene with amusement, a sly grin on her face. Well, it seems even our stoic Wayland can't escape the embrace of brotherly love. Armand finally released Roland, patting him on the back with a hearty laugh. I can't believe you did this for me, Wayland. You're a true friend, and now I can be the best berserker this world has ever seen. Roland took a few steps away to get away from the smell of the muscle man. With their newfound understanding of the harness and Armand's improved control over his frenzied state, the group continued their preparations for the future, something that they would certainly need sooner rather than later. Hey boss, how about we install one of those runic flame things? What did you call it? The runic flamethrower? Aye, that was it. I guess a worker could use that as an impromptu welding tool. But you just want to have something to shoot the targets with, don't you? Haha, you got me, boss. Roland and his assistant, Burner, were hard at work in the workshop, tirelessly refining the exoskeleton prototype. Burner had grown quite fond of this invention, as it enabled him to accomplish feats he had only dreamed of. From his perspective, this tool granted him the strength of a golden adventurer, and the ability to employ spells and carry powerful magical weaponry. Although Roland's initial intention wasn't military in nature, he was fully aware of the potential for it to be used as a weapon. This type of technology remained highly experimental, as Roland grappled with how it would fit into this game-like world. He questioned whether people would find a reason to choose an exosuit like this over acquiring a traditional golem. It might be a tough sell if the prices were comparable, but Roland saw several advantages to his creation. One of them was that it offered a more universal solution, requiring only some training for the user. He viewed this new technology as akin to a car that only needed a driver. Training an operator for an exoskeleton was far simpler than developing an entirely new operating system for a golem. Some of the dwarven craftsmen had to toil for months alongside runic mages, when commissioned by high-ranking nobles for golemic creations. Additionally, the exoskeletons were cost-effective in terms of materials, requiring far less metal, as they lacked thick layers of armor plating. In contrast, golemic creations were expensive and demanded substantial resources, including monofluids. They were primarily accessible to wealthy nobles, merchants, and craftsmen. These creations were also restricted by their operating systems and couldn't handle intricate situations. Most of the time, they served as transport or served as metallic bodyguards with relatively limited functionality. With the advent of runic batteries, Roland could envision these frames being utilized in the future, but they weren't the sole invention on his mind. Numerous modern-day appliances still lingered in his thoughts, all of which had the potential to become profitable ventures. Even items like vehicles that didn't rely on horses or golems for propulsion could likely generate substantial income. However, Roland's primary life goal didn't involve building a massive corporation to rival the Dwarven Union. Instead, he aimed to continually produce small innovations to remain relevant. He had no aspiration to become the world's foremost runic inventor or anything of the sort. There were more important things in life than money and fame. This he had already come to recognize, as he was making one big step in furthering his life. Hey boss, I think we should turn in for the night. Ah, true. It's already this late and tomorrow is. Well, good luck, you're going to need it. After receiving a friendly smack on his back from Burner, the two decided to call it a day. Roland made his way up to his own bedroom, preparing to spend perhaps his final night alone. Tomorrow was the big day, as his marriage was fast approaching. When he first arrived in this world, his main concern was survival, but now that it was time to settle down, the pressure was even greater. The weight of having many people depend on him was no easy burden, but he was determined to ensure everyone's safety and well-being. The traditions in this world are similar to my old world. The groom is supposed to meet the bride before the church at dawn. The rising sun is supposed to signify the beginning of a marriage. Roland lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling and contemplating the events that had led him to this moment. He began his journey as a young 5-year-old boy within a noble estate, destined to become a mage. However, fate had other plans for him, as he was quickly ordered to become a knight. To avoid having his life dictated by others, he made the bold decision to escape. His travels eventually led him to Albrook, where he had settled, and where his story might ultimately find its conclusion. It had been a remarkable journey from a stranger in a new world to a respected runic inventor and soon-to-be husband. He thought about how he had met his bride-to-be, Elodia, in the Adventurers Guild, and how he avoided her at first. The woman seemed like someone he couldn't bargain with, but soon the two grew fond of each other. As Roland drifted off to sleep, he couldn't help but feel a mixture of excitement and nervousness about the upcoming day. He was eager to start this new chapter of his life with Elodia, but he also knew that their union would bring new responsibilities and challenges. Roland had always been a solitary person, and now he was stepping into a role where he would need to consider the well-being of his family, his employees, and the future of his business. All of his choices would impact the people that were dear to him, and he wasn't sure if he would be able to make the correct choice each time. I couldn't sleep at all. The night passed slowly for Roland, his mind racing with thoughts of the future. He realized that sleep had eluded him entirely, and that the sun had not yet risen. Luckily, with the help of his sleep resistance passive, this didn't really bode a problem. It was time to prepare for the momentous occasion ahead, and he was not someone who would ever be late. With a sigh, Roland got out of bed and began his morning routine. He bathed, dressed in his finest attire, and meticulously groomed himself. Today was not only his wedding day, but also a day of celebration for everyone that he knew and invited. While he didn't want to make a big fuss over it, he was someone who knew that fostering relationships with others was important. Oh, sorry Anai, but you'll have to wait this one out. I can't really have you parading around the city or the Solarian church. Anai whimpered slightly as he couldn't join in on the festivities. His inability to join in wasn't due to his large size, but rather his transformation into a peculiar creature. Roland had concerns about how the church might react if they discovered that Anai was a sunlight wolf. While such beasts were supposedly cherished by the church, this revelation could bring about a host of complications. There was a possibility that they would request Roland to relinquish his canine companion, as Anai was a secret creature to them. His magical abilities, capable of producing divine energies that only faithful priests could wield, were a rare and unique trait in this world. Then there were evil cults and necromancers that liked using such monsters for various occult rituals. Corrupting the divine brought them a lot of power, so it was better to wait with this revelation until Anai was stronger. Don't worry, we will all be back here in a few hours. I still have to go through that annoying celebration. In this world, there were various approaches to weddings. For Berner, it was a more formal bonding between two individuals, without much fanfare or festivities. It resembled a regular wedding for commoners. However, this didn't mean that others didn't go all out for their weddings. Nobles and wealthy merchants, for instance, often flaunted their wealth and invited hundreds of guests to elaborate celebrations. Arthur had wanted to host such an extravagant gathering, but Roland had opted to decline. Instead, he decided to strike a balance, as his new title somewhat obliged him to do so. As a knight commander, he would be seen as less if he didn't at least host a gathering at his home. Thus, some people that he knew closer would be arriving later after they were finished with the initial ceremony at the church. I guess this is it. I never liked wearing suits, Roland murmured to himself as he was forced to adorn this noble getup. The suit felt stifling in comparison to the practical clothing he was accustomed to wearing. It comprised a long tunic crafted from opulent fabrics, featuring a mix of velvet and satin. Embroidered onto it were the symbols representing the Valyrian household, of which he was soon to become a part. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves. Today was a day of celebration, and he didn't want to be overwhelmed by his discomfort. Sir Wayland, we have been waiting for you. Let's go then. A carriage waited at the entrance of his home, which he would use to make his way to the city. Parading through the streets in an extravagant suit was out of the question, as it would attract more attention than he desired. With a mixture of anticipation and nervousness, Roland entered the carriage, and the journey to the church began, his heart pounding in his chest. Roland's carriage made its way slowly through the cobbled streets of Albrook. The first light of day had not yet broken, and instead, the streets were illuminated by the runic lamps he had helped to create. As per tradition, he had to reach the Solarian church to meet the bride before dawn arrived. Luckily, not many people were awake at the moment, so the road was quite free. Quite the annoying traditions they had thought out. As the carriage approached the Solarian church, Roland's heart raced even faster. He knew that the next few moments would change his life forever. The church, a magnificent structure made of white stone and adorned with intricate sun symbols, stood as a symbol of the divine goddess Solaria. It was a place of reverence and solemnity, and it was where he and Elodia would make their vows. The sun was beginning to cast its first rays over the horizon as the carriage pulled up to the church's entrance. Roland stepped out, his eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of his future wife. He was met with a breathtaking sight. Elodia, radiant in her wedding gown, stood at the church's entrance, bathed in the soft morning light. She wore a white veil with golden sun-like patterns that partially obscured her face. She was not alone, as to her left he spotted a familiar-looking half-elven lady. Then to the right was another elf with a more robust-looking chest. The three were being chatty with each other while he was taking in the sight before his tired eyes. Even though an elven beauty was right there, his gaze could not be peeled off the woman dressed in white and gold. "Wayland, you are here." Before Roland could make a comment, a sleepy voice called out to him from the side. He turned to see his brother-in-law, who was struggling to stifle a yawn. Behind him was Berner, wearing his customary big smile. They weren't the only ones Roland had invited. Nearly everyone he somewhat knew had received an invitation to the festivities. Arthur Valerian had managed to blend in with the crowd, while Mary observed from the shadows. As per tradition, men and women were segregated at the beginning of the wedding ceremony, standing or sitting on opposite sides of the church. Arthur had to remain on his side until the vows were exchanged. Both the city lord and Mary had altered their appearances for the occasion, using a costly item in the form of a face mask to conceal their true identities. As long as they refrained from speaking or sweating too much, they were likely to go unnoticed by others. To anyone else, they appeared as a wealthy merchant and his wife. "Good to see you, Sir Wayland. I'm really looking forward to the celebration later," Arthur said while spinning his cane around. His face adorned a large handlebar mustache, and he now looked like a man in his late 40s. The voice he was using was something he was able to do himself without any magical tools, and it seemed that the noble was quite fond of this merchant roleplay. "Ah, I'm sure you are. I hope you'll enjoy your stay along with your lovely wife, Mr. Jonathan." "I already am." Neither Roland nor Mary thought this disguise was the best idea, but given the presence of multiple Tier 3 class holders, there was no harm in having the noble attend the event. Then behind Arthur were Orson and Dalrak, with whom he had completed his gold rank change quest. On the other side, Senna and Grisold stood, mainly attending for the free alcohol and snacks. Among the guests from Elodia's side, there were some unfamiliar faces that Roland didn't recognize or know well. Many of them were members of the Adventurer Guild, while others were former orphans who had now grown old enough to participate in such events. To Roland's surprise, the guildmaster had accepted the invitation as a mark of respect. He couldn't help but notice the man's imposing stature and gleaming bald head. He could only hope that Armin wouldn't provoke any conflict with his former boss once the drinking began. Finally, the wedding could begin, and Roland approached Elodia. Even though he couldn't see most of her face, he knew the beauty that was behind that veil. Her wedding gown, a masterpiece of craftsmanship that cost a hefty penny, seemed to shimmer in the early morning light. It was adorned with delicate lace and embroidered with golden sun motifs, matching her veil perfectly. The dress accentuated her figure, and she looked like the radiant goddess herself. Elodia Wayland. His true name remained hidden, but in a way, he wondered if he had truly become Wayland. The name Roland had lost much of its sentimental value, as it now only tied him to a place he had no desire to return to. Roland, the Baron's son, had been supplanted by Wayland, the runesmith, who would now take center stage in his life. Nuo, it is forbidden for the groom to touch the bride before the holy ceremony is complete. Before the two could even start to exchange some words, a person shoved herself between them. She was wearing a white priest robe, which was adorned in sun symbols to indicate to which religion she belonged. "Ah, Sister Kasia, good morning." Sister Kasia, a devout priestess of Solaria, was known for her strict adherence to tradition and her somewhat overbearing nature. She took her role in the wedding ceremony very seriously, and was determined to ensure that everything went according to the church's customs. "Good morning, indeed. But remember, we are in the presence of the divine goddess today, and we must show the utmost respect and reverence." Roland and Elodia exchanged a glance, both amused and slightly exasperated by Sister Kasia's zeal. They had expected her to be officiating the ceremony, but her presence here seemed to be more about enforcing the rules. The church itself was adorned with golden tapestries and intricate stained glass windows that depicted the story of Solaria. As Roland and Elodia stood at the entrance, they could feel the weight of the church's history and significance. It was a place where countless couples had come before them to pledge their love and devotion. As the first rays of the sun began to shine through the windows, casting a warm and golden hue over the interior of the church, Sister Kasia signaled that it was time to begin. The guests took their seats on either side of the aisle, and the ceremony commenced with the melodious sound of a choir singing hymns in praise of Solaria. However, while this joyous moment was underway, a shadowy presence in the distance approached the unsuspecting couple. A caravan came into view on the horizon, just a few hours away from the city of Elbrook. From the exterior, it appeared to be an ordinary group of travelers, but upon closer inspection inside one of the carriages, the presence of sinister and occult energies could not be concealed. The beings on the inside peeked out through one of the covered windows. One of the beings from inside a carriage observed the rising sun, their dark intentions for now shrouded in mystery. The shadowy presence loomed on the outskirts of the city, casting a foreboding cascade of shadows over what was supposed to be a joyous Roland and Elodia walked down the aisle together, their steps slow and deliberate, as they absorbed the solemn atmosphere of the church. The hymns reverberated through the grand hall, creating an almost ethereal ambience. As they reached the altar, they turned to face each other, their eyes locked in a moment of deep connection. Sister Kasia stepped forward, her voice echoing through the hallowed space of the Solarian Church. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today in the presence of the divine goddess Solaria, to witness and celebrate the union of these two souls, Wayland and Elodia. The assembly watched in anticipation as Roland and Elodia stood before the altar, their hearts filled with a mixture of excitement, joy, and perhaps a touch of nervousness. Marriage is a sacred bond, a union of two hearts, two lives, and two destinies. It is a commitment to stand together in love, support, and partnership, no matter what challenges may come your way. She then turned to Roland and Elodia and asked, Wayland, do you take Elodia to be your lawfully wedded wife, to love and cherish her, to honor and protect her, in sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer, for as long as you both shall live under our great sun? Roland gazed deeply into Elodia's eyes, his heart pounding with emotion. He had never been one for grand gestures or eloquent speeches, but in this moment, he found the words flowing naturally from his heart. I do. He spoke with unwavering sincerity, his voice resonating through the church and bringing smiles to the faces of those in attendance. His gaze remained fixed on Elodia's, and even though her face was obscured by a veil, he could partially feel her eyes meeting his. Sister Kasia then turned her attention to Elodia and started posing the same question to her. And Elodia, do you take Wayland to be your lawfully wedded husband, to love and cherish him, to honor and protect him, in sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer, for as long as you both shall live under our great sun? I do. Elodia's voice quivered slightly as she replied to the question. Behind the veil, her eyes glistened with tears of happiness, and Roland spotted one of them running down her cheek. At this point in the ceremony, it was permissible to touch, so he gently placed his hand on her cheek to wipe away the tear with the help of his thumb. As Roland's thumb brushed away Elodia's tear, a collective sigh of awe and tenderness swept through the congregation. It was a small, intimate moment, but it spoke volumes about the depth of their love and the sincerity of their commitment. Sister Kasia smiled warmly at the couple, her stern demeanor momentarily softened by the touching exchange. With a graceful movement, she continued the ceremony. May the goddess Solaria bless this union and shower you both with her divine light. Let your love be a beacon of hope and warmth in this world, just as the sun rises to bring light and life to all. With the power vested in me by the church, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride. As Sister Kasia's final words echoed through the church, a burst of joyous applause erupted from the gathered guests. Roland and Elodia, now officially husband and wife, could finally be allowed to gaze into each other's eyes. The veil that was covering her face was promptly removed, and the two shared a tender yet passionate kiss. Some of the guests started whistling, others averted their eyes at the display of affection, while some just kept cheering. The church's bells began to ring, their melodious chimes filling the air, signaling the conclusion of the ceremony. Roland and Elodia turned to face their friends and family, their faces beaming with happiness. They walked back down the aisle together, hand in hand to the tune of church music. The morning light shined through the stained glass from above, and it illuminated their path ahead to signify a new dawn. Outside the church, the sun had fully risen, casting a warm and golden light over the city of Albrook. The streets were lined with well-wishers who had gathered to catch a glimpse of the newlyweds. As Roland and Elodia emerged from the church, they were met with a shower of rose petals and cheers from the crowd. Lobelia along with Solana were jumping around and cheering. Diana, with her child in hand, was smiling, with Berner at the side waving with vigor. Armand, along with the guild master, instead of looking in this direction, were glaring at each other, and trying to remain calm to not ruin the occasion. His old party members from the Adventurer Guild were also there, nodding with resolve, but also looking at the ladies that Elodia invited. Mary, on the other hand, continued to be vigilant, while Arthur was waving his cane around. The main ceremony had concluded, and as Roland looked at the multitude of people gathered, he couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. When he first arrived in the city, he had expected his life to resemble that of a recluse. He had planned to spend his days crafting items in his workshop, rarely venturing outside. However, the future he had envisioned as a simpler one had transformed before his eyes. Now, he was the talk of the whole town, surrounded by many people, some of whom he could even call true friends. The couple made their way to a beautifully decorated carriage that awaited them, ready to transport them to the grand celebration that Roland had planned. The carriage was adorned with white and gold ribbons, matching the colors of their wedding attire. As they climbed inside, Roland couldn't help but steal another look at his bride, who was clinging to his arm and not even looking back. As the door closed behind them, Roland and Elodia finally found themselves in a private setting. The plan was to get things done in the church quickly before the citizens in the city realized. Some had already gathered outside, but Arthur had provided soldiers to keep them at bay for the occasion. The entire process unfolded smoothly, avoiding the creation of a significant scene. Only rumors about the wedding would circulate, while both he and his wife would be far away from the prying eyes of the city residents. You really don't like places with many people, my husband. Elodia chuckled a bit at the way Roland was behaving. He smiled back at Elodia, feeling a sense of relief now that they were away from the bustling crowd. Without his armor on, he felt somewhat naked, but luckily it was now all over, and he could go back to his place. You know me too well, Elo. No, I guess now you are, my dear wife. The realization that he was now a married man finally sank in, and Roland didn't dislike the feeling at all. Although not much would change in his daily life, an unbreakable promise had been forged between the two of them. In this world, divorces weren't particularly common. When someone underwent the marriage ceremony, it was typically understood to be a commitment until death parted them. Even among nobles, this principle held true, although they often circumvented it by taking multiple brides, while their previous ones remained in their estates. The practice of having multiple wives often led to disgruntled spouses and feuds between the heirs, as he had seen in the Arden house he came from. Roland had no intention of following in the footsteps of his estranged father. To him, the idea of having more than one wife seemed rather absurd. He couldn't quite comprehend why some people chose to pursue a harem route, as it felt excessively hedonistic and fraught with conflicts, which didn't align with his personal values. Usually, the children were the ones that suffered the most, and the original owner of the body he had occupied was the best example. It would have been good if I could have invited Robert to the wedding. He seemed to have developed into a good kid at least. His name was still hidden, and Elodia would not take in the Arden last name. It was better if his father never found out that one of his sons had married a commoner. However, more than 10 years had passed since he had seen that old man. His place at the Arden estate was already gone, so probably none of the people there would care about this even. Nonetheless, some nobles were fiercely proud of their status, and Roland wasn't willing to jeopardize his wife's safety. He knew he wasn't the first noble son to marry a common woman, and such situations could become dangerously tense. Sometimes they turned violent, and the woman often ended up on the losing side. It wasn't uncommon for the noble son to be forced into re-education, with his spouse either driven away or, in the worst cases, executed. Roland had no intention of allowing such a fate to befall Elodia. Before these gloomy thoughts clouded his mind, Elodia leaned in and kissed him gently on the lips. Well, we don't have to worry about that anymore. It's just you and me now, away from the chaos. Roland smiled warmly at Elodia, savoring the sweet moment of intimacy. He knew that the road ahead wouldn't always be smooth, but he was determined to face any challenges together with his beloved wife. As the carriage continued on its way to the grand celebration, Roland couldn't help but reflect on the journey that had led him to this point. At least he tried, but with such a lovely creature right next to him, it was hard to keep his hands to himself. Hey, we can't, at least not yet, and certainly not in the carriage. Before he could continue, his hand was pinched. He moved it back, giving his wife a pleading look, but he received a stern scolding in response. While wedding nights were indeed a tradition, they needed to first get through hosting the party. They wouldn't be allowed to retreat for the night until after the sun had set. I know, he replied, realizing that they would have to be patient a little while longer. As they rode through the city, they drew in the eyes of the citizens that were waking up. The carriage was decorated and clearly belonged to the Valyrian household from which it was lent out. The original master, on the other hand, was just using one meant for merchants and was right behind them. As per tradition, the newlyweds led the group of guests to the area where the wedding party would take place. Their conspicuous presence drew the attention of almost everyone, and rumors would undoubtedly begin to circulate throughout the city. After a leisurely journey, they finally arrived at their destination, where they were greeted by the resounding howl of a particularly bored ruby wolf. "Ah, and I," Roland said with a fond smile as he disembarked from the carriage with his wife nestled against his shoulder. "You couldn't wait anymore, could you? But next time, please refrain from jumping over the walls." The enormous ruby wolf jumped over the fence the moment he realized that they were near, his tail wagging furiously. It seemed that Anai had sensed the joyous atmosphere and couldn't resist being a part of it. Elodia giggled at Anai's exuberance and petted his head. "I think he's excited to celebrate with us. I think there should be some meat in the. He'll be fine, and you are forbidden to lift a finger. Today is all about you. And I will have to learn to restrain himself." Woof! With a happy woof, Anai seemed to understand that today was a special day for his master and mistress. He obediently settled down, his large frame taking up a significant portion of the entrance. Roland couldn't help but smile at his loyal companion, grateful for the support Anai had provided him throughout his journey in this world. His home had been constructed with a fortress-like design in mind, featuring steep walls and an interior layout that wasn't ideally suited for hosting a grand party. However, for this special occasion, he had the workers who were assembling the new dormitory prepare a dedicated space outside, where they could entertain the guests. It still had a connection to his home, to which he would later retreat along with his wife after the sun had gone down. The celebration area was splendidly decorated with vibrant banners, fragrant flowers, and a variety of tables laden with delectable food and drinks. The person responsible for this meticulous planning wasn't Roland, but rather Elodia. He had entrusted her with the task of hiring the right people and ensuring everything was in order, as he had no sense for such things at all. It took some convincing to get her to spend the money to make it a truly grand occasion, and in the end, it was fit for even a noble celebration. Guests began to arrive, and the atmosphere quickly shifted from one of anticipation to one of jubilation. Laughter, music, and chatter filled the air as friends, family, and acquaintances gathered to celebrate the newlyweds. Roland and Elodia, both dressed in more comfortable attire, mingled with their guests, accepting congratulations and well wishes from all sides. The food was exquisite, with a wide variety of dishes to please every palate. Roast meats, fresh vegetables, and a selection of desserts made it a feast to remember. The drinks flowed freely, with goblets of fine wine and mugs of ale readily available for the guests. Anai, too, was not forgotten, and he had a hearty meal specially prepared for him. As the day wore on, the celebration continued, with music and dancing taking center stage. A lively band played traditional tunes, and guests took turns on the dance floor, spinning and twirling to the melodies. Even Roland, who was not known for his dancing skills, found himself pulled onto the floor by Elodia and joined in the festivities. With the assistance of the finest alcohol available in the city, some of the guests began to get rowdy. Armin found himself in a drinking contest against the guildmaster, with Berner enthusiastically cheering on both of them. On the opposite side, the women were engaged in lively conversations while observing the antics of the men. Even some new relationships were being formed, all while the sun radiated over this beautiful day. As evening approached, Roland and Elodia stole a moment away from the crowd, finding a quiet spot where they could catch their breath and reflect on the day. They had managed to remain mostly sober, as none of them liked to partake in the sweet wines. "This has been an amazing day," Elodia said, her eyes sparkling with happiness. "I couldn't have asked for a better wedding." Roland nodded in agreement, his heart full. "I'm glad if you are glad. To be honest, I wasn't sure about it, but it hasn't been bad to have more people around." They shared a tender moment, leaning in to share a loving kiss. As they pulled away, Roland couldn't help but think about the future that lay ahead of them. He had found his place in this world, alongside a woman he loved deeply. There would undoubtedly be challenges and adventures in the days to come, but he was ready to face them with Elodia by his side. The night grew closer, and the sky began to darken. The celebration continued, but Roland and Elodia knew that it was time to retire for the culmination of the wedding. They bid their guests farewell and retreated to their private chambers, where they could finally be alone together as husband and wife. Their guests were mostly incapacitated by alcohol or too tired to move. Some of them were passed out on some chairs or even sleeping on the grass-covered ground. As they lay together in the quiet darkness, Roland couldn't help but feel a sense of contentment wash over him. He had come a long way from the lonely, uncertain days when he first arrived in this world. Now, he had a loving wife, loyal friends, and a future filled with possibilities. "I love you, my dear wife," he whispered softly to Elodia, who was in his arms, and she replied with her voice filled with warmth and affection. "I love you too, my dear husband." As they gazed at each other with nothing but love in their eyes, Roland reached out to caress Elodia's cheek. However, in the midst of this heartwarming moment, something peculiar occurred. His hand slowly slid down from her cheek to her neck, his fingers tightening into a firm grip. Something wasn't right here. Something had gone wrong. Roland dear. What are you doing? It hurts." Roland clutched his newlywed wife by the neck and continued to exert pressure. Although the sound of her pleading voice sent shivers down his spine, he understood that this was not Elodia. Thanks to his debugging skill and his eyes of truth, he could see through the illusion. This entity was nothing more than the spell he had been studying for the past few months, and he found himself ensnared within the occult obelisk's illusion. How did they manage to get this close without triggering any alarms? Do they possess a means to conceal their presence? Shouldn't the failsafe have been triggered, or is the time dilation at work now? He had invested countless hours scrutinizing the runic diagram he had acquired from the village. This relic emitted a concealed, inaudible sound wave capable of incapacitating individuals, and it could also be triggered by mere visual input. In light of this revelation, he had developed numerous sensors to counteract the sound wave, but he remained uncertain about the visual trigger. As he became engrossed in the allure of his wife, a few possibilities crossed his mind. Either he had become too distracted to concentrate on potential adversaries during their wedding night, or he would soon be roused from this dreamlike state by his failsafe mechanism. It had been less than a minute when he discerned that something was amiss. His body and mind were so deeply attuned to this illusory state that he instantly sensed that something was awry. "I can't panic, I predicted as much. If it's anything like the two previous times, then not even a second has passed by in the real world." The abyssal relic operated on several rules that Roland had already deduced. One of these rules involved a form of time compression, where individuals ensnared by the spell found themselves trapped within their own minds. Inside the illusion, time seemed to move more slowly, but in reality, a person's cognitive processes were accelerated. They inhabited a dream world where they perceived the passage of an hour, but only a few seconds or minutes would elapse in the external world. Roland had devised several countermeasures to shield his mind from the signal, primarily implemented within his runic helmet. Creating a device capable of enveloping all of his lands was currently not feasible, especially with the presence of multiple occupants. Therefore, he concentrated on safeguarding his personal living space in the workshop below. He believed that if he were in his full armor, he would have been less susceptible to being incapacitated. Now, he had to either wait for the sensors within his home to trigger an alarm or free himself, a process he had successfully accomplished twice before. The advantage he held was discovering the spell when it was directly activated, theoretically granting him time to counter it. What should I do? His mind raced. The culmination of years of preparation suddenly thrust upon him as the cult arrived at his doorstep. His top priority was to ensure Elodia's safety. The timing of their intrusion couldn't have been worse. However, he couldn't discount the possibility that the cult had orchestrated this attack without a proper plan. While it initially appeared advantageous for them to strike during a wedding, they were venturing into unfamiliar territory and couldn't anticipate all the variables at play. There were people like the guildmaster here, a person who was part of an organization that they might not want to stir up. As Roland grappled with the illusion, his mind raced to formulate a plan. He couldn't allow this intrusion to jeopardize the safety of his loved ones, or unravel the hard-earned peace he had constructed in his life. While he was deep in thought, the entire dream world began to tremble. It appeared that his fail-safe mechanism had finally activated, and the illusory realm was collapsing. He needed to prepare himself, as upon regaining his senses, he could find himself face to face with the enemies. The illusory image of his wife transformed into a bizarre and grotesque being, before the entire world crumbled around him. Roland was left in darkness, and he kept his eyes shut. He was well versed in the cult's methods by now, and he knew he had to remain cautious. They must have tracked him from the village, possibly using some unconventional means, since he was meticulous about covering his tracks. It was also possible that they were searching for anyone connected to the discovery of the monolith, which meant Senna and the others involved could also be their targets. When Roland regained consciousness, he strained his ears, listening for any signs of the abyssal cultists in the vicinity. Instead of hearing conversations or movements, he only heard the sound of the wind turbines spinning nearby. This could mean several things, but it also indicated that not all hope was lost, and he might have some time to prepare. His eyes opened, and he found himself in the bedroom with his wife, Elodia. She was still unconscious, deeply asleep, her face resting against his chest, just as they had been before this ordeal had begun on their wedding night. She's alive and well. Did they set off the trigger from outside? For a moment Roland hesitated, knowing that using any mana could potentially trigger a series of attacks. There was no way of knowing exactly who he was dealing with, and if there happened to be a skilled magic user among the enemies, they could easily discover his position if he used any conspicuous spells. The way to combat the cultists had always been through subterfuge. They consistently lowered their guard whenever their relics were in use, unable to fathom that anyone or anything could resist them. Roland cautiously placed his hand around his wife, while attempting to assess the situation. It appeared that he was likely the only person who was conscious. Through his research, he had learned that the spell targeted specific mana wavelengths, and everyone had their unique mana wavelength. To awaken people from the spell, he would need to target this specific, unique wavelength in each individual. Given the limited time, he could only focus on his own, with a universal solution not being immediately attainable. The only countermeasure that would work for everyone would involve blocking out the signal before it could take effect. Not everything was lost though, as he was informed about a lot of mana patterns of the people involved with him. It was actually possible for him to awaken people like Elodia, Armand, and Lobelia, whom he had analyzed before. The only thing he would need to do was to get to his armor or find one of his exchange helmets. With a small tweak, he would be able to jolt them awake. It's either that, or I'd need to destroy the source of the signal. Previously, Roland had managed to hack into the runic device that maintained the illusion for everyone. Back then, it had been a massive monolith the size of a grown tree, but he was fairly certain that the current cultists were using a more portable version. Wresting it away from them would be no easy task, and he had more pressing concerns than directly confronting them. Children and non-combatants lay unconscious throughout the entire compound, and he had no idea of their whereabouts or how close the enemies truly were. Before any confrontation began, he needed to ensure the safety of as many of them as possible, and he would start with his wife. It was time to take action, and fortunately, Roland's paranoia had led him to keep weapons in his bedroom. Despite it being his wedding night, he had managed to conceal a replacement runic helmet under his bed, along with 2 gauntlets. Silently slipping out of the bed, he finally had his usual display in front of his face. Although he was apprehensive about using flashy spells, the entire compound he had created served as one extensive spell database. His first step was to activate the mapping feature and perform a scan. But to his surprise, the results showed nothing unusual in the vicinity. Are they outside the range? No, that's impossible. His runic sensors were placed everywhere, stuck into trees and buried under rocks in the forest area and outside of it. He had placed them all around his lands, and there were many of them inside of the city. After the first scan, he didn't discover anything out of the ordinary. The guests were being registered within his home, and none of them seemed to be injured or deceased. It was evident that his enemies had come well prepared. They were fully aware they were attacking a magic user's stronghold, and had implemented measures to disrupt the runic sensors he had created. However, Roland's defenses extended beyond just his runic sensors. He had also devised alternative means to circumvent anti-magic and disruptors. Even he knew some spells that could shroud him in darkness and avoid detection, which gave him an idea of how to discover people using them. After activating several of his golemic creations, he instructed them to scan for heat signatures, movement, and even fluctuations in mana wavelengths. Within a few moments, his efforts to set up such an extensive network of scanners paid off. The sensors detected a group concealed under a large dome-like spell, making their way toward one of the back walls of his compound. There you are. They haven't made it inside yet. I might be in luck, but Roland swiftly discerned that the area the cultists were approaching was closer to where the guests were situated than to his own residence. They might have been under the assumption that he was still among the guests, or their intended target was possibly located there. With Elodia in his arms, he began making his move, delving deeper into his home. The entrance to his workshop opened even before he reached it, and his destination was one of the specially designed rooms he had prepared in case of a home invasion, a panic room. Although he wouldn't be staying in the panic room himself, He deemed it a safer place for a non-combatant like Elodia. The room was equipped with supplies, monitors displaying the situation outside, and a small command center he had created for scenarios like this. After placing her down, he fitted her with the helmet he had been wearing, not so that she could use it, but so that he could remove the illusory charm that had been placed on her. Roland's Mage Hand spell was already working overtime as he propelled his battle suit onto his body. Thanks to all the precautions he had taken, he was given this opportunity to catch his enemies off guard, and he was determined not to waste it. Utilizing his multiple minds trait, he simultaneously worked on figuring out the correct wavelength to free Elodia from the spell. In just a few moments, he achieved a breakthrough and heard her voice, confused but freed from the illusion. What? Why what? Calm down. I know it's confusing the first time, but I don't have much time to explain. You remember the Abyssal Cult, right? Yes, good. You have been under their illusion spell, and I carried you here to the panic room. Elodia, while initially confused, quickly grasped the explanation and understood the situation. Roland had somewhat prepared his wife for such an eventuality, and she was already aware of the existence of the panic room. In the past, she had rolled her eyes at his pedantic worries, but now she realized he had been right all along. Without raising her voice, Elodia removed her helmet and examined the crystalline magical devices that Roland had fashioned to somewhat mimic a square monitor. Are they all? No, they are just sleeping. But the cultists are getting closer. I need to go. What are you going to do? I need to wake everyone up, and for that, I need to get closer. But don't worry, I'll be fine. But what if something happens to you? Roland, please promise me you'll be careful. Elodia's voice trembled with worry, her eyes filled with concern for her husband's safety. Roland reached out to gently cup her cheek, his eyes filled with determination. He understood what she was feeling, as if the roles were reversed. He would not be able to stand still. I promise, Elodia, I won't let anything happen to me. It might not look like it, but I actually like my life. We'll get through this together, just like we always do. After a reassuring kiss on her forehead, Roland placed his helmet over his head. While he was going out into the open battlefield, it didn't mean that Elodia couldn't help him out with a few things. The panic room was one option, but there was also the escape tunnel that could bring her within the city limits. Listen closely. I need you to contact the guard captain. He should be in the barracks. The city guard captain? Yes, tell him that the Abyssal Cult is here, and that they need to contact the Church of Celeria. Can you do this? Of course, but what should I tell them? Elodia possessed enough knowledge to operate all the runic items in the room. One of them was a communication device capable of reaching the soldiers' barracks. While it would have been more efficient if Arthur were present, he would have moved after receiving instructions based on a secret code. However, the city's forces needed a more straightforward explanation, and Elodia was the ideal person to provide it. Roland knew that he was not alone in this battle, and that relying on the city forces was a strategic move from a knight commander. Nevertheless, before the cavalry arrived, he needed to stall his enemies. Tell them that Lord Arthur Valerian is here. That should be enough to make them move. I will, but please, be careful and don't worry, I won't let anyone hurt the children, and not like I'm alone. Elodia nodded, her expression resolute as she understood the gravity of the situation. Roland finally left the room while she quickly activated the communication device. Her fingers danced over the runic symbols to make the display present her with some options. There weren't many places that she could call, and placing her digit over the right rune activated the device. It wasn't long before she had the city guard captain on the line. After leaving the room, he sealed it behind himself. Elodia watched him go, her heart heavy with concern, but also with trust in her husband's abilities. She knew that Roland was resourceful and skilled, and she had faith that he would do everything in his power to protect their home and their loved ones. Roland navigated through the silent workshop, making every effort to conceal his movements. The sensors he was utilizing emitted mana, so his enemies were likely aware that something was amiss. Fortunately, amidst the array of runic devices, it would be challenging for them to distinguish him from any other device, affording him some time to gather reinforcements. I'm glad that this shipment didn't head into the dungeon yet. One of the storage facilities opened, and in the dimly lit room, a multitude of red eyes sprang to life. The sound of mechanical legs echoed within as Roland activated the golemic reinforcements hidden within. The entire workshop resonated with the clatter of metal, as he set into motion every conceivable countermeasure he had previously assembled. Outside, the group of approaching cultists had nearly reached their destination. Their advance had been concealed by an occult shield of mana, which dissipated to reveal the multiple individuals within as they neared the wall. Before they reached their intended target, the the person wielding a peculiar staff with a skull head on top shouted out a command. Stop! The mana around this place is shifting. Oh, did the secret relic fail to work? That can't be. Two others among the group voiced their questions and concerns, while the man with the staff shook his head to deny it. No, this mana is within these walls. They are all tools, just as we expected. Is that all? I hoped for at least some fun. A woman's voice called out from the approaching group, her tone tinged with boredom, as she covered a yawn with her hand. The others didn't respond as they began to spread out, encircling the broad and towering walls. Their mission was to bring whoever was behind that wall closer to their god, either by slaying them or bestowing upon them the great honor of becoming one with their abyssal parasites. Stop! A voice echoed in the darkness as a group of cloaked figures approached the vicinity of the craftsman's territory. The group had gathered here to capture and erase anyone involved in the recent event involving their relic. Leading the charge was Kovac, and as he removed the shroud concealing their presence, the others were also revealed. First, there was a large man, his entire body concealed by a black robe. His size and form constantly shifted as he approached the wall before them, as if the runic magic was making his abyssal form more unruly. Not far from him stood his partner, a pale woman who resembled a deceased elf. Her alluring figure became apparent as she discarded the robe covering her, ready for the impending carnage and barely able to contain her excitement. They weren't the only ones present, as a few other competent members from this region had been summoned for assistance. Abyssal priests and assassins began to emerge from the concealment spell that had hidden them. These individuals were all elites of the cult, gathered here with a singular purpose: to unravel the mystery behind their relic's failure. The mana around this place is shifting, Kovac replied as he examined the area before him. As a necromancer, his mana sense was the most developed here, and he could feel a shift taking place. The whole area was filled with concealed traps and magical devices that were starting to activate. Oh, did the secret relic fail to work? That can't be. The necromancer's allies began conversing as he attempted to assess the situation. It was challenging for him to tolerate the presence of these two, but he knew he had to obey orders. The large man, whose body constantly shifted in structure, proved to be a formidable ally and a devoted follower of their god. This was to an extreme degree, and he would even go as far as attacking allies if they spoke their lord's name in vain. However, the second individual posed a significant threat to the entire plan. If it were solely up to him, the woman would have been excluded from this encounter entirely. She displayed a persistent inability to follow orders, and pushed them to advance the plan faster than they had anticipated. If he had full control of the situation, he would have resorted to performing cursed rituals to wrestle dominance over this place. Casting curses at formidable adversaries was one of his signature tactics, though it demanded considerable time and preparation. His discomfort with this location had been justified, and as he neared the wall, he became increasingly certain of his earlier assumption the presence of the divine permeated this place. Being a necromancer, he possessed a heightened sensitivity to forces opposed to him, and something within this area emitted a foul aura of holiness. I hoped for at least some fun, so can we go in now? My daggers itch for some blood. The pale woman grinned while tightly gripping two pitch-black daggers in her hands. Her eagerness was evident. She seemed ready to vault over the wall and commence a swift massacre of the unconscious individuals beyond. Kovac, on the other hand, favored a more methodical approach. Their primary objective was to determine how their relic had been dispelled, and while eliminating the perpetrator would resolve the issue, it was wiser to capture them alive for interrogation. If they could uncover the reason behind it, they would be better equipped to counter such actions in the future, an achievement their leaders would likely reward them for. Stop, you fool. The magic around this place is already moving. We don't have time for your idiocy. Oh, is Mr. Necromancer mad? What do you want to do, Then? Foul wench, just be quiet and watch. We must not allow anyone from outside to notice the intrusion. I've already prepared a spell. While the elven woman encouraged Kovac to quicken their pace, he tried to maintain his composure. Raising his staff adorned with skulls and esoteric symbols high into the air, he began to harness energy. A greenish mist started emanating from the magical weapon, swirling and enveloping the entire vicinity. In mere moments, a dense shroud of darkish green fog enveloped the entire compound. WOW. The woman's smile widened, and she began to clap her hands, as if she were witnessing a magician's captivating performance. Kovac, however, understood the true significance of this widespread incantation. as it would enable them to remain concealed. Even if the occupants inside were roused or magical explosions ensued, no one would be able to see from outside. It was a potent spell with broad effects, capable of disrupting devices like crystal balls that might be used to call for help. Casting the spell had cost him about 15% of his mana pool, but it was a small price to pay for ensuring their safety. As long as he remained undefeated, the protective enchantment would endure. Oh, something is moving. Kavak had successfully cast his spell, but it inadvertently triggered the magical defenses of the entire area. He had hoped that the shroud of darkness he created would also disrupt these defenses, but much to his annoyance, they remained fully operational. Their relic was undeniably potent, but its influence was limited to living creatures, and couldn't affect constructs like golems and runic equipment. What they were up against was a peculiar magical device, one that seemed to possess a degree of awareness regarding their presence, and the ability to generate magical effects. These enigmatic devices zeroed in on their group while being affixed to the walls. They featured peculiar joints and extremities adorned with runes, which promptly began to glow in a bluish hue, before unleashing a relentless barrage of magical attacks upon them. The cultists found themselves under a sudden and intense assault, as the runic devices sprang to life. Bolts of arcane energy shot out from the walls, each one striking with precision at the intruders. The necromancer, Kavak, was quick to react, raising his staff adorned with skulls, to create a protective barrier of dark energy around him. The elven woman with her daggers moved with an uncanny swiftness, deflecting the magical projectiles with her blades, as she leaped and twirled through the air. But the man with the ever-shifting form remained unresponsive. He simply stood there, permitting the relentless onslaught of magical blasts to strike his body. The blue energy tore through his dark robe, exposing the malevolent form beneath. His head was enveloped in some dark, flesh-like substance that appeared to be attempting to consume it entirely. The most striking feature was a massive protrusion on his right shoulder, which housed a singular eye at its center. This eye was connected to a colossal arm equipped with 4 fingers, each as long and sharp as daggers. His body continued to be consumed as the dark flesh took over, causing him to grow larger and larger. Meanwhile, the magical blasts appeared to have little effect, seemingly doing nothing to halt the relentless advance of the dark transformation. Even though they seemed to be able to break down some of his tissue and produce a stream of blood, the damage was mending itself faster than it was being done. Thanks to his large body being the focus of the magical turrets, the other cult members could relax. They watched as their leaders performed attacks against the mysterious runic devices with increasing precision. The elven woman danced and parried with her daggers, expertly deflecting the bolts of arcane energy back at the turrets. Kavak, on the other hand, chanted incantations and unleashed dark spells from his staff, which took on the form of flaming skulls, and collided with the walls to blow them up. It didn't take long for the toll on the turrets to become noticeable. They didn't stand a chance against a group of powerful Tier 3 class holders, and posed no threat to them. As the last of the runic devices crumbled to pieces, the air in the craftsman's territory began to still. The silence that followed was eerie, punctuated only by the sound of the large man's continued transformation. "It's not over, look," the man with the shifting form proclaimed while pointing with his clawed fingers at the destroyed turrets. These peculiar devices, which had already crumbled, began to reassemble themselves. It was as though time itself was rewinding, with the missing pieces falling back into place. However, one small detail didn't escape their notice. While the runic equipment was being restored, the holes in the walls and ground remained unfilled. So what if it can restore itself? "Scrap is still scrap," said the elven woman as she gracefully danced around the area, effortlessly evading all of the magical blasts. Her movements were so fluid that it seemed as if she were gliding on ice. She swiftly emerged above the wall where the magical turrets were situated. To her surprise, the moment her head peeked over, something shot toward her, prompting her to swiftly utilize her daggers to slice at it. "You want to capture me?" The net, made entirely of metal, proved no match for the cutting power of her cursed black daggers. She swiftly recognized the source of the net to be a group of peculiar-looking golems, their exteriors resembling spiders. A sizable cluster of them emerged from an odd metallic box that had just risen from the ground, and they were set on attacking her and the other intruders. "This is getting fun," she exclaimed in excitement, while Kavak, although wanting to rein her in, chose to let her continue her engagement with the golemic army. Instead, he opted to confront the golems with his own minions. Being a necromancer, he understood that his true strength lay in commanding undead beings, and acting as a general in the backline. Thanks to the other cultists intercepting the spells, he had enough time to focus on his own safety and chanting. His mouth moved rapidly, releasing an incoherent string of phrases that, to most people, would sound like gibberish. However, one slowed down. These sounds formed real words and sentences. Kavak was utilizing an active skill known as Hasten Chant, designed to aid magic casters in overcoming their primary weakness of having to speak while simultaneously focusing on mana control. While effective, there were even more advanced skills available that could further streamline the incantation process. Open, Gates of the Dead. Thanks to the skill, the necromancer only needed to voice the final sentence of the otherwise lengthy incantation, a process that would have taken a normal mage several minutes to complete. Upon completion, an eerie chill descended upon the area, and a massive door materialized behind the mage. The door's appearance was accompanied by the horrifying screams and wails that resembled the agonized cries of tortured souls. It bore grotesque and disfigured faces of people and other creatures, all of which continued to moan in anguish as the door slowly swung open. From within, a sizable group of undead creatures began to emerge. It commenced with regular skeletons donned in armor, and progressed to more ghastly-looking horrors that crawled on all fours. It was a small battalion in its own right, nurtured by the necromancer over countless years, and stored away in his personalized spatial space. Whenever a mission demanded a guarantee of success, he would summon these reinforcements, capable of overwhelming all his foes. As Kavak's undead horde spilled forth from the eerie portal, they moved with purpose, their hollow sockets filled with an eerie blue light. The skeletal warriors brandished rusted swords and shields, while grotesque creatures with rotting flesh and jagged teeth lurched forward, ready to tear into anything in their path. The small army of undead poured forth, but they encountered staunch opposition. A swarm of spider golems emerged from within the compound they were assaulting, determined to prevent their entry. These golems were armed with similar weapons to the runic turrets they had already vanquished once, which didn't pose much of a problem for the necromancer's forces. "Destroy them," ordered Kavak, his face adorned with a meticulous smile. The victory he longed for was within reach. All he needed to do was eliminate these magical soldiers, and triumph would be his. Though it was challenging to sift through the strange mana in this area, he remained convinced that everyone had been influenced by the relic he was empowering. The relic he possessed had an extended range that he could further enhance with his own necrotic mana. He was already envisioning how the interrogation process would unfold. If he couldn't coax the information from these individuals, he knew they could resort to reanimating them and compelling the knowledge from their unwilling mouths. However, as the impending battle with the large number of golemic spiders loomed, an unforeseen variable emerged. The group had not yet breached the fortified wall, which was constantly raining down turreted fire upon them, in addition to a protective magical barrier. While this alone didn't pose a significant challenge, a mana pattern suddenly emerged from within, sending shivers down Kavak's spine. Filthy radiant magic? Did the Solarian bastards lead us into a trap? No, this is different. The explosion of holy energy was followed by a beastly howl that caused even the undead soldiers to hold in their tracks. The weakest among them started sizzling as they were already receiving damage. Their bones rattled and undead flesh started peeling off as it sizzled in the radiant heat that was created. "Wow, that's a big doggy," shouted the elven woman who had managed to climb the wall and was now residing on one of the destroyed runic turrets. Her eyes were focused on a large flaming wolf that was growling and moving up into the sky above. It didn't jump above the shroud that Kavak created, but instead generated strange platforms out of mana for a better vantage point. "What is that strange creature? How was it able to awaken from the abyssal slumber?" asked Kavak, who was clearly confused about what he was seeing. The magical beast radiated holy energies that were similar to the clerics of Solaria. The flaming wolf, its fiery fur flickering and dancing like an otherworldly inferno, howled again. Its voice echoed through the compound, causing panic among the cultists and their undead minions. Even the elven woman, who had been so eager for a fight, took a step back as her curse daggers reacted to the strange holy energies that were being produced. The strange sensation subsided rather quickly, as everyone's attention shifted to the beast standing on a radiant platform. There was something uncanny about it, and the intense light it emitted was difficult for the abyssal members to gaze upon. Kavak, who harbored a deep disdain for all things related to the Church of Solaria, was filled with rage. He swiftly summoned his necrotic mana to conjure flying skulls aimed at the beast. His mind slipped slightly, as before he could conjure up the spell fully, a barrage of mana blasts was slung his way. "Damn arcane automatons, and what are you looking at? Are you just going to stand there?" Kavak called out to the other cultist members who had arrived with him, particularly the shape-shifting warlock. While he considered himself a formidable spellcaster, the mostly silent warlock was an individual he feared. Undoubtedly, the warlock was the most powerful among their group, and likely wouldn't heed his commands. Only the lesser cultists, those lent to him by the priestess, were more likely to follow his orders and acknowledge him as their leader. "More fun for me, come here, little doggy." As Kavak shouted, the woman he despised leaped into the air. Her eyes gleamed with determination as she soared toward the flaming canine creature. Balls of flames were hurled in her direction, but with a swift slice of her blades, she deftly dispatched them. The woman glided through the air with a skill that allowed her to approach the fiery wolf. However, just as she was about to reach the apex above the runesmith's compound, a peculiar object materialized suddenly from her blind side. She had to contort her body in an exceedingly uncomfortable manner, a maneuver that would have left an ordinary person with a spinal injury. Her prized black daggers faltered for the first time. As she attempted to push back the object, it was hurled with such force that it forced her to retreat, bouncing her backward. She glared at the object that arced through the air, and then descended into the large hand of the individual who had thrown it at her. "I came here to get drunk, not to fight damn cultists." The voice belonged to a large man, his head gleaming in the radiant light emitted by the flaming wolf. He wielded a massive axe that seemed to weigh more than an adult man on its own. For some reason, this individual had awakened from the relic's illusion, and was fixating his glare in her direction. Soon, the cultist would realize that he was not the only one who had awakened. A few moments before the automated defenses were triggered, Roland navigated his way through the underground workshop. Utilizing his mapping device, he pinpointed the exact locations where each of the guests had fallen unconscious. As he expected, they had all been affected by the relic, rendering them unconscious. To rouse them from this dreamlike state, he needed to approach them and place his helmet over their heads. Only by aligning the wake-up signal to their mana wavelength could the device effectively work. While his runic sensors could do a lot of things, he needed to get closer for them to analyze their mana patterns. "I don't have much time. I need to choose wisely." There wasn't sufficient time to awaken every individual who had fallen unconscious. Among those affected were non-combatants like Solana and the other girls from the Adventurer Guild, who had been invited by Elodia. Even if he roused them, they wouldn't be able to assist in the impending battle. His initial targets had to be individuals capable of confronting the cultists and stalling for time, allowing him to wake up more people. "There aren't many that I can choose from, but the first one should be." After taking into account everyone's usefulness and also how fast he could wake them up, Roland made a quick decision to go for his most trusted ally, Anai, with the one after him being the guildmaster. His trusted canine companion could be easily controlled and wouldn't ask any pesky questions. Anai's mana pattern was also something that he knew by heart, and even without the helmet's aid, it wouldn't be hard to rouse him from the sleep. So now it starts. He stood at the entrance to the main elevator, which had been occupied by runic golems that were on their way up. Meanwhile, the defenses at the walls were activated. Roland used his helmet to display what the exterior turrets were observing. They had been enhanced with superior golemic eyes, providing him with a clearer view of the situation. The first thing that caught his attention was a peculiar pale elf, whose visage reminded him of someone he had encountered many years ago. "It is really the abyssal cultists, but why would that woman be here?" The woman boldly charged into the enhanced mana blasts, effortlessly deflecting them with the aid of a pair of dark blades. As he gazed at the design of those blades, Roland felt a stirring in his shoulder, a reminder of the spot where one of those daggers had struck him in the past. Behind the woman was another individual he remembered, an entity that appeared to be more abomination than man. He had first encountered these two in Adelgard, and now, for some reason, they stood before his doorstep. Roland couldn't help but wonder if it was just a coincidence, or if the two had tracked him all the way here. However, considering that this discovery had only unfolded after the incident with the large obelisk, he began to suspect that there was more to the situation. One thing was certain: if those two managed to remember his face, they would likely connect him to the previous encounter. They could deduce that he was responsible for the failure of their relics, and might attempt to extract his secrets. They could resort to serious torture or potentially infect him with abyssal leeches, to coax the truth from him in a different manner. To prevent becoming a thrall of the abyssal cult, he had to eliminate every single one of them now. If they managed to return to their cult with this information, they would never stop coming. His life as he knew it now would be over. He did his research on the cultists and knew some of the stories. They would never relent. They would not leave anyone that he was related to alone. Elodia, his wife, would be in danger, and even his old noble family that he wished to leave would probably be targeted. While he didn't like them too much, Having Robert and the rest be hunted down like dogs was not one of his plans. I was young back then, and they also can't see my face, it should be fine. Fortunately, he was now clad in a bulky suit of armor that concealed his entire body. His voice had also deepened with age, and he had abandoned his former name, adopting the identity of Knight Commander Wayland. The only potential giveaway of his true identity was his mana pattern, which these individuals likely didn't recall. In theory, he should be safe, but it was still best to eliminate the threat that had arrived at his doorstep. He had no intention of letting anyone walk out of here alive. The plan began to unfold. While the cultists were preoccupied battling the enhanced runic turrets and the swarm of golemic spiders, he stealthily made his way above ground. Ignoring the blue magical explosions in the vicinity, the scene seemed strangely tranquil. People were lying on the ground, sleeping peacefully. Without making a sound, he headed toward an eye, who was housed in the large stable near his own home. Inside, he found his wolf slobbering all over the floor, with his face buried in a monster steak. Common, wake up. His wolf was quickly roused to sleep after a few jolts to his head. Even without putting on the helmet, Roland had analyzed the schematics long enough to produce this effect. Anai's eyes started to slowly open up, but he was still in a daze. Only after a few proper smacks to the face did he realize that something was not right here. You were in an illusion, Anai. I don't have much time to explain, but our home is being attacked, and I need you to help me protect it. Can you do that for me? Whoa! Anai, the large ruby wolf, shook his head in response to Roland's words. He was a highly intelligent creature and quickly grasped the situation. The echoing of explosions and shouts from the cultists, along with the appearance of undead creatures, was also a clear indication that something was amiss. In an instant, Anai was on his feet, ready to confront the threat, his growling confirming his readiness for action. Good, don't hold back, use your true form, but keep your distance. Make them focus on you while I wake up the others. Do you understand? Woof! I knew that I could count on you. Anai, the ruby wolf, wasted no time, and his appearance began to shift. The red gems that made up his mane were gradually replaced by fiery flames. While his body size remained the same, the radiant transformation was impossible to miss. As the fiery wolf emerged from his doghouse, he soared into the sky, ready to heed his master's commands. The blazing aura surrounding him would surely catch the attention of the undead creatures and their controller. Good. Next up, the Guildmaster. While Anai was his most trusted companion here, Orden was still the most powerful adventurer around. Without his strength, they would be at a significant disadvantage. Roland moved with haste, leaving the stable behind, and making his way toward the main gathering area, where the unconscious adventurers had fallen. The magical explosions and clashes of power were growing more intense as he moved closer to the sleeping adventurers. He spotted Orden, the Guildmaster, among them. Next to him was a sleeping Grizzled who had collapsed into the man's lap. All of them were in the middle of getting drunk before being affected by the abyssal magic. Focusing on the man's large, bald head, Roland realized it would take some effort to fit his extra helmet over it. He pushed the helmet onto Orden's head, causing it to bend out of shape. Only after dousing it with some nearby oil was he finally able to push it into place. Orden was not only an influential figure in the guild, but also in the whole city. His status prompted Roland to analyze his mana pattern earlier, and made the treatment go by rather fast. Huh, what? Where did they go and what is wrong with my head? Guildmaster, are you awake? Roland had managed to break the spell, and as the Guildmaster was waking up, he quickly removed the helmet. Orden blinked a few times, disoriented, and then his eyes sharpened as he recognized Roland, albeit with some difficulty due to just leaving a world of illusions. Wayland, what's happening? Why are you wearing your armor? There's no time to explain right now, Guildmaster. Roland spoke urgently as he handed Orden a large runic axe made from mithril. Knowing that Orden hadn't come prepared for battle, Roland offered one of his own private possessions as a substitute. We're under attack by the abyssal cultists. My golems and turrets won't be able to hinder them for long. I need you to help me stop them. I'm sure you're already aware of how they operate. You have been stuck in an illusion, but this is the real world now. Orden, still groggy from the effects of the abyssal illusion, took the runic axe and surveyed the situation. The sounds of battle, the shouts of cultists, and the howls of the flaming wolf pierced the air. He quickly pieced together the urgency of the situation. Shit, so that was all a damn illusion? I knew it was too good to be real. Orden replied, his fingers tightly gripping the runic axe, as he directed his gaze toward the source of the battle. He was a seasoned warrior, well aware of the gravity of the situation. Despite the option to flee and save himself, it was evident that he had reasons to stay and fight. I guess that I owe you one, Wayland. Roland nodded as he observed the guildmaster heading toward the ongoing battle. With Orden joining the fight, Roland turned his attention back to three other unconscious individuals: Armand, Lobelia, and Mary. These three held the highest potential to make a significant impact in the current dire situation. While other adventurers were present, such as Grisold, their combat capabilities were significantly lower. The closest were the two siblings. The two were passed out near some guild receptionists. For some reason, Armin was half naked in the middle of the pile, as if the group of ladies were watching him perform some act before falling under the relic spell. Lobelia wasn't far off either, and luckily, their weapons were nearby, suggesting they had brought them to the wedding, perhaps fearing potential theft or loss, while they were out drunk. Come and wake up. Roland initiated the process with Armand, and fortunately, both of them were on his mana pattern list, just like the others. However, as his foolish brother-in-law began to wake up, one of the cultists managed to break through. It was the pale elven woman. She was leaping through the air and closing in on an I's position. Her figure was concealed by pitch-black leather armor, most likely crafted from high-quality monster materials. The axe that he lent to the guildmaster came flying to intercept her in the middle of her strange movement. Time was quickly running out, and he needed to hurry as he wasn't sure if an eye would be able to stand up to the cultists if more of them appeared. To confirm his question, he quickly activated his analyzing skill. A fake status screen appeared at first, but soon after he pushed through the concealment device to reveal the true one. Name: Jazrina 239 lira. Classes: T3 Abyssal Assassin 89 lira, T2 Abyssal Blade 50 lira, T2 Cursed Rouge 50 lira, T1 Blade Acolyte 25 lira, T1 Thief 25 lira. She is stronger than Emerson, but she is not on the guildmaster's level. The woman was on the brink of achieving her second Tier 3 class, but Orden had already attained that level. Additionally, she possessed an assassination class, which typically lost its advantage in direct confrontations. Their strength lay in delivering covert strikes and catching opponents off guard. In a fair contest, she shouldn't be able to compete with someone of the guildmaster's caliber. However, she wasn't alone, and soon the protective barrier he had constructed began to show cracks. The forces on the other side were about to break through. Huh, what are you doing here, Wayland? Where did all the women go? Roland quickly delivered a smack to Armin's cheek to help him come to terms with the new reality. Lobelia, who was next to him, was next in line, and already wearing his helmet, which at this point was the worst part of this plan. Lobelia, snap out of it. Roland's urgent command jolted Lobelia from her confused state as she donned the helmet. The rapid change in her surroundings left her bewildered, but the presence of her brother and Roland helped anchor her back to reality. What the heck is happening? Wayland, why are you in that armor? Lobelia asked with a furrowed brow as she took in the chaos that had erupted around her. The radiant wolf above them, along with the Shroud of Darkness and the guildmaster chasing an elven assassin, was hard to miss. We're under attack by the abyssal cultists, Roland quickly explained while quickly moving in the direction where Mary and Arthur had passed out. My golems and turrets won't hold them for much longer. I need you and Armin to protect the guests that are still passed out. Lobelia processed the situation, and her features hardened with determination. She was a skilled archer, and she knew the danger the cultists posed. She quickly grabbed her new bow along with the arrows that were nearby, and knocked them into it. Armand, get your ass moving. We have a battle to fight, Lobelia said, her tone resolute as she started her half-dressed brother down. Armand was still groggy from the lingering effects of the abyssal illusion, but thanks to her words, he made a full recovery. Luckily, he didn't require any armor to begin with, so after grabbing his harness and gauntlets, he was ready to engage anyone. Alright, let's show these cultists what real adventurers are made of. As the two charged towards the source of the commotion, he focused on Arthur and Mary. They were also on his list, but he wasn't certain if they would offer any assistance. Mary, the maid, would be a formidable ally, but her primary duty was to protect Arthur, the lord to whom she had pledged her loyalty. Nevertheless, it was still preferable if they managed to escape, as if this incident resulted in the death of a Valyrian noble, his position as knight commander would be in jeopardy. It wasn't uncommon for knights to be held accountable for the demise of their lords, a transgression that could even carry the penalty of death. Time was running out, and he could see the dots representing his golems vanishing. One of his multiple minds was devoted to directing his small army of golems to hold back his adversaries, but the limit was nearly reached. With urgency, he activated hastening buffs on his armor, enabling him to appear beside Mary and Arthur. Luck was also in his favor as Burner was nearby. Soon, the trio began to awake, their vision blurry, and their minds tired. His luck had finally run out. With the awakening of these three, the floodgates burst open, and one of the walls crumbled. Through the breach, a sizable horde of undead monsters began to pour in, with an enraged-looking necromancer leading them. His status screen was swiftly revealed and showed that he was a formidable foe that couldn't be ignored. Name: Kavak 235 lira. Classes: T3 Abyssal Necromancer 85 lira, T2 Undead Summoner 50 lira, T2 Corrupted Mage 50 lira, T1 Fallen Acolyte 25 lira, T1 Mage 25 lira. Nonetheless, Roland's attention fixated on someone who was gradually advancing from behind the necromancer. The figure was distorted, and the enormous eyeball jutting from the man's shoulder was impossible to overlook. It was the shape-shifting warlock he had encountered long ago, and now he could even discern the information on his status screen, which the warlock didn't appear to be concealing. Name: Ozralak 281 lira. Classes: T3 Eldritch Warlock 31 lira, T3 Abyssal Warlock 100 lira, T2 Abyssal Shifter 50 lira, T2 Thaumaturge 50 lira, T1 Ritualist 25 lira, T1 Mage 25 lira. I guess that guy is the strongest of them. His level is higher than the Guildmaster's. This doesn't look good. Finally, the fight had been taken into his home. The undead monsters were pushing forward with rage in their eyes, but this was his home, and it would not be easily taken by the likes of them. Huh, what is happening? Are you awake? Good as you can see, your lordship, we have a small situation here. Remember those cultists we spoke about? Yeah, they are now here, Roland shouted, pointing towards the group of undead monsters surging through the breach in the wall. Arthur was visibly perplexed by the situation, but Mary swiftly assisted him, simultaneously withdrawing a set of runic daggers she had concealed in her dress. Meanwhile, on the other side, the cultists had successfully breached the barrier, and their conversations became audible to everyone who was now awake. How can this be? How are these people awake? Did they really manage to suppress the Great Relic? This is inconceivable. We can't allow anyone to escape. We need to capture the one responsible. The man at the helm of the undead horde began to shout while standing amidst the wreckage of the wall. His eyes were fixed on Orden, who was locked in combat with one of their cult members. Gradually, his gaze shifted to the other individuals who were now alert. His face was mostly concealed by the hood of a dark robe, and all Roland could make out was his parched skin, along with some peculiar occult symbols adorning his chin. The necromancer seemed like he was a walking corpse that was quite animated. Behind him, there was a gruesome display of shape-shifting, as the Eldritch Warlock materialized behind the necromancer. Earlier, one of the shoulders had swollen to form a large eyeball, and now the second one was also taking shape. It appeared that this cultist's transformation was a gradual process that probably would turn him to a true monster. Whoa, this Baldy isn't half bad. Ha, stop running, you damn wench. Not that far away from them, the third member shouted out, as if she was enjoying the wounds she had received. Orden had managed to make the woman retreat back to where the gash in the wall had opened, a few nicks and bruises already visible on her armor and body. You can't even take care of one of them? But Mr. Necromancer, he is strong. Useless. As the two cult members began to bicker, the Guildmaster spotted an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. They were all standing in close proximity to each other, which, for a skilled warrior like him, presented the perfect chance to strike. His large form began to radiate a bright red aura as he concentrated his energy. It swiftly converged on the mithril axe gripped in his right hand, triggering his attack skill. The axe struck the ground, releasing a burst of red aura that created a small explosion of energy. Orden tightly gripped the hilt with both hands, and swung his weapon toward the cultists who were observing him. A massive wave of chaotic aura energy surged forth from the ground, materializing as it advanced in their direction. Initially, it collided with the undead monsters at the front, engulfing them, and then flew in the direction of the three masterminds. Roland, in the midst of assisting Burner to his feet, was briefly stunned by the immense power the Guildmaster unleashed. The broad red torrent extended the breach in the wall even further, encompassing the entire newly created entrance, and colliding with the individuals present there. The resounding impact during the collision suggested that something had been struck, though it was difficult to discern whether the attack had managed to vanquish any of the cultists positioned in that area. B-Boss? What's happening? Why is everything shaking? Good, you're up. There is not much time, so listen. The cultists are here. I need you to help bring everyone to the escape tunnel, just like we discussed before. The escape tunnel? Yes, the escape tunnel, Roland replied hastily. He grabbed Burner's arm, pulling him to his feet, and assisting him in regaining his balance. Even though the smoke had not cleared up yet, he did not believe that the cultists would be finished after one attack. It was best to use this moment of confusion to get everyone who had passed out to safety. Remember, we planned for this scenario just in case. Now, we need to get everyone to safety. Can you do it? Burner's eyes widened as he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He nodded vigorously, his expression transforming from confusion to resolute determination. Roland had anticipated that such a scenario might unfold. After the Lick's attack, the underground area had been fortified, and additional escape routes had been established to aid them. Burner was well versed in each of them, and could guide people to safety or even assist them in reaching the panic room, if the situation demanded it. I remember the plan. I'll gather the others and lead them to the tunnel. You can count on me, boss. Good, here, take this. A helmet. Yes, it's a helmet. Do you see the 4 there? You remember them, the adventurers that traveled with me during the previous cultist incident? Burner nodded, though he wasn't entirely sure of Roland's intentions. He was handed the helmet, the same one he had used to awaken others, but this detail was unknown to him at this point in time. Place the helmet on their heads. It should awaken them from the illusion, but it will only work on those 4. Explain everything to them and get their assistance in helping the remaining guests. You want me to? No problem, boss. I understand. The half-dwarf nodded without further inquiry. He realized there was no need to question Roland's instructions. His trust in Roland was unwavering, and he knew that if he placed the helmet on those people's heads, they would likely awaken. During the commotion, Roland continued to analyze the situation, along with trying to grasp the signal the relic was producing. It was not quite the same one that he encountered during the village incident. Blocking or canceling the illusion for every unfamiliar person without their stored mana patterns was an impossible task. The 4 adventurers, Grisold, Senet, Dalrak and Orson, had been invited to today's wedding party. He had made a few quick changes to the helmet to target their mana patterns, and could also remotely access it, even if he wasn't touching it. Burner only needed to place the helmet on their heads for Roland to activate the runic structure. During a chaotic battle, focusing on awakening more than these 4 would be impractical. With their help, he was somewhat confident that the guests could escape. The number of people wasn't overwhelming, and Grisold alone could probably carry out 5 people at once. Lord Arthur, we need to leave. Mary, we need to help the guests. But Lord Arthur, what if something happens to you? While Roland was about to leave, Arthur got into a little confrontation with his maid. He wanted to do the honorable act of helping out the affected people in this unfortunate event. She, on the other hand, wanted nothing more than to leave this place that was covered by a strange shroud. Mary, it won't be that easy to leave this place. Do you see that dark shroud that's around us? To prevent further arguments, he promptly informed the ninja maid about the white area spell the necromancer had cast. This spell covered his entire home and extended beyond the walls. The dome it generated was designed not only to disrupt magical signals, but also to act as a barrier, preventing unauthorized individuals from entering or leaving. You might be able to go outside, but Arthur's body will probably not be able to manage that amount of necrotic mana. My assistant will guide you to one of the escape tunnels, just assist him for now. But you heard him, Mary. Wayland is probably right. He wouldn't lie to us. His statement was accurate. The shroud was indeed saturated with malevolent mana. Passing through it, anyone below Tier 3 would be afflicted with curses, poison, and a range of lingering debuffing effects. Fortunately, the spell didn't extend underground, which meant that the escape tunnels remained an option. While Roland didn't deceive them, he leveraged the concealed knowledge of the escape tunnels as his bargaining chip. Mary would prioritize her lord above all else, but now her duty extended to ensuring Burner's safety. With her presence, more guests had a chance at safety, and Burner's prospects for survival also improved. Their conversation came to an end, and as the dust settled, the outcome of the Guildmaster's blast became apparent. Just as Roland had anticipated, the cultists remained standing. One of them had positioned themselves at the forefront, guarding against the surging aura energy. Unsurprisingly, it was the individual with the highest level, the Eldritch Warlock. Osralak, the Eldritch Warlock, appeared to have sustained minimal damage from the Guildmaster's formidable attack. His body had expanded to approximately 4 meters in height, and it was now covered in what resembled exposed muscle tissue. His face had become submerged within this mass, and seemed to reside in the chest area, while an additional set of bizarre limbs, resembling mantis blades, emerged from the back of his shoulders. It was evident that the cultist had undergone a full transformation. Whether he possessed a more extensive form remained to be seen, but even in this state, Roland was uncertain of the true strength of this enigmatic creature. When Roland looked in Orden's direction, it was evident that the man was genuinely taken aback. His usual composed and relaxed demeanor had vanished as he remained steadfast in confronting the enemy at hand. Providing assistance to this ally was the wiser course of action, for without him, this battle would not be easily won. Fortunately, it seemed that Orden had no qualms about staying to fight, and perhaps Arthur's presence was one of the reasons for his commitment. In this situation, the guild master couldn't hide behind rules and regulations, particularly when a noble was involved, and cultists were a menace that needed to be dealt with on sight. Wayland, you better give me an explanation after this is over. Sure, but let us survive first. Can I leave the ugly one to you? Yeah. The guild master's gaze remained fixed on the warlock, whose body emitted something resembling steam. Despite the injuries inflicted by the previous attack, his body was gradually regenerating. This particular class of spellcaster was unique, as their abilities depended on the pact they had made. In this instance, it was likely that this man was bound to the very god of the abyssal cult. He didn't appear to be a traditional spell slinger, but rather utilized his mana to augment his own body, transforming it into a monstrous form. It was likely that his monstrous form wouldn't tire or collapse until his mana was depleted. His opponent, the guild master, was a formidable close-range fighter, and the two shared similar domains of close-quarters combat, making them somewhat evenly matched. Roland hoped that the guild master's experience would prove advantageous, and the runic axe he had lent him came equipped with some additional firepower that could be employed to their advantage. Even if Roland discounted the eldritch warlock and entrusted him to Orden, there were still two other formidable adversaries to contend with. The woman who had plunged her cursed dagger into his shoulder years ago was present, and she proved to be nearly as powerful as the warlock. Both she and the necromancer formed a dangerous combination, with her engaging opponents at remarkable speeds, while the magician wielded his spells and controlled swarms of minions. To make matters worse, the three of them were not alone. There were additional robed cultists who were scaling the walls and peering in. While most of them were at Tier 2, the undead creatures summoned by Kovac were akin to the black skeletons the Lich could produce in the past. Among this small army, there were Tier 3 monsters scattered, making it a challenging task to clear them all out. I saw it. I saw that one wake up those people. So he was the one. While the group was in a staring match, the pale elf woman pointed in his direction to single him out. It seemed that when scaling the wall the first time she had seen Roland tend to Armand and Lobelia. Impossible, even more, are waking up. How is this possible? Is it that item? The situation became evident when they noticed Burner at the rear, assisting the other adventurers. He was placing the helmet Roland had provided over their heads, and utilizing his runic skills to sever the relic's influence remotely. To an observer, it seemed as if the helmet was the focal point of interaction, rather than Burner manipulating it. 8. Number V$U1 Grov 8G. S equals PPR XX 6% G plus $0.09 FBC 4M and $0 and LEE Macron 5 and 1 HVSALP XS 4%. JL backquote. A acute 8 plus I. Number PKJLXE791 UJ JEL8GM plus SWKWWL7NTLE4 N00Z9 LQA. The warlock shouted in a strange fashion that caused people to recoil in pain. His large body swung itself forward in the direction that Burner was crouching. Luckily, before the monstrous man could move more than a few meters, he was interrupted by an axe coming his way. It descended before him and collided with one of his large bladed hands. The ground rumbled as he was pushed into it from the impact from the guildmaster's attack. Aren't you forgetting something, occult fucker? Aura exploded and seared against the warlock's exposed muscle flesh. He found himself getting pushed back, which was utterly unthinkable to him. His mantis-like arm sprang into action for retaliation, but Orden was one step ahead. He managed to anticipate the swift attacks, although he still sustained a few shallow wounds on his shoulders. With a powerful kick, he sent his opponent hurtling in the opposite direction, all in just a matter of seconds. With his axe now raised and his body radiating powerful surges of aura, he gave chase. Each step that he produced left the ground crumbling and quaking. Oh, is Mr. Warlock in trouble? I guess I'll go take care of it. THEN. The sly woman assassin used the clash to her advantage to launch a sneak attack against the person who was freeing the sleeping victims. Her blades were drawn, and she was about to go flying to get the item in question. However, to her surprise, an object clad in mana was heading her way. This to someone of her caliber was not a problem. With a little twirls to the side she expected to escape the trajectory. Oh! As she leaped away, preparing to head towards the dwarven target, the object headed her way abruptly changed its trajectory. It ascended into the sky before diving straight for her head. It was only when she employed her daggers mid-flight to deflect the mysterious projectile that she managed to halt the attack. Upon closer examination, she discovered it was some sort of magical arrow that had been shot from a concealed location. When she looked in that direction, she noticed an archer who had not been there previously. "Where do you think you are going, cultist bitch?" It wasn't over yet, as the archer had already notched and fired another arrow almost instantly. To make matters worse, intense heat emanated from above. When she looked up, a massive orb of flames had been conjured by the wolven creature she had previously attempted to attack. Jazrina, the abyssal assassin, finally realized she was in grave danger, and was compelled to activate her skill. Her body flickered as the arrow and the ball of flames collided with her in the air simultaneously. To the astonishment of the archer and the flaming wolf above, the attack seemed to pass right through her, as if there was nothing there, and detonated when both of their mana clashed. The pale elf, on the other hand, gracefully touched down on the ground unscathed. "That was close," she proclaimed in a mocking tone before slicing forward to cleave a corpse flying her way. It was an undead monster from their group that had been thrown in her direction by a third assailant, a man wearing a strange harness over his chest. His body was in a state of flexing as if he was under some type of body enhancement skill. "I thought you never missed? Shut up and focus on the fight, you idiot." Lobelia responded to Armand, who had been fending off some of the undead monsters, attempting to infiltrate the compound. Beside him, an eye landed, and both of them turned their gaze towards the elf assassin who had ceased flickering. At last, Roland stepped forward from the side, his focus shifting to the other two primary cultists. The battle had now officially commenced, and he needed to pick his main target for this confrontation. "What are you doing? Stop playing around, wench. You're one to talk. Your army of undead is being very useful. Fool, just watch." The cultists did not appear to be fazed by the confrontation with the defenders, even as their most potent member was being pushed back by the guildmaster, and their undead forces were being vanquished. Their confidence remained intact. Roland wasn't certain whether it was false bravado, or if they truly possessed greater power, but he knew he had to take everything seriously. Soon, he realized that the necromancer had more tricks up his sleeve as he began rapidly chanting to resurrect his forces. A significant portion of the area started to glow green as the previously defeated undead began to reassemble themselves. The skeletons rose again, and the ghouls which burned away under holy attacks had their flesh restored. It was a potent healing spell aimed at the deceased bodies, revealing the true power commanded by this lich. As long as he was present, these abominations would not be easily defeated. While this was unfolding, Roland didn't merely sit idly by and allow his enemies to strengthen their forces. His awareness extended throughout his entire compound, and his eyes darted across various monitors inside his helmet to evaluate the situation. Behind him, a somewhat anxious burner was assisting the four adventurers in getting back on their feet. The cultists had been unable to prevent their awakening, but were now directing their attention toward the helmet, which was believed to be the source of the spell disruption. His assistant had become a target for their malice, but fortunately, there was some distance between the malevolent cultists and the other guests. Roland believed that if they could hold out for a few minutes, the guests would be able to escape to safety. Once inside the escape tunnel, they could make their way quickly toward the city, where the soldiers should be advancing. He was uncertain about the speed at which the trained soldiers could arrive, and whether the Solarian Church would dispatch clerics to assist them. It was wiser to assume they were on their own, and had to deal with the enemy combatants independently. "Oh ho, they are rising up. You're not that bad, Mr. Necromancer. To his dismay, some of the cultists were enjoying themselves as their forces regrouped. The assassin woman had previously displayed an unusual skill that rendered her body somehow intangible. Roland, with his heightened senses and the numerous golemic eyes throughout the area, witnessed Lobelia's arrow passing through her head. Even an eye's flames, imbued with divine energies, appeared ineffective against this skill. He had identified her class as an unknown evolution. Among the various assassin classes, this particular trait was likely an inherent part of this skill. Allowing devastating attacks to pass through her body seemed overpowered. However, skills like these often came with drawbacks. The woman probably couldn't sustain it for an extended period, or had limited uses. Perhaps, the key to defeating her was to force her to continuously use this skill, or use an extended attack which would persist until the skill was undone. The biggest problem was performing this without getting stabbed by those two curse daggers. The time for battle had arrived, and Roland assessed the most strategic approach. Considering the peculiar skill, he was uncertain about his friend's ability to effectively combat it. They likely didn't understand why their combined attacks had no impact on the cultist woman. Anai, Lobelia, and Armand were all early-level Tier 3 combatants, with stats below that of this cultist woman. Allowing them to attack her might yield disastrous results. To achieve true victory, they would have to coordinate their attacks in unison, and then strike when the opportunity arose. Instead, they would probably carry out their usual tactics without being able to seamlessly work together against an opponent with a stat advantage. With the Eldritch Warlock already locked in battle with the Guildmaster, Kavak the Necromancer became the next viable option. Ordinarily, Roland would have preferred to face him himself, as they shared a somewhat similar array of attacks. The opponent was a spellcaster who relied on numerous minions and provided long-range support. Roland could employ a similar strategy by utilizing the large number of golems and turrets available. Controlling them remotely had become quite effortless, allowing him to emulate summoner-type classes. However, that was not his sole source of strength, as he possessed a more extensive array of abilities than most. Even at close range, he presented a formidable adversary, and his sturdy outer defenses made him hard to injure. It made more sense to provide support for his three friends using the golems, while concentrating on dealing with this frenzied woman personally. Kavak, being a spellcaster, had lower physical stats, and if Armand could close the distance, defeating the necrotic mage would not be an insurmountable task, given his physical prowess. Anai, take care of those undead. Armand, Lobelia, can you do something about the necromancer? Leave that woman to me. Sure thing, but what about those guys? Asked Armand while pointing at the rising undead and other hooded members from the cult, entering through the now wide hole in his wall. Oh woo! Leave them to Anai. Undead monsters are his speciality, and don't worry, you won't be fighting alone. Roland responded by extending his arm toward the area where Kavak stood. The man had made a significant error by advancing into the midst of the shattered runic automatons. Despite having seen the turrets reconstruct themselves, he seemingly disregarded it, especially after the appearance of the Sunlight Wolf. Roland, on the other hand, was pleased, as he could now resurrect the fallen golems that were positioned amidst the enemy forces. The field vibrated with mana energy that extended in a cone from where Roland stood. Even if his enemies could witness the effect taking shape, they were powerless to halt it. Electrical discharges began to occur as the previously shattered components moved towards each other. Broken spider legs reassembled into functioning parts and reattached themselves to their destroyed bodies. Much like Kavak's ability to resurrect his army of undead, Roland demonstrated his power to do the same with his army of runic creations. In no time, all of his previously demolished constructs were restored to their full working order. Their magical weaponry bristled with readiness, aimed directly at their astonished occult adversaries. The battlefield had dramatically shifted in Roland's favor, and his resurrected creations stood as a formidable force, ready to defend their master and strike back at those who had dared to threaten his compound. Kavak stood in momentary shock as he gathered his energies to form a more powerful mana mantle to protect himself from the first mana blasts coming his way. Roland wasn't finished. He continued his assault. The enemies had rushed into his compound recklessly, charging forward without much consideration. He was relieved that he was up against untrained cultists who relied on deception and an illusory relic for their easy victories. It was clear that these individuals were not well versed in combat tactics and had entered an area filled with powerful explosives. Now that they were deep inside, he could activate the upgraded runic mines. Previously, he had to deactivate most of them out of fear that people working in the compound might accidentally trigger them. At Tier 2, it had been impossible for him to create smart mines, but now it had become a reality. Even if the children from the orphanage were to run around or disturb the metallic parts that the runic mines were constructed from, they wouldn't activate. Disabling them was as simple as snapping his fingers, and attuning them to mana patterns was also an option. The ground began to explode, and along with it, the lesser cultists and undead monsters charging forward. With his current understanding of divine rune emulation, he could also add an extra punch against his enemies. Even if it was pseudo-divinity, it proved effective in bestowing the usual debuffs on the undead zombies and skeletons. Combined with the regular explosions, they were swiftly being obliterated, with only the limited number of Tier 3 minions managing to stay on their feet. How is this possible? Did we walk into a trap orchestrated by the church? Is that man a Solarian paladin? Kovac cried out in anguish as he witnessed his minions being decimated by the ongoing magical explosions. He harbored a profound resentment for anything associated with divine mana, and the entire area was suffused with it. The tides of battle were shifting rapidly in Roland's favor. As the runic mines detonated, the once confident cultists were thrown into disarray. The necromancer, Kovac, struggled to maintain control of his undead minions, who were being wiped out in the explosions, and the eldritch warlock was still locked in a fierce battle with Orden, so he could not offer them any aid. Lobelia, Armand, and Anai swiftly adjusted to the evolving circumstances. Armand, propelled by his formidable physical strength, charged toward the necromancer, swiftly closing the distance. Even if there were some remaining undead creatures and cultists in his path, his controlled, frenzied skill allowed him to forcefully push through. Lobelia remained in stealth, waiting for an opportune moment to strike. Anai, the flaming wolf, also joined the effort. He unleashed a torrent of divine flames in a coordinated attack with the golems. Their bodies were constructed from flame-resistant alloys, designed for deep dungeon exploration and monster hunting. Although it might be considered friendly fire, the automatons stood strong and continued to launch their attacks at any opponent they could spot. However, there were still a lot of enemies for them to get through until they arrived at their destination, with the most troublesome one not suffering from any of the bombs or magical blasts. The pale elf woman remained untouched by the chaos, and instead charged for what she perceived to be the most fun opponent. "Are you the leader? Want to have some fun?" Despite making it a priority to maintain his focus on the elven assassin, she managed to close the gap in an instant. Compared to someone like Emerson, she was far more agile and nimble. While she might not have been able to withstand many hits, landing one on her would prove to be quite challenging. She suddenly appeared nearby and darted toward him in a peculiar zigzag pattern. Both of her blades were infused with a type of cursed energy that she intended to thrust into his body, much like she had done all those years ago. Roland vividly remembered how agonizing it had been to experience one of those attacks. Back then, she hadn't even been putting in much effort, and it was evident that the pain would be far more excruciating to endure or heal from if he were to be struck again. Nevertheless, he wouldn't allow her to approach him without offering any resistance. This was his domain, and he was at his most potent when surrounded by his runic machines. With so many of them at his disposal, before the woman could reach him, the entire area lit up like a Christmas tree. Turrets emerged from the ground, golems rallied to his side to support him, and his floating cubes went into overdrive. All of these creations unleashed their long-range spells, while he began moving backward to expand the distance. He couldn't see any Tier 3 combatant that he faced before to be able to resist this much firepower. But somehow, the pale elf was able to continue charging. The turrets, golems, and floating cubes unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, creating a deadly web of destruction that would have overwhelmed any ordinary opponent. However, Jazrina's intangible state allowed her to gracefully evade each spell and explosion, weaving through the deadly storm unscathed. Her agility and skill were beyond anything Roland had ever encountered, and it was clear that defeating her would be a formidable challenge. As she drew nearer, Roland knew that he needed a different approach to counter her unique abilities. The pale elf remained undeterred, her cursed daggers at the ready. With fluid grace, she closed the distance between them and lunged at Roland, her blades aimed directly at his heart. Her sly smile and mocking tone only added to her unnerving presence. "You can't escape, darling. You're going to feel what real pain is like." Roland promptly assessed his options. His golems and turrets, despite their formidable firepower, were ineffective against an intangible opponent. Nonetheless, during the attack, he noticed a few intriguing patterns. Although she could allow energy beams to pass through her body, occasionally she would instead evade them. This evasion happened at regular intervals, and if he was correct, he had just pinpointed the weakness of this skill. As a result, instead of relying on basic damaging spells that used standard mana, he opted for a more creative approach. Roland saw limited utility in employing elemental attacks against human targets, as it tended to slow things down. His primary advantage over conventional mages was the rapid activation speed of his runic spells, which became even faster with simpler attacks. While a fire blast might be more intimidating than a mana blast, it consumed more mana and caused more damage to the components. However, this didn't mean he couldn't switch things up when needed. So, when the daggers approached, rather than forming a conventional shield using blue mana particles, he melded multiple elements together. Fire and wind swirled around his body, enveloping him completely the moment the woman attempted to launch her attack. Even with his entire armor engulfed in a swirling torrent of flames and enhanced by wind blades, he stood his ground. As it turned out, the skill she used had a duration of no more than a second. After it ended, there was a short cooldown period. This meant that inside the blazing inferno, she would sustain damage as soon as the skill's cooldown was over. Additionally, there was a second weakness. To inflict damage on her targets, she needed her skill to not be active. Even if she could thrust her hand directly into his chest without resistance, the moment her skill was active again, she would also be engulfed by the flames. The woman, of course, wasn't born yesterday and realized what Roland was attempting. Instead of plunging into the swirling flames, she halted her advance and began a tactical retreat. However, her opponent wasn't about to let this opportunity slip away. Her skill had been used, and there was a small window for him to damage her now. Realizing there might not be another chance, he decided to go all out. The runes on his armor lit up and a series of effects unfolded. Behind the woman, large slabs of rock erupted from the ground and hurtled in their direction. A prison of rocks closed in on the two, as he opted for mutual destruction. If he had to harm himself to defeat this enemy, he was willing to take the risk. Shortly after, a colossal magical explosion rocked the entire compound. Windows shattered, and nearby windmills began to crack under the pressure. The other combatants engaged in battle took a moment to turn and witness a cloud of debris hurtling in their direction, followed by a thick cloud of black smoke. The molten rocks inside indicated that a tremendous amount of heat had exploded in the epicenter, at which some of them were staring. "Why you bastard?" A single word was uttered by the woman, the light happy tone no longer present. "Not quite what I was going for, but this should be enough." The clearing explosion was accompanied by another voice. Within the dissipating smoke, a figure clad in a smoking suit of armor emerged, protected by a shield of mana, but also displaying some cracks. However, these cracks were rapidly resealing themselves, while Roland himself was enveloped in a protective blue shroud of mana. He had detonated himself along with his opponent, in a desperate attempt to defeat the pale woman with a powerful attack. Much to his disappointment, the elf had managed to propel herself out of the explosion's epicenter by kicking off his chest. She was then launched outside through the thick slabs of rocks to safety, but it had come at a cost. Her body was riddled with wounds, and one of her feet was severely mangled. Blood flowed from her mouth and nose, a clear indication of the substantial damage she had sustained. With one of her feet injured, her primary forte, which was her speed, had been negated. While he might not have defeated her yet, the momentum of the battle was clearly in his favor. "Shit, why is it those cultists again? Are we cursed or something? Stop yapping and move those legs of yours if you want to live." "Shit, fine." Amid the tumultuous chaos of the ongoing clashes between high-level individuals, a group of people shuffled about, trying to maintain order amidst the commotion. The center of their attention was a quartet of adventurers who, along with Burner, Arthur, and Mary, were working tirelessly to assist the guests who had succumbed to the abyssal relic. Together, they carried the unconscious guests toward a hidden tunnel concealed behind one of the towering windmills on the compound. This secret passage could only be accessed by performing a peculiar sequence of actions, and the blacksmith in the group was quickly performing this task that the other adventurers were unfamiliar with. Within a few moments, a rectangular block of earth slid to the side, revealing a set of steps leading downward. The tunnel wasn't very spacious, and would likely necessitate carrying the unconscious guests in a single file. This was quite challenging for the terrified individuals. Not far from them, a battle between a bizarre monstrosity and the guildmaster was unfolding, and it was a confrontation they wanted to avoid at all costs. Everyone here realized that it was a realm that they had not stepped into, and would just become collateral if they ever dared to step too close. "Quickly, we must gather everyone here and carry them down, one by one." The only person managing to stay calm, despite being just a Tier 2 class holder, was Lord Arthur. The four adventurers snapped out of their initial shock upon hearing his voice and nodded in response. They had already transported several people to this location, but there were still a few unconscious individuals scattered around. While two of them could start carrying some of the remaining guests down into the tunnel, The other two could go after the remaining ones. Let us hurry and leave it up to the boss. He will take care of those cultist bastards for us. The best thing we can do is stay out of his way so he can fight freely. Burner faced the group and was the first to step down into the tunnel. He understood that as long as there were non-combatants in the area, Roland couldn't unleash his full power. The entire compound could potentially become a massive bomb, but it wasn't something he could risk when so many innocent lives were at stake. Their best course of action was to step aside and let the Tier 3 class holders handle the situation. Escaping was their top priority. As Burner descended into the tunnel, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was more he could contribute. Doubts began to cloud his mind. While Roland was undeniably strong, he was not invulnerable, and he had narrowly escaped death on numerous occasions. The cultists were a formidable and fanatical group, willing to sacrifice their lives for their cause. Thankfully, his wife and child were not present in this perilous situation. Their absence allowed him to contemplate the possibility that he could do more than merely guiding people to safety. While ensuring their well-being remained his top priority, it didn't mean he couldn't consider further actions after their safe escape. Without being able to make up his mind, he continued down into the workshop. Inside, his mind raced as he contemplated the best tactic. It would have been straightforward to lead the guests to safety if they were awake, but they were all still under the spell of the strange relic. There was a possibility that they might awaken if they were removed from the item's range, but he wasn't sure. Therefore, their only way out was through a recently constructed special tunnel. I was wondering why he wanted to make this. Now it makes sense. Among the various escape tunnels, there were even decoy tunnels designed to confuse potential pursuers and lead them into trapped areas. One particular tunnel was ideal for the current situation, equipped with a small railway. Carts had been placed inside, along with a runic device designed to propel them forward. Initially, Burner couldn't fathom the purpose of these carts, as there was nothing to mine in the tunnel. However, in their current predicament, the carts proved to be a perfect fit for the unconscious guests. There was ample space in those carts to accommodate all the guests, and they could ride them to safety. As long as everyone made it there, their escape route would be secure. Just as he was about to open the escape tunnel to inspect the carts, the entire workshop began to shake. The reinforced ceiling, strengthened with powerful magic and reinforced with steel, trembled, causing small rocks to fall. The deafening explosion resonated through the chamber, indicating a fierce battle was underway. There was a looming risk of the underground workshop being destroyed again, with the ceiling giving way. Time was of the essence, so the dwarven blacksmith sprang into action. He needed to ensure everyone's safety, a mission he had been entrusted with, and one he was determined to execute without fail. No more jokes? I guess with that foot, you won't be going anywhere far. Roland surveyed the abyssal assassin woman, trying to push through the splitting headache and pain racking his body. He had created a massive magical explosion centered around himself, an attack he had barely withstood. His own hit points had fallen by about a quarter, but there was a method for recovery. Even without resorting to potions, his armor radiated a mix of blue and golden light. The emulated divine energy restored his cracked bones and healed potential internal injuries. This, combined with the rapid machine reassembly skill working on his armor, transformed him into something akin to a zombie. As long as he had mana, his armor could be repeatedly restored. Paired with restoration spells, this allowed him to take some risks. His opponent had clearly not anticipated his self-destructive strategy and had misjudged her attack. Now that her body had been wounded, he wouldn't let this opportunity go to waste. With the abyssal assassin woman severely injured and her mobility limited by her mangled foot, Roland saw a chance to finally gain the upper hand in this intense battle. The woman, Jazrina, was no longer as confident and mocking as before. Her characteristic sly smile had faded, replaced by a scowl of pain and frustration. Still surrounded by his reassembled golems and turrets, Roland didn't waste any time. He channeled his remaining mana into a powerful spell. The runes on his armor lit up even brighter, and he launched an intricate array of runic projectiles, each guided by a precise trajectory. These projectiles homed in on the assassin, targeting all of her critical areas in a shower of mana. Jazrina, without speaking a word, desperately attempted to evade the incoming barrage. However, with her mobility hindered, she couldn't dodge with her usual agility. The magic projectile storm that she had previously danced around was not easily avoided with just one working foot. Even if she could still activate her intangibility skill, it was clearly taking a toll on her stamina. Slowly but surely, more injuries were appearing on her body, and so she sought an escape route. Her gaze shifted to her allies, who in this situation could potentially act as distractions. The army of undead was being pushed back by a frenzied muscular man and a fiery wolf. Kavak the necromancer, on the other hand, was struggling to concentrate due to the barrage of projectiles, disrupting his incantations. It was a combination of the magical turrets, golems, and the concealed archer who consistently shifted her vantage points. The number of lesser cultists had dwindled by half, as they were unable to withstand the relentless barrage of magical weaponry. It was becoming evident that they had erred in confronting the runesmith within his own home. Their excessive reliance on the relic and their individual skills had backfired. They faced a choice: flee or regroup their forces for a counterattack, before they succumbed to the continuous onslaught of magical attacks and mines. Her most trusted partner, Osrelak the Eldritch Warlock, was not faring much better than she was. The bald muscle man wielding an axe had enveloped his body in a peculiar reddish aura, and was relentless with his attacks. She was well acquainted with Osrelak's regenerative abilities and ferocity, but even his body was struggling to heal itself. Although his opponent had also sustained some damage, it was impossible to predict who would emerge as the victor. They were more or less on equal footing. Before she could even call out to her allies, Roland launched an attack. This entire place was imbued with runic devices and traps. It was brimming with runic batteries and power generators that he could easily harness. Everything within had been designed by him, and every device could be modified to serve any purpose he desired. Even the mines and cables that crisscrossed the ground could have their runic components altered to produce new effects. Despite the woman's ability to cope with the magical attacks, they were merely a distraction. What she truly needed to focus on was what lay directly beneath her. Roland was aware that during a battle, his mines would become exposed and possibly identified. Even now, the pale elf seemed to be able to pinpoint the locations of his runic devices. She likely possessed some skill for detecting magical traps or some form of danger sense. Even though he didn't intend for it, all of his devices emitted trace amounts of mana that likely triggered those detection skills. There was a way to deceive someone's danger sensing skills. These skills typically reacted to actual spells that could inflict damage or posed a threat. They wouldn't respond to runic devices inscribed with harmless spells, like cleaning spells, for example. Roland could remotely modify the runic components, reconfiguring them into previously designed creations. In this instance, he transformed them into magical explosives that would propel themselves at his target. The buried plates with dummy runes shifted as he triggered his trap. Although the woman sensed that something was amiss, the devices were already rising from the ground. Soon, she found herself encircled by blocky objects adorned with numerous radiant runes. The intensity of their glow continued to surge until they reached the point of explosion. Blood sprayed in all directions as the pale elf finally suffered some significant damage. It was evident that her intention was to use the undead monsters as cover and attempt an escape toward the necromancer. However, she was sent hurtling through the air, colliding with some of the monsters along the way. Her plan had some success in creating distance between herself and the attacking Roland, but it came at a cost. Now one of her arms was broken in several places, and her health had plummeted below 30%. Good that I didn't underestimate her like they did me otherwise. Despite her severe injuries, the woman remained a formidable adversary. In the midst of the numerous explosions and attacks, it was easy to lose track of an opponent. Hovering before him was a black dagger, mere millimeters away from his visor, and it had even left a slight scratch behind. The assassin had managed to throw one of her weapons while submerged in a magical onslaught. If he didn't have so many golemic eyes surveilling from every possible direction, it might have spelled the end for him. She precisely aimed it at the armor's weak point. That was close. With the black dagger narrowly missing Roland's visor, he had a newfound respect for the abyssal assassin's accuracy and determination. Her intangible skill made her difficult to predict and even harder to target. In her weakened state, she was still a dangerous opponent, and he knew he couldn't afford to underestimate her. With the amount of force this weapon had traveled, it might have been able to pierce the visor, which was not as sturdy as mithril. The dagger was caught within his mana shield and restrained by the mage hand spell. It continued to emit cursed energies that he had been carefully monitoring throughout the fight. If his skin were to be nicked by this weapon, he would quickly suffer from a variety of debuffing effects. Fortunately, he had immersed himself in the study of cursed enchantments for just such an occasion. After analyzing the weapon, he activated his runic authority to nullify the curse on the dagger. In no time, it transformed into nothing more than inert metal, its runic structures shifting into something entirely harmless. "What are you doing? Can't you handle one runic mage? Do I have to do everything myself?" The necromancer shouted from a distance, detonating a few undead corpses to fend off his own adversaries. Nearly all of the carefully crafted undead monsters he had summoned lay on the ground. The high concentration of divine mana in the vicinity severely weakened his undead army. Even freshly advanced Tier 3 class holders like Armand were able to contend with the higher-level monstrosities, making him resort to casting attacking spells and corpse explosions that in turn ruined his creations. "Shut up, your information was incorrect. It's all your fault." Jezrina responded with malice as she hobbled up onto her only good leg. Her entire body was scratched and burned by the magical explosions. They had not anticipated a battle of this magnitude. At most, they had expected mild resistance from the magical automatons they had dealt with at the beginning. No one had believed that their relic could be vulnerable to a runesmith or rune mage. This must be the church's doing. They must have tampered with everything, the holy energy, and that beast proves it. In the necromancer's mind, this had to be some sort of ploy orchestrated by the Solarian Church. Perhaps they had meticulously plotted this to draw them in, and now they found themselves ensnared. Roland, who was approaching and appeared to be the leader, might well be a high-level paladin. His status was hidden behind something, and he was evidently commanding everyone within the premises. It was rapidly dawning on them that they had walked into a trap, and perhaps escaping was the wisest option. Kavak knew what he needed to do to survive. Even though their relic had been desecrated, it was better to stay alive and relay all the information to the Archpriestess. She could then formulate a new plan of action, and potentially call in executive members from their temple and others to prepare a proper counterattack. With a wave of his skull staff, he initiated a spell that could only be used in dire circumstances. The lesser cultists who were still fighting began to tremble, and the bodies of those who had been defeated also underwent a similar transformation, morphing into abyssal abominations. "We need to flee. Come on, wench." Even though he didn't hold the woman in high regard, she was still a formidable ally, and he couldn't allow a high-tier member of their cult to fall into the church's hands. He couldn't trigger an abyssal transformation on someone of her level, so helping her out of this predicament was the only way to preserve the information they had. He used the newly formed abominations and his remaining undead as a smokescreen to cover their escape. His enemies remained relentless, and the golems continued to reform themselves. However, the abominations' bodies were more challenging to deal with than the cultists, which gave him enough time to prepare a spell to assist Jezrina. Her body was enveloped in a green haze and rapidly drawn toward his location, right in the center of the previously destroyed wall. Luck also appeared to be on their side as Osrelak came crashing in from behind. He was missing his left arm along with one of the mantis blades, but his opponent had sustained a large wound to the shoulder. It seemed that he had overheard their conversation and recognized the wisdom of their escape. With the three of them together, they could now make their getaway. "Good, we need to use this chance to flee. We need to report this issue to the—" No, the Abyssal Lord has spoken. "What are you?" Before Kavak could finish his sentence, his head was sent flying through the air. He witnessed the world turning upside down as it flew. Surprisingly, the one responsible for his demise was not an individual from the opposing force, but Osrelak himself. The mantis bladed severed his head, and it rolled to the ground. Yet, Kavak remained alive. His body had been modified, but this only allowed him to witness it being consumed by the Eldritch Warlock, who had started chanting a forbidden spell, one that he was knowledgeable about, and something that he could not stop. The horrific incantation continued to flow from Osrelak's lips. The words an unholy and blasphemous chant echoed through the whole compound. A sinister aura enveloped the area as the warlock started to transform. His body twisted and contorted, morphing into a nightmarish tumor of flesh and strange appendages. "Ha ha, the shitty warlock actually did it. I guess we are all fucked now." A woman's eerie laughter filled the air as her body was lifted off the ground. A dark, sinister tentacle had impaled her chest, and from the wound center, peculiar blisters emerged and burst. Within moments, obsidian dark liquid enveloped her body, causing it to contort into grotesque poses, before being abruptly pulled into a larger, unholy mass of flesh and tissue. She had been critically wounded during her confrontation with Roland earlier, and was unable to respond to the attack coming from one of her own allies. Upon realizing what had occurred, her rage transformed into chaotic, uncontrollable laughter. As her body was drawn into the grotesque mass, she continued to chuckle, her eyes fixed on the armored man enveloped in a blue aura of mana. The epicenter of this horror was the eldritch warlock himself, and the bodies of his two previous companions, Kavak the Necromancer and Jizrina the Abyssal Assassin, were merging with him. But this wasn't the extent of it. A vast quantity of dead bodies and former cultists were also drawn into this nightmarish amalgamation. Masses of tentacles and tendrils shot out from the fleshy mass to consume anything connected to the cultists. From within this grotesque, meaty structure, a strange pulsating sound, akin to a heartbeat, emanated, and its pace continued to quicken. Guildmaster, you don't need to tell me twice. Roland nodded as he observed the unfolding spell in progress. The mass of organic tissue was already under bombardment from his turrets and restored golems, but the regeneration was too extreme for the available mana to keep up with. To address this issue, he turned to the others gathered there, requesting that they contribute their strength to the effort. Although the warlock had been wounded, it was evident that it wasn't sufficient to stop him. On the other hand, the Guildmaster, despite his own deep wounds, persisted in gathering his aura to launch a cleaving attack that shot toward the expanding mass. It tore through the earth once more, severing many of the writhing tentacles. Upon striking the growing tumor, it revealed some of the pinkish flesh within. Others present who were capable of ranged attacks also joined in. An eye harnessed a significant amount of his mana to unleash a scorching ray of sunlight as a swift follow-up attack. After the Guildmaster's cleave had opened up the mass, Lobelia conjured multiple elemental arrows and released them nearly simultaneously with impeccable timing, striking the now exposed vulnerable spot. Meanwhile, Roland issued orders for all of his turrets and golems to concentrate their fire on the forming monstrosity, fully aware that whatever emerged would be much more formidable than the three cultists it had been composed of. The plan seemed to be working, and the massive monstrous innards emitted strange wails of displeasure as the inside and the pulsating organ were exposed. Taking advantage of this moment, Roland retrieved a weapon he had concealed to the side, a red spear made of mithril, which he intended to use as a javelin. By infusing his own mana into the runic patterns, the spear was enveloped in a chaotic array of golden lightning energy. It was a combination spell, replicating the divine lightning that some paladins were capable of conjuring. Most of the electrical energy concentrated at the tip, as he swiftly hurled the javelin in the direction of the pulsating organ. With the others assisting in restraining the tentacles, the spear only needed to pierce through a few tendrils that the transforming monstrosity attempted to shield itself with. At last, the magical energies detonated in a furious display of lights. The monstrous entity emitted multiple echoing shrieks, as if produced by numerous individuals. The thrashing tentacles that had been relentlessly lashing out at everyone, obstructing those attempting to approach, began to slump to the ground and wither. We did it! These cultists are nothing. Armin was the first to shout out in joy when he noticed that the strange appendages had stopped flailing. The one around him had subsided enough for him to step on them without concern. However, he soon realized that something was amiss. Everyone except him was fixated on a specific object protruding from within the withering pile of flesh, and it resembled the large monolith that Roland had encountered in that village. Something isn't right, Armin, get away from there. Roland urgently called out to halt his friend from approaching the relic too closely. Instead, he activated his golems to aim their attacks at the spear that was lodged into the artifact. It was the very same one he had seen in Adelgard. Although the spear had managed to pierce through some of the outer shell, only a few centimeters had penetrated. The once silvery red color of his weapon, surrounded by golden mana, was now shifting and contorting, transforming into a corrupted shade of obsidian. The relic, which initially appeared to be nothing more than a chiseled piece of peculiar rocks, was now veined with strange, pulsating lines that synchronized with the beat of a heart. Roland's spear, which had been thrust into the relic, was forcefully pushed out by a new mass of flesh, unveiling the pulsating organ within. The outer shell began to fracture, revealing a strange black heart with multiple small eyes, all fixated on the group that was attempting to destroy it. When he and the others gazed into those eyes, they were momentarily stunned. The weak point had been revealed, but none of them could move to deliver the finishing blow. The black heart within the relic continued to pulsate, radiating malevolent energy that seemed to seep into the very core of the group's beings. The eyes on the heart fixated on them, and it was as if the heart itself was aware of their every thought and movement. As they stood there, immobilized by the heart's eerie gaze, they could feel an overwhelming sense of dread and despair creeping into their minds. Each of them was bombarded with their deepest fears and regrets, haunting memories that they had long buried. Even Roland, who had designed his armor to resist various mental attacks, struggled to maintain his sanity. Armand, Elodia, and the Guildmaster were all gripping their heads and screaming. their eyes darkening as if they were being consumed by some kind of demonic force. However, one particular canine among them appeared to be unaffected by the heart's gaze, and it promptly made this fact known. "Owo!" A howl resounded through the entire compound, and was followed by a radiant glow of reddish sunlight. It enveloped the screaming creature, and momentarily snapped him out of the paralysis effect it was creating. Roland didn't hesitate to activate one of the devices that he had installed to counter the occult and undead. The walls, ground exploded with mana energy as runes started shining everywhere. His entire home started radiating divine mana everywhere. With such a large concentration of it around, even Armand and the others were able to snap back out of it. The creature didn't appreciate the alleviation of the spell, and produced a strange wave of black energy that shot out in continuous waves toward them. Everyone was blasted away while the spell continued. They all were flung in different directions, each landing with a painful thud, as the waves of dark energy continued to wash over them. The divine energy in the surroundings did provide some protection, but the force was still overpowering. It felt as if the very essence of their being was being drained away by the sinister waves. The shroud of necrotic green energy underwent a transformation, morphing into a pitch-black obsidian hue. It forcefully pushed away all light, with only the divine runes managing to halt its advance. Where the warlock had initiated his transformation, an egg-shaped spiral appeared, and rapidly continued what had been set in motion. A bestial howl erupted from within as a being finally materialized before them. All the golems, turrets, and even the floating cubes began to tremble as a strange surge of energy interfered with their runic components. They could no longer continue firing, and Roland was unable to muster the power to reform them with his skills. Only thanks to the divine rune emulation were they able to perceive anything, and their adversary finally materialized. E8L 7% plus MN plus number V3ED8S number $2. TI R6IMVZSGA, A equals KAXE at 8HNH09 and SWC7Q, RFBX 49 number 0ZTHYH3ZRJJPH42M number Y1 number P5T3 plus. H7, V New Hampshire QBB, O Grav 8N, BJAR7SU09A, backquote, R60S and QLO umlaut 71, R7YYL. What is that thing? I can't see its stats, and it's corrupting the status screen. Roland summoned enough strength to rise to his feet, and quickly attempted to assess the power of their new opponent. However, even when he could discern the stats of someone as formidable as the Warlock or the Guildmaster, he couldn't make out what this creature was. There was a possibility that this entity surpassed his capabilities and exceeded the Tier 3 threshold. As the eldritch horror solidified before them, it became clear that this creature defied all conventional understanding of magic and the supernatural. It was as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling in its presence. The air grew heavy with dread as eldritch horror extended its twisted, amorphous limbs in all directions, each one ending in a mass of writhing tendrils. It appeared to be composed of the same fleshy, pulsating substance as the previous monstrosity, but on a much grander scale. The entity continued its relentless onslaught, its appendages shifting and lashing like powerful whips. With each swing, these appendages broke the sound barrier, creating earth-trembling shockwaves and explosions of sound that reverberated through the area. The sheer force of these attacks was formidable, with even the remnants of their impact carrying enough destructive power to rival a Tier 3 monster. It forced Roland to use up more of his mana, in an attempt to shield himself and his allies from harm. What is that thing? I don't know, but it might be Tier 4. Tier 4? The Guildmaster asked him as he appeared next to the group of combatants who had gathered. There were 5 of them within the shield of mana that Roland had generated. They stood there, merely observing as the tendrils slowly subsided and the creature's form began to compact. It actually started shrinking before their eyes, eventually revealing a partially humanoid form, something closer to what the Eldritch Warlock originally looked like. Yet, it still resembled a bizarre monster with multiple mouths and eyes covering its entire body. The tentacles and tendrils continued to dance around, now mostly attached to its backside. It stood on 2 legs that were clearly more animalistic in nature, with spikes protruding from the multiple knee joints. The torso featured 4 arms, with the upper ones being much larger than the lower ones. Both sets ended with claws that appeared capable of extending, adding to the overall horror of this monstrosity. Are those knights from the city going to come or not? I think we should retreat. I'm usually not one to run, but the old man might be right, Wayland. Both the Guildmaster and Armand could somewhat gauge the creature's strength, and were certain that it could tear them to shreds. Just as a Tier 2 class holder couldn't hold a candle to a Tier 3 monster, it was the same here. Roland recalled how challenging it had been to even damage a higher-tier skeleton with a large mana cannon, so battling this thing, if it was indeed at that level, would be impossible. You're probably right. He glanced at his runic display to check for the guests, but could not confirm if everyone had made it out. The monster before him was interfering with his runic devices, likely with the help of some skill or its corrupted mana. Perhaps if he had some time to analyze the phenomenon, it would have been possible to counter this effect, but now was not the time. Running was probably the best option, but would they be able to escape? The strange shroud that the necromancer had conjured up had been transformed and empowered by this creature. Normally, the spell should have been broken, allowing them to escape, but now it wouldn't be that simple. However, the creature did have one strangely exposed weak spot. The heart with eyeballs within it was now integrated onto the chest cavity and on the outer side. It was as if the monster's transformation wasn't fully complete, and it couldn't hide this obvious weakness. Perhaps it was due to the concentration of divine energy or because of his spear throw that this vulnerability had emerged. It provided them with an opportunity to retaliate, but would they be able to do so against something so many levels above them? This was not the end of his countermeasures. His golems were still standing and ready to unleash their magical attacks on the creature. Additionally, he had noticed something in the mana pattern on this monster. At first, he attributed it to its chaotic nature, but after some investigation, he realized that this thing was functioning on borrowed time. The mana holding the spell together was working on a timer, and would not last forever. Eventually, this creature would cease to exist, and perhaps this was their way out of this predicament. So what's the plan here? This creature, it's unstable. The spell was interrupted. That's some good news, but how long do we have? I don't know. The mana is too chaotic for my mana sense. Roland replied to the guildmaster, who continued to inch away from the stationary monstrosity. For some reason, it was not moving, and perhaps they could get away without any more blood needing to be shed. Yet, before their plan of non-aggression could blossom, the monster's state shifted. It cried out in rage while turning in the direction of Anai, who instantly started growling. It seemed that it chose him as the main opponent, and the attack started. "Shit, it's coming. Just spread out and keep your distance," Armin shouted while Roland attempted to devise a quick strategy. The golems that were on the sides all activated and hurled themselves at the creature in a self-destructive manner. Their runes, along with their batteries, were all overloaded through Roland's skill, generating multiple explosions in an attempt to halt the monster's advance. There was no use in holding back anymore, and Roland decided to use up all of what he could muster, going so far as to activate his Overlord's Might skill in tandem with Mana Overflow, which was already half depleted. His frame transformed from a haze of blue into a bright purple color, to help him keep up with the monstrosity before him. However, even though all of his senses were at the apex, he could barely see the thing that was going for his canine companion. "Anai, get back." While it might have seemed that Anai was in dire peril, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing that the monstrosity decided to chase after someone so nimble. By calculating the monster's speed, Roland realized he could ensnare it in one of the large monster traps he had invested a significant amount of money in. All the mithril and other exotic metals could finally be put to use as a set of rods shot out from the ground, the moment the monster stepped into the correct spot. These rods were attached to a square-shaped platform that shot out of the ground, ensnaring the monster that had stepped through them. The metal pipes served as a temporary entrapment measure, and were barely able to contain the squirming monstrosity that was thrashing around. Luckily, the creature wasn't the smartest, and only knew how to react to external stimuli, failing to notice the underlying spell formation it had become ensnared in. Levitation runes were initiated to raise the creature higher into the air, while multiple layers of mana shields of various elements descended from all sides to keep it confined within the prison. Roland swiftly focused all of his attention on the magical structure he had created, pushing all his multiple minds to their limits as he attempted to modify the structure to suit the situation. The trap he had originally created was not meant for such a being, so some enhancements were needed. Tens of floating cubes surrounded the magical construct, taking the shape of a swirling mass of blue energy. Their runes shifted around as Roland frantically attempted to complete the spell formation. Before the monster broke loose, previously invisible magical signs emerged from within the compound. When viewed from above, they resembled a grand magical circle used in various spellcasting endeavors, something Roland had learned thanks to his association with a runic magus. The monster thrashed around, and some of its flailing arms were momentarily able to break through the magical cage. However, Roland did not relent and continued to modify the spell formation, while bringing his target into the epicenter of the magic empowering circle. The moment the creature was enraged, the spell was complete and a mass of swirling flames arose in the middle, creating a blaze of unprecedented proportions that imitated a miniature sun. The searing, blazing sun engulfed the imprisoned eldritch horror, and its writhing, monstrous form was consumed by the intense heat. The monster's deafening roars turned into agonized screeches as it desperately attempted to break free, but the combination of the magical prison and the searing flames made it a grueling endeavor. The immense ball of flames illuminated the entire compound, creating a light so intense that it seemed like daytime. Armand, Lobelia, and Orden stood there with their heads pointed up. Some of them had to cover their faces to avoid getting secondary burns. The only one daring to approach the miniaturized sun was a flaming wolf that somewhat felt at home when next to it. "And you'll have to lend me some of that divine mana of yours." "Oh." Roland stood near the inferno, watching the black tentacles slam against his mana shields. Despite the monster being engulfed by the fiery prison he had created, it remained alive. It relentlessly battered against the defenses keeping it inside, and to make matters worse, the mithril cage was starting to melt. The metal couldn't withstand the intense heat within this ball of flames. He needed to give it his all and have this monster incinerated before it was too late. As Roland focused all his power on sustaining the fiery prison, the searing flames continued to consume the eldritch horror. Its anguished screeches intensified, and the flailing persisted. Only when Anai positioned himself directly under the ball of flames and allowed his divine mana to seep into the magical circle to empower it, did they begin to see some results. While holy energies were not as effective on abyssal creatures as they were on undead ones, they were still somewhat effective. The monster had also fused with a mass of undead creatures, which amplified the effect of this sun spell, which continued to grow in size. Starting with a diameter of about 5 meters, it expanded to 10 meters and beyond, as the flames swirled around with the addition of wind energy, making it increasingly challenging for the monstrosity to survive. The greater spell continued to amass more power, and drained all the mana reserves within his entire workshop. Even the golem batteries that were still functioning were being depleted to support the runic structures. All the years of amassing energy from his windmill farm and mana liquid from the dungeon mine were all for this very moment. Roland did not shy away from using it all, as this was his best chance of destroying the monstrosity inside. If he managed to kill it now, then the battle would be over, and the cultists would have no way of knowing what had transpired. There was a big possibility that after this creature was destroyed, a new foe would present itself. The cult had tracked him all the way here, probably to confirm if he could affect their relics. It was possible that the cat was now out of the bag, and hiding out at this remote location would be impossible. Many worries raced through his mind, but he tried to push them back as he needed to focus on the moment. 10 seconds passed, turning to 30 soon after. The sun spell expanded to around 20 meters and rose into the air. It started affecting the shroud of abyssal energies that created a dome shape around his entire home. The mana it was composed of began to waver as the two energies collided. The shroud grew thinner and thinner, allowing sunlight to finally shine through. It seemed that the battle was coming to an end as a new dawn arrived, forcibly created by his greater spell. "Haha, he did it!" Armand shouted while throwing his fists up into the air, while Lobelia huffed instead. "It's so hot in here." The guildmaster stood there, leaning against the axe he had previously used. His body was covered in multiple wounds, but it was nothing his body couldn't handle. He continued to look at the massive ball of flame with a grin, which suddenly vanished. His eyes caught some movement in the somewhat chaotic-looking sun, and before he could call out to Roland, it happened. "Wayland, watch out!" As the spell was about to clear out the malevolent energy surrounding his house, something shot out from within the flames at a tremendous speed, too fast for even Roland's eyes to follow. Before he knew it, a sharp pain gripped his right shoulder as something pierced it. His body was pulled along with the black object that had impaled him, and as he was embedded into the ground, he identified it as an appendage belonging to the eldritch horror. The appendage had stretched out from within the swirling death spiral in the sky. The creature's ability to survive the prolonged exposure to the heat and divine energies was baffling. Roland attempted to focus on sustaining the spell, but before he knew it, his body went numb with pain, and he could barely keep himself from screaming. Even without looking at his status screen, it was evident that he had been affected by multiple debuffing and cursing effects. The eldritch horror had managed to find a way to break free from its fiery prison, using its own tentacles as a means of escape. The appendage that had impaled Roland was now injecting him with a strange, corruptive energy that threatened to consume him from the inside. As his vision blurred and his senses dulled, he knew he had to act quickly. An eye, mostly drained from his power, acted quickly by biting ferociously into the appendage that had slammed Roland into the ground. Roland called forth all the strength he could muster, aided by his body and the Overlord's might skill, in an attempt to pull it out. The blade he had won from confronting Emerson came flying, along with other runic weapons, to help destroy this sturdy appendage. "Hold on, Wayland," the Guildmaster shouted while he swung his axe with all his strength, and together they were finally able to dislodge the malevolent whip of flesh, which was promptly yanked out of Roland's shoulder. It had managed to go right through his bulky armor and even came out on the other side. The monstrous strength possessed by this creature was unfathomable, and now it was poised to unleash it. His wound was deep, and blood was flowing freely. Even though he could still use his armor to activate divine runes for healing, the multiple curses that came with the attack were actively countering these healing energies. The pain was similar to what he had felt when he was stabbed by the pale elf all those years ago, but this time it was magnified several times over. The excruciating pain, coupled with the various curses, was finally enough to break his concentration. His body and armor had been the main conduits for this spell to keep running, and the creature had intelligently focused all of its power on singling him out. Now that the spell was wavering, it was attempting to launch a counterattack. Multiple smaller tendrils started shooting out from within the shrinking sun. They targeted the floating cubes in the air. These creations were used to stabilize the spell into a circular shape, and with them gone, the flames started taking on a less condensed form of a pillar. This pillar finally shot up into the air as Roland attempted to empower it again. The damage was done, and he couldn't control it anymore. In a last-ditch effort, he decided to overload all the energies for one last blast. This flaming pillar of flames and radiant energies shot upward, blowing through the weakened dome of corrupted energies. The night sky was lit up by the flames, which lasted for a few seconds before subsiding. The glow spread in all directions, and the flames burst out in all directions, causing significant collateral damage to his entire compound. His head was on fire, and his shoulder wasn't mending itself correctly. Only after pulling out several healing potions and an elixir from his spatial space was he able to halt the depletion of his health bar. When looking to the side at the appendage that caused this damage, it was slowly dissolving into a pool of black liquid. The grass that covered this patch of land when infused with it started to quickly disintegrate before his eyes. It was clear that whatever this monstrosity was made of was highly toxic and corrosive. Roland slowly rose to his feet, while activating his skill to restore his armor back to full. The hole that had been created slowly restored itself, but also caused his head to hurt even more. The skill that had allowed him to create the large spell was reaching its limit. There was not much time left before he would be unable to restore his mana at a rapid pace. Even though he was feeling terrible, the battle was not over. He could only muster up everything that he could to keep restoring the destroyed golems, turrets, and mines for one last attack. "It's not dead, everyone." Just as he expected, the monster was not destroyed. After the flames had cleared, a ball of darkened flesh could be seen. It was pulsating and emitting a pungent odor of seared dead flesh. It seemed that the monstrosity had transformed itself into a ball composed of tentacles and tendrils the moment his spell engulfed it. It had somehow managed to endure the heat prison, and Roland didn't know what to do. He had given it his all, and the spell he had created should have been able to destroy everything, but the monster somehow survived. "The monster must be weakened, don't hesitate," the Guildmaster shouted, and Roland nodded as he activated his Overlord's aura skill. A donut of light appeared under his feet, granting his allies a buffing effect. The creature was still alive, but it was likely weakened from his previous spell. There was a possibility that the five of them could deliver a finishing blow. If not, the shroud that had surrounded them was dispelled, and their reinforcements were probably coming soon. They needed to hold out for just a few more minutes, and it would all be over. Even though his mana overflow skill had now ended, he remained a powerful combatant. The purple haze around his body turned to red, as he still had a massive stat boost from his Overlord's might skill. While mana was slowly running out, he was able to control 4 floating cubes, along with a few floating weapons. His left hand held a large towering shield, while his right gripped a massive spiked hammer. As long as he managed to contain this monstrosity, it too would eventually burn through all of its stamina. Perhaps if they were up against a real person, his plan would have had some merit. What Roland failed to account for was that this creature was of an abyssal nature, not something that could be contained by regular tactics. The ball of flesh started to unravel, revealing the monster inside, and before he knew what was happening, his body was flying through the air. The floating cubes that were attempting to home in on the monster were quickly pierced by the creature's tendrils. His allies suffered a similar fate. Armand endured a massive strike from the creature directly as it moved at astonishing speed and flew into the nearby forest. Lobelia, who was trying to use her stealth skill, was instantly discovered and had her thigh pierced by one of the many tendrils that went after her. Only Orden managed to keep his wits, deflecting a few hits before eventually succumbing to the relentless assault. Arg! He could hear everyone screaming in agony, even an eye whimpering in pain, as the monstrosity took them all out in a matter of seconds. The speed it displayed was unlike anything he had ever seen before. Even with the help of all the golemic eyes in the vicinity, he could not perceive the monster's movements. Soon, even the guild master was flung away with many wounds covering his body, leaving only Roland behind. The monster stood before Roland, towering over him with its height. It appeared as if the creature was merely toying with everyone there. It could have easily killed all four of his friends, but instead, it had batted them away like bugs. Now, it stood before him without a care in the world, as if trying to convey that there was no way of winning, and it would take its time dismantling their bodies. There was too much at stake for him to stop now. The reddish glow around his body intensified as he swung his weapon at the monster. His hammer, enhanced by his runes, started glowing and delivered an explosive blow as it connected with the monster's arm. However, even though it should have been a direct and devastating hit, the monstrosity simply stood there, as if it had been struck by a small stick. For a moment, it seemed as though the multiple mouths that covered the monster's body were imitating a smirk. Before he knew what was happening, the massive tower shield he was holding was smacked away. The black mithril it was made of unable to resist the force. He found himself spinning in the air and landing in a patch of dirt around 10 meters away. The difference in speed and power was glaringly apparent. He couldn't see where the attacks were coming from, nor could his body resist them. The armor that he had been so proud of making was rapidly falling apart, and he lacked the mana to keep reforming it. His large quantity of golems, turrets, and mines had all been destroyed. They hadn't proven much of a deterrent for this creature, which was taking its sweet time to kill him. Everyone else was out cold, and at a distance, his only solace in the situation was that at least the guests had been able to evacuate. His only hope was that Elodia did the same after calling for help, and managed to meet up with Burner along the way. He was sent flying through the air again, as the monster appeared to take pleasure in causing him misery. He didn't know why this creature wasn't simply delivering the final blow, but perhaps some of the personalities of the people that had formed it had mixed in. It was behaving similarly to the pale elven woman who often liked to toy with her enemies. Just like her, this entity seemed to take some delight in causing him harm. Soon, parts of his armor were scattered all over the whole compound. His helmet was finally knocked to the side, and he lay there with a bruised and broken body. The red haze that had covered him was gone, as he was not able to muster any of his better skills anymore. It seemed that this would be it. His eyes had trouble focusing on the situation, and he could barely muster any strength to lift his head. There, he could only see a blurry image of the slowly approaching monster, probably ready to deliver the final blow. Is there really nothing that I can do? His mind raced as he attempted to muster any type of strength. Even though the situation was dire, Roland was not one to give up easily. He frantically tried to orient himself to see if there were any runic devices nearby that he could use to help himself. However, his injuries, exacerbated by many debuffing effects, made focusing almost impossible. The monster was soon before him, tendrils hovering right before his face. However, just as the monster was about to pierce one of his eye sockets with its tendrils, a strange sound, akin to static, resounded from the side. Roland's eyes had managed to regain some of their focus, and with his mana sense, he could feel a shift in the environment. A runic spell used for stealth had been employed to reveal a strange duo. One was a man wearing a large exoskeleton meant for construction work, and the second was a woman who had replaced her wedding gown with darker leather armor, with metallic runic parts, operating a large-looking cannon. The sound that he was hearing was coming from this highly experimental cannon that he had been working on and not yet able to fully test. For some reason it had been dragged up to the surface by two people that weren't supposed to be here. Before he could shout at them to get to safety, he felt an expansion in the magnetic field, caused by the weapon he created, which was then soon followed by a massive resounding boom. Shit, this is a bad idea. But if I don't do something. The ceiling above rumbled as the frantic burner searched for a suitable weapon for the occasion. The testing facility housed numerous runic devices capable of harming even the most formidable monsters and causing significant damage to city blocks. However, amidst the current chaos, he found it challenging to make a choice. I don't think this will be much help. Burner raised a substantial object known as the runic rifle, a creation of his boss. He was uncertain about how it worked, but understood that it could be used to fend off monsters or intruders. The device featured a trigger button that required no mana usage, and a replaceable battery cartridge could be inserted into its center, eliminating the need for the bulky battery backpack he typically wore. This innovative design reduced the weight and enhanced mobility, though it came at the cost of a more limited charge. Under normal circumstances, this equipment might have sufficed against typical intruders. However, they now faced a formidable challenge in the form of abyssal cultists and undead monsters. Burner could envision himself managing to eliminate a few undead or regular cultists before needing to rely on assistance from Roland. As he sifted through the array of cutting-edge weapons, he couldn't help but curse his role as a non-combatant. He recognized his limited utility, and even if these weapons were potent, he understood that the moment he was spotted by a capable combatant, he would become a burden. Maybe I should just leave. Burner's thoughts wavered as he considered the people he had ushered through the escape tunnels. They had loaded the sleeping guests onto a cart, which safely transported them to their refuge. The exit presented fewer complications than the entrance, and it could be unlocked using a runic card that Roland had given him. So, when his assistance was no longer required below, he made the decision to slip away and offer his help above. Burner, what are you doing here? What? While he contemplated the viability of his plan, he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder, and a voice called out to him. Startled, he accidentally fired the weapon he was holding and tumbled to the ground. As he spun around, the person behind him leaped back in terror, letting out a scream as she made her presence known. Don't allow the unholy beast time to recover. Charge in, for Celeria. A platoon of knights, their armor adorned with the symbol of the sun, valiantly rushed forward to confront the menacing creature. Behind them, a smaller group of priests chanted sacred incantations and summoned golden spears of radiant light. Each priest extended their hand, directing the beams of divine energy toward the approaching monstrosity. The creature, despite its injuries and being greatly outnumbered, showed no fear and continued its relentless charge, undeterred by the combined might of the knights and priests. The battle between light and darkness had started, and the monstrosity utilized its many tentacles against the attackers. They collided with the many heavy tower shields the knights were holding. Some of them held strong, while others were punctured through by the strange appendages that turned into fleshy drills. Fire. Give support to the paladins. A secondary group consisting of more than 100 men advanced from behind the formation of Solarian paladins. Upon receiving the command, archers swiftly responded by releasing a volley of arrows that ignited into flames as they descended upon the menacing creature. The night sky was illuminated with the fiery arrows as they rained down, an effort to weaken the beast and wear it down over time. Although the creature was a high-level threat, the accumulated damage from these ranged attacks would gradually take its toll. The strategy was clear: to deplete the creature's health and stamina from a safe distance, whittling away at its formidable strength. Once the creature had been weakened, the final assault could be launched, bringing an end to the menace that had terrorized this wedding ceremony. The men's shouts reverberated, and the creature responded with high-pitched shrieks as its body endured relentless blows. Despite its attempts to shield itself with numerous tentacles, the creature was clearly running out of time. It had clung to life through the incomplete transformation ritual, but now its condition was rapidly deteriorating. Black sludge oozed from its main body, bubbling up to release noxious gas as it started to die. The unholy creature is wavering. Now is our chance. Some of the holy knights recognized that the creature was nearing its end. While patience was an option, the monster's many tentacles still posed a threat to their allies. The black fumes emanating from its body were not only poisonous, but possibly cursed as well. It was wiser to put an end to this swiftly to prevent further casualties. Thus, from within the group of Solarian knights, a small squad of 5 stepped forward. They were all adorned in distinctive golden armor, their radiance serving as a symbol of their faith and power. Their armors emitted a radiant light, and were enveloped by an aurora of divine energy. The instant they entered the range of the dark cloud that had formed, it disintegrated before their holy radiance. 2 individuals, each wielding a large shield, surged forward and absorbed the brunt of the monster's attacks. Their shields endured a barrage of strikes from the creature's appendages, and though they were bent in some places, the 2 paladins pressed on with their charge. Following the shield-bearing paladins, 3 swordsmen stepped forward, each wielding a different type of blade. These swords were swiftly enveloped in a golden aura, which they used to deliver divine retribution to the unholy beast. With each swing, they managed to dislodge tendrils and tentacles, steadily advancing toward the monster's damaged core, which continued to radiate corrupt abyssal energy. Despite its weakened state, the monstrous creature remained fiercely determined. It refused to yield and instead continued to defend itself with unrelenting tenacity, launching counter-strikes against the Golden Knights who dared to confront it. The battle between the abyssal creature and the Sun Knights continued to rage on as their shouts covered the entire area. While these valiant efforts were unfolding, a different scene was taking place nearby. In a spot that the abyssal creature had once occupied, a man wearing damaged runic armor was clutching another individual. Beneath them, a small pool of blood had formed, originating from a dismembered arm that had now turned completely obsidian. "How is he?" "I don't know. He lost a lot of blood, and this wound it's not healing properly. It must have been some type of curse." "Burner." Roland shifted his gaze to the side where Burner's severed hand had landed. Amid the creature's onslaught, the exoskeleton had been damaged in many places, and with it, Burner's hand had been severed around the middle of the forearm. Roland had been forced to further amputate the remaining portion, due to the spread of a strange corruption. The leftover hand had now turned pitch black, bubbling up and transforming into a dark sludge before his eyes. His armor had been mostly destroyed, but he had enough mana to reform enough of it to continue supplying emulated holy mana to the afflicted spot. Even after the secondary cut, the corruption was only halted thanks to the quick intervention from his part. It seemed that a person like Burner, who did not possess any type of combat class and a weaker body, was highly susceptible to being injured by that monster. Roland himself had been cut in a few places, but his body was somewhat able to resist the corruption, and along with it, he had gained a new resistance type. Abyssal Corruption Resistance. Passive skill 2 Lyra. Raises resistances to abyssal corruption. This form of damage was likely unique to the eldritch horror he had confronted, perhaps specific to other corrupt abyssal creatures as well. It was possible that Burner had acquired this skill, but lacking a sufficiently high vitality stat to support his body's recovery, it proved insufficient to counteract the affliction. He had now lost his right arm, and his livelihood as a blacksmith could be in jeopardy. However, he was still alive, and his weakened heart was gradually regaining strength. His life shouldn't be in danger, but we need to get out of here. That thing is still there. Initially, Roland considered retrieving his friend's severed hand. From his research, he knew that certain high-level clerics possess the ability to reattach lost limbs if the healing occurred shortly after the incident. However, the hand in question was rapidly deteriorating into a pool of corrupted sludge, rendering it likely useless for any such procedure. Safety was not yet guaranteed in their current situation. Although soldiers had arrived from outside and were engaged in battle with the monster, the danger still loomed nearby. "We need to What's wrong?" "It's nothing," Elodia inquired while helping Roland to his feet. The battle had taken a toll on his body, with some broken ribs and likely cracked bones in his legs. He could barely support his own weight, let alone carry Burner to safety. His wife, in better condition, took it upon herself to support their friend instead. Despite Burner being unconscious and quite heavy, she persisted, determined to prevent any more harm from befalling the people in this dire situation. Luckily for the three of them, the night of the horror was quickly coming to an end. The spell that held the monster in place started to finally waver. Another strange screech from the monstrosity riverbedded through the whole compound, though this time around Roland could feel that the corrupted mana was quickly dissipating. Then soon after he received a confirmation by a window informing him that he had gained some experience. Eldritch Horror has been slain. Experience will be distributed according to contribution. Though he hadn't delivered the final blow and wasn't directly responsible for launching the rail through the monster's heart, the contribution he made was substantial. It had been enough for him to level up multiple times, reinforcing the possibility that this was indeed a Tier 4 creature. Now was not the moment to glance at his status screen, as there were more pressing matters at hand. The individuals who had defeated the creature remained a mystery, and judging by the mana patterns he sensed, they appeared to be affiliated with the church. In his current condition, facing a fresh Tier 2 class holder would likely be an impossible task. Burner remained unconscious, and Elodia had depleted her runic battery, offering limited firepower. The only consolation in this situation was that the monster was dead, and that some reinforcements were approaching from behind them. He was not quite alone, but another problem arose soon after, and led to something that he had wished to keep hidden for a bit longer. "There are people here. It's the Knight Commander. Support the Knight Commander." Among the group that arrived first, Roland recognized a few familiar faces. They were the soldiers he had been supplying with weapons and had assisted in their training. A sizable contingent of them quickly gathered around him. Not far from this group, another assembly of people materialized. It was evident that this group belonged to the church, and some of its members appeared to be high-level paladins, possibly part of the Inquisition unit. Anai, in his divine form as the Sunlight Wolf, suddenly emerged from the underbrush. He had swiftly returned to his master once he regained his strength. Although his body was bruised and battered, with the aid of his holy energies, he was rapidly recovering. The potent radiant mana he emitted was quite conspicuous, and was likely to draw the attention of the church, a situation he had sought to avoid. Within the group of Solarian knights, Roland could discern a few distinct pieces of armor. They bore a resemblance to the ones he had seen in the past while interacting with the High Inquisitor, who supposedly knew his father. The 5 individuals wearing these similar armors didn't appear to hold the same high-ranking positions, but they were likely at least Tier 3 class holders. The members of the church came to an abrupt halt upon seeing the fiery wolf. It was a creature mentioned in some of the old legends, though Roland was not entirely familiar with them. The possibility that they might attempt to separate Anai from him after realizing his origins was a concern. However, in his current weakened state, he would be powerless to stop them. While his side had been reinforced by some soldiers, none of them could match the strength of the Solarian paladins. As the church members and Solarian paladins began to converge, Roland had a difficult decision to make. He needed to ensure the safety of his wife Elodia and their injured friend Burner, while also protecting Anai from getting kidnapped. His mind raced to come up with a good excuse for the situation, but before he could even open his mouth, his vision started to waver. Hey, get it together. He struggled to hear Elodia's voice as he dropped to his knees. His body was swiftly succumbing to the strain, and consciousness slipped away before he could utter a word, the darkness enveloping him as he passed out. Suddenly, he was falling through a strange tunnel with voices of his past encounters, calling out to him as he plunged into the void. First, he saw his younger self, confined to a library and gazing out of the window. His brother Robert diligently practiced his swordsmanship, casting disapproving glances in his direction. The vision soon shifted to a trio of young women navigating a dungeon, with him illuminating the way using the simplest of light spells. Then, he found himself back in a workshop, working on his first runic sword. Abruptly, the scenery darkened, and he was thrust into his earliest encounter with the cultists. Finally, he was in the city of Albrook, surrounded by people with smiling faces that soon turned upside down. The scenery turned crimson and darkened, and all that echoed were the ceaseless screams. He desperately reached out, attempting to grasp onto something. But instead, he continued to plummet further into the abyss. The images from his past gradually faded, leaving only an eerie and oppressive silence of emptiness. Then, as he turned around, something materialized. A colossal eye opened before him within the void of nothingness. It stared at him, gazing at his descent as if passing judgment on his worth. His own gaze was drawn to this one gigantic eye. It seemed to know everything and peered deep into his very soul, stripping him of his essence. However, just as he was about to get consumed by the gaze, his own eyes snapped open. The first thing Roland noticed was an unfamiliar ceiling, a design that he couldn't quite recall. Memories of the events involving the cultists at his home quickly rushed back to him, jolting him awake. He tried to raise his body, but something felt amiss. It wasn't pain that stopped him, but rather a weight pressing down on his chest. When he looked down, he quickly realized it was a person on top of him, and that person was his now wife, Elodia. Elodia was resting against his chest, sitting next to the bed where he lay. As he had a moment to assess the situation, he recognized his surroundings. The white sheets of cloth that separated his bed from the others were a clear indication. He had found himself in the infirmary at the Church of Solaria, and now, apparently, he was one of their patients as well. His hand moved towards those long obsidian locks, as he decided to not move anymore. Her presence here gave him some solace and allowed him to think. However, soon he heard the clang of heavy armor approaching them. The mana patterns surrounding the approaching individuals were unmistakably divine in nature. It wasn't strange to assume that they were paladins from the church, likely coming to have a chat with the man involved in the recent cultist encounter. Finally, those Solarian bastards are gone. You'll need more than that to kill the great Kavak. Unbeknownst to everyone involved in the incident, a strange creature emerged from a hollowed tree. At first, it appeared to be a shriveled person, but its lack of a lower body soon became apparent. Instead, the creature sported something akin to spider legs, enabling it to silently and swiftly crawl through the environment. Damn fools ruined the whole mission. It will take me years to recover all those lost undead in my body. Kavak, the necromancer, mumbled to himself as he navigated through the forest. The eldritch horror he had summoned had been defeated, but he had survived. During the chaos of the battle, he managed to shield his head and make his escape. Fearing retribution, he remained hidden in one of the trees for several nights, until the Solarian presence had diminished. I used up most of my mana to conceal myself, but it was worth it. I need to get back to the Archpriestess. The spider's head disappeared into the night, stealthily making its way towards freedom. Everyone was too preoccupied with the aftermath of the eldritch horror and damage control to notice that Kavak had survived. The necromancer chuckled to himself as he hurried through the trees, feeling a sense of security. It would take some time, but eventually, he could find refuge in one of their secret temples. Freedom was within reach, and if he made it out, he could reveal the truth about their true enemy, Wayland the Knight Commander, to the cult. Soon, their armies would descend to capture the irregular and extract all his secrets into the open. It became clear that he was the one capable of affecting their relic, and their cult wouldn't shy away from turning this whole island upside down to get him. Oh, what is this? Quite the ugly creature. What? Suddenly the necromancer felt a shift in the environment. He could feel that some magic was used, but in his current state, he couldn't really do anything about it. Someone was there, watching him, and he wasn't sure of their location, just that he needed to quickly escape. His form shifted into the shadows as he tried to hide himself in the tall grass and behind the trees, but the sensation of being watched never went away. Kavak pressed on with his escape, but it seemed as though he was traversing the same location repeatedly. In his weakened state, he couldn't quite comprehend or resist the spell that had ensnared him, but he was certain that he had been caught in some form of illusion. At last, when he halted, an individual emerged. They were enveloped in an aura of blue flames, clearly directed at his current form. Tired of running? Good choice. Now what should I do with you? The person asked, their voice sensual and alluring. Soon her form emerged to present the angered necromancer with his enemy, an alluring woman with several tails and large fox-like ears. The flames behind her flew forward to surround the undead spider head, not allowing it to escape. Stop! Stay your hand. I'm sure we can make a deal. Oh, you want to make a deal? The woman chuckled while pointing out with her finger. The blue flames moved closer to the necromancer's squirming head. Stop! Do you want wealth? Power perhaps? The cult can make all your wishes come true. I will form a binding contract with you now. A contract? Yes. Sorry, but I don't make deals with your kind. The woman smiled before directing her attention once more to ignite the flames, targeting the grotesque creature's head. At the instant the flames made contact with the small monster, Kavak's long life came to a close. His agonized cries and screams went unheard by anyone, and before long, he was reduced to nothing but a pile of ashes on the ground. Maybe I should have captured him instead or given him to the church? She asked herself while looking at the pile of dirt on the ground. However, soon she just shook her head to affirm that her decision now was the right call. No, trusting these monsters is never a good idea. It's better this way. Soon her form vanished from the forest, and the scenery that was clouded in illusion and silence returned to normal. The encroachment on this territory had finally ended, and no cultist had survived. The woman here made sure of it. Miss Us? What are you doing here? What am I doing here? I should ask you the same question. Before him stood Elodia, who had recently become Roland's wife. Her clothes looked different, and she was wearing a backpack that was similar to the ones used for runic batteries. Her wedding gown had been replaced by a sturdy leather armor adorned with metallic components and inscribed with runes. It was evident that this suit had been crafted by Roland, although Burner was unaware of its specific purpose. I just wanted to help, but what about you? This is not the way to the escape tunnel. She averted her gaze, and Burner narrowed his eyes. It was immediately apparent to him that she likely had the exact same idea. This palace served as the storage and testing ground for the multitude of runic weapons, and was the best area to gear up before ascending the elevator. Haha, I see we both had the same silly plan. What do you mean silly? Well, before Burner could respond to the question, the entire place began to tremble. The reinforced ceiling, which had been meticulously prepared for such situations, started to crack, and even sizable boulders began to fall. The two hurriedly moved about, attempting to evade the collapsing surroundings. What was that? I don't know, we should check. I almost forgot. Fortunately, they didn't need to speculate about the situation. Golemic eyes, functioning much like modern-day cameras, were strategically positioned throughout the entire compound. Roland had set up multiple stations from which a person could view real-time feeds from these runic cameras. One of these stations was nearby, and the two hurriedly made their way there to check on their allies. This doesn't look good. Although it took them about half a minute to locate a functioning golemic camera, they eventually unveiled the truth. They observed a grotesque, otherworldly creature swatting everyone aside, and even Roland in his formidable armor was no match for it. As they watched the battle unfold, they quickly realized that the situation above ground was dire, and the group was likely facing a losing battle. I think we'll need something bigger than these. Burner glanced at the small magical gun he had initially chosen and tossed it aside. It was evident that if even a group of Tier 3 class holders couldn't handle a creature of that magnitude, then the two of them would only be a hindrance. Can we really do nothing but wait here? Where are those soldiers? Elodia frowned, as she had fulfilled her role by summoning the knights. Afterward, she gathered a few items from the panic room and made her way to this location. She understood that it went against Roland's wishes, but she couldn't simply stay there. If there was anything she could do to assist, she was willing, but at the moment, it seemed like there was nothing she could do besides running. Is there really nothing, Burner? Her gaze met Burner's as he struggled to find a solution. There were numerous items in this testing facility, but none of them appeared powerful enough to be of any assistance. They could attempt to gather all the magical explosives to create a smoke screen, but that seemed limited in effectiveness. However, as he surveyed the area, his eyes fell upon the large exoskeleton he had been learning to operate recently. Wait, there might be something with that thing. It might be possible. Really? Yeah, there was one experimental weapon the boss created, but he said it was too dangerous to test here, so we never went through it. Burner knew that it wasn't the greatest idea, but the weapon in question was the best bet. How Roland explained it to him and how he treated it gave the idea some merit. If it was something that could destroy the whole testing facility, then perhaps it would be powerful enough to destroy that strange horror above ground. Soon he sprinted over to the specific item that was covered with a gray piece of cloth. With one strong yank, it was revealed to them. This is it? Yes. But isn't it too big? How will we get it outside? Leave it to me. With the exoskeleton I can do it. But, is there a problem? Elodia inquired as Burner studied the peculiar piece of equipment surrounded by a tangle of wires. It had a slot for what appeared to be an iron rod in the center, and resembled a cannon, but with a design unlike anything she had ever seen. Yeah, the exoskeleton is quite loud. I doubt we can sneak it in without drawing attention. Besides, I'm not sure we'd even have enough time to aim it at anything. Burner replied, his concerns about the device's practicality evident. The device was meant to fire the iron rod in the center at a target before it, but it currently appeared as nothing more than a stationary, oversized cannon barrel. He would likely need to manually aim it with the assistance of the exosuit. Given the creature's ferocious long-range attacks with its tentacles, it would likely prove to be a formidable adversary, making quick work of them if they appeared outside. I think we can do it. Look here. Elodia, on the other hand, seemed to be pumped up. She pressed a side button that was on the runic backpack she was wearing. The moment she did, her whole form started blurring, and Burner could no longer perceive her presence. Then after 1 second passed, she started to appear before him again, and he quickly understood what she was planning. That's great. With that I can carry out the weapon, and the monster will not see me. Quickly, I need to install it onto the exosuit. Now the plan started to finally unfold, but before he could grab the backpack, Elodia shook her head around. No, it won't work without this armor. I'll just come with you. But miss us the boss. I'm coming with you. There is no time. But he could see the determination in her eyes and realized that he wouldn't be able to dissuade her from this decision. Normally, it might have been better for him to handle this task alone and avoid putting more people at risk in this dangerous mission. However, with their friends rapidly losing ground above, there was no time to spare. After a little back and forth, he finally relented and activated the exoskeleton that would allow him to carry the large strange cannon above ground. The plan was set into motion. Burner operated the exoskeleton, bearing the weight of the massive cannon, as they made their way toward one of the emergency exits. As they traversed the workshop, they had to deal with collateral damage and the occasional emergence of strange black tentacles. The elevator was non-functional, but fortunately, another exit remained intact, allowing Burner to transport the weapon. Inside the invisibility spell, the two couldn't communicate with each other. All sound was suppressed, and they moved quickly, aware that their invisibility wouldn't last forever. Finally, they emerged outside, only to witness the eldritch horror battering Roland and pinning him to the ground. While the situation remained dire, for some inexplicable reason, the monstrosity seemed to take its time in toying with its opponents during combat. This unexpected respite allowed them a precious moment to prepare themselves. Just in the nick of time, as the protective spell concealing their approach was about to falter, Burner managed to position the cannon and aim it at the monster. It had paused in front of Roland, its tentacles playing with him, near enough for their plan to take effect. With a flick of a lever, the peculiar cannon sprung to life. The noise it generated was partially muffled by the fading spell, but eventually, the monster sensed something amiss. Yet, by that point, it was already too late. Roland heard a strange sound from the distance right around the time that the creature halted with its killing move. His eye socket was on the verge of being pierced, but then an explosion occurred from the side. He also noticed his wife and assistant materializing seemingly out of thin air. Even though he wanted to shout at them to run, the situation might finally be turning in his favor. As the monster prepared to leap away, Roland seized the tentacle that was right before his eyes. Simultaneously, as Burner and Elodia executed their plan, he channeled all of his mana reserves to send a surge of electricity coursing through the creature's body. He knew it wouldn't kill the creature, but if it could halt it for even a moment, perhaps they could find a way to survive this encounter. Struggling to keep his vision focused on the unfolding situation, Roland was aware of the weapon his assistant had employed. It was an experimental railgun he had been working on recently. By incorporating an electricity rune into the system and surrounding it with magically conductive wiring, he had achieved some success. Although the weapon in question hadn't been thoroughly tested, it appeared to work, with the drawback being that it self-destructed immediately after launching the iron rod projectile at the monster. Despite his desire to check on Elodia's well-being after the blast, the writhing monster in front of him demanded his full attention. Even as he infused it with electrical energy, it continued to thrash about, and delivered a few more blows to his already battered body. Nevertheless, he managed to restrain the monster long enough for the rail to hit its mark. The projectile's speed was truly remarkable, and it brought with it an electrifying aura of mana. Upon impact, an immense burst of electrical energy and heat engulfed the area. Roland, who was nearby, was forcefully thrown back, with some of the creature's tentacles being torn out and flung alongside him. The monster convulsed, emitting an ear-piercing screech, before the smoke and dirt enveloped the entire vicinity. "We did it! Ha! Take that, you smelly bastard!" Burner's joyful shout from the side brought relief to Roland, assuring him that his assistant was unharmed. The rail continued to soar, even after piercing the monstrosity, creating a sizable hole in the nearby wall. This suggested that it had successfully penetrated the monster's tough exterior, raising hopes that it might finally put an end to this nightmare. "Why did you two come here? Get out of here!" Roland had no intention of waiting for the dust to settle. The two individuals he had desperately hoped to keep safe from the creature had just arrived. While they might have saved him from this abomination, it was far too early to let down their guard. "But, just go!" he shouted at Elodia, who called out from behind Burner, who had apparently protected her from the blast. With the help of the suit, the dust slowly began to clear, revealing the aftermath of the powerful railgun blast. The monstrous eldritch horror was on the ground, its tentacles twitching and smoldering from the intense electrical discharge. Smoke and steam emanated from its charred form as it lay motionless, showing signs of severe damage. For a moment, it truly seemed that the monster was defeated, but Roland knew better. If it had been done in by the blast, then he would be getting experience points already. There were two possibilities: either it was not yet dead, but would soon succumb to its wounds, or the battle was not over yet. Shit. It was the latter. The monster abruptly shot up into the air, using its numerous appendages to push itself off the ground. It had a massive hole in the middle of its body, but the core that anchored it wasn't completely obliterated. The black pulsating heart with multiple eyes had been cracked, but more than half of it remained intact. Despite being wounded, the creature was far from dead. "Get away, now! It's aiming for you!" he shouted in a desperate tone, attempting to muster some power. However, his body betrayed him, and his wobbly legs could only propel him forward into a feeble crawl. His head jolted up to see a mass of sharp appendages descending on both of them. Shortly, he heard one of them scream, the voice belonging to Burner, who had borne the brunt of the creature's assault. The large exoskeleton he was in became the main target, and soon parts of it were scattered in all directions, while Roland struggled to maintain his focus. No! Roland could only scream as the monster descended on his loved ones, the two people he held dear the most in this strange world. However, he could only bite his lower lip, inflicting pain to prevent himself from losing consciousness. His gaze remained fixed on the source of their predicament, the eldritch horror that had caused all this chaos. Shortly, the screams of his wife followed, but he was unsure of what had unfolded as a new force materialized moments later. The area illuminated once more in a golden glow as a brilliant energy bolt, resembling a spear of light, collided with the monstrosity. It had originated from outside the compound, and was soon followed by more spears of light. They all descended upon the monster, embedding themselves in its grotesque form. The sounds of people shouting from outside and the approach of heavily armored individuals reached his ears. He recognized the clank of heavy armor and knew that help from outside had arrived. However, his focus was elsewhere, and he began to frantically crawl in the direction where Elodia and Burner had been standing. His body wasn't entirely responsive, but he was determined to reach them at any cost. While the eldritch horror focused on the new arrivals, he had ample time to make his way there. With each step he took, the more his body ached, but he pushed through the pain, his heart pounding in his chest, as he desperately searched for any sign of his loved ones. As he drew closer to the spot where they had been attacked, he found a few scattered pieces of the exoskeleton and some torn clothing. Panic gripped his heart as he feared the worst. He called out their names, his voice hoarse and filled with desperation, but there was no response. The chaos around him continued as the battle raged on, with the golden energy bolts striking the eldritch horror repeatedly, causing it to convulse and emit ear-piercing shrieks. Just as he was about to lose hope, he heard a faint moan coming from beneath a pile of debris. With renewed strength, he began to dig through the wreckage, uncovering first Elodia, who had been injured but was alive. He breathed out a sigh of relief, but soon realized that something was wrong. Not far from her, there was a small pool of blood, and in it a severed arm. "Let me do the talking. Are you sure? Of course, you might not know this, but I've met our friend here before. I don't think we should be performing the interrogation here. There are too many witnesses." "What interrogation? Stop it before he gets the wrong idea." Roland overheard a conversation among 5 individuals who were heading in his and Elodia's direction. He had only recently regained consciousness following the battle with the eldritch horror. Although he had lost consciousness shortly after the battle, he had managed to witness the arrival of the city guard and a whole troop of knights. Their numbers didn't exceed 100, but it was an unusual sight. It was evident to him that these Solarian knights couldn't have been responding to his call for assistance. While Elodia called both his own soldiers over and contacted the church, they should not have been capable of sending such a force. The church could likely provide only a handful of clerics, probably no more than 10. Taking that into consideration, it appeared that these holy knights had been tracking the cult's movements beforehand. They probably traced them to this location and launched an attack as soon as the shrouding spell dissipated, revealing the location of the battle. As they drew nearer, he attempted to piece together the unfolding events. One memory resurfaced swiftly, that of an eye revealing himself to the church in his sunlight wolf form, something they likely recognized instantly. However, this was just one of his concerns, as he had also employed divine energy emulation during the battle, and was uncertain of the paladins' potential reaction if they discovered this. He wasn't even sure if they were aware of this yet, as the creation of the large sun spell had occurred before their arrival. If necessary, he could attribute this accomplishment to Anai, a divine beast capable of freely generating holy mana. Nonetheless, it was risky to draw too much attention to Anai, as the church might attempt to relocate into a more securely defended location. The church was known for protecting their holy beasts, and this place might not be the most suitable for his safety. The third problem that weighed on his mind was Burner. He could clearly remember his friend losing his arm, which had rapidly turned into a black sludge. His knowledge of holy spells was incomplete, but he knew that limb regeneration was beyond the capabilities of a Tier 3 priest. Only priests of higher tiers might possess the skills required, and finding one willing to aid Burner would be an incredibly challenging task. High-ranking clergymen of this level were typically stationed in the Holy Kingdom of Alexandria, and often prioritized aiding capable soldiers within their own faction. Pleas for assistance from outsiders were rarely entertained, and even less if they were just plain blacksmiths. As the questions continued to increase, the group finally arrived, and the cloth that had been dividing his bed from the others was pushed aside. "I'm glad that you're awake, Mr. Wayland. Though it's Sir Wayland now, isn't it?" The first individual who emerged took him by surprise. It was a woman with blonde hair that resembled golden straw. This appearance was somewhat common among Solarian paladins, whose hair often turned blonde during the process of ascending to their Tier 3 classes. Some of them even develop golden-hued irises, if their faith was exceptionally strong, which appeared to be the case for this woman. She was someone he recognized, and her name was Lorena. She belonged to the Golden Order, a faction of knights within the Solarian Church. Their primary responsibility was to combat cultists, which was likely the main reason for their presence here. Their leader, Inquisitor Bartholomew, was a prominent figure and, apparently, Lorena's grandfather. You have really been blessed by the Holy Lady Solaria to have survived a second encounter with these cultists. Dame Lorena, I'm pleased that you remember me, my friend. It's always good to reunite with fellow warriors. Lorena replied warmly, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation. It seemed that she was in a good mood, but some of the other paladins that were with her didn't look as jolly. Their expressions were grim, a stark contrast to Lorena's jovial demeanor. Two of the knights appeared to be scrutinizing the room while a third, a man with intense blue eyes, gazed directly at Roland. His presence exuded an air of suspicion and wariness. Sir Wayland, he addressed Roland with a calculated tone. Your survival amidst such chaos is indeed miraculous. However, there are elements here that prompt further inquiry. Roland could sense that this individual was probing for information, and their attitude was clearly antagonistic. It was apparent that they hadn't come for a simple congratulatory visit or to offer assistance. If he didn't provide the right answers, he might be taken in for further questioning elsewhere. Roland had heard stories about the Solarian Inquisition, and if you were deemed an enemy, torture was part of the process. I appreciate the concern for my well-being and your order's timely arrival. It was indeed a harrowing encounter with the cultists. I must commend your bravery and swiftness in dealing with the situation, but I don't think this is the best place for such a discussion. In reality, Roland had no desire to engage in this conversation at that moment. It was evident that these paladins were attempting to corner him right after he had regained consciousness, likely with the intention of interrogating him before he could gather his thoughts. Therefore, he deemed it wiser to postpone this discussion to a later time. He deliberately emphasized the positive aspects of the situation, hoping to keep the atmosphere friendly. Additionally, his armor was not with him, which meant he couldn't conduct a proper identification process to ascertain the true identities of these individuals. They were wearing items that concealed their real names, and without his armor, he couldn't cloak his mana while accessing this information. This won't take long. I am Sir Gideon, Paladin of the Radiant Order. We want to discuss the unholy conjuration that was unleashed here, and which you were a part of. We also wish to ask you about the strange concentration of divine energy within the area of the incident, and also, the man called Gideon ignored his words and started getting closer. His gaze was go, and it seemed as if he was just glaring in his direction. Luckily, Lorena, who noticed the tense atmosphere, was quick to interject on his behalf. Gideon, surely our purpose here is not to interrogate, but to offer support. The immediate threat has been dealt with, and Sir Wayland is still in recovery. How about you leave this to me for now? The two looked at each other for a moment. Gideon's expression remained unaltered, but it was apparent that he was contemplating something. Roland was not aware of the hierarchical structure within this unit of Golden Order Knights, but it appeared that these 5 individuals were more or less on equal footing. There might be a group leader somewhere, but at least he didn't seem to be present in this situation. Lorena's intervention seemed to momentarily defuse the tension in the room. Gideon, while still appearing displeased, eventually stepped back, yielding to her request. Roland noticed the other knights exchanging subtle glances, possibly indicating some internal issues within their ranks. It was possible that due to Lorena's connections to a High Inquisitor, the other individuals were hesitant to express their concerns. Although this may not have been beneficial for their group, it worked in his favor. He had a connection with this woman, having once saved her life, and thankfully, it seemed that she was inclined to support his stance on this matter. Thank you for your understanding, Sir Wayland. I apologize for the brusque approach. Gideon can be a bit zealous when it comes to matters of the church. Roland nodded in acknowledgement. He had dealt with zealous individuals before, and knew it was often better to handle them delicately. I appreciate your consideration, Dame Lorena. If you have any questions, I'll do my best to provide answers, but I would prefer to have a more private setting. Lorena gave a subtle nod, understanding the need for privacy. She turned to the other paladins and addressed them, her voice somewhat firm but not confrontational. Gentlemen, I believe we can continue this conversation in a more suitable environment. Sir Wayland has been through a lot, and it's only fair that he has the chance to recover and gather his thoughts. Let's not forget our primary mission here, which is to address the cultist threat. The other paladins nodded in agreement with Gideon, looking somewhat displeased by the situation. Soon the group started to leave, but their presence would not really vanish, as they would continue guarding this infamy that contained all the witnesses of the encounter with the cultists. You have my thanks, Dame Lorena. Lorena is fine. We are both equals, are we not? Don't worry about Gideon. He just worries a lot. It's not easy to be a paladin. He nodded at her words, and the woman responded with a bright smile. After their conversation, he was left alone in the room, but he was still under the watchful eye of one of the knights stationed outside the entrance. It was possible that they harbored suspicions that some of the people present might be involved with the cultists, and could attempt to flee. Under the circumstances, he couldn't really blame them, as encountering an eldritch horror in the middle of nowhere was an unusual situation. Are they gone? Not yet, but I don't think we should worry about them. It might not seem like it, but they are probably on our side. Elodia finally spoke, having awakened during their conversation. But choosing to remain silent, she conducted herself with poise and followed the proper etiquette of not speaking in the presence of knights. Although she was the wife of a knight, her origins were still those of a commoner. Some might consider that a potential issue. A paladin from the Solarian Church was not exactly a typical knight within this kingdom. Their primary allegiance lay more with their neighboring kingdom of Alexandria. They held something akin to special diplomatic immunity. While their nation might not be particularly large, it served as the headquarters for the Solarian Church, which comprised forces dedicated to combating undead creatures and cultists. They sustained themselves by battling these malevolent factions, and in return, they enjoyed the privilege of unrestricted travel through other countries. While they weren't considered true nobility, nobody wanted to become entangled with them. A paladin could practically accuse anyone of being part of a cult, and such an accusation would seldom be questioned. Fortunately, Roland held the position of Knight Commander, which would make it a more challenging process to target him. It had become evident to him that perhaps it was a wise choice to cease hiding so much. Now he possessed some bargaining power on his side, and his connection with the Golden Order Paladin Lorena was also advantageous. He couldn't imagine the interaction going as smoothly without her presence in the room. When he reorganized himself, he needed to express his gratitude to her once again. For now, though, he had to focus on other matters. But let's not talk about them anymore. How are you feeling? Are you injured anywhere? No, I'm fine. It's you I'm worried about. Sister Kasia spent many hours healing you. She mentioned that there might be some lingering abyssal corruption in you, so please take it easy. Elodia remarked with concern in her voice. It was evident that she had spent a considerable amount of time tending to his body, and the presence of a sponge and bucket of water, along with the absence of sweat on his body, were clear indicators of her care. His body seemed mostly fine, but he could see a few debuffing effects stuck on his status that lowered some of his stats. I feel fine. You can't kill me that easily. To reassure his concerned wife, he leaned forward in an attempt to get out of bed. Even though his head started to hurt slightly, he managed to hold all indications of pain in to assure of his well-being. You really shouldn't be getting up now. I know, but now is not the time for sitting. I want to see him. You mean? Yeah. Elodia didn't need to ask whom Roland had in mind, as she already realized. Thanks to his mana sense, he was aware of multiple individuals in the room, some of whom he already knew. Everyone had a distinct mana pattern, and it was easy to become accustomed to it when working with them for an extended period. He could identify a handful of individuals by their mana patterns, one of them being his wife, while another was his longtime assistant with whom he had worked for many years. The memory of Burner being injured while wearing the exoskeleton was still vivid in his mind. However, thanks to his mana sense, he didn't need to frantically ask Elodia what had occurred after he lost consciousness. Burner was in the infirmary along with other survivors like Armand and Lobelia. With determination, he moved both his feet to the ground and took his first step. Most of his body had been mended through divine arts, including his shattered bones, which had been restored. It made it possible for him to move freely now that he had woken up. Elodia gazed at him with concern in her eyes, and tried to assist him as he got up. He simply smiled and continued to reassure her that he was fine. Soon, he moved the partition curtains aside to check on his neighbor, Burner. There, he saw Diana with a sleeping child in her arms. Like Elodia, she had come to tend to her husband, but unfortunately, he was in a worse condition than Roland. Burner lay on the bed next to Roland's, his face pale and covered in sweat. His right arm was missing, and in its place was a tightly wrapped bandage. Roland could see the anguish in Diana's eyes as she held their child, trying to remain strong for both of them. Although Burner appeared to have received treatment, there was still a lingering dark energy emanating from his body. It was likely that the creature that injured him had a tier of power that exceeded the abilities of the clerics assembled here. The only reason that Roland was fine was thanks to his strong body, but Burner was just a non-combatant with a blacksmith class, who had suffered a more extensive injury as well. As Roland approached, Diana looked up and her eyes met his. She forced a weak smile, but he could tell from the bags under her eyes that she hadn't slept for a while. "Roland, you're awake." I didn't know what to do." Burner heaved. Roland placed a comforting hand on Diana's shoulder. "It's going to be all right, Diana. We'll find a way to help him. The church paladins are here, and they have great healers. I know they said that he should be getting better, and that the worst had passed, but..." Diana had already received assurance from the priests, but that didn't mean she wasn't still plagued by worries. When looking at Burner, he appeared unwell, but it was true that the cursed mana within his body was gradually diminishing. If he stayed in the infirmary, his condition would eventually improve over the course of a week. Wah! As he was looking at his friend who saved his life, the baby in Diana's wife started to cry. She was quick to comfort the child, rocking it gently in her arms, but the sound of the baby's cries started to get louder. Before she could apologize, Elodia moved in close to offer some help. "How about we go outside and get some fresh air? Wayland will stay with Burner instead." He didn't mind and just nodded while the two soon left. It was probably hard on Burner's wife to keep herself strong in a situation like that. Her husband just lost a limb, and would probably have a hard time ever working as a blacksmith again. Roland turned his attention to the stump covered in bandages, a stark reminder of the battle they had just endured. If Burner hadn't arrived along with Elodia, he likely would have already perished, as the monster was poised to deliver the final blow. Without his experimental weapon coming into play, there wouldn't have been enough time for the Golden Order to arrive and save the day. The timely arrival of the Golden Order was what ultimately spared him. He would forever be grateful to his friend who could have chosen to save himself, but stayed to help. Thoughts of pleading with the church for the assistance of a Tier 4 priest crossed his mind. He even considered using his knowledge of the relic as a bargaining chip, but the chances of successfully recovering his friend's limb after a prolonged period remained uncertain. However, while glancing at the missing arm with his eyes, he noticed something. Perhaps there was a way to alleviate this issue in a different fashion, one through his own skills. The room fell into silence as the night gave way to the dawning day, and the first rays of sunlight streamed in through the window. A bandaged figure gazed at another person's missing arm, severed at the elbow, with nothing left but a pitiful stump. However, in his vision, there was something more there, a blue phantom of the missing limb. Is the mana storing what was once his hand? As Roland contemplated, his eyes flashed with a blue hue. He employed the same skill he used to predict his enemy's movements, but this time, to his astonishment, it provided him with unique insights into this world. It was the first instance of him using this ability on a person with a missing limb, and it unveiled something intriguing. Although Burner's arm was missing, the mana that reflected his body portrayed the limb as a complete, bluish phantom. Does mana also store a person's information like some sort of storage device? Is this perhaps how divine healing spells can work? He wasn't entirely certain about this theory, but it seemed to make sense in his mind. There were divine spells capable of restoring limbs, but their mechanisms remained a mystery. Initially, he had assumed they used a person's DNA to reconstruct the limb to its original form, but perhaps there was an entirely different method at play. If the mana within a person stored all of their information, it would provide an alternative explanation. Two main types of healing spells and potions existed. The first type amplified a person's regenerative abilities to aid in wound recovery. Some monsters could restore limbs and even brain matter, representing one variation of this type. The second type consisted of divine spells that could magically revert an injured person to a previous state. As he examined the mana phantom, he contemplated the possibility that the state might be stored within mana itself. This idea was a novel concept to him, as he had previously thought of mana as more of an energy source that circulated throughout the world. It was a resource that appeared on almost all living beings' status screens, and was consumed when casting spells. The notion that mana might possess storage capabilities could open up new avenues for his research, particularly in the field of prosthetics. Magical prosthetics were not a novel concept in this world. However, they were typically only accessible to magic casters. These prosthetics relied on a person's ability to manipulate mana, and could only be operated by individuals who could use magic. Such individuals were not really using their lost limb, but rather replacing it with something akin to a mage hand. Over time, they became accustomed to moving the prosthetic, as though it were a natural extension of themselves. For regular individuals, replicating this feat was impossible. This new discovery offered a glimmer of hope in Burner's situation, and opened up the possibility of developing prosthetics for individuals who couldn't manipulate mana. If the information for the lost hand was stored within the mana itself, it might be feasible to connect that data to a replacement arm. While this endeavor would require extensive research and development, it held the potential to create a device that could replicate the functions of the lost hand, and even restore the sensation of touch. This revelation ignited a spark of inspiration within Roland, and gave him some hope. However, there were some glaring problems with all of the theories that were rushing inside of his brain. He realized that the theory he had stumbled upon might not be a new discovery, and that other mages could have attempted it before, possibly without success. Burner was not the only non-mage that required a replacement limb. It seemed like a lucrative endeavor, which meant that this feat would not be an easy one. Is that you, boss? Ah, are you awake? Aye. Roland snapped out of his thoughts upon noticing that Burner had finally regained consciousness. His wife, Diana, was outside the room, taking a break from watching over him. Roland's first instinct was to call her back in, as she was likely anxiously waiting for her husband to wake up. I should probably call Diana over. She just went outside. I'm sure she'd want to know that her husband has woken up. Wait. However, before he could turn to leave the room, Burner made an attempt to sit up. There was a problem. Though due to his missing right arm, the attempt was awkward. He tried to push himself up as if his missing limb was still there, but ended up falling back onto the bed. As he looked at the missing part, he began to recall that day's events. Aye, that's right, me right arm, that monster took it. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's because of me if you didn't go back. Burner saved Roland's life by bringing out the experimental rail cannon, but also suffered for it dearly. If he had just retreated back through the escape tunnel, his arm would be still intact, but on the other hand, Roland's might have not been here. Nah, I made a decision. Now I have to live with it, and I'd do the same thing if I ugh. As Roland replied, he let out a weak chuckle, but soon his laughter turned into labored panting. The divine energy had healed his injuries and restored his bones and organs, but the debuffing effects still lingered, making his body weak and in pain. He knew that recovery would take some time, and Burner needed to be patient until his health was restored. It's going to take some time before that cursed energy leaves your body. Just rest. Aye, that might be a good idea. Soon he was drifting back off to sleep, with his breathing becoming more regulated. Without being able to do much, he decided to just visit the other patients instead. Both Armand and Lobelia were here as well, with only the guildmaster missing. Considering that he had the highest level, it wasn't strange that he had woken up the fastest and gone on his way. I wonder what he did with my axe. Roland made his way over to Armand's bedside and observed the arrangement of the patients. It was clear that all the people he knew were placed together, and there didn't seem to be any outsiders among them. It was evident that the church was giving them preferential treatment or keeping them under close surveillance. Given their involvement in the encounter with the cultists, it made sense that they were being closely watched and treated by the church. There was also one empty bed that had the residual mana signature of his favorite Baldy, to confirm his theory. How did that Baldy leave though? Did he talk himself out of it? The absence of the guildmaster indicated that he had been allowed to leave, possibly after being interrogated and determined not to be a significant threat. Since some time had passed since the incident, this seemed like the most likely scenario. It also brought a problem to the forefront. He had not really been interrogated yet, and he was not sure how it would turn out. It was concerning that his pendant, which he had worn since Adelgard, was missing. It had been destroyed along with his armor, which also had a similar masking enchantment on it. Although he could potentially create new runes on metallic objects that were here, it was not necessary anymore. During his treatment, the church personnel likely had enough time to inspect his status screen, possibly discovering his real name and true class, Runesmith Overlord. It might be unwise to lie to the church. I have no idea what they might do, and also, the absence of an eye from the room was noticeable, but the fact that Elodia wasn't in distress likely meant that their canine companion was safe. Roland would have to inquire about Anai's whereabouts later, when he had a chance to speak with his wife or other individuals in the room. I still have some things that I can bargain with, so not everything is lost. While pacing around this clinic room, he continued to think about the future. There were several problems that wouldn't allow him to continue with his life as before. First off, the cultists had launched an attack on his home and were clearly aware of his existence. There was a possibility that they knew about his secrets and how he was able to disable their relic. On the other hand, the fact that a week had passed without any direct retaliation from the cultists suggested that they might not be fully aware of his capabilities. Previously, they launched a full assault to destroy the captured monolith, just to safeguard their secrets. History usually repeated itself. If they knew about what transpired here, they should have acted sooner. Could they be afraid of the Golden Order? Could there be another attack? He continued to pose those questions while going back to the bed he previously occupied. As he glanced through the windows, he could see numerous knights and soldiers patrolling the area. This location was within the city, making it a challenging target for any hostile takeover. Unlike the situation in the other city, the cultists here lacked abominations and thralls to obstruct the city guard. Nonetheless, he had to be ready for any situation, including the chance that they might discover his abilities in the future. Even if they weren't aware of his true potential at the moment, it was evident that their cult members had been deployed in this region once more. They would undoubtedly attempt to unravel the mystery, and would eventually dispatch someone to investigate. This location had already become a hazardous area for anyone connected to this incident. My best bet would be to push everything onto the Golden Order, but will that be enough? Engaging with the Church of Solaria could indeed be a strategic move in safeguarding his home and loved ones. Their opposition to the cultists made them a potential ally in the fight against this common threat. Roland needed to find a way to establish communication and build trust with the Church, all while being cautious about revealing too much about his own abilities and knowledge. It would be a delicate balancing act, but it might be the key to securing his future and protecting those he cared about. Even if the Church had chosen to protect him, it wasn't sufficient. He had erroneously assumed that reaching Tier 3 would guarantee his safety. However, after his encounter with the Eldritch Horror, it became evident that there were forces beyond his comprehension. It was not a challenge that he could simply overcome by leveling up and isolating himself in an endless dungeon grind. He required additional assistance and access to advanced runic technology. There were various paths to explore, but first, he needed to initiate a discussion with the Golden Order. Everything depended on these potential allies and the value he could offer them. His primary bargaining tool would be his ability to disable the cultists' illusory devices, an ability that he had mostly mastered now. Before sharing this knowledge, he had to negotiate some sort of agreement that would, at least temporarily, keep them bound to Albrook. We're back. His contemplations were interrupted by Elodia and Diana, that finally returned from their small break. The dedication of Elodia and Diana to their husband's well-being was evident, due to their bags under the eyes. It was a reminder that Roland was not alone in facing the challenges ahead, and also gave him the fuel to push on with his current plan. He would find a way to get himself free of these cultists by being more proactive. Welcome back. Burner woke up for a moment. I think he is getting better. He did. He quickly gave Diana that good news and watched her take off. Elodia, who was the one holding the child, smiled. Soon the two heard her sobbing slightly and Burner trying to soothe her instead. Both Armand and Lobelia also soon awoke to share their own tale of being flung into several trees and having their bones broken. The only person who escaped from the entire predicament mostly unscathed was Elodia, who took it upon herself to tend to everyone's needs. As everyone started to recover, Roland inquired about the events that occurred after he had blacked out. The only person who witnessed everything unfold was Elodia, and she painted a detailed picture of the events without leaving anything out. She started out at the exact end of the encounter, where a group of Solarian knights rushed in to discover an eye. The form of the sunlight variant was quite distracting, and Elodia was surprised by how quickly the Solarian knights started to back away. It seemed as if they were afraid to touch the growling wolf who was protecting the passed-out Burner and Roland. It was only after the soldiers from the city, along with Arthur, appeared a few minutes later that the tension cleared up. With their arrival and Elodia's ability to calm an eye down, the two could receive immediate aid from the clerics gathered there. Sister Kasia was present as she had taken part in the monster subjugation. Once their lives were no longer in danger, everyone was rushed into the city, and the entirety of Roland's home had been seized by the church. As per usual protocol, they needed to search for any cultist survivors and potential future danger. Arthur, who was the lord of this land, would typically have all the rights to lock down the place without the church's involvement. Unfortunately, when evil cultists were involved, not even a noble could do anything about it. By royal decree, they were allowed to take charge whenever evil forces were involved. This was one of the reasons that the Inquisition was feared, as not even nobles could fully oppose them. It was clear that the Church of Solaria had taken swift and thorough action to secure the area and ensure that no remnants of the cultists remained. While he didn't like the fact that a foreign force was patrolling his home, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. With a higher concentration of their focus there, it was less likely for a new wave of attacks to occur. So, where's Anai? He actually remained back. I told him to protect our home until we return. Don't worry about him. These paladins have a strange reverence for him. I think they see him as some sort of holy beast. They do? The story soon came to an end, and he was left with more questions. The reason for Anai not being here was that he was left back at the compound to protect it. He was not sure to what extent they worshipped his canine companion, but this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. At least they didn't seem fixated at forcing him anywhere, which potentially gave him a new bargaining chip. With all the information now gathered, he needed to prepare. He couldn't afford to reveal too much too soon. He needed to play his cards carefully, especially when it came to dealing with an organization as powerful and enigmatic as the Church of Solaria. They held most of the power here, and could potentially attempt to force everything out of him. Luckily, this new revelation about Anai could provide him with a buffer, as he was linked to the holy beast that the church worshipped. Are you sure that you are fine? You've been spacing out for a while now, maybe you should get some sleep? Oh, no, I'm fine. I'm just thinking about some things. If I can help with anything then. I know. Roland smiled, and for a moment, he just focused on his new wife. For a moment, he was scared that he would never see her again. Many people would not be able to endure such a traumatic event, but there she was, offering her support to him without even asking for anything in return. It just confirmed the fact that he made the right decision by asking for her hand. I appreciate your concern. I'll be alright, it's just a lot to process. But I'll get through this like I always did. I know, but what do you mean by you? Didn't you mean we? Elodia's eyebrows furrowed, and she seemed to be pouting slightly. Sorry, I guess I'm still not used to this. With a gentle smile, she leaned in and gave him a warm kiss. It was a moment of solace amidst the chaos that had unfolded in their lives. The two of them had faced adversity, but their bond had only grown stronger. Now they just needed to do the same and face the next hurdle together. I apologize for not being able to visit sooner, but as you know, we had a little situation. That's fine. I bet you had to deal with the Golden Order locking down the city. Quite so. Roland nodded at Arthur, who had come to visit him at the clinic. A day had passed since he had awoken, and his body was feeling much better. Most of the debuffing effects that had been affecting him were now gone, and he could be released. However, there was one small problem: the Golden Solarian Order of Paladins. They still wanted to have a chat with him, and were adamant about not letting him out of their grasp before that. Even Arthur couldn't do anything about it, as they could invoke the kingdom laws to override his status. Perhaps if the Duke stepped in, it would be possible, but his son didn't have that kind of power. How far have they gone? They blocked off the city and are going through every home. I assume they have some sort of magical device to detect cultists? That could be possible. Roland pondered the situation. The church's thorough investigation wasn't unexpected, considering the recent attack on his home. However, he needed to be cautious about how much information he shared. His knowledge about creating divine runes posed a problem, and then there was also the matter of Anai. He had to assume that the Golden Order had already conducted their research on him, leaving little room for evasion. If he started lying and didn't cooperate, there was also the possibility of him getting captured and held as a heathen. The Inquisition was notorious for torturing suspects, as healing magic could easily mend physical injuries. They didn't worry about making mistakes. However, the mental scars endured from days or weeks of such torment were usually irreversible. It was better to tread carefully, as even the position of head knight would not protect him if he was deemed to be a cultist. Did they try to interrogate you? Oh, they did. Luckily, thanks to my disguise, I have a sound alibi. You, on the other hand, I'll have to speak to them before leaving. I should probably get it over with. Roland let out a sigh, receiving a reassuring pat from Arthur. Throughout the entire cultist attack, Arthur had been in disguise, sparing him from scrutiny. Unfortunately, Burner, Elodia, and all the others weren't as fortunate. They would have to endure the Golden Order's interrogation. They hadn't done anything wrong, but Roland could foresee some of them unintentionally revealing information. Armand was known to be talkative, so details about the holy runes might eventually slip out. Moreover, there was the matter of the massive sun-like spell that Roland had created, which had spilled out into the open when it detonated. Should I pretend that I have some type of blessing from Solaria? They probably have some way to test for divine classes and blessings, though probably not the greatest idea. The prospect of facing the Golden Order was daunting, but Roland realized he couldn't delay it any longer. He needed to tread carefully, and perhaps withholding information was not the best approach in this situation. In reality, he needed the Golden Order as much as they needed his knowledge about the relic. Though it was his trump card, he actually wanted to present it to the church. Anyone who could help keep the cult at bay was a potential ally, and releasing the knowledge would eliminate any reason for further pursuit. Nevertheless, it was still something that he could get a good price on, and there were some things that he wanted from this exchange. As he prepared to face the interrogation, the door to the clinic room opened, and a stern-looking paladin entered. The paladin was clad in shining armor adorned with the emblem of the Golden Solarian Order. His gaze was sharp, and Roland could sense the aura of authority emanating from him. Even without using his analyzing skill, Roland was aware that this person was a Tier 3 class holder, probably above level 200. The room fell into a tense silence as the paladin surveyed the occupants. Knight Commander Wayland, follow me. We need to have a discussion regarding the recent events. Sir Gideon and Dame Lorena are waiting. His tone was cold and to the point, something that a close-by resident caught on and decided to comment about. Hey, that's no way of talking to a knight commander. It was not Arthur, and not any of the soldiers that Roland commanded. Instead, it was his brother-in-law Armand. He, along with Lobelia, had awoken as well, and both were still suffering from some cursed after-effects. They weren't that injured to begin with, but their stats could not compare to his and the guildmaster's. Hey you idiot, stop. Why should I? Who does this shiny asshole think he is? Lobelia started pulling him back, while Armand shot a menacing glare at the Golden Order paladin. The man in shining armor took the threat seriously and reached for the longsword strapped to his side. His opponent, however, was still a Tier 3 class holder who didn't require weapons to fight. Even if Roland were unarmed, he posed a threat and was also potentially involved with the cult. Are you trying to resist the Golden Order inquiry? Hold on, Armand. Let's not escalate things here. We can cooperate and sort everything out without unnecessary confrontations. Just leave this to me. Roland interjected, placing a calming hand on Armand's shoulder. The tension in the room eased slightly, but the paladin remained vigilant, eyeing Armand and Roland with suspicion. Only after Armand started backing away did he move his hand away from that magical sword. If they try something, just start shouting. I'll back you up. You can count on me. That's reassuring. Now get some rest. Even though Armand was puffing up his chest, his legs seemed a bit wobbly. He would not be capable of beating the knight if it came to a full-on fight, but the sentiment didn't go unnoticed. It was a strange feeling to have people on your side for a change, and he would need to think about a way to return the favor later. Come with me, Knight Commander Wayland. We don't have time for unnecessary delays. The paladin stated, emphasizing his authority, but also performed a courteous bow in Arthur's direction. The noble didn't go unnoticed, but his status was relatively low, and not something these golden paladins would worry too much about. Finally, Roland followed the paladin out of the clinic room, that he would probably not be returning to anymore. Outside, Roland noticed other armored men stationed who didn't carry themselves like the paladin. Their armor wasn't as pristine, but they still bore the symbol of the sun. All of them were armed and stared in his direction the moment he stepped out. Roland, currently without his armor and prohibited from carrying weapons, felt the weight of being treated as a political prisoner. However, he wasn't expecting to be held captive for much longer. Soon they moved through the clinic and towards the main building, where another higher Golden Order knight was waiting for him. I wonder where that woman is. Will she be the one interrogating me? He was not aware of the names of these two paladins, but they had been present when Lorena and Gideon approached him. On the surface, it seemed that she was on his side, and that the man disliked him. In the past, he had saved the woman's life, so she owed him something, but he couldn't trust anyone too much. These people had their own agenda, and so did he. It was just up to him to secure a more favorable deal before revealing what he knew. Soon, he was led to an underground area inside the church that he wasn't fully aware of. There, before a large wooden door, he spotted Lorena, who for some reason was waving in his direction. Don't worry, this won't take too long. Is that so? Lorena was also wearing her own full suit of armor, but had removed her helmet. The other two paladins moved to the side, while she pushed the door open to reveal Gideon already waiting for them inside. The room was dimly lit, with candles casting flickering shadows on the walls. The air was heavy with an air of authority and a touch of sanctity. Lorena moved to stand beside Gideon, who wore his usual stern expression. Please take a seat, Knight Commander Wayland, or should I call you Knight Commander Roland of House Arden instead? While sitting down, he kept a passive expression, just as he had assumed his real name had been exposed during the treatment. As he continued to sit down, Gideon continued his monologue, which clearly tried to probe for some answers. You are far away from home, Sir Roland. Can you tell me what a person from the central region is doing here? In enemy territory, no less. I see that you are well informed about me, but I have my own reasons to be here. I'm not a part of that family anymore. Is that so? Did they banish you? There were no official statements concerning such a case. It appeared that Gideon had used his time well, conducting thorough research on Roland's background. The church had its own information network, and staying informed about noble dealings was crucial. Roland's father, a prominent figure in the Kingdom Army and part of the Royalist faction, made it peculiar to see one of his sons in the south, under the command of the Valyrian household. One thing that confused him was the lack of change in his status, with no official declaration of his death or disappearance. Gideon, thanks to the church resources, would likely have been able to unearth any such information. The fact that Gideon wasn't pressing the issue of him being dead or missing confirmed this theory. Perhaps he was deemed so inconsequential that his father didn't even feel inclined to bother with such a matter. My departure wasn't something official. I chose to leave the family and pursue my own path. It's not something that should concern the church or the Golden Order. But it does. You are just the right kind of person that the abyssal cult would search out. Banished from your noble home, searching for greater purpose or revenge? You must be joking. Are you insinuating that I'm part of the cult? Why would they try to kill me here then? You had a falling out? That's an absurd allegation, and you know it. Roland fought the urge to slam his fist down on the table, hoping it would break and send splinters flying at the paladin's face. However, he managed to refrain from getting too emotional, recognizing that Gideon likely aimed to provoke such a reaction. As long as he remained calm and collected, there was nothing from these accusations that could stick. Now, Gideon, let us not get ahead of ourselves. Sir Roland's past doesn't really matter. We should focus on the present incident. Lorena, seated right next to Gideon, finally decided to speak up. Although both were positioned opposite him, it was clear that Gideon was the primary interrogator. While it seemed that she was on his side, Roland couldn't be sure. Perhaps she was merely playing the good cop to the other man's bad cop, attempting to lower his defenses. Nevertheless, he didn't want to prolong his stay in this place, so he decided to expedite the conversation. We probably should. I'm sure you want to know how I was able to stay continuous against the cultists twice. He leaned back into his chair, crossing both of his hands together, as he scrutinized their facial expressions. Roland surmised that Lorena had likely informed Gideon about their first encounter, and how she had been awakened from the illusion state. It dawned on him that they probably realized he was implying knowledge of countering the spell. Quite so, it was surprising then. But even more now, we found parts of the accursed relic within the remains of that creature. Dame Lorena, why are you disclosing such information? Calm down, Gideon. This man isn't our enemy. He actually holds the key to a breakthrough. A breakthrough? It seemed that his Golden Order acquaintance had already realized what the stakes here were, and that perhaps holding Roland in a dimly lit room wasn't the best idea. Indeed, he possesses some unique knowledge regarding the cultist's relic, and the way to set people free. Isn't that right, Sir Roland? Does he? Why didn't you consult me about this earlier, Dame Lorena? Oh, it must have slipped my mind. But I'm sure you're acquainted with the recent incident involving those bastards. Yes, I see, so it was him? Roland didn't say anything, but it seemed that Lorena withheld some information from her Golden Order friend. He was quick on the uptake as he connected the dots together. His gaze became a lot more intense than before, but for some reason, it felt like there wasn't as much disdain in there. How is it possible? If this is true, then you must tell us how. Previously, Roland had managed to restrain himself from an emotional outburst, but the same couldn't be said for Gideon. His hand slammed onto the wooden table, quickly giving way under the pressure and collapsing. It was evident that Gideon was eager for an answer, but the moment the table gave in, he appeared somewhat apologetic, a stark contrast to his previous behavior. It seemed possible that Roland's perceived worth in the man's eyes had shifted, and Gideon could no longer continue to bully him with questions. My apologies, Sir Roland, but could you tell me, are you really able to counter that effect? After regaining some momentum, Roland decided to toss the paladin a bone. His aim was still to use the church for his own gain, just as they desired his technology to awaken people from the relic slumber. He intended to use their services to protect his property and loved ones. Yes, that's true. I was able to awaken myself before the cultists entered my home. This is probably why I am still talking to you. But let me explain some things first. One big reason these people needed him was the absence of a working relic for examination. Roland had previously utilized his debugging skill to obtain the schematics, implementing countermeasures after figuring out the relic's intricacies. The church had lost the large monolith during the cult's attack, impeding their progress. He was fortunate to be the sole possessor of the schematic and runic technology, capable of countering the effects of the illusions, and that's what he hoped to imply with his recount of the events. As Roland began to explain the details of his encounter with the cultists and the relic, Gideon and Lorena listened intently. The dimly lit room became a stage for Roland's narrative, and with each revelation, the tension seemed to dissipate. He described the mechanics of the illusion in somewhat of a vague manner, to not give his secrets away too early. Gideon, despite his initial hostility, started to appreciate the gravity of Roland's knowledge. The potential breakthrough in combating the cultists and understanding the relic's properties overshadowed any suspicions about Roland's past. However, to win the church over to his side, it would require more than just theories and strategies. Ordinarily, such claims would demand tangible proof, but the fact that he was awake with the miniaturized relic remains was enough to intrigue the Golden Order and make them willing to cooperate. You have been avoiding answering my inquiries. I presume you wish to receive something for your knowledge? I'm glad that is correct. I do have some terms that I wish you to follow through on before I reveal more details. First and foremost, I want the church's protection for my estate and those close to me. I need assurance that they won't be targeted by the cult or anyone else seeking my knowledge. Both of the knights exchanged glances with each other. It seemed that the request wasn't entirely unexpected, and perhaps they had even prepared to negotiate. I see. Regretfully, we are but simple paladins. We would need to consult someone in a higher position. Oh, why don't I just ask grandfather? Lorena interjected before Gideon could finish his sentence. The moment her grandfather was mentioned, Roland noticed the mostly calm paladin flinch. If he remembered correctly, the man she was referring to was a high inquisitor, someone who could even call forth a flying ship, as was the case during the cultist attack. While Roland wasn't too keen on having someone who knew his father and identity involved, it was already out in the open. However, he was an inquisitor with actual power. People would think twice about approaching an area that was protected under his name and banner. I probably won't be able to stop you, Dame Lorena, but why don't we discuss the other issue before we make a decision? Ah, that issue. What issue? Roland, who thought that he was about to sign a contract, suddenly started to get a bad premonition. The issue concerning the sacred beast, of course. Gideon leaned forward, his gaze fixed on Roland with a newfound intensity. The mention of a sacred beast made him somewhat uneasy. From Melodia's story, it seemed they were concerned for an eye. It aligned with the old legends about sunlight wolves, and their obvious connection to the goddess. However, Roland couldn't rule out the possibility that they would resort to forceful means to take possession of his tamed beast. Typically, a monster attached to a person was considered a tamed beast, reinforced by this world system. Both he and Anai were present on each other's status screens. If analyzed enough, it was possible to see Roland listed as Anai's current master, but it wasn't an unchangeable title. Instances existed where tamed monsters were passed down to others, sometimes by choice, but other times by force. There were items and skills that could take away the master titles. Usually, people with tamer classes possess them, but for a creature of Anai's magnitude, it wouldn't be such an easy task. It was harder to control tamed monsters of higher levels and ones with long-lasting relationships with their masters. Taming in a sense was a sort of charm effect that also brainwashed the monster. The higher the beast's intelligence and willpower was, the harder it was for such skills to work on them. You mean Anai? What about him? Hope he hasn't been troubling you too much. Troubling? Nothing of the sort. It's such a magnificent creature. Lorena was the one to interject after he answered while prodding for some answers. It wasn't hard to assume that the two were interested in the sunlight wolf. That's good. But I don't see how my tame beast has anything to do with this incident. So, it is your tame beast? Of course, who else would it belong to? The replies were somewhat odd. It was as if they had not examined Anai to any extent. His armor had been damaged during the battle, so hiding status screens had become impossible. If they wanted, they could easily discover the truth, but for some reason they didn't. It seemed as if they didn't want to use their skills on him. Could it be some rule within the church? Is it forbidden for them to analyze what they perceive as sacred beasts belong to? How is that even possible? How could someone outside the church be accepted by the holy beast? It doesn't make any sense. This time, it was Gideon who spoke up, though he lacked a table to smack. Instead, he resorted to hitting his own knee. His eyes narrowed, seeking an answer that Roland was hesitant to provide. To do so, he would have to delve into his involvement with divine rune emulation, and elaborate on how he had revived Anai from the brink of death. This, in all likelihood, was the catalyst for Anai's evolution into the Sunlight Wolf. That's true. It's said that only those of the sun can trigger a divine transformation. Are you, by any chance, a paladin of the order yourself, Sir Roland? Lorena inquired, her eyes growing in anticipation of his answer. It didn't seem like he could lie his way out of this one, but before indulging the two paladins, he needed to make something clear. One aspect of this situation kept bothering him. How did these church members assemble such a large force? They had to know where the cultists were going to attack beforehand, or had been trailing them from a safe distance. Before I answer your question, I have one for you instead. How did you get here so fast? What do you mean? Responded Gideon while raising a brow, his face growing colder the longer Roland continued to ask his question. I've been thinking, but things just don't add up. Either your people did a terrible job at sanctifying the village where the incident took place, or you did it on purpose. What are you implying? I'm sure that you know what I am implying. You set a trap for these cultists, and I was the sacrificial lamb. Gideon and Lorena exchanged glances, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Roland could see the gears turning in their minds, contemplating whether or not to confirm his suspicions. The silence lingered, broken only by the distant echoes of footsteps from the church above. Finally, Lorena sighed, relenting to the truth with Gideon frowning as she revealed it. You are correct, Sir Roland. Dame Lorena, what are you? Calm yourself, Gideon. The Lady of the Light does not condone lying. Don't worry, I'll take the responsibility for it. Do as you wish then. Roland wasn't sure what Lorena was talking about, but perhaps when called out on a matter, it was frowned upon to lie about an issue. His involvement with the church was very limited, and he saw them more as divine item peddlers than anything else. This didn't mean that their Golden Order didn't take things a bit more seriously, and soon he was given the information about their scheme. You're aware of the incident in that village, so this won't take long. Of course. Good. After the battle with the cultists, we had suffered great losses and had nothing to show for it. The unholy monolith had been destroyed, and many of our brothers and sisters had died. The story continued for a while, and he got the gist of it. After the losses to their forces, the people at the church were furious. They decided not to sanctify the area fully, while also leaving some exposed cult informants in the city to their devices. They assumed that sooner or later, the cult would return to perform some type of search to discover the truth behind the battle. They knew that they had necromancers who could converse with the souls of dead cultists, and thus they were led to Albrook. It was somewhat of a basic trap that exploited the cult's superiority complex. There were many ways to track people in this world, and the Golden Order had their methods. They quickly assembled a force of elite paladins and clerics to trail after. Considering that they were actually able to arrive to take out the weakened eldritch horror, they performed their duties admirably. However, this didn't make Roland feel any better. Burner had lost his arm during this horrific event, and his home had been partially destroyed again. The church would probably not issue any public apologies. It seemed that most of them aligned with Gideon's thought process. In this paladin's mind, the end justifies the means. If a few people got killed in their holy war with the cult, it was considered acceptable. I understand the need for action, but you should have at least informed me, or at least the lord of the city. My people and I were caught in the crossfire, and some paid a heavy price for it. Dame Lorena, though maintaining a calm demeanor, nodded in acknowledgement of Roland's frustration. Gideon, on the other hand, remained stoic, perhaps unmoved by the consequences of their actions, or he just felt justified by the deaths of powerful cultists. I apologize for the collateral damage, Sir Roland, but the cultists proceed with their attack sooner than we expected. By the time we realized, the shroud had already encased your home and fooled us into believing that everything was well. This was the purpose of the large shrouding spell. Those outside of it wouldn't be able to peek inside, and they would be fed an image of what was there before the attack happened. Only after he was able to push through were they alerted to the event transpiring. Don't change the subject. Without us, you would have perished. Perhaps, but if you didn't lure those maniacs here, my friend wouldn't have lost his arm. Will you take responsibility and restore it then? Roland was starting to get fed up with the whole situation, and shouted back at Gideon. If not for the absence of his runic armor, his runic suppression skill would have been forced out due to his anger. Nevertheless, the two knights were equipped with runic armor of their own, which started to resonate with it instead. This act prompted one of the paladins to reach for his weapon, while the other quickly tried to defuse the situation. Both of you, calm yourselves. The tension in the room rose, but Lorena stepped in, her authoritative yet calm tone, cutting through the rising tension. We are here for a common goal, to combat the cultists and protect the kingdom. Let us not forget that. Gideon, though still visibly frustrated, reluctantly backed down. The atmosphere in the room remained charged, but the conversation continued, now circling back to the matter of Roland's connection with an eye. Now, Sir Roland, let's return to the issue of an eye. You claim to be his master, which is highly irregular. How did you gain such a status? And what is your connection to the Divine Order? Gideon inquired, his eyes scrutinizing Roland, who hesitated for a moment. His relationship with an eye involved rune emulation, which he would probably need to reveal eventually. Somewhat, he knew that withholding information was unwise. If a higher-level inquisitor was sent here, then it would come out eventually. It was better to come clean, but before that, he needed to have some type of safety measure, and a contract was what he was aiming for. Just like in the past, this was the best way of protecting his interests and gaining some trust. The magic was always in the way a contract was worded. Even if he were to reveal the truth, it didn't have to be all at once. There were ways of avoiding suspicion, and he believed that the people of the church would have a hard time accepting that he could emulate divine mana. Instead, he could push the responsibility onto his profession and the holy beast that was there. Then perhaps it would be possible to avoid one of his secrets from coming out to the open just yet. I'm willing to part with my knowledge concerning this issue. That is if we follow the usual procedures. The usual procedures? Yes, we should write up a contract. His aim was simple, to reveal only half of the truth. Roland didn't want to give away the secret of his eyes, through which he could convert magic into runic form. Instead, he could attribute everything to Anai's divine mana, through which he activated all his runic components. This could replace the clerics who were needed to charge magical items with their divine spells. He just needed to make them think that Anai had charged all of them instead. However, his trick could only work if they didn't try to force the truth out of him. He could only hope that they believed strongly in their Sunlight Wolf for this to work. Gideon and Lorena exchanged glances once again, seemingly considering Roland's proposal. The concept of a contract wasn't foreign to them, especially in matters involving magical agreements. Contracts were a common practice even in the world of the church, often used to establish terms and conditions in various dealings. They had gained the royal decree that allowed them to act within the kingdom through such a contract. Explain the terms. Gideon finally responded, his tone indicating that he was willing to entertain the idea. Roland took a moment to gather his thoughts, formulating the terms that would protect his interests, while revealing only what he deemed necessary. A contract had to be precise, leaving no room for misinterpretation. This might take a while. If we were to make an agreement, then I would like it to follow these terms. This is what he was looking for and what his future hinged on. The church was a force to be reckoned with, and he needed them to be on his side. If the cultists had already found him once, they would do it again. To protect himself and everyone around him, he needed to shift the focus of their attacks to another target, which was the church. He aimed to provide them with a way to counter the relic's effects, and sell this information for protection. First, the church guarantees the protection of my estate and those close to me, ensuring they won't be targeted by the cult or any other malicious force. Second, any information I provide regarding the divine runes I used and the sacred beast and I will be shared only within the church and not disclosed to external parties without my explicit consent. He could see them reacting to the terms, and before he could continue, Gideon raised a question. You wish us to protect your estate? Do you see the Golden Order as a group of mercenaries you can employ? No, it's simple. Make the city of Albrook a holy land. You want us to do what? Why not? It is the site where a great evil had been vanquished, with the help of a divine beast. Isn't that something of a miracle? Roland replied in a calm and collective manner at the question posed by Gideon. The proposal seemed to catch Gideon off guard, and he exchanged glances with Lorena. It was clear to them what he wanted. If they made this land holy, then it would mean that a larger portion of their forces would be stationed in Elbrook. He had analyzed how the church operated over the years, and there was one particular strategy they employed. At times, they would claim territories as holy lands to build better temples and house their paladins. An area agreed upon by the clergy would be well protected from any cultists. While, at first, this seemed like a risky move, providing enemies with a concentrated area to mobilize, it wasn't that simple. In an all-out confrontation, the cultists would likely lose. They had limited resources and had already lost multiple Tier 3 class holders and a powerful warlock. Even if this area looked suspicious, if the church placed a large enough force here, it would be enough to keep everyone safe, at least for a while. There was a reason they had to move within the shadows. Their group was much weaker than the Solarian Church, which aimed to confront not only the Abyssal cult, but many others as well. The church had already forced many similarly sized factions to be destroyed. They were a true powerhouse on the entire continent, feared even by entire kingdoms and empires. I don't think that I'm asking for much. If you work with me, you'll be getting what you always wanted, a means to counter the effects of that relic. You've experienced it firsthand, haven't you, Dame Lorena? Even someone like you was unable to resist it, but I can, and I can show you how. Is that true? Certainly. Don't you think this is a sign? A sign? The Sunlight Wolf, the Lady of Light, works in mysterious ways. She probably wanted us to meet. Could it be true? Gideon was flabbergasted by the proclamation, and Roland was trying to keep a straight face to not give himself away. He knew that the people from the church were zealots. Perhaps if he could imply that Anai's appearance was a sign from their goddess, then they would see him as some sort of guide. A guide that brought them to the runesmith who could give them the answer to combat the dreaded cultist. It couldn't be, but yet the Wolf of Legend has appeared. But is there a problem? It seemed that his Golden Order friend was weighing his options, but he was hesitating for some reason. This is not something we can decide on. Someone of higher status is needed. Is that so? Roland inwardly sighed. The situation was delicate, and the two here didn't seem to have any administrative power. They were just soldiers inside of a private army that was the Solarian Church. Probably someone from the clergy had to be asked for permission. Introducing another variant wasn't good. But what could he do? Oh, I know. Why don't I ask grandfather about it? T the High Inquisitor? Oh right, she was the granddaughter of that guy. Gideon was somewhat taken aback by the proposal and somewhat sheepish. The man in question was High Inquisitor Bartholomew, a man he had met after leaving that cursed village. The old man was someone who recognized his noble name, and also was related to his father. There was a possibility of the Arden estate connecting some dots if this became known. But to protect his new family, he would even be willing to rekindle those long-dead relations. So, do we have a deal? I don't think that I wish to speak with you before that contract is signed and my demands are met. Gideon and Lorena exchanged one last glance before nodding. They would inform the higher-ups of the situation while Roland waited for the decision. With the magical technology provided to them, this wouldn't take long, and within some hours, or maybe a day, the decision would be made. It doesn't look that bad. I guess some of the walls are still standing. Roland responded to Elodia as he reached through a fist-sized hole in his house wall. Numerous similar gaps adorned the structure. The Eldritch Horror encounter had left his entire compound in ruins, with tendrils and tentacles wreaking havoc. Virtually everything suffered some degree of damage. Most wind generators were destroyed, and the side workshop where Burner liked to work had collapsed. He couldn't help but feel a smidge of regret as he surveyed the destruction. The once peaceful and well-kept estate was now a chaotic mess of debris and broken structures. However, amidst the wreckage, there was an odd sense of relief that they had survived the encounter with the Eldritch Horror. The fact that Gideon and Lorena from the Solarian Church were present during the battle added another layer of problems to the situation. It became evident to him that the church's involvement was not a mere coincidence. They had set a trap to draw out the cultists, and the ensuing chaos was the outcome. Their commitment to the holy war against unholy forces took precedence over concerns about collateral damage. Although he had contemplated collaborating with them, this revelation underscored the need to approach the alliance cautiously. The presence of Anai had opened a new path for him. Without the sacred beast, it wouldn't be surprising if he found himself behind bars, awaiting interrogation by a determined inquisitor. Well, at least no one died. That's what is important. I guess so. At least the dorm survived, and for some reason, the alchemical building remained unscathed. At least Rastix won't shout my ear off about it. He glanced toward the dorm intended to house orphans from within the city. Roland felt uncertain about the idea, especially after the recent cultist encounter. However, if things proceeded favorably, perhaps they wouldn't need to alter their plans. Although he wished for his wife to stay within the safety of their home, he understood that if Elodia deemed it too dangerous for the children, a separation might be necessary. They wouldn't be living too far apart, and he could always visit to ensure they remained connected. The course of events hinged on the decisions of the church and their plans for the area. Despite Roland's discussion with the Solarian paladins, many details remained unclear. The soldiers were not decision-makers. Higher authorities needed to weigh in for any decisive actions. Due to the High Inquisitor's tough schedule, the decision was given free leave, at least for the time being. Roland had been released, but some of the junior paladins maintained their vigil around his home and patrolled the city. The potential for another cultist attack, akin to the one during his gold rank test, was a real possibility. However, another reason was the happy-looking puppy that was sprinting his way. "Oh woo! Hey Anai!" Roland waved at his sacred beast companion as he approached. With the secret revealed, his form remained that of a sunlight wolf. The wife and husband duo entered through the hole in the wall created by the cultist, momentarily confusing Anai. However, as soon as the holy wolf spotted them, he charged toward Roland with impressive speed. "He looks happy." "Yeah, a bit too happy, hey. Slow doga." Despite Roland's superior physique, he was unprepared for the tackle, and found himself taken down to the ground. Almost immediately, something moist hit his face repeatedly as Anai began to shower him with enthusiastic licks. "Hey, get off me. He really likes his master." Elodia chuckled as she observed the squirming Roland, attempting to push the fiery wolf away. The flames that danced around Anai's body intensified, signifying his heightened joy at reuniting with his master. These holy flames were warm to the touch, and harmless to anyone Anai didn't intend to harm. "Okay, that's enough, you had your fun." With determination, Roland began pushing back, forcing Anai to stand on his hind legs. After a brief struggle, Roland managed to free himself from the licking onslaught. However, the aftermath left his face carrying the distinct aroma of Anai's mouth. Fortunately, creatures like Anai were impervious to cavities, so while it wasn't a pleasant experience, at least there were no concerns about pungent smells. "Worf, stop jumping around. As you can see, I'm fine." Anai circled around his long-lost master a few times, trotting around in a rather comedic fashion. The Golden Order paladins observed from a distance, somewhat taken aback by the scene. It might have seemed peculiar to witness their holy beast acting like a dog, enthusiastically welcoming his master. However, the display solidified Roland's claims about their unique and genuine relationship. "Have they been treating you well?" "AWOO. I see, that's good then." The mutual understanding between them was evident, and Roland could sense that no harm had befallen his ruby wolf. In a delightful surprise, a small shrine had materialized in front of his front door. On it, a collection of rather expensive meats had been placed, remaining untouched for now. Anai was smart enough to refrain from accepting offerings from unfamiliar sources. He wouldn't consume anything unless it came from someone he trusted or he hunted it himself, wary of the potential for poison or tampering. "I see that he has leveled up a bit, just like me." In their recent encounter, Roland and Anai faced a formidable group of cultists, 3 of whom merged to create a monstrous entity. While they didn't land the final blow, their collaborative effort produced an imitation sun spell that dealt significant damage to the monstrosity. The Golden Order later intervened to finish off the being, as it surpassed their level. The experience gained from slaying such a formidable foe was substantial, equivalent to perhaps several months' worth of dungeon experience. Name: Roland Arden, 190 lira. Classes: T3 Runesmith Overlord, 15 lira primary. T2 Runesmith Lord, 50 lira tertiary. T2 Runic Engineer, 50 lira secondary. T1 Mage, 25 lira X. T1 Runic Monoscribe, 25 lira X. T1 Runic Blacksmith, 25 lira X. HP: 43,578, 43,578. MP: 85,177, 85,177. SP: 59,911, 59,911. Strength: 290. Agility: 237. Dexterity: 327. Vitality: 303. Endurance: 335. Intelligence: 386. Willpower: 373. Charisma: 21. Luck: 12. Name: Sunlight Wolf, Ruby Form, 165 lira x 6%. Type: Fire Earth Divine Beast. HP: 29,565 29,565 MP 28,378 28,378 SP 44,536 44,536 Strength 238 Agility 328 Dexterity 170 Vitality 273 Endurance 299 Intelligence 271 Willpower 256 Charisma 20 Luck 18. His level up didn't only bring a flat stat increase, but also 2 new skills. The first one reminded him of Anai's howling skill, as it had a very similar effect, but was also somewhat different. Overlord's Intimidation. Active skill. Intimidates opponents in a wide radius. When successful, it renders them unable to move. The newfound skill resembled a stunning effect that Roland realized could be useful against weaker opponents. Although it shared some similarities with his runic suppression skill on the surface, there were notable differences. Unlike runic suppression, he didn't need any runes, and there was no requirement to continuously infuse mana to maintain the effect. While the skill might not be effective against opponents of similar levels and power, it held potential to stun those in the vicinity. Roland envisioned its utility against a large group of Tier 2 class holders, where he could potentially incapacitate them all at once. Imbued Rune. Active skill. Allows the runesmith to imbue a non-living surface with a rune of their choosing for a limited time. The rune will dissipate after use without damaging the surface. Another intriguing skill in Roland's repertoire was Imbued Rune. Although it shared some common ground with basic Runesmithing, it possessed unique applications. While it was technically feasible to force runes onto surfaces without a smithing hammer, doing so consumed a considerable amount of mana and required robust metallic materials. Imbued Rune, however, allowed Roland to use materials not intended for Runesmithing, such as ordinary rocks, expanding the possibilities of his runic abilities. On his way to his home, Roland had already tested the Imbued Rune skill. Its simplicity was its strength. After usage, a rune would appear on the surface of an object, ready to be activated at his discretion. The newfound ability enabled him to craft simple bombs from ordinary rocks efficiently, consuming less mana than traditional Runesmithing. Roland could envision various combat applications for this skill. The only restrictions were direct contact with the material, and the requirement that the surface be non-living. This meant he could place the rune on a piece of paper, but not on a living tree, even if the paper was made from it. Despite the disaster wrought by the cultist attack, the positive aspect of this world was Roland's continual progress. His power had grown, and the ability to rebuild remained within his grasp. While leveling up in the dungeon and creating new defenses were his usual tactics, he doubted if they would be sufficient this time. The foremost concern on his mind was Burner, who had lost his right arm. There were a few choices he could go with to restore it, and he wasn't sure if relying on the church would be an option. Following a discussion with Lorena, Roland received a non-answer regarding Burner's lost arm. The church offered 2 potential methods for limb restoration through high-level priests or divine elixirs. However, the priests were known for their capricious nature, making them challenging to influence even for the Golden Order. At best, Roland could request a referral letter for Burner and hope for a favorable outcome. As for divine elixirs, Roland lacked the necessary funds and prestige to acquire a grand elixir of recovery, a Tier 4 concoction. The options were limited, and the path forward remained uncertain. Considering trading for the divine elixir or services from the church, Roland pondered the potential terms of such a deal. However, he was wary of potential conditions that might not be favorable. There was a possibility they could demand something significant in return, perhaps even proposing the transfer of his master rights over Anai to one of their members. While the church held no immediate need for money or assistance from a runesmith, their reverence for all things related to the sun could push them in that direction. Unwilling to entertain the idea of trading Anai for Burner's arm, Roland leaned towards the third option, creating a prosthesis. Having consulted Brilvia, a fellow runesmith, Roland sought help in crafting a replacement limb. However, the information she provided was not promising. While dwarves excelled in the exterior craftsmanship, their expertise in the intricacies of the interior workings was limited. For matters related to the operating system that would mimic hand movements, Roland needed the expertise of rune mages, who specialized in pushing runic constructs to their limits. Designing a faithful arm replica was within the dwarves' capabilities, but the intricacies of the internal workings required the assistance of rune mages. There was one place where he could seek help with this issue, but it was a problematic matter with one glaring issue. Is everything alright? Are you still worrying about what happened? Woof. He had spaced out for a moment and was nudged free by having his hand grasped by Elodia. His wife knew him well and instantly could tell that he was worrying about the current events. You need to stop blaming yourself for everything. No one could have known that this would have happened. You did your best, we all did. Roland found himself at a loss for words. His tendency had always been to shoulder responsibilities on his own. However, with Elodia and the others by his side, he began to recognize that he was no longer alone in facing the challenges ahead. Perhaps he needed to get used to consulting with her about any future plans, without holding anything back. She was his one and only wife. She smiled gently, squeezing his hand reassuringly, and I, sensing the emotional undercurrents, nuzzled against Roland as if offering his support as well. It was a comforting scene, and for a moment, Roland allowed himself to bask in the warmth of their presence. You're right, Roland sighed, a weight lifting off his shoulders as he fully grasped the support he had around him. The destruction around his estate and the uncertainties of the future still loomed, but the knowledge that he wasn't facing it alone brought a sense of comfort. Let's focus on rebuilding and preparing for whatever comes next, and I'm sure someone already has something in mind. I hope that someone is willing to part with that knowledge. I guess he is. The two smiled and nodded at each other, before heading over to what was left over from their home. There were a lot of holes in it, but nothing that couldn't be fixed. He had anticipated a siege happening here, so everything had been built for it to last. With some earth magic it was easy to plug up the holes for a quick fix, and later the builders would take care of it. While Roland and Elodia engaged in assessing the damage and planning the reconstruction, Roland's thoughts revolved around the next steps. The idea of leaving this place wasn't appealing, but if the danger proved too great, it might be the only viable option. He harbored a desire to counterattack and confront the cultists directly, but their elusiveness posed a challenge. The safety of this place and making it a sanctuary depended on a potential deal with the church. Nevertheless, he didn't want to spend his days watching over his shoulder in fear of these maniacs. Something had to be done. As night approached, Roland found himself still awaiting an answer from the church. After escorting Elodia back to the city to spend time with the others, he returned to continue his work. Despite a scolding from his concerned wife, his restlessness prevailed, preventing him from retiring for the night. With his body now recovered, he directed his focus toward crafting the runic prosthetic for Burner. The urgency of the task fueled his determination to see it through. Down into the workshop he went, and the first schematic made it up onto the board. He contemplated the possibility of crafting a basic fake limb with a hammer attachment for his blacksmith friend, but that wasn't his goal. Roland envisioned something more intricate. Observing the mana phantoms that surrounded everyone, he pondered the idea of integrating this phenomenon into the runic structures. If he could find a way to make the runic structures register and interact with the mana phantom, creating a fully functional limb might not be as challenging as it initially seemed. The mana phantom always moves a bit faster than the muscles contract. It seems to ignore the initial lag, or signal the brain sends out. Roland's gaze fixed on his own hand, producing the same mana phenomenon that he had observed in others. Just as in battle, the mana moved ahead of any given action, creating the illusion of predicting the future. He understood that it was simply signals from the brain playing out faster than the body could react. Lacking extensive medical knowledge and the skills of a brain surgeon, tapping into these brain waves directly seemed impossible for him. However, he contemplated the idea of creating a prosthetic that could read the moving mana, a task that should be within his reach, despite his limited knowledge in the field. Despite staying up the entire night in an attempt to tap into the elusive mana wave, Roland faced disappointment. None of his current skills could coax the mana phantom to budge or influence any rune he created. It seemed as if the phenomenon didn't truly exist, or at least Roland couldn't find a way to interact with it using his current set of skills. Exhausted and frustrated, Roland slumped into a chair, rubbing his temples. The dawn's light seeped through the windows of his office, casting long shadows on the runic design scattered across the tables. And I lay nearby by the home's entrance, his head resting on his paws as he slept. It's more complicated than I thought. I might not be able to do it with my current knowledge. Roland mumbled to himself, contemplating the intricacies of integrating those mana phantoms into the runic prosthetic. Just as he was about to give up, a strange green glow brought his attention to the window. There he saw a sparrow made up of light which he had not seen in a while. Is it the cat? Does he want something again? Wait. The magical sparrow served as a means to communicate with a certain runic magician within the kingdom. Roland, lacking profound insights into the world of mages, had previously found help in literature borrowed from this contact. However, he had yet to delve into more advanced topics that could potentially aid him in his current endeavor. Perhaps consulting actual rune mages would provide the necessary knowledge to overcome the challenges he faced. A bit earlier at another location. Are these your orders, High Inquisitor? Do I need to repeat myself? Forgive my impudence, it will be done. Good, now leave. Yes, sir. A knight in shining golden armor lowered his head as he exited the personal quarters of a particular man. Once the door was closed behind him, the man began to rub his long white beard, while carefully studying a parchment. The document held plans for a city named Albrook, complete with various annotations. Certain locations were circled, with the primary focus being outside the city limits on a shop specializing in runic wares. The name of the owner along with all his data was presented, and the old man couldn't help from chuckling. It's that boy again. He really likes to get into trouble like father. Like son. Now what should I do with him? Has it already been over 20 years since that incident? The lavish room was adorned with intricate tapestries depicting scenes of battles against otherworldly beings. Bookshelves lined the walls filled with tomes on magic, history, and the divine arts. The High Inquisitor, a man of advanced age but still maintaining a body fit for a warrior, contemplated the situation at hand. His gaze fell onto the map of the country as a deep sigh escaped him. We accept your terms. You do? Yes. Were you expecting us to barter? You mistake the Golden Order for common merchants. I see. With the acceptance of his terms, Roland felt a mixture of relief and cautious optimism. The contract would be drafted and signed, and he would reveal just enough information to satisfy the church's curiosity without endangering himself or an eye. Roland couldn't shake off the feeling that this alliance was a double-edged sword. He was trading his knowledge to counter the cultist relics, providing the church with a means to combat them. Upon surrendering all schematics and information at his disposal, the church would likely integrate these runic devices into their main cities. Inevitably, others would acquire these artifacts and might attempt to trace their origin. Recognizing that powerful mages could pinpoint his location through various means, he braced himself for the possibility of another attack. His only source of reassurance was the hope that, by that time, the cult would have diminished to the point where seeking vengeance became an impossible endeavor. So let me ask again, the Solarian Church agreed to my terms of moving one of their holy residences to this location? Why are you so surprised, Sir Roland? Lorena, along with Gideon, had presented Roland with the paperwork. Despite going back and forth a couple of times, he couldn't find much that was disadvantageous. However, after listening to Lorena's explanation, he realized that Albrook was not a bad location for a paladin training facility, which probably aided him immensely in them considering it as an asset. The dungeon houses unholy skeletal beings. It is the perfect training ground for our order's cadets. We had been searching for a suitable area to settle down here, and the goddess has clearly presented us with this chance. Yes, clearly. I guess these guys see an eye and what happened here as a sign from their god. There were a few coincidences that made it seem that some type of godly being decided to intervene. From their perspective, the appearance of the Sunlight Wolf was a sign that was confirmed by the runesmith, who was able to counter the abyssal relics. It was better to lean into their belief with this one, as it gave him more than he was expecting. The church would actually place a large number of its knights in the city, and bring more powerful priests. There was not much more that he could ask for. With so many paladins around, this place would turn into quite the fortress. Can I ask about this clause? Is this really necessary? Indeed, the Sunlight Wolf is a sign of good fortune. I see. There was something within the contract that an eye would probably not like, but it was a small necessary evil that needed to be done. Soon the contract had been signed, and he relinquished all of his knowledge concerning the matter with the cultists. He presented them with the schematic he took from the grand monolith in the village, along with the restored version he had worked on. All of his knowledge regarding this matter was given to the church, which could then employ their own runesmiths and rune mages to tackle the issue. In addition to this information, he needed to provide them with a working prototype that could be utilized by others. Tackling this issue wasn't easy, but armed with all the data gathered from the recent encounter, he could attempt to create a device. He already understood how to generate the wake-up signal. The challenging part was aligning it with other people's unique mana fingerprints. It didn't need to be quick, it sufficed if it could record mana signatures on a larger scale. He could already envision a large counter-relic that housed the mana signatures of all the city residents. The mana data would require secure storage and protection. It wouldn't be unreasonable to assume that, in the future, cultists might target these storage facilities before launching attacks on the city. Nonetheless, this was not a matter that overly concerned him. More portable wake-up devices could be distributed to key members to safeguard them from any potential effects. Perhaps some skilled mage could even develop a spell to complement his groundbreaking discovery. The abyssal cultists were like a boogeyman haunting the kingdom, a shadowy group of unknown individuals conducting assassinations under the cover of night. Their ability to disable even powerful high-level Tier 3 class holders was attributed to their enigmatic relics. If all went according to plan, these nightly killings would come to an end, striking a blow to one of their main sources of income, something Roland earnestly hoped for. Perhaps, once this threat was neutralized, the cult would fade into obscurity. I'll be in your care then. Thank you, Sir Roland. The Solarian Church is grateful for your cooperation. Lorena replied while smiling, her tone filled with genuine appreciation. To the side, Gideon chimed in with a more formal tone. Don't forget to present us with a working runic prototype. I will have it ready before your cadets arrive. HMPH. Gideon grunted in acknowledgement, his stern expression revealing little emotion. As Roland completed part of the transaction, a sense of unease settled in. Things were progressing too hastily for his comfort, and certain lingering concerns troubled him. Among them was the conspicuous absence of any mention of his recently revealed class. It seemed as if the church representatives were indifferent to the Overlord prefix. They treated him more like a regular runesmith and knight, leading Roland to wonder if they genuinely didn't care, or if he had overestimated the significance of his class. Do they don't care, or did their higher-ups tell them to ignore it? If they did, then why? Could it be because of an eye? He wasn't entirely sure about the significance of the Sunlight Wolf's existence. They seemed surprisingly generous in this matter, not delving too deeply into the details. Roland wondered if he had underestimated the size of the church or the extent of their interest in his knowledge. It might have been inconsequential for them to dispatch hundreds of paladins to his location. Perhaps he should have negotiated for more, but that ship had already sailed. How were you able to do this? Maybe I should ask you to give me some lessons in negotiating. It just happened. I think the church was looking for a place to arrange their stronghold here, and the undead monsters in the dungeons are just the things they like to hunt. That's a possibility. Roland completed his work at the church and proceeded to Arthur's estate. The contract had been established under his supervision, given his role as the acting noble in the area. While the church had the authority to conduct raids without the approval of certain nobles, the placement of their strongholds was subject to some restrictions. Nevertheless, the allure of religions, both in terms of interest and funds, meant that hardly anyone would decline their offers. This is wonderful. We should celebrate. Should I bring out the extravagant wine, or would you rather have some tea instead? I think some wine is in order. How about it, my knight commander? I think that I'll have to pass. There is a lot of work left for me. As Roland reported the successful signing of the contract, he could see Arthur's eyes light up like gold coins. Arthur was well aware that soon the church would erect a cathedral within the city, and he wouldn't have to foot the bill. Taxes still applied to the church, and this was one of the reasons they favored selling their holy elixirs. A grander temple would attract more believers, encouraging donations for various reasons. Their presence promised to enhance the city's reputation, and likely elevate Arthur's status even further. It wouldn't be surprising if soon his brothers had to start taking him more seriously. He was positioning himself in a way that couldn't be ignored. Perhaps I'll be able to push the Knight Commander's responsibilities on others sooner than I expected. While Gareth and Morian weren't quite at the level of threat yet, they were getting closer. The infusion of funds allowed the hiring of other Tier 3 class holders. Even if a company of knights was sent by one of his brothers, they wouldn't be able to intimidate him with just one Knight Commander and a few hired mercenaries. The conflict appeared to be on the verge of shifting into more of a political debate, and his role as a deterrent could be reaching its end. Are you sure? Yes. Take care then, and remember, if you need anything, just ask. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. Now excuse me. Arthur continued to smile for the time Roland remained in the room, but let out a sigh the moment he left. His eyes were filled with concern for his ally, who was clearly not in the best mood. He was aware of the impending challenges both of them faced. I guess I'll need to keep my side of the bargain. Mary, bring me my quill. We won't be celebrating then? How can I celebrate now? There is work to be done. I see. Mary. The maid couldn't help but smile and suppress her laughter, as she noticed that her lord didn't want to lag behind his newfound friend. While she admired Arthur's work ethic, she felt he was occasionally overdoing it. It was a trait he seemed to have inherited from the seemingly tireless madman. She would sometimes find her lord passed out at his desk, a recent development that had become somewhat concerning. Please don't overdo it, Lord Arthur. You are not a Tier 3 class holder yet. You make a good point. Schedule in some night training. I didn't mean it like that. She let out a sigh, but couldn't help but smile at the sight of her lord being so cheerful. It had been some time since both of them arrived at this place, a location she initially thought would be a dead end for both of them. Despite Arthur's cheerful demeanor, she could sense that inwardly he was restless. This seemed to be fading into the past. His once faked demeanor had genuinely changed. It was all thanks to one person that her lord could start dreaming again, and for that, she would always be grateful. The threat of the cultists had passed, but life continued. The city buzzed with rumors about strange sightings at night and the sudden appearance of paladins. Fortunately, the attacks were highly concentrated within one region. With this knowledge contained, most people remained unaware, and their peaceful lives were unaffected. Withholding the information would keep any unrest contained, and Roland's focus could shift to other important matters. Now, try squeezing your hand. But I don't really have anything to squeeze with, boss. Just try doing it. Remember the feeling of your right hand and try. I sure like this. Good. Roland's eyes glowed as he observed the mana phantom around Burner's stump. His theory of the phantom mana limb was just confirmed as he witnessed its movement. When Burner attempted to move his missing hand, the mana phantom responded accordingly, reacting to the signals and instilling hope for the future. That's enough for now. You'll have to use this. It's probably better than nothing. Oh, is this what I think it is? Yes, but don't expect too much. After forcing a harness over Burner's right shoulder, he was presented with a temporary replacement limb. It was no simple tool, but an actual design used by the dwarves. Thanks to Brilvia, he was able to order it from them at a reduced price. It wasn't the first time that a blacksmith lost their hand, and the dwarves had a solution. Oh, it's a hammer arm, something like that. It's possible to put other attachments onto it, like a saw or a claw that can grasp items. Burner's eyes widened with a mix of surprise and gratitude as he examined the mechanical limb. The dwarven craftsmanship was evident in the intricate details, and he couldn't help but marvel at the possibilities it offered. While it could not replace his hand, it would allow him to use it for holding smithing tools. It would take some time for his skills to be transferred, but he could still continue to work as a blacksmith. Boss, this is amazing. I can still work at the forge with this. It's not a perfect solution, but luckily your smithing skills should still transfer onto the hammer. Just be careful not to break anything. It will probably take a while before you learn how to use it. Don't worry, boss. I'll be careful. Roland desired to share in his friend's joy, but he understood that this replacement arm had its limitations. Brilvia had informed him that it would never truly be equivalent to a proper arm. Numerous other dwarven smiths who had employed similar tools struggled to regain the old proficiency that their real arms had provided them. This was only a temporary solution, or at least that was what he hoped. It allowed Burner to continue practicing his craft and keep himself occupied. His appeal to the church regarding arm restoration fell on deaf ears. It seemed the church could not spare any potent elixirs or any priests capable of such tasks. This was peculiar, especially considering they had agreed to all the other terms. Perhaps they were leaving themselves some flexibility for future negotiations. It wasn't uncommon to wait for a time that would make people more desperate before finalizing a deal. He had to keep such a possibility in mind, but there were other ways through which he could solve the problem by himself. There was one big problem, which was his lack of knowledge when it came to this issue. It was impossible for Burner to learn mana manipulation to have more control over a fake limb. At most, he could put in simple controllers for voice activation or muscle tension. It would require more research, which would probably also take a while. I've told the union about it. They agreed to provide you with their help. Those old bastards. I remember the good old days when we were at each other's throats. I guess times change. For a moment Burner lost himself in thoughts and his cheery demeanor changed. While he wasn't obvious about it, the loss of the limb was not a simple matter. The loss of a limb wasn't just a physical setback. It carried a deep psychological toll. It would take a while for him to cope with everything, but perhaps he wouldn't have to do it for too long. The two soon parted ways, and Roland headed to one of his more private chambers within his workshop. Inside, various parchments contained runic schematics and theories. His eyes landed on a new edition, a scroll on the desk that had been brought over the other day by a magical sparrow. It contained a broken rune component that, at this point, he could fix without fully needing his debugging skill. Our little deal has run its course. I don't think that I can learn more in this fashion. This isn't enough. 8. He had almost forgotten about this one contact from within the kingdom. The cat with whom he had exchanged ideas hadn't reached out for a while. However, at this point in time, he was one of the few people who could actually aid him. What he needed was rune mage knowledge and not Runesmith techniques. He believed that the only way of deciphering the Mana Phantom was through magical studies that took place at the prestigious magical academies where his acquaintance worked. I wouldn't be surprised if someone already did the research in the past and then probably abandoned it. In a way, creating something like a prosthetic limb that could follow the Mana Phantom could be seen as pointless, especially when considering rune magic. Roland could envision those mages being more interested in crafting intricate replacement limbs, designed exclusively for Mana users, rather than something suitable for a commoner. However, it was also possible that no one had attempted it before. But that didn't mean he wouldn't find the missing piece that would help him create a prototype. Everything depended on his capricious friend, with whom he only had a business relationship. This knowledge wasn't explicitly included in their deal, which meant he might need to trade something in return. If it was only gold, then it was fine, but he couldn't shake the fear that the cat might ask for more. "Oh, Mr. Wayland, now this is a surprise. Was there a problem with my inquiry?" "There was not, Professor Arian. I just wanted to ask you about an issue I'm currently having." Roland found himself before his crystal ball, engaged in conversation with a magical cat, who could potentially guide him in a direction to solve his current problem. Mr. Wayland, always diving into new challenges, I see. What seems to be the issue troubling your brilliant mind today?" The cat's voice echoed through the room, its tone a mixture of amusement and curiosity. Roland hesitated for a moment, choosing his words carefully. The cat professor and he had a business relationship, so there needed to be an equal exchange of information or other tasks. Usually, he took some old research to help him study the inner workings of the runes, but his current question was a bit more specific, something that could cost more than he could give back. "I'm currently working on a project involving the creation of a prosthetic limb that can interface with something that I like to call a Mana Phantom. It's a challenging task, and I thought you might have some insights or resources that could aid me in this endeavor." Roland went ahead and just asked the question. In this world, prosthetic limbs already existed, but not much research had been done on them. It was a costly undertaking, and most mages and craftsmen gravitated towards endeavors that would earn them more money or give them more levels. Creating a fully functional limb might have given them a unique class or title, but it also might not. Wasting years of research to get nothing in return was not something many people would risk. "A Mana Phantom, you say? Interesting choice of research, Mr. Wayland. Artificial limbs, Mana Phantoms fascinating. Such endeavors delve into the realm of both Runesmith and rune magic. A bridge between the physical and the magical, wouldn't you agree?" Roland nodded, feeling a sense of relief that the cat professor seemed intrigued rather than dismissive. "Indeed, Professor Arian, it's a delicate balance, and I believe there's much to be discovered in this intersection of disciplines." "Well, you've certainly piqued my curiosity, but I'm not truly informed about this Mana Phantom. You'll have to explain. Perhaps you could send me a research paper that I could examine, and I'll get back to you." Are you that busy? How about I just give you the gist of it here first? It won't take long." While the two mostly just exchanged magical letters, usually whenever he brought up some runic research, the cat professor took his time for a longer chat. It did seem like there weren't many people interested in runic themes, so whenever Roland brought up new ideas, he listened to them with interest. "If I was only busy, then it would be fine. They already reduced my funding. And that girl hasn't shown herself for a while. How am I supposed to make do without an assistant? Everything and everyone is working against me." "Your assistant, you mean Lucille? Did something happen to her?" "Happen? No, she should be fine, just some noble tomfoolery as always. Think her family has been pushing for marriage or something. I say she should just decide to be a mage and just work in the academy full-time." Bah. Roland could sense a hint of annoyance in Arian's tone. It seemed like the cat professor was going through a challenging time. Runic magic wasn't highly regarded among mages who preferred more direct and practical approaches to their craft. Many mages saw runes as unnecessary tools, believing that creating spells directly was more potent. The only widespread use of runes was in mage towers and other magical artifacts. "I see." The connection between Lucille and his brother Robert wasn't common knowledge. Lucille, a mage with a promising career as an assistant to an academy professor, was likely a desirable prospect for any noble house. Roland wasn't certain about the current status of the romantic relationship between his brother and Lucille. If his memory served him right, she was in her mid-20s, an age where many young women were often already married. The intricacies of their personal lives remained uncertain to Roland. "I guess she was given time to finish the Magic Academy, but she probably graduated a while ago." The prospects for Robert, being a third son from a lower noble house, might not be seen as overly promising in the eyes of other nobles. The common assumption might be that he would serve as a knight commander on a noble estate, rather than having the potential to marry a count's daughter. The rigid social structure often determined the expectations and opportunities for individuals within the noble hierarchy. Even if he became a war hero like his father, it would probably be too late. Perhaps if the girl became a full-time Mage Academy professor instead, then their relationship could actually prosper. Well, I suppose that's the nature of things. Now, back to the matter at hand, the Mana Phantom. Yes, do enlighten me, Mr. Wayland. Roland proceeded to explain the concept of the Mana Phantom, describing it as a residual magical imprint left behind by the interaction of mana with a person's body. He tried explaining that it probably possessed storage capacities, and how it was also probably aided in the activation of holy spells through that storage feature. As he engrossed himself in the explanation, he could tell that his college was quite intrigued, as he allowed him to finish without asking any questions. Fascinating, truly fascinating. The potential applications of such a concept are vast. And you wish to create a prosthetic limb that can respond to this Mana Phantom? A tool that can be seamlessly integrated with even an amateur's understanding of mana. That's the general idea. I must say, Mr. Wayland, your ambition knows no bounds. It's a commendable endeavor, bridging the gap between the magical and the physical. I'm intrigued by the challenge you've set for yourself. Thank you, Professor Arian, but I'm stuck at an impasse. I think my knowledge of mana is still limited, so I was wondering if you could aid me in this endeavor? Roland glanced into the crystal ball to see Arian pondering for a moment, his feline eyes narrowing in thought. I suppose you wish to borrow some research material involving mana research? Yes, I need something more specific. I'm afraid that I have lent you all that I can spare. Is that so? Don't get me wrong. There might be something in the inner library that you could use. Alas, this is restricted knowledge. Only members of the Academy have access. Even I can't simply waltz in and grab whatever I desire. Even if I could, this is lengthy research. If we keep to our old exchange, it would take years for any progress. The professor's perspective made sense to Roland, and he acknowledged the challenges of seeking information without direct access to the location in question. Recognizing the limitations of a proxy, he realized that relying solely on the cat professor for this specific inquiry might not yield the desired results. The complexities of studying the Mana Phantom required first-hand exploration and detailed examination, which he couldn't accomplish through mere book exchanges. Is there no other way? Roland mumbled under his breath as he was lost in thought, and it was something the cat quickly picked up on. Oh, there is a way. There is? Well, yes, you need research material, and I'm in dire need of a new assistant. A new assistant? Indeed. Just come over, you'll have to do a few things, but I'll guarantee you access to the Academy's archives. This was not a possibility he had given much thought. Leaving the area where he held responsibilities would pose quite a challenge. Though there was no immediate danger, the threat from the cultists remained tangible. Moreover, being a knight commander, he had obligations to his lord. Nevertheless, if he were to approach Arthur about it, he would likely grant him leave. With the Golden Order present and numerous platinum-ranked adventurers available for hire, the pressure exerted by his comrades would no longer be a concern. I appreciate the offer, Professor Arian, but I see that you need some time to think. This is the best way of tackling this issue, my friend. How about I give you a few days to think about it? I really need to go back to my research. Please think about it. I could use the help. Wait, he ended the call. The crystal ball flickered a few times as the connection was cut from the other side. He was left contemplating the offer that Professor Arian at the Xander's Institute of Wizardry gave him. It was the place that he was supposed to go as a child, which quickly fell through after his elemental affinities were revealed. Perhaps if he went there he would even be able to unearth this mystery. The Academy could provide him with unparalleled access to the knowledge and resources he needed for his research on the Mana Phantom. It was an enticing proposition, with the potential to expedite his progress and overcome the current obstacles. Given his current stats, he could swiftly absorb the information. What might take a novice mage a decade, he could likely accomplish in a year or even half that time. His primary focus was on acquiring specific knowledge, possibly shortening his stay to just a month or two. Aren't there similar institutions here? There is an academy at Isgard. Maybe he could give me a referral letter? He started to ponder his options. How could he acquire the knowledge in the fastest way possible? Money wasn't really an issue. The thing that he was mostly worried about was his home and the people he wanted to keep safe. No, that won't work, and I don't even know if they have any proper rune mages and research there. He wasn't well versed in all the magical institutions across the kingdom, but heading to Xander's Institute of Wizardry seemed like his best option. The success of his research would also depend on establishing a connection with a professor there. Access to the old mage's research papers, often required navigating through certain hoops, and there were additional hurdles in the form of magical contracts and restrictions. I could probably have Arian get me any problematic papers, and avoid signing any contracts, if the need arose, but for someone with trust issues like him, abandoning his current situation wasn't an easy decision. However, one thing was evident: remaining on the defensive wasn't always beneficial. Similar to the latest Tier 3 trial, there were instances where he needed to take a more proactive stance. Attending the academy held the potential for great gains. New research could bring about increased knowledge and possibly lead to improved weapons in the future. I can't ignore how much I could gain from a visit like that, but the trip will probably take at least a few months, a week just to reach the institute. The kingdom of Caldra spanned vast distances, and transportation methods were considerably slower compared to modern counterparts. The planet they inhabited was larger than the Earth he came from, leading to increased distances between settlements. Moreover, the necessity to consider potential monster attacks made nighttime travel impractical. I could probably barely afford to take an airship from the main city. Am I really considering leaving? Roland found himself somewhat surprised that he wasn't entirely opposed to the idea. There were numerous compelling reasons that made the prospect of this trip worthwhile. Enhancing his rune knowledge could potentially elevate his inventions to new heights. Transforming this location into a genuine rune capital of the world required an expansion of his expertise. The academy likely housed mage towers that he could analyze with his debugging skill, enabling him to uncover rune secrets, even without following conventional channels. If there were no responsibilities anchoring him here, there would be little to impede him. The only potential drawback lay in entering the Inner Kingdom, where old enemies and family might reside. Fortunately, the Knight Academy attended by Robert didn't have any close relatives or acquaintances of his. While his face bore a resemblance to Robert's, he could always keep his status screen private. With Arian's assistance, and the option of wearing a mask, he had means to navigate any challenges. Mages were generally considered an eccentric bunch, so even appearing in full-plate runic armor might not attract unwanted attention. The more he thought about it, the more he felt compelled to follow through on this beneficial endeavor. However, before he made a proper decision, he needed to get a few things sorted. When morning came, he quickly made a thorough analysis of the current situation. The Golden Order was still within the city, and the church building had begun its transformation. It would soon become a larger cathedral with a smaller cloister outside the city next to the new barracks. Their new paladins would begin their training and act as perhaps the first line of defense against his enemies. He made sure to have their base of operations be on the site of his home, and have them be able to arrive at his home quickly if trouble arose. This upcoming period promised significant growth and transformation. Architects were already in the process of designing plans for the expansion and creation of an additional outer wall. A completely new city was to be constructed to accommodate the influx of new residents, arriving with little more than purses filled with gold coins. Though his runic shop might become understaffed, the influx of new money meant that Arthur could cover most of his expenses. The influx of new residents raised the possibility of less than stellar individuals slipping through the cracks, some potentially even belonging to the cultists. Given that this was evolving into the new Golden Order stronghold, having someone on the inside was a strategic move. However, it was also a big gamble, considering that identifying corrupt energies was the forte of these paladins. The process of repairing his home had already commenced. Although his armor had suffered damage during the confrontation, some of the red mithril it was crafted from remained usable. With assistance from the Union, he could likely expedite the process, allowing him to concentrate on the Runesmith aspect. All repairs could feasibly be completed within a few weeks, giving him the freedom to explore, provided a certain person approved it beforehand. Without her consent, he wasn't going anywhere. I don't think it should be a problem, Elodia replied after hearing his condensed explanation of the issue at hand. Just like that? Did you think that I would start weeping? I know you, Roland. You're not one to make decisions lightly. If you believe this journey is essential for our safety, then I trust your judgment. Besides, with the Golden Order stationed here, the immediate threat seems to be under control. Roland was surprised by the response, but also knew that Elodia was quite worried. Her hand made its way towards his, and she exchanged a look. Just make sure to keep in touch and let me know if you need anything. And please stay out of trouble. I promise, Elodia. I'll stay safe and make this trip as short as possible. I'll keep in touch through magical letters and the crystal ball. But you also need to promise me something in exchange. If there is any trouble, call me immediately, and if not me, go to Arthur or one of his knights. Elodie sighed, but soon brightened up after knowing that they both were equally worried about their well-being. I promise, Roland, but don't take unnecessary risks. Remember, your safety is just as important to me as it is to you. With a nod of agreement, Roland felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. Having Elodia's support was crucial, and her understanding made the decision easier to bear. They spent the rest of the day discussing the logistics of his departure. She was still his wife, and would be the de facto owner of his estate in his absence. Her status was now above that of a commoner, but not really that high either. Nevertheless, everything here would be hers to control, along with one rowdy new employee who had already started a small fire in his new laboratory. One more hurdle stood in his way before making a decision, and that was Arthur Valerian. His noble friend, being the head knight and main knight commander within the city, held the literal authority to prevent him from leaving. Although the current situation was relatively safe, Roland had no insight into Arthur's future plans. As the city progressed, the other smaller nobles were beginning to take notice of this previously unknown Valerian brother. He had already witnessed some sealed letters making their way towards Arthur. They probably contained some flattering words and maybe invitations to some noble parties. If he decided to take part in those, then he as the head knight might also have to participate. A lot of things were happening around him, and it felt like his life would be becoming a whole lot more troublesome. You want to do what, T? The next morning, Roland approached Arthur to discuss his plans. The two sat in Arthur's office, a room filled with various books, strategy boards, and reports. Arthur listened attentively as Roland explained the opportunity presented by Professor Arian at the Xander's Institute of Wizardry. However, the moment he revealed that he wished to leave this territory, the noble responded in surprise, and was now coughing out tea. Lord Arthur, you shouldn't talk while drinking. Mary was there with them and started patting his back. Thank you, Mary, Arthur managed to say between coughs. He wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, looking at Roland with a mix of surprise and curiosity. Now, could you repeat that last part? Leaving the territory? Yes, Lord Arthur. Professor Arian has offered me a chance to visit the Xander's Institute of Wizardry, to access their extensive archives. It's an opportunity to enhance my knowledge of runes and magic, and potentially accelerate my research. After recent events, I've realized that I'm still inexperienced. Inexperienced with all that knowledge to transform the city? There are a lot of things that I don't know, and the recent events show it. I see, but leaving now. Roland observed Arthur, who appeared somewhat perturbed by the situation. He understood that the young lord was likely displeased with his strongest ally, leaving his side for an undisclosed period. There was a chance he might never return, as accidents were not uncommon. Without Roland's support, the Runic city could potentially amount to nothing more than a dream. Their alliance experienced an upswing, courtesy of Roland's engagement with the Golden Order. The church's presence had attracted adventurers to the region, viewing it as a lucrative opportunity. The dungeon teemed with undead monsters susceptible to holy mana and items. With the relocation of item production to this area, their wishes seemed nearly fulfilled. It was evolving into a region that could offer everything, still largely unexplored. Numerous treasures remained concealed, and overcoming bosses for the first time promised access to superior items. I guess we should be able to manage without you around for a few months. Oh, after a moment of contemplation, Arthur provided his response, aligning with Roland's expectations but not entirely. Roland had anticipated the young noble to be more apprehensive, perhaps even fearful, about releasing a trusted comrade in arms. However, it seemed that Arthur's stance was a lot more altruistic than he anticipated. Are you surprised, my friend? I think you have done enough to aid my cause already. There isn't really much that I could ask for at this juncture. Arthur looked to the side where a lot of soldiers were gathering. There Sir Gareth and Morian were giving stern speeches to some of the new recruits. Those two won't take too long now, haha. When you come back, we'll have a proper battalion of soldiers for you to command. Roland's gaze landed on the two knights who were supposed to be his replacement. He analyzed their current levels and class choices. While they didn't manage to awaken aura, they still had the spirit variants of their classes. With them, they would be able to get more prestigious classes later on, perhaps a spirit champion variant. Just like that one knight commander that he encountered. Name: Gareth Astistal 133 lira. Classes: T2 Spirit Sword Knight 33 lira. T2 Sword Knight 50 lira. T1 Squire 25 lira. T1 Warrior 25 lira. Name: Morian Hartman 132 lira. Classes: T2 Spirit Spear Knight 32 lira, T2 Spear Knight 50 lira, T1 Squire 25 lira, T1 Warrior 25 lira. Did you notice? Yes, they have some talent. Arthur appeared genuinely pleased with his two knights. With them by Arthur's side, Roland could likely reduce his direct involvement in his knightly duties. Remaining as the head knight seemed inevitable for a while, given his superior level in combat skills compared to others at similar levels. Moreover, capturing undead monsters meant the duo could enhance their combat skills without falling behind during what could otherwise be considered a rapid and unbalanced leveling phase. I appreciate your understanding, Lord Arthur. I will do my best to expedite my research and return as soon as possible. But to do that, I'll have to ask for something. Oh, go ahead, if it's within my power. The conversation was unfolding smoothly, and Arthur appeared to be in high spirits. This presented the opportune moment to seek assistance, especially since he wanted to avoid spending a week traveling from one small city to another. Typically, he would have to take a carriage to the port, embark on a ship to reach the mainland, and then proceed by train. Such a journey would consume at least a week or more, as monster attacks were possible. I need more money, and probably a referral letter, so I can take an airship from Isgard. More money in Isgard, you say? Why are you looking away? For no reason. Roland's eyes narrowed as Arthur averted his gaze upon hearing the mention of needing money for an airship. Travel by such means was a luxury reserved for the wealthy and noble, and the cost was indeed substantial. Roland was aware of his own financial constraints, with the need to repair his home, and the anticipated expenses for remaking his armor. However, as the head knight, he earned a nice sum each month. If he could secure a few months' payment in advance, it should adequately cover the expenses for his journey. With a referral letter, I'll be able to lower the price even further. Your family owns the city, doesn't it? That it does. After a moment of contemplation, Roland discerned that the issue was not solely about the money, but rather about the letter. Arthur belonged to the Valyrian noble house, headquartered in the largest city on the island, Isgard. His father, and likely some unsettling memories, resided there. If Roland were to possess a letter bearing Arthur's seal, the information would likely find its way to Alexander Valyrian's ears. How about you just use the traditional means of travel? By sea? I've heard that some monsters have been spotted near the shore. It would be better to use the airship. That does sound unfortunate. It became evident that Arthur hesitated to draft the letter at this particular juncture. Whether it was reluctance to use the Valyrian name for such a purpose or other undisclosed reasons, Roland recognized the need to secure passage to the airship, regardless. While being associated with the Valyrian house could potentially grant him a complimentary journey, Roland considered an alternative, more discreet approach. Initially hesitant due to the additional cost, he now saw it as a necessary solution, especially given his lord's unwillingness to provide the referral. If you are feeling so strongly about this issue, then there is another way. There is? Let me hear it. It will cost more gold, but I could present myself as either a merchant or one of their guards. Ah yes, there was that possibility. Everyone takes one or two guards with them on those trips for safety reasons. The problem would be finding a willing merchant that won't just give away the ruse. For a moment the two pondered. After a few seconds Arthur raised his finger with a smile on his face. If I'm not mistaken, the current Union-headed used an airship to get here. Perhaps we can use one of their connections to get you a spot on that airship. That could work. Leave it to me then, it's the least I could do. Is that so? Then I will leave it in your hands, Lord Arthur. I still have to build that prototype for that church, so I'll excuse myself then. The Union dwarves held the distinction of being the primary producers of flying ships within the kingdom. Given Brilvia's status as a Tier 3 Master Runesmith, it was highly likely that he could seek assistance in this matter. While there would still be a cost involved, perhaps he could act as a bodyguard of one of the dwarven merchants or master craftsmen. If he could secure safe passage on one of their ships, his weekly journey wouldn't extend beyond a few days. With the travel arrangements in progress, Roland returned to his workshop to focus on completing the prototype for the Solarian Church. The days that followed were a flurry of activity, with Roland working tirelessly to ensure the success of his research project before his departure. The prototype for the Solarian Church was a complex creation, merging various principles of Runesmithing. Luckily, Roland had designed and went through all of the technology in various other creations. What he just needed to do here was to combine his knowledge and create what would soon turn the kingdom upside down. As Roland delved deeper into his work, he found solace in the routine of his craft. The rhythmic tapping of his hammer, The soft glow of enchanted runes and the hum of magical energy became a familiar symphony. It was during these moments that he could temporarily set aside the weight of his decisions and immerse himself in the art of creation. However, the impending departure lingered at the back of his mind. Roland couldn't help but feel a mixture of excitement and apprehension. The journey to the Xander's Institute of Wizardry held the promise of unparalleled knowledge and resources, yet it also meant stepping into the unknown. He was about to leave the comfort and safety of his familiar surroundings. As the prototype neared completion, Roland received a magical letter from Professor Arian. The cat professor expressed his anticipation for Roland's arrival at the Institute, and assured him that preparations were underway to accommodate his research needs. The letter also contained a list of specific topics and questions that Arian hoped Roland would explore during his free time. Many of them focused on runic topics and magical theories that he had previously asked for, and some that he gained during his ascension ritual. The request from Arian seemed peculiar, but Roland considered that it might be a way for him to acquire answers to simple questions that other mages could potentially pose during his stay. It wouldn't be uncommon for someone to test his knowledge while in the library to verify his credentials as a genuine mage. The decision to keep news of his departure from the city confidential was strategic. Portraying the head knight as injured rather than away from his lord's territory served as a deliberate move. Revealing his absence might raise suspicions, and Arthur's brothers could view it as an opportunity to exploit the situation. The city, now fortified like a fortress, made it improbable for them to send assassins after Roland while he was here. On the other hand, when away, he could be easily cornered at an unknown location that didn't favor him. Despite being accustomed to travel, this would be Roland's first time venturing with newfound fame. Even if he didn't want to reveal himself, just the notion of him wearing costly runic armor would probably raise a few eyebrows. Opting for an airship provided a way to minimize scrutiny and avoid the curious gazes of onlookers. Having costly equipment among nobles and rich merchants was considered quite normal and would mask his true nature perfectly. With the prototype nearing completion and his departure date fast approaching, Roland found himself caught in a whirlwind of preparations. The Solarian Church eagerly awaited the delivery of the prototype, and he knew the impact it could have on the church's standing within the city. Elodia, too, was deeply engrossed in the activities around the house. She managed the repairs and expansion plans, ensuring that everything would be in order during Roland's absence. The prospect of being apart for an extended period weighed on both their minds, but they remained determined to make the most of the situation. As the days passed, Roland continued to receive updates from Arthur regarding the arrangements for his journey. The Union dwarves were cooperative, and a spot on the airship seemed secured. While he wasn't aware of his position quite yet, he hoped for the best. His focus shifted to the prototype that began the final process of assembly, which took a bit longer, due to him missing his right-hand man. "I'm sorry that I'm not much help, boss. You're doing fine. After you get used to that arm, you'll be right back in the smithy just like before." One of the primary reasons for Roland's decision to depart was the heavy burden on his conscience regarding Burner. His friend had lost a limb, and the replacement arm, though functional for basic smithing tasks, was clearly not on par with the original. While seeking assistance from the Union dwarves would have been a quicker resolution, Roland chose to have Burner work on the project. Offering his assistant an opportunity for hands-on involvement was essential for providing positive reinforcement and preventing him from feeling replaced by outsiders. "Well, this is about finished. What do you think?" "I don't know what to say. It's very angular." "I guess it is." Roland didn't want to spend too much time on designing the outer shell, so the runic artifact to counter the abyssal sleep looked like an old retro control console. It had a series of buttons, levers, knobs, and switches that were intricately connected to the runic core within. The outer appearance might be lacking in aesthetics, but Roland prioritized functionality over form in this instance. The display panel had a large crystal ball that made it look like an old circular radar. Roland carefully inspected every detail, ensuring that all components were in sync. The runic core was composed of a plethora of components connected to each other. An augmented golem core was responsible for most of its functions and computing power. With it now being complete, all he needed to do was to pack it up and bring it over to the Solarian Church for an explanation. It might not be the most visually appealing, but it should get the job done. Now, all that's left is the final testing. "Burner, can you place your hand on this imprint here?" "You mean on this rectangular glass here?" "Yes." After placing his hand down, the area produced some light to showcase that the scanning process was taking place. The crystal orb that acted as the main screen presented them with a simple graphical interface. It showcased the scanning process and allowed him to press one of the buttons to save the mana pattern, after which he compared it to the already stored mana pattern that belonged to Burner that he had used during the siege. It's working a bit slower than I expected, but everything seems to be in order. I'd have to get better golem cores for the next iteration. One of the knobs afforded him the capability to customize the area size for the wake-up signal, and activating it was as simple as flicking the side lever. Various options allowed for periodic signal emissions or manual activation. The inclusion of a runic battery and a fail-safe mana fluid pocket enhanced the device's safety features. The prototype was working and could be presented to the Golden Order on schedule. With the prototype completed and the final testing successfully conducted, Roland felt a sense of relief. The next step was to deliver the artifact to the Solarian Church and present it to the Golden Order. He carefully packed the device in a specially crafted container to protect it during transit. Burner assisted with the packing process, his excitement evident despite the lingering discomfort from the recent loss of his arm. Soon he arrived at the new cathedral and found Gideon along with some new faces. I guess that's the new bishop, or rather an archbishop. The place buzzed with new arrivals, but Roland's attention was drawn to the Tier 3 class holders. Archbishops usually consisted of Tier 3 priests, with cardinals being Tier 4 class holders, and above them was only the current pope. The high-level bishops brought with them enhanced healing magics and more potent elixirs. The city would undoubtedly be safer with their presence, as their bodies exuded potent holy energy, capable of countering most evil cults. As Roland approached, he was greeted by Gideon, who wore the usual frown on his face. Without any words exchanged, the two just nodded at each other, as Gideon realized that the shipment of the runic device had arrived. After teaching them how to use it and handing over all the plans he would complete as part of the contract, and be free to leave. His heart was filled with equal amounts of anticipation and fear. It had been years since he had truly left this place that he now called home. Even the small trip during the Golden Rank test felt small compared to this grand voyage through the sky. Getting cold feet now wouldn't do him any good. Now he just needed to visit Arthur's estate and see what he had prepared for him. Soon his journey would take him into the middle regions of the kingdom, a place that he had abandoned a long time ago. The sun began to set as Roland made his way to Arthur's estate. The sprawling grounds were immaculately maintained, a testament to the wealth and power of the Valyrian family. The main residence, a grand mansion of stone and wood, stood as a symbol of the family's prominence in its now finished state. The guards recognized him as he approached the entrance, and quickly opened the gates for their knight commander. The interior of the mansion was adorned with luxurious furnishings and intricate decorations. Arthur's base of operations was finally looking like a proper noble home. Everything had gotten up several levels since his first arrival, and this villa was finally fit to accept other nobles. While moving further, he nodded back at a few butlers and maids, new faces that he didn't recognize. In a spacious study, Roland found Arthur reviewing documents and reports. The young lord looked up as Roland entered, concern etched on his face, due to the temporary loss of his best knight. "Roland, you're here. Come, take a seat. We need to discuss a few matters before your departure." "Of course, Lord Arthur." Roland took a seat across from Arthur, who leaned back in his ornate chair. Arthur's fingers started tapping rhythmically on the polished mahogany desk as he started speaking. "I've prepared a few things for your journey. Firstly, here are the documents from the guild. If anyone doubts your identity, just hand them over. Thanks to our guildmaster, you will be taking on the role of a guard for a reputable merchant. They will be making the trip to the kingdom's central regions. From there it will only take you a day or two to reach the institute." Due to Arthur's unwillingness to give him a referral letter, he would not be able to use his family name to get a free ride. Instead, he would use his adventurer credentials that had been upgraded recently. Roland was now a platinum rank adventurer with a lot more prestige. His card had been updated to a newer model to signify this event, and would usually be enough to confirm his identity. While his guild name on the card couldn't be altered, not many people would associate Wayland the Adventurer with Wayland the Knight Commander. It appeared that his contacts within the guild yielded more benefits than those within the Union. It was understandable that no Union dwarves were planning a visit to the central regions, and instead, he would need to attach himself to a merchant. Fortunately, the city was going through a second growth phase. It presented an opportunity to invest and earn a large amount of gold, prompting various merchants and companies to act swiftly. Thank you, Lord Arthur. There's more. I've also arranged for a sizable amount of gold to be provided to you. Traveling comfortably requires resources, and I want you to have the means to secure your safety. Roland was genuinely surprised by the generosity. The amount of gold Arthur provided exceeded his expectations, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude. This is a lot of coins, are you sure? Take it before I change my mind. With the current expansion underway, gold has become a trivial matter. Just be sure to return safely, and you can use it for the trip back. I will do my best, Lord Arthur, and I don't plan on staying for more than I have to. The two men soon stood up to shake each other's hands. Their relationship has grown through the years, and Roland was starting to consider Arthur as an actual friend. From the way the young lord acted, it seemed that he reciprocated those feelings, but he couldn't be sure. Perhaps he was just treating him as one of his best assets. However, normally a person wouldn't let their best asset stray away too far from their domain. I wish you luck. I hope you find whatever you are looking for. I hope so too. As the two men were finishing up their conversation, a knock on the door resounded and was followed by Mary's voice. Lord Arthur, the adventurers have arrived. Great, just on time, shall we? Roland nodded as he waited for Arthur to leave the room first, trailing a few steps behind to maintain the appearance of the Knight Commander. A scheduled meeting awaited him, involving two acquaintances. Anything I should know before I meet your two friends? I guess Lobelia has a good head on her shoulders, so it should be fine, but when talking to Armand, it would be better if you didn't use any big words. I can guarantee his strength, but don't expect him to be too nuanced. I see, good to know. Arthur chuckled at the description Roland gave of the two new bodyguards. During his absence, there weren't many people he could trust with Arthur's life. The issue lay with his Knight Commander position. He was somewhat responsible for Arthur's safety. If anything were to happen to his lord, he could be held accountable for it. This dependence on the main family and the Duke could lead to severe consequences, possibly even a death sentence. The only way out of such a predicament would likely be to run and seek refuge in another kingdom. An alternative would also be the territory of an opposing duke. Welcome. Good day, my lord. The two finally arrived to see two awkward-looking individuals. Lobelia attempted to perform a curtsy, but it was quite awkward and untrained. Armand, on the other hand, gazed into the distance as if he had something more interesting to attend to. Only after a jab in the side by his younger sibling did he turn his head to face the approaching Arthur. Hey, shape up. We're in the presence of a noble. Do you want us to get thrown into the dungeon? I'd like those skinny soldiers to try. Haha, you were right. They are truly an interesting duo. Roland glanced over at Mary, who was rolling her eyes. She seemed to have some experience dealing with the two, so he felt confident leaving Armand to her. With that, he bid his farewells and exited the villa. He promised Elodia to review their contracts and steer them in a more favorable direction. Once signed, they would become part of Arthur's private entourage, responsible for his safety in his absence. Now, he could focus on completing his other inquiries and preparing for his journey ahead, set to commence in around 3 days. I guess I'm really doing this. While walking through the city, he continued to ponder his current situation. The prototype he had provided to the church was operational, and they were already analyzing all of his schematics and writings, with their own craftsmen and mages. The place was filling up with even more people, and the entrance gate was more crowded than the time he had arrived here all those years ago. The expansion of the city had been reignited as people began purchasing plots of land outside the main city walls. This influx brought in substantial revenue, likely one of the reasons for Arthur's generosity. Prices were on the rise, and everyone seemed poised to make substantial gains. He took in the sights, contemplating how different the place would be upon his return. It would be great if traveling didn't take so long. I wonder if I would be able to create one of those things. Usually, mages create them when they achieve Tier 3 too, so it should be possible, but the cost will probably be astronomical. As he strolled through the streets, he contemplated what new knowledge he needed to focus on in the Magical Institute. He didn't want to stay there for more than a month, and needed to focus on the most important issues. First came the Mana Phantom research that should theoretically allow him to create runic prosthetic limbs, his main reason for making this trip. There were other topics that he wanted to delve into, one of them being Mage Tower technology, which proved quite intriguing. He understood that these towers were typically constructed by magical craftsmen, similar to his own profession. The materials involved consisted of various exotic minerals and crystals endowed with strange powers. Inside the tower, every magician's power would be enhanced, typically the primary reason for their construction. Then there was also knowledge of various spells locked within the library. With his eyes, he could transform everything into runic form. In theory, he could harness the power of every spell within the Institute if he so chose. There was also the potential of acquiring new skill books related to magic, which were quite elusive and not easily found outside a magic academy or tower. He aimed to extract as much value from this trip as possible, as he wasn't planning on many after it, at least not until everything within the city calmed down and the cult was in decline. Soon, he arrived at the path leading to his home and encountered a few adventurers, leaving with magical weapons in their hands. He had worked tirelessly for close to a month to stock up his shop along with other necessities. His shop would need to keep up with the Union while he was away. Luckily, his runic wares were unique in their use and of high quality. Even if there was no stock for a while, he should be able to recover in due time. I need to start packing, everything is ready. The door opened without him needing to use the door handle, and a little chime sounded. His shop was constantly improving, and after rebuilding it, it looked even more magical than before. At least in terms of aesthetics, he was sure that his place was more eye-catching than the bland dwarven smithies. This was also probably the reason why there were a lot more female adventurers here. The place looked more interesting and was spotless, thanks to the store manager, who was also his wife. "Welcome, Ma. How did it go?" "Everything went well. Now I just need to start packing and meet up with a merchant. I'll be taking on the role of their bodyguard for the time being." The moment he heard Elodia's voice, he smiled. Inside the store, some guests were looking at the wares, and thanks to his position, a larger arrangement of guards was present on the outside and also on the inside. Due to the recent events, he had asked Arthur to provide him with his own private squad of guards. They were young Tier 2 class holders, and were outfitted with some of the best runic equipment he could muster. This, coupled with a large paladin presence in the area, allowed this place to still be considered a fort. "Want me to pack you some snacks? Those spatial spaces should be able to hold a basket of food, right?" "I guess it should. Are you still worried about leaving now?" "A bit." "Don't be, we will be fine." That he was stressed about the journey didn't go unnoticed. His wife continued to cheer him on, even though she was the one who should be feeling fearful about him going away. "If you say so." "I also saw that they finished up the small cloister nearby. I hope and I won't cause any trouble. They really see them as some holy beast." Elodia shook her head while peeking at the wolf in question who was walking around the inside of the compound. While Anai was usually eager to go outside, with so many sun worshippers trying to kneel before him, he seemed to be feeling uncomfortable. They even assembled a place where he was supposed to visit from time to time where people could present their offerings. It was one of the stipulations in the contract, and many high-level paladins would always be there to protect the sacred beast. He is just mad that he'll have to actually work now. Roland laughed as his wolf was quite the lazy hound. Most of the time he just slept or dug up holes around his home. He probably heard that. Let him. After some pleasantries with his wife, he headed inside. There he encountered a somewhat annoyed-looking sun wolf. After a stare-down that lasted exactly 10 seconds, Anai took off running and started making laps around the whole compound. Roland wasn't sure what this tomfoolery was about, and just headed down into his workshop where Anai couldn't reach him. There he found his new armor placed on a large table. It had already been outfitted with runes and was fully operational. The dwarven craftsman took care of the outer shell, streamlining his design to make it slightly thinner than before. By adding some special alloys, it would not overheat even if he activated his two best skills at once. The silver-gray suit had also been slightly upgraded, cutting down the lag between casting spells even further. Roland examined the armor with a critical eye, running his fingers over the engraved runes. The intricate patterns glowed softly, indicating the powerful magic embedded within them. It was a masterpiece of craftsmanship, a blend of dwarven precision and Roland's own runic expertise. They really do know how to use a hammer. It looks different enough to the old one, so no one should recognize me. He needed to avoid being identified as the Albrook City Knight Commander at all costs. If Arthur's enemies realized that he was out there alone, they could send unsavory characters to remove him. Luckily, he wasn't that famous of a figure, and by wearing armor and other clothing items to cover his face, probably no one would be the wiser. It was also a territory related to a different duke in the opposite royalist faction. Arthur's brothers probably didn't have enough power to do anything about him, even if they realized he was there. I managed to increase the storage capacity of the spatial runes slightly. Wish there was a way to do something about the limited opening size. Perhaps I can find something to alleviate this problem at the Institute. The backplate housed a spatial space through which he could remove some of his armaments, like the floating cubes that helped him control greater spells. While he was able to create a reasonably large space to store items in, the problem was in removing them from within. The limiting factor was the size of the opening, which he couldn't increase with his current knowledge. Quickly, he started to go through his list of items, double and triple checking if everything was in order. On the outside, it would look like he was traveling lightly, but in reality, he had a wide array of weapons with him. Some of his general items would be stored in a backpack carried by a hired porter. His role was that of a bodyguard shadowing a merchant and nothing more. Time started to go by, and he spent it together with his friends and family. Everyone gathered for one big farewell feast that most people weren't aware of. It was a lot less eventful than the wedding night, but everyone left with a smile on their face. He made sure to say his goodbyes as the time for departure approached. The next day, Roland set out from his home in Albrook City, fully equipped and ready for the journey ahead. The sun was just beginning to rise as he walked through the waking city. The familiar sounds of merchants setting up their stalls and the chatter of early risers filled the air. His body was covered by a large dark cloak to hide his appearance. From today, he was playing the role of an adventurer and not a knight. Normally, his big bulky armor would give him away quickly, but for this trip, he wasn't wearing it. He chose to wear partial parts over his silver gray suit, and then covered it with some loose clothing. If a problem arose that required his full capabilities, he would don it fully, but to keep himself hidden from prying eyes, he needed to conceal some of his gear. As he made his way to the meeting point with the merchant caravan, Roland couldn't help but worry about this place. Thoughts of abandoning his mission flooded his mind, but the image of Burner without his arm intact quickly dispersed those intrusive thoughts. This place had been a safe haven for many years, but to keep it safe, leaving for a while was the only option. The meeting point was a bustling area near the city gates, where merchants were preparing their caravans for the journey. The air was filled with the scent of fresh goods and the clattering of hooves, as horses were readied for travel. Roland spotted the merchant he was supposed to accompany, a portly man with a shrewd look in his eyes. That guy fits the description. After identifying his new boss, he headed over to greet him. The instructions he received from the guild informed him about all the procedures. This caravan would head to Isgard, and part of the people there would take the airship, with the costlier items heading to the mainland. Not everything would be able to fit onto an airship, as the rest would go by sea. His role as the guard would end after the man arrived at the city of Ardford. From then he would travel to his destination, Xander's Institute of Wizardry. The caravan was a diverse assembly of merchants, guards, and adventurers hired for protection. Roland quickly introduced himself to the merchant, whose name was Cedric. Cedric eyed Roland up and down, sizing him up as a bodyguard. The knight commander had taken great care to disguise his identity, wearing a hood over his runic helmet to conceal even more of his face. He was quite the imposing sight to behold, with a large tower shield in one hand and a thick war hammer in the other. "You're one of my new personal guards? I guess you at least look the part. You'll be riding in the back of my exclusive carriage." "That works for me," Roland replied with a nod, maintaining a stoic demeanor. Luckily, he wasn't expected to talk or interact with anyone here. Cedric gestured towards the luxurious carriage parked nearby, adorned with intricate carvings and gilded accents. It was clear that the merchant spared no expense when it came to his own comfort and safety. The extravagant appearance of this carriage didn't fool him one bit. It was made out of magical wood that could resist Tier 3 spells and might. Various enchantments were placed over it, and even a pocket for mana fluid, somewhat similar to his own battery technology, was hidden within to power them. It had layers of armoring underneath the wood, and was being pulled by a large lizard-like creature that could probably devour a horse whole. Its most characteristic feature was the number of limbs, which was at 6. The size of the carriage was comparable to a school bus from his old world, thus it needed a large creature to pull it. The fact that it was meant just for this merchant alone indicated that this man was quite important. Other Tier 3 class holders were coming along for the trip, and most of them were stationed near him. From what he knew, the man belonged to the merchant guild that was hoping to open up some new trade routes with Albrook involved. With the presence of the church and the high-level materials from the dungeon, this place had become a gold mine. After taking his place in the back seat, the journey was ready to commence. There was enough space here for him to spread out his legs, and it reminded him that he was indeed somewhat well-regarded. Previously, when he was a Tier 1 or 2 class holder, the trips with merchants were quite bumpy. Now, on the other hand, he was a platinum rank adventurer, someone who was part of the elite and respected by others. "There are a lot of new faces here, and I don't think anyone has realized that it's me." He made sure to keep the runes hidden, even if his gauntlets and helmet were noticed, unless he started using runic magic. they wouldn't show up on the outer metal. Most of the adventurers and guards were ones hired at a previous location, so they didn't know him. Some of them decided to remain in Albrook after their contract was done, so the merchant caravan hired some locals for the trip back. This included him, who added to the personal guards of Cedric, who also had 2 personal Tier 3 class holders to protect him. The man reminded him of the old gnome from Adelgard, who had 2 strong elven assassins in tow. I guess I'm the expandable one from this bunch. I should expect them to ditch me if it becomes too problematic. While thinking of potential monster attacks, the caravan started moving. His cart was somewhere in the middle, and if everything went right, there wouldn't be much that he would need to attend to. No one was expecting any strong monster attacks to befall them. Then there was also a higher concentration of the Valyrian army that was responding to the increased cultist activities. As they reached the gate, the city of Albrook started to fade. He glanced in the direction of his home, and could only hope that nothing would happen to his friends and family. Luckily, with the help of magical means, he could continue talking to his wife every day. Yes, I'm outside the gates. I'll call you later. Bye. He conversed with Elodia through these magical ways before leaning back in his cabin. The road ahead stretched out into the distance, winding through lush landscapes, and occasionally passing by small villages. Cedric was seemingly oblivious to his guard's concerns and continued to chat away with some people inside his carriage. The other 2 guards were there with him, along with some other business partners. While they were blocking out the sound with the help of some enchantments, he could choose to listen in, but he decided not to. Instead, Roland gazed out of the window, lost in his thoughts. The landscape was changing gradually as they moved further away from Albrook. The lush greenery gave way to open plains, and the air carried a different scent. The journey ahead wasn't long, but Roland knew that he needed to stay vigilant. Despite the seemingly peaceful surroundings, danger could lurk around any corner. Days turned into nights, and the caravan pressed forward. His interactions with other guards and adventurers in the group were minimal. He preferred to keep a low profile and avoided unnecessary attention. The path toward Isgard, the main city on this island of Dragnus, was mostly uneventful, with minimal effort needed from his side. Their pace was noticeably swifter than that of the previous caravan he had taken. This acceleration was primarily due to the superior stamina of the current beasts, coupled with their willingness to travel even during the night. If a merchant possessed sufficient funds, traversing the perilous nights posed no issue. There existed diverse methods to conceal themselves, and in this instance, they restricted the amount of light and sound emanating from their caravan. Every carriage and wagon was enveloped in a kind of mist that rendered it challenging for nocturnal creatures to detect them. Thanks to these precautions, they managed to triple their speed compared to typical expeditions. Soon, the initial checkpoint on the journey to the Xander Institute of Wizardry lay ahead Isgard City. Isgard, a bustling metropolis, stood in stark contrast to the developing Albrook city. With no imminent threats, everyone peered out of their carts, marveling at the grandeur before them. Surprisingly, the first thing that caught his eye was not the giant walls or towers, but the colossal volcano in the background. This city was situated quite close to the renowned super dungeon of Dragnus Island, and now, he could finally witness it in all its imposing glory. Isgard stood as one of the largest cities in the entire kingdom, accommodating over 1 million residents at the foot of the towering Emberpiak volcano. Despite its significant distance from the active volcano, Emberpiak sporadically released embers of lava. The landscape in this region differed drastically from that of his hometown. The terrain appeared scorched due to heightened temperatures, and a dense volcanic fog obscured much of the forward view. Remarkably, the city itself seemed capable of dispersing this ashy phenomenon, enabling inhabitants to reside there. A large chasm encircled the bustling city, initially appearing as a vast moat designed to safeguard against external raids. However, its true purpose was different. It served as a safeguard to capture any potential lava that might trickle down from the ever-active volcano. The sole access to the city was via one of the colossal bridges capable of accommodating multiple caravans side by side. The bridge itself was a marvel of engineering, crafted from materials that could withstand the extreme heat and occasional tremors from the Emberpiak. Guard towers dotted its length, ensuring the safety of those entering and leaving the city. As the caravan made its way across the bridge, Roland couldn't help but feel a mix of awe and apprehension. Cedric, still within the confines of his luxurious carriage, seemed unfazed by the city's grandeur. He seemed to be taking a nap, roused only by his guards as they approached the city gates. Roland, in contrast, meticulously analyzed every nook and cranny of the architecture. He contemplated whether some of the design choices could be implemented in Albrook's defenses, though he was well aware that the associated costs would be quite staggering. Upon crossing the bridge and passing through the massive gates of Isgard, the bustling atmosphere intensified. The city was a vibrant blend of cultures, with people from various regions converging to engage in trade, exchange knowledge, and seek opportunities within the dungeon. While the expansive markets of the city held an enticing promise, time was a luxury he couldn't afford. The caravan slowly navigated through the crowded streets, with Cedric's extravagant carriage drawing attention from both locals and visitors. Roland observed the diverse array of individuals, from mages in ornate robes to skilled craftsmen showcasing their wares. Isgard served not only as a gathering place for adventurers, but also as the central trade hub on the island, ranking among the largest within the entire kingdom. Eventually, the caravan arrived at the designated merchant district where they would disembark. Cedric's carriage came to a stop, and the guards promptly surrounded it, forming a protective barrier. Roland, still maintaining a low profile, waited for the merchant to step out and make his way to the local merchant guild. As the caravan settled in, the various merchants and adventurers began their own preparations for trade and rest. Roland's responsibilities as the man's bodyguard were far from over. Instead, they were heading towards the nearby district where the airship port was located. Time constraints meant there wouldn't be an opportunity to tour the city or visit the S-rank dungeon. One of Cedric's personal guards approached Roland, while their boss was engrossed in guild business. One of the guards was a massive man adorned with cute bear ears. His build was truly massive, as it equaled the guild masters from Elbrook. He clearly fitted the brute fighter archetype. He was a powerhouse. The other guard, positioned before Roland, was significantly smaller. Hailing from a feline tribe, she sported black ears and a fit body, indicating she was likely an agility-focused type. Both guards were striking in appearance, and it seemed their attractiveness might have played a role in their selection as Cedric's personal bodyguards. Listen here, newbie. You might be platinum rank, but things work differently in Isgard. We're not here to babysit you. Cedric's safety is our top priority, and if you get in the way or slow us down, you'll find yourself on the wrong side of a tough situation. Understand? Roland nodded, maintaining his stoic demeanor. He was used to dealing with tough characters, having faced various challenges as a knight commander. He recognized that it was better to not go against such people. He didn't even care if he got paid for this whole mission, as he only wanted a spot on that airship. Good. Stay close, follow our lead, and don't make any unnecessary moves. We're professionals, and we expect you to act like one. The feline guard explained, exuding an air of superiority about herself. Roland, desiring to gauge her capabilities, considered reading her status. However, the enchanted items she wore were specifically designed to impede such processes. Preferring to keep things civil, he recognized that this city was not his territory. The abundance of Tier 3 class holders in the vicinity made it seem as though they grew on trees. While he could handle a full party by himself, the prospect of facing 10 such parties would undoubtedly pose a big challenge. Don't worry. If you're as good as they say you are, we won't have any issues. But if you're all show, you'll quickly find out that. Before the woman could continue with her monologue, the other bear-like guard appeared with the merchant behind him. What are you two doing? Come, let's go. Cedric shouted at them from a distance, prompting the feline woman to swiftly run to his side. Roland noticed a peculiar angry expression in her glances, something he wasn't accustomed to. It seemed they were underestimating his capabilities to the point of considering him a potential liability. The trio assumed a triangle formation, with Roland positioned at the front, and tasked with most of the responsibilities. It was evident that they didn't trust him to watch their backs, and preferred to keep a close eye on him instead. The group made their way through the bustling streets of Isgard, the air thick with the scents of various goods, magical incense, and the occasional waft of volcanic ash. Roland kept his focus ahead, navigating the crowded streets with caution. The feline guard, whose name he had yet to learn, continued to cast suspicious glances in his direction. Fortunately, the path to the port was conveniently close. The Merchant Guild displayed strategic foresight by setting the headquarters right beside it, making it merely a 10-minute walk away. As they approached the airship port, the atmosphere changed. The sounds of haggling and the vibrant colors of market stalls faded, replaced by the steady hum of airships. Roland looked up in awe as a multitude of fantastical vessels hovered in the air. Varying in size and design, they were all crafted from enchanted wood and adorned in unique ways. The port, carved from ancient stone, showcased ornate archways and balconies, embellished with mystical runes that shimmered in the sunlight, casting an ethereal glow over the entire structure. Cedric led the way, approaching a particularly large and opulent airship. Its hull was decorated with intricate patterns and adorned with glistening gems. The Merchant Guild's personal airship was a symbol of their wealth and influence, a testament to their success in the world of trade. The crew members, a mix of humans and various other races, bustled about, preparing the airship for departure. I still have a lot that I can learn. Roland was momentarily stunned by the wonders of magical technology unfolding before him. As a runesmith who had recently developed some minor floating capabilities, the prospect of creating such a large vessel felt like a dream come true. Although he typically concealed it, delving into the creation of magical devices was a passion he had learned to cherish. Observing these inventions, he had to resist the urge to examine the intricacies that made them tick. The ships in the port were supported by peculiar-looking clamps. Roland observed them in action as a nearby ship prepared to land. These large metal clamps extended, resembling fingers with various joints. Analyzing them with his mana sense, Roland was confident that they were golemic creations. The ship descended onto them, securely grasped into place by the intricate clamps. Once the ship was firmly secured, the crew opened a gangplank, allowing the passengers to disembark. I bet those things act as the anchor to hold the ships in place. It probably wouldn't be possible to leave this port with one of those clamps around the ship either. There were magical machines in this world that Roland yearned to examine. Despite the relatively modest level of technology, marvels like these airships captivated him. While not as swift as modern airplanes, they held unique advantages. Typically, a larger ship would be constructed around a levitation stone or flotation stone, a rare mineral that, when harnessed, could lift large objects into the air. With this resource, craftsmen only needed to devise effective means to propel these ships forward. Some utilized sails and winds, akin to regular ships, while others employed magical engines. There were even those that harnessed spirits to ride the wind currents, a domain about which Roland was less informed. Stop spacing out, we need to move. His contemplations were interrupted by the feline guard, as the group prepared to board the merchant ship. The vessel, resembling the size of an older cruise ship, appeared somewhat inferior to the ship used by the church to combat the cultists. This one was designated for transporting valuable merchant goods, securely stored in specialized spatial boxes. Cargo wasn't transported conventionally, as conserving weight on a flying vessel was crucial for its mobility. Exceeding the flotation stone's capabilities in weight would render flight impossible. Of course. He nodded and followed suit, his eyes darting around as he tried to assess the current situation. They entered through one of the doors that led them to the inside of the airship. The interior was a lavish display of magical craftsmanship, with plush carpets adorning the floor, and intricate chandeliers illuminating the halls with a warm, magical glow. The walls were adorned with enchanting paintings that seemed to come alive as you looked at them. Typically, his weapons would be confiscated, but being part of the merchant ensemble, he was granted the privilege of keeping them. Everything proceeded according to plan. Although he couldn't join the merchants in the more luxurious cabins, he was afforded the freedom to roam the airship. As the airship prepared for departure, Roland found a quiet corner on the deck to observe the surroundings. The bustling airship port gradually shrank below as the vessel ascended into the sky. The city of Isgard, with its towering walls and the ever-present Imberpiak volcano, became a distant panorama. The wind whistled past, carrying with it the distinct scent of the volcanic fog. On his way to the Institute, Roland harbored the hope that soon he would uncover new intricacies involving runes, enabling him to elevate his craft to a new level. This place is a bit crowded. I guess this is as far as second-hand connections can get me. Roland pondered as he leaned back against the uncomfortable bench in the large room reserved for hired adventurers and guards on the middle deck of the airship. Despite being allowed to keep their weapons, the bodyguards couldn't leave the area. After arriving at the ship, the main guards instructed him to wait there, considering him nothing more than backup and not presentable on the upper decks. The airship, quite large, even boasted a ballroom where music played, attracting nobles who mingled with influential merchants. It was a place for the rich and powerful. Roland couldn't complain, though, as he was getting a free ride to the Institute. Others in the room appeared to be resting, seemingly unconcerned as the airship of this caliber was considered relatively safe. Something is blocking my signal. I won't be able to call Elodia until we arrive at the destination. As Roland's mind drifted back to the home he already missed, he couldn't deny that he had changed since arriving in Albrook. Initially, survival and peace were his sole concerns, but now he found himself worrying about others. During his absence, he hoped that nothing unexpected would happen. Elodia had taken on the role of the new leader in his absence, but there was still the unpredictable alchemist to contend with. Despite having a conversation with him, Roland could only hope that the gnome wouldn't cause any disasters in his absence. I've been through a lot in these 11 years or so, or has it been 12 now? With not much to do, Roland found himself trapped in his own thoughts, a rare occurrence for him. Usually preoccupied with various tasks, he seldom dwelled on the past or pondered the nature of the world he found himself in. Even to this day, he had no idea how he ended up here or why. Yet, amidst the uncertainty, he was beginning to feel a sense of belonging. As events unfolded in Albrook, Roland realized that he was not alone, and that life in this world was not as undesirable as he once thought. Roland had a challenging start, marked by his ostracization from his family. In those difficult years, books and the dream of becoming a wizard were his solace. However, that dream was shattered during his first ascension trial, when he discovered his lack of elemental affinities. To this day, he remained uncertain about the reasons behind this anomaly. Various theories crossed his mind, such as his body being special or his mind replacing the original Roland's. He even questioned if he was the same person from Earth, contemplating whether his memories were merely copied over, or if he existed within a vast dream while lying in a hospital bed. I should probably stop thinking about theories like that. This world is too real to be an illusion or a dying man's dream. What I need to focus on is the right research papers. If I'm not careful, it could take a lot longer than it should. Though Roland had never attended a formal magical academy, he delved into research papers produced by magicians. It was a challenging experience, as magicians often approach their work with chaos and lacked standardized note-taking. Each individual had their own cryptic methods, making it difficult to decipher their papers. Decoding the essence of the research consumed more than half of the task, and Roland found himself in danger of losing months in the pursuit of knowledge within the labyrinthine libraries of magical academia. Hey, watch it. Do you know how much this robe cost? I'm sorry. You're sorry? I don't think that's good enough. You even got it dirty. As he was thinking about a quick way to get all his research done, he overheard a commotion. A group of 3 adventurers were smirking and cackling, while looking at a somewhat ordinary-looking girl. Her ears gave her away for someone from the rabbit race, and her clothes were certainly common. At a glance, she looked like one of the porters that was coming on the trip with them. Just like some of the adventurers, they were forced into a different section of this airship. You didn't what? Look here, girlie. These things are expensive. Look at this hole. You tore right through it, and now the enchantment won't work. But I'm a generous man. I'll let you off if you pay for the damages you caused. But you're the one that bumped into me. Huh, are you talking back? My friend has been nothing but nice. But you're trying to run after tarnishing his one and only magical robe. Roland attempted to disregard the disturbance and concentrate on his research, but the loud shouts of the adventurers made it challenging to ignore. It appeared that the group had set their sights on the girl. Roland had observed them earlier, recognizing specific emblems on their clothing, signifying their affiliation with a mercenary group. These symbols suggested that they were likely hired by another merchant. The Adventurers Guild was not the sole entity that enlisted the services of adventurers. Smaller mercenary groups were also engaged for larger security needs. While these mercenary groups might be smaller and less powerful than the Adventurers Guild, they possessed distinct advantages. Their strength lay in their ability to assemble a larger force, and they were often engaged for temporary army-like roles. During disputes between nobles, these groups were sometimes enlisted to reinforce their forces. However, a significant drawback was their hiring process, or rather the lack of rigorous evaluations. As long as individuals weren't wanted criminals and possessed a battle class, they were deemed fit for employment. Even the first part was sometimes overlooked, which explained their behavior here. The girl was a porter, and their section was below this area. The porter's only way out was passing through the large cabin where the adventurers and mercenaries were resting. Physical strength was not a prerequisite for those tasked with carrying luggage. Possessing sufficient funds to acquire a spatial bag and weight-reducing items sufficed. Even an ordinary-looking girl could suffice for the task, as long as she could maintain the required pace. It appeared that she had just completed a task within the airship. Often, individuals in such roles were assigned various forms of manual labor. Burner, who had experience in this profession, had shared some tales. Tasks included preparing food for the group, and even washing their soiled undergarments during the journey. Mistakes could lead to the threat of physical violence, making it a challenging and demanding profession. Those in such roles could only hope to be part of a reasonable adventurer group, but many times it was the only way of earning money. It's not like they can unionize. Despite his initial reluctance, Roland found himself unable to ignore the escalating situation. His former self would typically have avoided such matters, as there was often no compelling reason to intervene in others' affairs. While he still held the same perspective, he acknowledged that taking action occasionally led to unforeseen rewards. In this particular case, intervening could halt the entire nonsensical episode, and Roland was also unwilling to witness the trio assaulting someone when he had the capacity to prevent it. No one from the three there posed much of a threat, and the other Tier 3 class holders that were watching weren't much better. They all were around the strength of the Platinum Party that he defeated in the dungeon. Now that his level had gone up, he felt even more comfortable. I didn't do anything. Hey, where do you think you are going? If you don't have the coin, you can pay in different ways. The purported leader of the group, a robust man with a scar across his face, advanced threateningly toward her. His lips emitted an obscene sound as he extended his hand to seize the visibly frightened girl. It was apparent to her what the men were after, and she desperately sought help from the other adventurers within the spacious chamber. Roland observed that there was little interest in assisting her, primarily because half of the individuals present belonged to the same mercenary group and were disinclined to intervene. An opportunity presented itself for him as the rabbit girl attempted to flee, and her only path led directly toward him. She darted off, displaying impressive speed, likely owing it to her beast race attributes. Unfortunately, she faced adversaries equipped with proficient battle classes, and the limited space offered little room for maneuvering or escape. In her haste, she stumbled over a bump and careened forward. Roland observed that the trio appeared to be thoroughly enjoying themselves, their faces radiating joy as if on the verge of erupting in laughter. Yet, behind these seemingly gleeful expressions, lurked a malevolent undertone. They were individuals intoxicated by power, reveling in the exercise of force over someone defenseless. It was a harsh reality of this world, where the strong dictated the rules, and the existence of distinct classes condemned certain individuals to perpetual subjugation to their whims. Yet, even in an unjust world like this, some individuals resisted succumbing to such impulses. Not everyone elevated themselves above others solely based on their class or higher level. Roland, as a person from a more modern world where things were a tad more equal, exemplified such principles. He also tried to surround himself with like-minded individuals who at least didn't bully others. What is that? The adventurers who were enjoying tormenting the rabbit girl abruptly halted as a peculiar phenomenon unfolded. The girl, on the verge of falling, came to a sudden stop midair and began to float. She flailed her arms and legs in a somewhat comedic fashion, before gently floating to the side. The mercenaries swiftly identified the source of the blue light, and Roland made it abundantly clear. He was pointing directly at the girl with his finger, which emitted a magical light, drawing attention away from her and to him. I think that's enough. His deep voice resonated through the chamber, capturing the attention of everyone present. The trio of adventurers turned to face Roland, their expressions shifting from amusement to bewilderment. The girl, realizing she was no longer the focal point of their attention, descended gracefully to the floor. She stumbled slightly upon landing, still catching her breath from the unexpected turn of events. Who the hell are you? The scar-faced leader spat out his words, clearly irritated by the interruption. Roland, unfazed, maintained his stoic demeanor, and accentuated everything by making his eyes glow. Concealed behind a helmet and hood, he presented a menacing display of power. One thing was certain. Most adventurers and mercenaries were unaccustomed to encountering mages. Even now, they were on high alert, as magic users ranked among the most feared individuals. Their strength lay in the unknown, their use of strange items and hexes. Did I not make myself clear? Do you need me to repeat it again? In a situation like this, it was always better to take up a stern tone. People like these mercenaries were not ones to restrain themselves, and only understood one rule, which was that the person with the bigger first was always right. Even now they were trying to measure his strength and potential backing, to see if they should involve themselves further. Roland had no emblems or insignias that would tie him to any faction, but the magic he was using was enough. However, to make them understand the difference in power, he needed to show off a bit more. Mind your own business, stranger. We're just having a bit of fun. A bit of fun? I see. Then how about I have some fun with you instead? While he wasn't the sole Tier 3 class holder in the room, those not affiliated with this mercenary company wouldn't assist or assail him. Among the 10 individuals he needed to watch, only 2 posed real threats. Realizing the need for quick and decisive action, Roland, without waiting for a response, led his mana surge toward the man. There were various ways that he could tackle the situation, but handling it without producing residual damage to this large cabin was important. If he caused too much of a ruckus, he could be even thrown out mid-flight. Thus a binding spell would be what he decided to go with. To onlookers, it appeared as a peculiar surge of bluish energy assaulting their comrade, while only Roland perceived the intricate web of shackles within. The scar-faced man couldn't even draw his weapon before his arms were tightly bound to his body. Despite his size and muscular build, akin to the Albrecht Guildmaster, he strained in vain to break free. Before long, he found himself floating in mid-air, contorting in a worm-like way. Helpless, he squirmed until he appeared in front of his captor, who presented him with an electrified digit. Most occupants of the chamber hurriedly distanced themselves, as the crackling sound resonated with thunderous intensity. The prevailing consensus was evident: they faced an irate mage exuding an astonishing surge of magical energy. A ball of lightning energy materialized from Roland's finger, expanding menacingly before the scar-faced man's face. "Now, we can do this the easy way, or the hard way. I'll give you that choice. What are you? And you, in the back, don't think I can't see you. Before you notch that arrow, I'll incinerate your friend's face." The other Tier 3 class holder, belonging to the mercenary company, shivered as he was instantly spotted and singled out from the large group. Despite attempting to hide behind his comrades, his opponent discerned his intentions instantly. "Now, you and your friends can either shut up for the remainder of this trip, or we will have a problem. So, do we have a problem?" Roland made sure to bring the ball of lightning close to the man's face. Some of the smaller bolts even landed onto his body, electrifying him in the process. The scar-faced man quickly realized that he was over his head and started nodding. "Why, yes, I mean, what about the enchantments?" "Enchantments? That rag has long lost all of its charges and can't be used anymore. It's worthless at this point. So, let me ask you again. Do we have a problem?" "No, we don't." "Good, then fuck off." Satisfied with the response, Roland dispelled the crackling ball of lightning, but still sent the man flying. The scar-faced man collided with the two people harassing the rabbit girl, taking them down with him, and shattering a few wooden boxes along the way. The entire room fell silent, tension lingering in the air. Roland's gaze swept across the other adventurers and mercenaries, his glowing eyes exuding an imposing aura. It was over, and the result was obvious. The once loud men had quieted down and dared not to raise their voices. Even the three perpetrators didn't dare to speak out. It was clear that they were afraid to lose their heads. Roland took a side glance at everyone in this area, with his gaze finally landing on the girl that he rescued. His eyes were still glowing, which gave her the jitters, and caused him to momentarily drop the tough guy act. Thank you. He didn't reply and simply nodded, maintaining the facade that his actions were not solely for the girl's sake, but for maintaining silence. By portraying himself as an eccentric mage disliking loud noises and excessive chatter, he aimed to ensure everyone here would behave for the remainder of the sky voyage. In a way, he was safeguarding all the other porters below from getting caught in the crossfire, much like the current predicament of the rabbit girl. The girl continued to bow in gratitude, and only departed after Roland waved her off. She swiftly disappeared towards the area where the rest of the porters were stationed, marking the end of that particular incident. Consequently, a very uncomfortable and tension-filled journey commenced for the other adventurers. Roland made it challenging for them to get any sleep, instilling fear that even their snoring might irritate the formidable mage. Some resorted to slapping awake their friends to ensure everyone stayed alert. The air remained thick with unease throughout the trip. After enduring a day of tension and discomfort, they finally arrived at their destination. Roland felt a tinge of dissatisfaction with how he spent his time on the ship. He couldn't peer through any windows to witness the kingdom from a bird's eye view, nor could he explore the ship with a craftsman's eye. He yearned to inspect the engine room and acquire magical schematics for future use. Perhaps, then, constructing such a large vessel would become a possibility. The airship smoothly landed in a bustling city, and the adventurers and guards commenced disembarking. Roland rejoined his temporary entourage near the gangplank. Although his immediate task was coming to an end, his true journey into the Institute was just beginning. With purpose, he took a step forward, his mind racing at the possibilities that this journey might bring to elevate his runic magic to the next level. "Hey, watch it!" "Sorry." A girl, donned in an oversized backpack, descended through a gangplank that could barely accommodate two people at once. The substantial size of her backpack inadvertently caused a minor collision with a fellow disembarking passenger. Swiftly, she turned around, bowing her head in apology before darting away. Behind her, a large airship was docked, and numerous other passengers were also disembarking. Upon disembarking, she hurried through the somewhat dirty-looking docks, cluttered with boxes and rugged sailors. This section of the docks was designated for manual laborers like herself and the other porters. On the ship's opposite side, a contrasting scene unfolded, with lavishly dressed individuals disembarking onto a place befitting nobility. The nobility and the rich preferred to keep their distance from the commoners, reflecting the harsh reality of this world. However, such trivial things didn't worry this happy-go-lucky girl. She just sprinted forth at an astonishing pace, her white rabbit ears flopping around with each step that she took. She was quite energetic at finally arriving at her home. As she approached the exit for the docks, she stopped herself for a moment. Her red pupils glanced back at the airship. She scanned the area while looking for a peculiar individual who didn't seem to appear even after she waited. Could that person have disembarked on the other side? Her ears drooped in disappointment as she realized she didn't have the chance to thank him for his intervention. It made sense that such a powerful mage would likely be a prominent adventurer, perhaps in the service of nobles or merchants. It wasn't uncommon for such individuals to receive compensation far beyond what a platinum-ranked adventurer could earn independently. She lingered a few more minutes, but it became evident that it wouldn't be emerging. Maybe he'll visit the Adventurer Guild instead? What if he's already there? Oh no, I should hurry. With renewed determination, the rabbit-eared girl sprinted towards the bustling city, her thoughts focused on finding the mysterious mage who had intervened on her behalf. The city was a maze of narrow streets and large buildings that she knew like the back of her hand. The air was filled with the scent of various goods, and the clamor of merchants and locals haggling created a lively atmosphere. As she navigated through the crowded streets, the girl couldn't help but marvel at the diversity of the city. Stalls lined the sidewalks, selling everything from exotic fruits to magical trinkets. Street performers showcased their talents, drawing crowds with mesmerizing displays of fire manipulation and illusionary arts. The city was alive with energy, a stark departure from the rigid routine of her life as a porter. The girl finally arrived at the Adventurers Guild. The imposing building stood proudly in the heart of the city, its emblematic swords crossed in a display of strength. The guild was a hub for adventurers, mercenaries, and those seeking their services. As she entered, the bustling noise of the city was replaced by the more subdued hum of conversations and the occasional clinking of tankards. The interior was spacious, with a large bulletin board displaying various requests from citizens and organizations seeking assistance. Adventurers of all shapes and sizes mingled, sharing stories and discussing potential missions. The rabbit-eared girl scanned the room, hoping to catch a glimpse of the mysterious mage. "Linya, is that you? What are you spacing out for? He's not here." "Huh, what? Oh, it's just you. Well, sorry for being just me." Linya, the girl with rabbit ears, turned around, spotting one of her friends. The other girl, a bit older but still in her 20s, had vibrant red hair and donned a set of leather armor. A conspicuous quiver filled with arrows adorned her back, unmistakably revealing her profession to anyone observant. "I didn't mean it like that." The girl started waving her arms around in panic while trying to explain herself. She realized that what she had pronounced was quite rude, but her friend just started laughing and gave her a pat on the head. "That's fine. I see that you're back from your little side trip. Anything interesting happened on the way?" "Oh, something did. It did. Why don't we sit down and wait for the others? Now that you're back, we can have our strategic meeting. Can't go spelunking without our best porter." The rabbit girl blushed and smiled in response to the redeemed adventurer's praise. Soon, the two were seated at a table. The adventurer promptly ordered some beer and began chugging it from a large pitcher. In contrast, Lunya opted for water, politely refusing the alcoholic beverage. "Oh, you met a strange mage?" "Yes, I think he was a platinum adventurer." His voice was gentle but also quite manly. "Haha, do you have a crush on him? You know that those mages can fake their voices, right? I bet that behind that mask an old grandpa is hidden." "No." Lunya vigorously shook her head, her rabbit ears twitching with defiance. "It's not like that. He helped me out. I just wanted to thank him, that's all." Her friend chuckled, taking another sip of her beer. All right. No need to get defensive. "So, did you find him here?" Lunya scanned the room again, disappointment evident in her expression. "No, not yet. I thought he might have come to the guild. Maybe he's on a mission or something." The adventurer leaned back in her chair, tapping her fingers on the table. "Platinum ranked. Huh, that's impressive. Not many of them around here. If he's not here, he might have taken a high-profile quest directly from the nobles. They usually prefer dealing with the best." Lunya's eyes widened with realization, and her ears flopped in disappointment again. This made her friend chuckle even harder, but soon her smile was gone as she abruptly changed the subject of the conversation. If what you said is true, then you were quite lucky. Those mercenary bastards probably belong to the Obsidian Brotherhood. They are truly a bunch of nasty bastards. The two fell silent for a moment, acknowledging the unfortunate reality that some groups abuse their power. This particular bunch had a notorious reputation for mistreating others, especially women. Numerous stories circulated about their nefarious exploits. Even though people were aware of these issues, such groups often managed to escape with minimal consequences after paying fines. The nobility displayed little concern for the well-being of adventurers or commoners, leaving individuals to either seek street justice or endure the situation. I think you should maybe stop taking those side jobs, at least until we actually manage to become platinum ranks ourselves. The Redeed adventurer suggested, and Lunya just nodded in response. Silence fell on the two again as they continued to take in their drinks, and was only broken by the appearance of two other faces. What's with those faces? Did someone die? The silence was abruptly shattered by a loud voice as another person approached Lunya and her adventurer friend. The two turned to see a large woman with exposed muscular arms. A foolish grin adorned her face as she held a massive hammer meant for two-handed over her shoulder. Standing at a height of a bit over 2 meters, her imposing figure contrasted with the shorter individual beside her. This companion was another girl with animal ears, white-grayish hair, and a bushy tail peeking out from behind. Another hammer? Of course. Hammers are the best. Look at this baby. The red-head adventurer shook her head around, as the large magical hammer was placed on the table. You know that you could have just bought one with regular enchantments, right? It would cost a lot less too. Nothing can compare to runic weapons. The group looked at the large woman with somewhat pity in their eyes, which didn't go unnoticed. She quickly opened her mouth and started shouting. Stop looking at me like that. You need to get over that already. Shut up, this isn't about that. The Redeed burst into laughter, while the large woman from the Goliath race clenched her teeth. Soon, the conversation shifted to their next mission and the mercenary group they needed to be wary of. As Roland stepped onto the solid ground of the bustling city, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. The airship's grandeur and the incident during the journey had distracted him temporarily, but now he was focused on the reason he came to this city in the first place, the Xander's Institute of Wizardry. Hey, keep up! I guess I still need to get this part over with. He had just descended from the gangplank, trailing behind his temporary boss and their bodyguards. His mission wasn't quite over yet, as the port city of Cloridge was only a temporary stop for them. It stood as one of the largest trade cities in the entire kingdom, serving as a central hub for various connections. Reputable guilds, such as the Merchant Guild and the Dwarven Union, had their branches established here. This location served as the perfect spot for negotiating favorable deals on materials. His strength didn't lie in bartering and making deals. He left such matters to Arthur or his contacts within the Union. Although his charisma stat was above average and would assist him in conversations, he would have to remove his helmet for it to work effectively. In this unknown region, however, he opted to keep his bearings and be on the side of caution. Should I just leave without them? I don't really need them anymore. He followed behind the merchant and two bodyguards, but having already used the airship, he knew that to travel to the Institute from here, all he needed was a carriage. However, it seemed the group had different plans. Despite the day having just started, the plump merchant seemed eager to grab a bite. Although he didn't engage in conversation, he gathered from their discussion that they would likely be staying in Cloridge for a while, before continuing their journey. If I leave, then I will fail my mission, and probably get a complaint from the guild. I'm still an adventurer. His current job was to ensure the safe delivery of the merchant to another location outside of this city. They still needed to travel by land for another day before he could resume his own journey. Opting to leave at this point could result in a complaint to the guild from the merchant. Despite being a platinum adventurer, rules still applied. While he wouldn't be removed, his card could be suspended, making future travels more challenging. Therefore, he decided to endure the animosity from the bothersome guards. In a day and a half, he hoped to be free of their company. Wait, you don't expect to go in there looking like this, do you? Is there a problem? She is right. How about you wait here? If you want, you may head into the city to a pub or something. Think that is what you adventurers like to do? The group reached a lavish restaurant, and during the journey, he was compelled to sit at the back of the carriage for around 20 minutes. While this afforded him a good view of the city surroundings, it also left his posterior sore. Upon arrival, the guards halted him, and the merchant he was meant to protect barred his entry. The man soon disappeared inside, leaving him with a few words from the Catwoman. Just meet us in a few hours at the meeting spot. Just don't be late. I advise you to go there and sit until we are back. Instructed to head to the next location and wait. He contemplated whether visiting the magical train station would be an interesting endeavor. The uncertainty of how long they would remain inside the restaurant left him with potential hours of waiting. If for some reason, the merchant failed to show up, he might be compelled to wait through the night or even search for him throughout the city. Fortunately, he had already saved the trio's mana patterns, enabling him to track them if needed. Nonetheless, he would likely need to find a way to occupy his time for a couple of hours, until they finally set off to another location. Should I just go to the station? When was the last time I used one? Trains existed in this world, but they weren't prevalent on Dragnus Island, especially not connecting to Albrook. There was one in Isgard, but it only linked to a handful of large cities there. The majority of resources were concentrated on the super dungeon, leading nobles and merchants to see little reason to extend the network further. I was really young back then. While reminiscing about his old adventures, he decided to take a walk. He strolled through the lively streets of Cloridge, observing the diverse mix of people bustling about their daily lives. Merchants haggled over goods, street performers entertained passersby, and the city seemed to vibrate with a unique energy. The air was infused with the scent of various cuisines, enticing him to try something local. It was a chance to try out some other cuisine than the food he got used to eating in Albrook. Deciding to follow his nose, Roland found himself drawn to a small food market tucked away in a bustling alley. The aroma of grilled meats, spices, and freshly baked bread wafted through the air, enticing him to explore further. As he approached the market, he noticed a stall with a particularly long line of customers. Curiosity piqued, he joined the queue, patiently waiting his turn. The stall was run by a portly man with a wide grin, expertly grilling skewers of marinated meats. The enticing sizzle and savory scent made Roland's stomach growl in anticipation. As he neared the front of the line, the man behind the counter looked up, acknowledging the newcomer. "Ah, adventurer, haven't seen your face around here before. You must try our special dragon spice skewers, guaranteed to add a bit of fire to your day." What the man was holding looked like a skewered lizard covered in spices and well grilled. Roland, who led a life as an adventurer, had occasionally tasted reptile meat before, so this didn't really put him off. To minimize the use of the provisions offered to him by his wife, he decided to try some local food that wouldn't take up too much time. This fast food stall was perfect for his current needs. "Thank you for your business, please come again." His helmet had been enhanced for the trip, allowing him to open up parts that covered his mouth. It could slide open, thanks to the magic holding things in place. He knew that traveling, especially in dangerous situations, required keeping his head protected at all times, but eating was unavoidable. The first bite was a revelation. The combination of spices, grilled meat, and a hint of something exotic left his taste buds tingling. As he enjoyed his meal, he couldn't help but appreciate the simple joys of exploring a new city and discovering its unique culinary offerings. Not bad. He smacked his lips after finishing the spicy treat and washed it down with some water. Soon, the mouth opening slid back together and perfectly attached itself back into place. His hunger had been somewhat satiated, but he wasn't sure what to do next. It was probably better to head closer to the train station area, as he didn't want to attract the attention of the annoying guards. However, as he was about to set out, he noticed something. His suit of armor started beeping, and his display flashed to inform him about some unwanted guests. It was good that I recorded all of their mana patterns. A few red dots appeared on the small screen, informing him that he was being followed. His adversaries belonged to the mercenary group he had previously encountered and terrorized. It seemed that he was being trailed by some people who were on the airship with him, likely individuals with scouting classes. Are they trying to gather information on me? I guess no good deed goes unpunished. This was something he had already considered. The group had become a laughingstock on board the ship, and sometimes people like this couldn't let it slide. It was possible that this particular group liked to present itself as strong, and if someone went against them, they would attack. I'm leaving in a few hours, so this shouldn't be a problem. But what if they follow me into the academy? For a moment, he started regretting his past actions. Usually, he avoided standing out, but he couldn't just let that girl be assaulted in front of his eyes. This was a problem, but not something he couldn't contend with. Thus, to make things easier for himself, he needed to finish what he started. What should I do about my friends here? I can't confront them out in the open. Roland looked at the map overlay that was expanding. This was the first time he was in this city, but thanks to this feature, he could see the layout of the area. Spotting an alley nearby, he decided to take a detour through it. hoping to lose his pursuers temporarily. The alley was narrow and winding, with tall buildings on either side casting shadows that provided some cover. As Roland moved through the alley, he could hear the distant sounds of the bustling city. The irregular layout of the buildings created blind spots, giving him a strategic advantage. He quickened his pace, weaving through the labyrinthine paths of the alley, all while keeping an eye on his minimap. The red dots that represented the few pursuers were still following, and indicated that he probably wouldn't be able to lose them in this fashion. More than likely, they had some tracking skills that helped them push through the alleyways. I bet they got my scent while we were on the airship. We were inside that one cabin for a while. It wouldn't be hard to do it for one of their Tier 2 trackers. How should I handle them? Roland contemplated the dilemma, realizing he couldn't simply confront them in the heart of an unfamiliar city. The potential for collateral damage due to his volatile runic magic was large. Moreover, he considered the possibility that they might be egging him into retaliation. After all, they were members of a mercenary group with influential connections. It occurred to him that they might have ties to the local guard captain, who could swiftly mobilize soldiers to apprehend him. Any resistance on his part could escalate the situation further, potentially involving even the local noble. It will be better not to get other people involved. I need to lose this tale for good. Roland considered various approaches to address the situation. The risk of them employing tracking skills to tail him was a concern, but he had taken precautions to counter such effects. Having encountered similar situations before, he had extensively researched magical spells to eliminate his scent and hamper tracking skills. With this in mind, he examined the map once more, plotting a course toward one of the alleyways that appeared to be a dead end. In front of him stood a stone building with brick walls on the side, providing an ideal location to set his trap. Roland's hand touched the ground as he activated one of his latest skills. A series of runes emerged, glowing in a pale blue light. For a brief moment, an illusory image of himself materialized and then swiftly dissipated. It was a temporary replacement, an illusory spell designed to momentarily deceive and divert his pursuers. This marked just the beginning of his strategy. Soon, additional runes adorned the nearby walls under Roland's continuous touch. His imbued rune skill proved invaluable, allowing him to swiftly set traps without the need for pre-prepared scrolls, as he had done in the past. As long as inorganic materials, like the surrounding bricks, were present, Roland could harness some form of runic magic with ease. Now that everything is set, I need to get away from here. He gazed upward, finding the way obstructed from 3 directions by steep walls. Such barriers posed no challenge for someone of his capabilities who was proficient in the use of the levitation spell. Extending his hand, Roland pointed upward, unleashing a peculiar semi-transparent beam of green light from his finger. It wasn't an offensive spell. Instead, it connected with the roof of the building ahead, adhering to it. The substance he generated was both sticky and sturdy, and was something that he could grip onto. Swiftly, he invoked the levitation spell, rendering himself as light as a feather. With a single, forceful pull, his body shot upward. Soon he found himself on the roof of the building, gently jumping around as if he was on the surface of the moon. This is still a bit difficult. To prevent himself from being propelled uncontrollably into the air, Roland had modified the levitation spell, allowing a fraction of his weight to persist. His struggle with controlling propulsion led him to opt for simpler means of moving forward. One of these means was using a combined spell that brought his mage hand and a binding spell together. Thanks to the added adhesive properties, he could pull himself towards flat surfaces. His form moved swiftly through the buildings while being shrouded in an invisibility spell. His magic had reached the level of greater runic spells, not something regular people would be able to see through. With his weight lessened and sound canceling, no one was the wiser as he jumped through the air. This should do it. After a while, Roland found himself in a different alleyway, devoid of any onlookers. He cancelled the spells he had previously used, and quietly traced his steps toward the distant sounds of chatter. His pursuers remained oblivious to his disappearance, and waited for him to leave that alley. He anticipated they would linger for a moment before launching an investigation, providing him with a window of opportunity to lose them for good. As he moved stealthily through the city, Roland couldn't help but imagine the expressions on their faces when they walked into the trap he left behind. He chuckled to himself as he found the whole encounter rather amusing. I wish I could see their faces after they walk into that trap. Oh well, I should head to the train station and wait. But first, I need to see this through. There were 3 dots visible on his mapping device. Although his scanning range had increased, he wouldn't be able to keep track of events if he simply left. Another issue was the imbued runes he had left behind. If the group didn't enter, they would dissipate. To prolong their effect, he needed to stay within a certain range. At his current skill level, they would last for around 10 minutes autonomously. By remaining closer, he could infuse them with some of his mana to extend the effect to about an hour. However, this skill had its limits. Eventually, the rune would corrode to such an extent that even if he stood next to it, it would vanish. Hey, should we go in? He is acting strange. Did he figure us out? Shit, did he make a run for it? But I can sense that he is there. The 3 people from the Obsidian Brotherhood stood before a lone alley. Their target had vanished into it, and had remained inside for almost 10 minutes now. They were quickly getting suspicious, but for some reason their tracking skills were telling them that he was in there. But I think this one should be blocked. Is he talking to someone there? Wait, shit. What is it? That bastard. I think he is gone. The most senior tracker in the group sensed that something was off and leaped toward the alleyway, where their target was supposedly waiting. The others kept their distance, wary of this unusual behavior that seemed like a trap. However, once their most skilled tracker decided to run in, the rest followed suit. There's no one here? Did he climb up the walls? Damn mages. He must have cast some type of illusion. He can't have gone far. We need to find him. It was evident to them that the person they were following was aware of their presence. Nonetheless, they were assigned the task of tracking him to uncover his identity. Their mercenary group had a policy of avoiding confrontations with enemies they couldn't handle. Their objective was either to obtain his adventurer card or locate his place of residence. Even if he was a mage, an opportunity for retaliation would likely arise. Their employers were vindictive and wouldn't hesitate to attack such an individual, especially when they were vulnerable, such as while sleeping. He was here, he can't run, we just need to pick up high. As the leader of the group was talking, a strange thing transpired. All sound seemed to vanish from this place, and he couldn't even hear his own words leaving his mouth. The group realized that something was off, but as they were trying to make a run for it, the magical traps were triggered. One of them attempted to retreat through the obvious exit they had used to enter by backtracking. However, something held his foot in place. Upon looking down, he discovered a strange glowing green rune that was keeping him rooted. His 2 friends, attempting to scale the walls, faced a similar predicament. They all became immobilized. Before they could react, the entire area was engulfed in a peculiar purplish haze. Instinctively, they tried to close their mouths upon realizing it was a type of gaseous attack. However, this proved futile as they soon began to feel dizzy. To exacerbate the situation, numerous vines exploded from the sides, ensnaring and swiftly solidifying around them. Despite their screams for help, they went unheard due to the sound-canceling rune, and one by one, they succumbed to unconsciousness. To add to the unfolding events, the ground started rising to produce a rocky wall concealing them from any potential onlookers. Well, that takes care of them for a while. Should I get myself another skewer? Or should I try not to push my luck? Roland distanced himself from the range of his trapping runes, and made his way back into the city. The blackish hooded robe that once concealed his identity, now displayed a different color of pale gray. The material had been alchemically modified by his own gnome worker, reacting to mana and capable of changing color. Recognizing that those searching for him likely had a specific description in mind, he sought to blend in by avoiding the typical appearance of robed figures of his height. Soon he decided to make his way to the magical train station. The Xander's Institute of Wizardry was his next destination, and he wanted to familiarize himself with the transportation system once again. The train station was a bustling hub, with various platforms connecting to different destinations. Roland observed the trains arriving and departing, marveling at the efficiency of the magical transportation network. As he stood on the platform, he couldn't help but feel like an engineer. The large machines were before him, and there was no one stopping him from examining them with his eyes. While he could only go through the exterior shells, this would change after he was let inside. They mostly use them for transporting goods and people. But thanks to spatial technology, the trains don't need to pull that many carts. As he examined his surroundings, Roland noticed something peculiar. Contrary to his expectation of uniformity, the train carts and locomotives displayed significant variation. During his previous travels using one of these, there was only one model to examine. However, with a closer look now, he realized that some of the train carts were enchanted, exhibiting magical qualities, while others were simple plain metal with no discernible enhancements. It seemed as if each one had been crafted individually without a common archetype. The dwarves usually just copy runic structures without many alterations. Are trains considered different to them? These were larger runic machines constructed by the Union. Upon closer inspection, Roland also identified various emblems associated with dwarven smithies. It seemed plausible that each group of dwarven craftsmen aimed to distinguish themselves. The locomotives resembled large golem-like creations, suggesting that each famous workshop had its own preferred models to introduce to the market. This approach served as an effective means for the dwarves to showcase their craftsmanship, and Roland could envision a sense of pride among them if their particular models gained widespread use. Makes sense, the runic traces seem to follow a unified pattern, but the exteriors are highly customized by their creators. Should I copy them and push my spider golems more? He had dedicated a considerable amount of time to a specific arachnid model, which had now been transformed into an entirely distinct golemic creation. Roland entertained the idea that his workshop could gain recognition for the Wayland-type arachnid golems if he continued to push the boundaries of innovation. Yet, becoming a kingdom-wide sensation wasn't one of his goals. He preferred to live his ways more quietly with his wife, who was patiently waiting for him back home. I think some would consider me weird for not wanting money and fame. As he pondered the notion of being an oddball, he arrived at one of the station booths. While this location served as a train station, it lacked the refinement of those in his original world. For example, there were no schedules posted for him to pursue. Instead, individuals had to inquire with one of the station workers. Furthermore, even when the departure times were known, trains were frequently delayed. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes and inquiring, he was provided with the platform number. The station was notably spacious, boasting a total of 8 platforms. A distinct division was evident, with only 2 of the trains designated for common use, while the others demanded additional credentials for access. Nobles and merchants, averse to sharing transport with potentially hazardous adventurers and common folk, were willing to pay considerably higher ticket prices to ensure their exclusivity. After identifying where he needed to go, Roland made his way to the 6th platform. His train didn't arrive yet, but the one that was close to leaving looked quite exquisite. It was adorned with intricate carvings, golden accents, and plush interiors, clearly catering to a more affluent clientele. None of the locomotives meant for commoners were here. Only high-profile merchants and lower nobility could take these. To gain access, he needed to show his papers to one of the guards, and with that, he could now wait for the merchant to arrive. As anticipated, a considerable amount of time was spent waiting with little to occupy him. Given the lack of other diversions, he pulled out his notebook and began tracing the runic symbols. Even without access to the interior, his existing knowledge allowed him to extrapolate the workings. Armed with runic batteries capable of producing a superior engine, he focused on analyzing the exterior aspects of the train. Examining the weight distribution on the train became another point of interest. Perhaps in the future, he could undertake the construction of such a train himself, envisioning potential profits for Albrook. Although establishing railways presented its challenges and substantial costs, creating an entire train would be the most expensive endeavor. It offered Arthur a unique opportunity to distinguish himself from his brothers, but would be a hard endeavor. They would need to build rails that went through some of their territories to connect to the railway leading to Isgard. After half a day had elapsed, the plump merchant, accompanied by his 2 guards, finally made an appearance. Without exchanging a word with him, they headed straight for the recently arrived train. At last, his journey could progress, and following the next stop, he would be free to embark on his own. With the professor awaiting his arrival and the invitation letter in hand, there was nothing impeding his progress. He confidently entered the luxury car and selected a seat situated a bit apart from the merchant and his 2 main guards. He enjoyed the luxury of some personal space, a privilege reserved for the affluent and noble. In stark contrast, he observed a commoner train on the 2nd platform, overcrowded with people, many of whom stood without a seat. While observing, his eyes caught something familiar, a set of rabbit ears that he recalled from the airship. Is it that poor girl? The girl was wearing a large backpack, similar to the one Burner had used before, but with added enchantments. It seemed that the girl was waiting for someone to arrive as she was looking around for someone. The train that she was going to use was slowly being filled up and would probably leave in a few minutes. Is she waiting for her party members? Are they going to miss the train? For someone who prided themselves on punctuality, witnessing individuals not arriving at a train station at least 20 minutes early seemed peculiar to Roland. He couldn't help but wonder if the girl's life wasn't ideal, especially if she was working with adventurers who struggled with punctuality. However, his train of thought was interrupted when he noticed her waving enthusiastically towards the side. While he couldn't see clearly, it was evident that someone was approaching her. His gaze shifted in that direction, guided by the light that illuminated three indistinct shadows. He pondered about the identities of the individuals accompanying the rabbit girl. However, before he could discern their faces, a loud screeching sound assaulted his ears as another train arrived at the station, obstructing his view. Oh well. He could do nothing but lean back in his seat. His journey continued, and he needed to keep to his schedule. As the train departed from the station, Roland observed the landscape passing by outside the window. The city gradually gave way to the outskirts, where sprawling fields and forests replaced the urban scenery. Soon, the first part of the trip would be over, and then his true objective would begin, learning. Welcome to the Gretel Adventure Guild. I see it's your first time here. How can I be of service? I'd like to turn in a quest. Here are the papers and my adventurer card. Please give me a moment. Of course. A woman adorned with large oval glasses and dressed in the standard Adventurer Guild receptionist uniform greeted Roland with a smile. His somewhat monotonous journey had concluded, and he was now at liberty to continue on his own. The train ride had been uneventful, devoid of monster attacks or any attempts to capture the merchant. In a sense, he felt he had been overpaid for doing very little, as the two main guards had shouldered most of the responsibilities, while he merely accompanied them. The merchant he had accompanied had his base of operations in this location. He was part of the new movement attempting to earn money within Albrook, and had visited it to inspect it firsthand. The man exhibited a peculiar trait, as he didn't trust anyone to make the right call, often visiting such places on his own before making a decision. Roland benefited from this behavior, securing a ride back to the central region of the kingdom, a location much closer to his old home than before. Though it was irksome to be looked down upon by his personal guards, Roland managed to maintain his composure. Upon arriving at the location, he received the stamp of approval that marked the completion of his mission. The lady with glasses, upon inspecting the papers, displayed a heightened level of concern evident in her demeanor. It was hard to overlook the presence of the high-profile merchant, one of the wealthiest individuals in the city with connections to numerous noble houses. Nevertheless, she swiftly composed herself, maintaining her professional demeanor. Thank you for completing this mission, Mr. Wayland. It seems you've handled it quite efficiently. Is there anything else you'd like to do at the guild today? Yes. Could I purchase a map of the region? A map? Of course. Just deduct the price from the commission. The receptionist nodded, processing the paperwork swiftly before retrieving a detailed map of the region from a nearby shelf. Roland's eyes scanned the parchment, taking note of the various landmarks, cities, and dungeons marked on it. He was particularly interested in the area that he would be visiting, as he needed to make another stop before reaching the institute. As Roland studied the map, the receptionist couldn't help but ask, "Planning on exploring some dungeons, Mr. Wayland?" Roland looked up, his face covered by a hood, and also a runic helmet, which blocked the receptionist from seeing his wry smile. He wasn't sure if this woman was just being friendly or if she was gathering information on the new wandering adventurer. "Perhaps do you have a stable here?" "We do, it's just around the corner. Do you wish for me to propose a stead?" "No thank you. I'll just ask the stable hand." He swiftly concluded the encounter, and received his sack of coins for the trip. The compensation seemed modest, considering this was a task for a platinum adventurer, but the airship ride itself served as a part of the reward. Shortly after, he stepped outside, attracting the attention of the locals. His status as a platinum adventurer made him stand out in the crowd, but with a single side glance, everyone promptly returned to their own activities. "I guess being a high-ranking adventurer has its perks now. Where is that stable?" Typically, Roland relied on merchant caravans for long-distance travel to various locations. However, given the proximity of his next destination, he opted for a different approach. For such a short journey, it made more sense to rent out a horse or another type of mount and travel independently. If he were to forego this option, he'd have to wait an additional day for the merchants to gather, and they would likely camp out, something he wished to avoid to save on precious time. That crest belongs to the Castellane house. As Roland walked towards the stable, he noticed a distinctive noble crest that caught his attention. The crest was divided into 4 quadrants, each symbolizing a different aspect. A towering castle in the top left quadrant signified ancestral strength, while golden wheat in the bottom left represented prosperity. A regal lion in the top right quadrant stood for courage and nobility, and a flowing river in the bottom right symbolized the passage of time. Regular people wouldn't be able to distinguish the meaning behind the crest, but he was different. It was a house that he was very familiar with. The Castellane house belonged to the royalist faction, and served as the direct superiors to the Arden house, to which Roland belonged. As a Marquess house, they operated directly under the royal family. Despite Roland being mostly ignored by his family, it was made explicit that he should hold the Castellane house in high regard. His family emphasized that if he ever found himself in the presence of someone from the Castellane nobles, he must bow his head in respect. According to what he knew, his father had served as a knight commander for them in his youth, and it was through their assistance that he was granted the title of Baron. It was something that he expected to encounter sooner or later, but seeing it this close still made him uncomfortable. His old self would have nothing to do with this area, and the thought of being berated by his family members again was quite unappealing. Luckily, the crest was just a mark on one of the buildings, and their main estate was not in the city. It was a similar situation as in Albrook. At most he would find another noble associated with them instead. Robert shouldn't be here. But those other 2, where did they end up? Roland had 3 elder brothers. Robert had chosen to enlist in the army at the borders, aspiring to become an officer. Resigned to the belief that he wouldn't be able to assume the role of Baron, Robert had abandoned any aspirations for succession. On the other hand, his other 2 brothers, Rainer and Edwin, were actively vying for control of the entire Arden estate. Roland wasn't entirely certain about their current endeavors. He recognized that the information provided by Robert was likely outdated. I think the 2 took up internships at higher noble houses, and were working there as personal knights. I wonder where they ended up. It was not uncommon for children of nobility to seek employment with higher-ranking noble houses. One of Roland's older sisters had served as a personal maid for a member of a higher house. While on the surface, it might seem like a role unfit for nobility, the connections and opportunities it provided were highly valued in noble circles. The chance to be closer to real power emanating from higher nobility and royalty was something nobles were willing to pursue, even if it meant taking on seemingly menial positions. Roland did the same thing by tying himself to Arthur, who with his name, was able to protect his shop from the Union. The stable Roland sought was not far, and as he approached, he noticed a variety of mounts available for rent. Horses of different sizes and colors were tethered to the wooden posts, waiting for riders. Roland approached the stable hand, a sturdy-looking man with a weathered face, who was currently grooming a horse. The stable hand turned to him and inquired, "Greetings, sir. How can I assist you today? I need a mount for a short journey. Something swift and sturdy." Roland replied while examining the steeds with the help of his analyzing skill. There were other creatures present that looked like large yellow ostriches, and even ones resembling dinosaurs. "Certainly, sir. We have a few options available. Do you have a preference?" Roland glanced over the available mounts, eyeing a sleek chestnut horse that seemed to fit his criteria. The exotic creatures weren't to his liking, as he preferred to stick to things that he already knew, and horse riding was not anything new. "I'll take that one. You have a keen eye, sir. This one is reliable and fast." For a moment he expected the man to ask him about the price, but he remained quiet. This horse that he selected was among the more premium choices, as its speed was far superior to the other regular ones. However, he was a platinum adventurer who would be able to afford it. The stable hand just nodded, finishing his grooming task before preparing the chosen horse for Roland. After ensuring the saddle was secure and the horse was equipped with the necessary gear, he brought it over. "Are you aware of the procedures?" "I am, but refresh my memory." "Sure thing." The man efficiently outlined all the requirements, emphasizing the importance of returning the horse in one piece. If the horse fled or fell victim to a monster, Roland would be required to pay for the damages. He received a slip detailing the current date and time, with the cost increasing the longer he took to return the horse. The fee varied based on adventurer rank. Those with lower ranks had to pay more for the mount, and some even needed to cover the entire horse's cost, which would then be refunded at the guild of their destination. Fortunately, Roland's high adventurer rank meant the expense wouldn't be too burdensome. He could even get a free horse if he chose one of the slower ones. With the formalities settled, Roland took the chestnut horse that looked quite robust. In size, this breed was comparable to a draft horse, but resembled a more regular breed. It was more muscular and could run much faster, reaching a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. With the help of this mount, he would be able to reach his next destination without the need to camp out. The steed came equipped with a robust saddle and harness, to which he could attach his spatial bags. He attached his large war hammer to it, while his shield remained strapped to his back and hidden under his robe. With everything settled, he patted the well-trained horse that didn't seem to mind new travelers. Soon he was riding through the streets while looking at the new map that he bought. Roland found himself close to the center of the kingdom, and a journey northeast would lead him to the second largest lake within the kingdom of Caldris. In proximity to this lake, there was a dungeon known for housing water-based creatures, a stark contrast to the volcanic beings that roamed the Albrecht dungeon. The Institute lay half a day's gallop to the north, marking his destination. I just need to get to the nearby guild branch, and then I can grab a carriage to the Institute. Examining the map in his hands, Roland noted that it was more centered around the local lands. However, his awareness extended to the west, where the Holy Kingdom of Alexandria stood. This kingdom supplied paladin trainees to Albrecht, and held a somewhat neutral stance on the continent. The real challenges lay with the Western Hitfordian Empire and the Eastern Burmesian Empire, both of which harbored a mutual dislike for each other. These empires sandwiched the kingdom of Caldris, viewing it as a potential territory for conquest. The Hitfordian Empire and the Burmesian Empire frequently clashed in a smaller northern region, where their borders converged. This section of the map bore witness to some of the bloodiest battles fought among the three countries. The region was rich in resources coveted by both empires, and it also housed arguably the continent's largest dungeon. Fortunately, all three countries had access to this colossal dungeon, as there were multiple entrances. This accessibility had helped curb much bloodshed, as control of the surrounding lands was no longer a prerequisite for entry. The dungeon itself was a sprawling maze that extended both horizontally and vertically, occupying an estimated area of around 100 kilometers. Its true size remained uncertain as it extended laterally and delved deeper underground. The dungeon harbored its own ecosystem, concealing various resources and monsters throughout its vast expanse. Inside, it wasn't strange for the three countries to clash with each other. Every path that was taken always brought everyone to certain biomes that were a free-for-all. There has been a ceasefire ever since that large war, but how long will it last? Roland rolled up the map and stowed it in one of his spatial pouches. His thoughts drifted to Robert, who had apparently headed toward the volatile region. In those border skirmishes, forces from both empires would clash, and at times, these confrontations spilled into the dungeons. These skirmishes were usually a test through which the empire continuously measured this kingdom's strength. The dungeons themselves were arenas of potential danger, as adventurers might serve as spies for rival nations. Safety was never guaranteed. Despite his usual lack of concern for others, Roland found himself unexpectedly worried about his brother. There was an unusual sense of fraternal attachment, and he could only hope that Robert would remain safe in such a perilous environment. As Roland's mind gradually shifted back to the present, he reached the exit gate and left the cityscape behind. The weather in this area was pleasant, neither too warm nor too cold, with patches of forest dotting the landscape as he ventured northeast. The well-paved road allowed his horse to travel swiftly, and maneuvering past slow-moving merchant caravans posed no challenge. Occasionally, strange shouts from monsters in the nearby forest served as a stark reminder that, outside of large settlements, no area could truly be considered safe. The journey remained largely uneventful, and aside from his aching posterior, Roland was in good condition. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he noticed a radiant glow ahead. The road, transitioning from dirt to a concrete-like surface, led to his final destination, the magical town of Farbel. Situated in proximity to Xander's Institute of Wizardry, the shining light marked the entrance to this mystical place. What Roland observed resembled streetlights, yet they were not crafted from any metallic parts. These lights appeared like small, slender trees, each adorned with a large, glowing fruit dangling from its branches. As he passed by one, he could sense the flow of mana emanating from below, likely coursing through a complex network of roots that interconnected all these trees with each other. Interesting, it's some type of plant magic. I wonder what it uses for fuel. The magical phenomenon before Roland was unfamiliar to him, as he hadn't delved into the intricacies of organic plant life. The closest he had come was inscribing runes on special wood, A far cry from interacting with living plants like the radiant trees lining the road. As darkness descended, the fruits on these trees began to glow brighter, emitting a calming fragrance. Roland surmised the purpose and effect of this scent. It served to pacify monsters averse to its aroma, a quality that didn't impact individuals of the other races. Guided by the soft glow of the magical trees, Roland continued his journey to Farbel. The town's unique atmosphere intrigued him, as the magical essence in the air seemed to enhance the overall ambience. The architecture of the buildings shifted from the conventional stone structures to more whimsical designs, with ethereal enchantments weaving through the very fabric of the town. Venturing through the entrance gate didn't pose much of a problem, after he presented them with his Platinum Adventurer card. While this town was inclined more towards the magical, it wasn't much different than any other settlement. He made his way to the local branch of the Adventurer Guild, a structure that blended seamlessly with the mystical surroundings. Inside, the atmosphere was bustling with energy. Upon entering Farbel, Roland noticed a distinctive presence among the adventurers, the mages. The concentration of mana in the atmosphere surpassed that of any other adventurer guild he had encountered. Young mages, identifiable by their robes, formed their own groups within the guild. I'll have to get used to seeing more mages. I've heard that they take commissions from guilds and collaborate with other adventurers through the school. Engaging in combat lessons is apparently part of the curriculum. He quickly took care of the horse, giving him away as was previously agreed upon. This marked his final stop before the actual destination, the academy. While the institute wasn't far from his current location, arriving at night was deemed inappropriate. The academy stood as a closed-off area, accessible only to individuals with special permission. Without the introduction letter that he received from Professor Arian, he would be unable to venture into it. I should tell Elodia that I've arrived. Without wasting any time, he secured temporary lodgings. There, he could finally enjoy a good night's rest. As the sun rose, he would finally set out for the Magical Academy. He hoped to wrap up his affairs within a month or two before returning home, but whether this plan would succeed remained uncertain. Quite the sight. But are we really here? Yes, sir. I'm not allowed to go any further. You'll have to walk to the gate by yourself. You seem to be new. Be sure to present the eye with the letter. An eye, huh? Roland nodded at the man who had brought him here. He stood on a brick road that led uphill toward a large gate. The gate was entirely wooden and surrounded by a hedge wall, seemingly around 5 meters tall at a glance. However, Roland's mana sense revealed that there was more to this wall than met the eye. It wouldn't be surprising if some form of attack, like vines or thorns, would be triggered if he attempted to jump over it. After taking a deep breath, Roland adjusted the straps of his spatial pouches and began walking toward the gate. As he approached, he noticed an intricate pattern engraved on the wooden surface of the gate. The pattern depicted a stylized eye surrounded by arcane symbols, confirming the relevance of the eye the coach hand had mentioned. When approaching this strange eye, he thought about the lack of other visitors. There was no one here, nor did it feel like many people traversed through this path. This was strange considering the population of the institute to be considered quite large. There should be thousands of mages present there plus many servants. The campus was a town by itself, and the ground it covered was quite large. Before arriving at the academy, Roland needed to rent a special carriage that guided him through a magical maze, a defensive measure implemented by the academy. The maze, covered in thick fog and crafted from large trees, posed the first hurdle. The coachman wielded a strange magical lamp that emitted a signal guiding them in a specific direction. During the journey, Roland carefully observed and analyzed the spell used in the lamp, eventually figuring it out. The lamp served as a device, sending a unique signal to the intelligent magical maze, which in turn opened a path to the academy's location. Without such a lamp, travelers would likely get lost inside or end up back at the entrance. Whoever made this institute must have been something similar to a chloromancer. It is quite fascinating, but as Roland approached the academy's gate, he marveled at the abundance of plant-based magic everywhere. However, he couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated, as his proficiency with plant-based magic was limited. While he could produce a few vines and branches, constructing something on the scale of this gate, maze, and wall was beyond his capabilities. Eventually, the magic he used would waver and dissipate. The academy's plants, on the other hand, seemed to draw energy through their roots underground. Roland considered venturing deeper into the academy to uncover the source sustaining their life. the eye resembling an etching, opened when he approached the gate, blinking at him before escaping from within the gate's confines. It was connected by some type of vine, and clearly awaited Roland's action. After a moment, he presented the letter he had received from his friend within. The eye focused on it and emitted a light, as if scanning the contents. It's similar, but not quite the same. He instantly compared it to the scanning technology he had developed at home, using research papers provided by Professor Arian. Roland suspected that the magical gate made of wood might be based on the same principles. After a brief moment, the letter began to vanish, and the middle of the gate creaked open, granting Roland entry into the institute. Before venturing forth, he took one glance at the scenery behind him, which was now engulfed in a stronger fog. There was no going back, and soon he found himself inside the academy. As Roland entered the academy, it felt as if a veil had been lifted from his eyes. The fog wasn't the sole factor obstructing his view. A visibility spell was also at work. From the outside, he could only see the sky and clouds, but within the academy, structures became clear, and the campus unfolded before him. Sounds of people echoed in the air, revealing a bustling activity that was concealed from those outside. I see. No one will be able to peek from the outside. The need to pass through the gate serves as the entrance to the true magical campus. After witnessing the lush greenery outside, Roland had anticipated the Xander's Institute of Wizardry to continue with the same natural theme. However, the first thing that caught his eye were distinct towers that were impossible to ignore. These towers had a clear elemental motif, and judging by the massive amount of mana surrounding them, it was evident that they were mage towers. Within the magical spectrum, there were numerous variations of mana, with the 4 basic elemental types being fire, wind, water, and earth. Other elements existed, often deriving from or closely related to the main 4. Every mage besides him had affinities towards these elemental types, which opened up class choices for new mage classes. The mage towers that Roland observed radiated these different mana types, each tower fitting the corresponding color scheme of its elemental nature. The fire-type tower produced actual flames, while the water-type tower resembled a giant fountain, with massive streams of water cascading down into a large lake around it. The wind tower exhibited a swirling cyclone at its pinnacle, with a lot of flying creatures larger than birds circling around it. Then there was the earth tower, which had strange spiky crystals shooting up from the bottom of it. Before proceeding further, Roland took a moment to survey his surroundings. The large hedge wall encircled everything, and he noticed several additional wooden gates scattered throughout. It seemed that there were many entrances through which people could enter the institute. To him, this appeared to be a somewhat hazardous design flaw, as it created multiple points of entry. In contrast, castle gates were traditionally limited in number, as it was easier to defend 1 or 2 instead of 20. Are they not worried about anyone sneaking in? Or perhaps they don't really care that much? Magical spells and devices were prevalent everywhere, to the extent that Roland's own mapping device struggled to present them on its display. It crossed his mind that if someone were identified as an enemy, they might be instantly targeted by the numerous magical traps scattered throughout the area. Roland could also spot golemic constructs and magical beasts roaming in the background, further emphasizing the magical prowess and defenses of the institute. As Roland ventured deeper into the campus, he encountered students and faculty members, all engrossed in their studies or engaged in magical experiments. The attire of the mages varied, reflecting their chosen specialization. Some wore robes adorned with flames, while others had attire reminiscent of flowing water or swirling winds. The diversity in clothing reflected the broad spectrum of magical studies within the institute. He realized one thing. He didn't stand out much among the diverse crowd. It was as if he wasn't even there. A robed man wearing magical armor wasn't anything special in a place where magical spirits floated around, and distant explosions were a common occurrence. The campus was more lively and dynamic than he had anticipated, with students bustling in all directions. Soon he arrived at the central plaza of the campus, which featured a grand magical fountain. The water was very clear, and strange exotic fish swam around with rainbow-color scales. Surrounding the fountain were statues of renowned mages from the history of the institute, showcasing the contributions of individuals who had shaped the world of magic. Roland recognized the figures of legendary mages such as Archmage Xander, the founder of the institute, and other iconic figures who had left an indelible mark on the magical community. Roland's eyes were then drawn to the main building, the Arcane Hall, which served as the heart of the institute. The entrance was adorned with intricate rune carvings that pulsed with magical energy. The Arcane Hall housed classrooms, lecture halls, and the offices of esteemed professors, including Professor Arian, After witnessing the doors open, he witnessed strange floating platforms and a space that seemed a lot larger on the inside than on the outside. However, he wasn't sure where to go now, as his guide had not appeared to greet him. He didn't want to push his luck as he was asked to wait by the Archmage Xander's statue to be picked up. Thus, for the time being, he decided to sit down on a nearby bench to examine his surroundings. Some students passed him by and recognized that he was a new face. They were a curious bunch who started to whisper between each other in speculation. Interesting, they are blocking out their sounds. The mana around the people in the vicinity swirled, indicating that they were all using spells to conceal their conversations from Roland. Lips moved, and glances were exchanged, but no audible sounds emanated from their mouths. Choosing to ignore the attention, Roland concentrated on the task at hand. If his contact didn't find him within an hour, he decided he would need to try approaching the reception area, hoping it existed within the main structure of the institute. As time passed, Roland observed the students around him. They varied in ages and demeanor, but shared a commonality: they all belonged to the mage class and were above the age of 10. This would have been his destiny had he not failed to acquire his elemental affinities, a peculiar case that he never found the answer to. There is no fixed time frame to send kids here, but they usually start early. Although the primary focus of the school was on teaching youngsters how to handle mana and chanting, it also provided education in various scholarly fields. Students were taught subjects such as math and economics to groom them into responsible members of the kingdom. Many nobles sought the services of such mages as advisors, not just for warfare. These individuals were often kept as a reserve force, their main strength lying in long-range bombardments. Roland had never been able to interact with other mage types, as from a young age, he embarked on his own journey. According to Arian and the books he had received, Roland had a natural talent for spellcasting. It appeared that producing magical effects for others wasn't as straightforward, as Roland rarely fumbled a spell, even during stressful encounters in dungeons. There was a learning curve to spellcasting, and spells weren't skills that activated automatically. What's taking him so long? 30 minutes elapsed, and Roland was growing increasingly annoyed. He was confident that, after the introduction letter was scanned, the necessary party should have been made aware of his presence. Wasting his time was something Roland disliked, but he restrained himself from complaining due to the unfamiliarity of the environment. He wasn't certain if voicing his concerns would yield any results in this new and unknown setting. Harrows, huh? While Roland sat there, tapping his foot on the stone tiles, a peculiar sight appeared before his face. It resembled a flying jellyfish with large, expressive eyes that radiated cuteness. Its body was partially transparent and emitted a blue glow reminiscent of mana. The tentacles swirled around, and the being produced a strange magical dust as it moved. "Are you Mr. Warand?" "Ah yes, that's me." "Yay, Master Arian Warby Rate." So he tasked this one to bring Mr. Warand to his office. Roland hadn't been informed about a peculiar floating jellyfish with an unusual speech pattern, but it seemed like the creature was here to guide him. Accustomed to the unexpected, he stood up from his seat and nodded at the strange being, ready to follow its lead. "Sure, lead the way." The jellyfish hovered in the air and beckoned for Roland to follow. As he trailed behind the peculiar creature, he couldn't help but draw attention from passing students. Some looked at him with curiosity, while others exchanged glances of disdain, while looking at the flying creature in his clothes. Roland, however, paid little mind to the attention, focusing on keeping up with the floating guide. Roland was led to the arcane hall that he previously had seen. There the floating platforms became noticeable. These floating platforms were a common mode of transportation within the institute. They glided effortlessly through the air, carrying students and faculty members to various destinations around the expansive hall. Then there was the interior that looked truly bizarre. Before proceeding, he stepped toward the edge of the floor. From there, he could glance both up and down, taking in the vast open space occupied by flying students on similar platforms. A significant gap requiring flight for at least 100 meters separated sections of the structure. In the distance, various doors were visible, some leading into rooms, while others opened into corridors. There is a lot of spatial magic involved here, but perhaps it could also be an illusion? He wasn't entirely certain, but time was scarce, and he couldn't scrutinize everything with his eye skills, given that his taxi had just arrived. The guiding jellyfish, likely a magical familiar, accompanied one of the platforms. Having observed students using these platforms before, Roland confidently stepped onto one. Before the departure, a magical barrier enveloped him, evidently a safety measure, as some students were struggling to maintain their balance. Fortunately, he effortlessly magnetized his runic boots to the platform's underside. As he was zooming through the air, Royland marveled at the sheer complexity and ingenuity of the magical architecture surrounding him. Floating staircases, suspended gardens, and shimmering bridges spanned across different levels of the arcane hall. As he passed through each floor, Roland noticed specialized areas dedicated to various magical disciplines. There were laboratories for alchemy, lecture halls for spell theory, and even arenas for magical duels. The jellyfish familiar guided him to a specific floor, where a large door adorned with runic symbols awaited. The platform connected to the lower portion of the doorframe and stopped. The little magical guide that had brought him here just kept floating around him, as if trying to indicate that he needed to disembark. Thus, he moved his hand to the door and gave it a good knock. "Did my visitor arrive? Please come in." After knocking on the door 3 times and pausing for a brief moment, he discerned a muffled response from within. The runes adorning the weathered door began to shimmer, and the magical lock clicked. The door creaked open, revealing a familiar feline figure inside. However, before he could enter, a cascade of parchments assaulted him, tumbling in his direction. Though he managed to snatch a few, some spiraled into the white expanse of the arcane hall. "Ah, Wayland, welcome, welcome. Apologies for the paper storm. My experiments with magically animated notes seem to be a bit unpredictable." Professor Arian greeted him with a sheepish smile that adorned his feline face. Roland looked down at one of the pieces of paper that he was holding and realized that they were moving around. One managed to wrestle its way out and began flapping around as if it was some type of bird. "Animated notes, sure. This is certainly a unique welcome, Professor. Come in, come in. We have much to discuss, my friend." Roland stepped into Professor Arian's supposed office, which was filled with the aroma of ancient books and the subtle hum of magical artifacts. The room was cluttered yet organized, with shelves upon shelves of magical tomes, runic artifacts in display cases, and a peculiar-looking telescope pointing at the sky. "Have a seat, Wayland. Tea, sure, black if it's possible." As if on cue, a magical kettle levitated into the air, accompanied by a sizable cup of tea. Roland observed the intricate process of tea brewing. Magical water flowed into the kettle, heated up, and then elegantly poured into the cup where tea leaves awaited. Adjusting his hood, Roland revealed his runic helmet. Professor Arian, a seasoned runic specialist, promptly identified the intricate structures. "I see that you implemented some of my solutions in your helmet design." "I did. Is something the matter?" "Well, no, it's nothing." Roland was now inside of Arian's office, and he had somewhat prepared himself, but being in front of a talking cat still felt strange. He was just floating around in the air, surrounded by floating books and metals covered in runes. His appearance was that of a regular black house cat, with something that looked like a wristband attached to his tail. "Ah, is it my current appearance? I always forget to change back. It's just so much more comfortable. Just give me a second." It seemed his friend realized his problem, and before he could respond, the cat form started to alter. His form was shifting into something larger, and Roland watched in astonishment as Professor Arian transformed before his eyes. The small black cat expanded and elongated, limbs shifting and contorting until the transformation was complete. "Lady Castellane, is this necessary? I'm sure we can lure in the blood vulture in a different fashion. Don't be a spoilsport. Just take the meat and wait." "You don't trust Lady Castellane's plan?" "And no, perish the thought. It's just tea that." A hushed conversation unfolded among a group of people gathered around a floating orb of light. Among them was a young girl, appearing to be around 14 or 15, clad in dark robes. They all wore uniforms bearing a distinct emblem reminiscent of the late Archmage Xander. "My dear little Lucienne, if you paid attention in class, then you'd know that blood vultures are a skittish bunch, just like YOU." 6 individuals were present, with 4 standing behind a particular blonde girl. 4 of them shared a similar emblem, featuring the legendary phoenix with wings outstretched in fiery brilliance, adorned with hues of gold and crimson. However, the emblem differed for the 2 other girls standing behind Lady Castellane, their phoenix motif appearing more silvery, while Lucienne's had a somewhat paler steel coloring. But we need those feathers for the next assignment. You wouldn't want me to fail my next assignment, now would you? And no. Well then, let me explain again, as you might have already forgotten. The blood vulture will only appear when it smells blood, but will quickly withdraw if the prey isn't alive. The blonde girl turned to the side, nodding at one of the men who had accompanied the 4 girls. "Unlike them, He did not bear the phoenix emblem of Xander's Institute, and his attire differed silvery half-plate armor adorned with a distinct insignia. Responding to the nod, he stepped forward, clutching a jar containing some red liquid. The meat might not be enough, so as a precaution. What are you? The contents of the jar were poured onto the girl's robes, and some of it even spilled through it and onto her body. It had a distinct smell along with a fragrance that the people here knew. It was monster blood. Stop squirming. It'll be fine before the vulture strikes. We'll save you. So do your job and wait. Lucienne bit her lip, her eyes darting nervously between Lady Castellane and the chuckling ensemble behind her. The plan seemed to be unfolding in a manner that made her increasingly uncomfortable. The air around her grew tense as the scent of the monster blood permeated the surroundings. As she was left to fend for herself in this darkened forest, the group fell silent, anticipation hanging in the air. The only sound was the occasional rustle of the surrounding trees and the subdued whispers of the group members. Lucienne couldn't shake off the feeling of unease that clung to her like a shadow. After a few moments, the atmosphere shifted. The air seemed charged with magical energy, and the floating orb of light dimmed. Lady Castellane's eyes narrowed, and she raised her hand in a signal for silence. Lucienne's breath quickened, her heartbeat echoing in the dark forest, as she found herself alone and vulnerable. The night sky was clear, the moon casting its ethereal glow across the surroundings. The rustling of trees intensified, and she anxiously scanned the area for the source of the eerie sounds. A fleeting silence gripped the place, but safety remained elusive as mysterious glowing eyes soon materialized from the shadows. Something felt amiss. The eye structure didn't align with that of a blood vulture. Moreover, it wasn't an isolated pair of eyes inching closer. There were multiple sets. A ferocious growl pierced the air, and a creature resembling a black wolf emerged from the shadows of the forest. Instantly, Lucienne sensed that this creature posed a far greater threat than a blood vulture, a challenge beyond her own capabilities. A wolf fiend. As Lucienne opened her mouth, many loud howls resonated through the entire area. The monster was not alone, and the haunting sounds echoed from various angles, including where her supposed friends were stationed. The men's voices soon joined the dissonance as they shouted, urging a retreat. Lady Castellane, we must withdraw. The meat has attracted lesser wolf fiends, and there might be a higher form in the pack that we won't be able to handle. Everyone, retreat. Lady Castellane, the leader of the group, issued the command, prompting everyone to sprint away. However, Lucienne, who had been used as bait, found herself abandoned and left to fend for herself. Despite her attempts to catch up with the fleeing group, she wasn't a swift runner. The wolf-like creatures quickly discerned her as their target, and began a relentless pursuit. Panicking, Lucienne weaved through the trees, her robes getting caught on branches, as she desperately tried to put distance between herself and the approaching wolf fiends. The magical blood scent clung to her, acting as a magnet for the creatures. As the beasts closed in, Lucienne stumbled over a protruding tree root, falling to the forest floor. One of the lesser wolves, a dark creature with crimson eyes, leaped forward, its jaws snapping dangerously close to her. Lucienne, who had been frantically chanting a spell, pointed towards the wolf. Before it could bite her, a shield of mana surrounded her body to protect her. The monster sank its teeth into the glowing mana shield, but it proved resistant. Undeterred, it recognized that the person behind the shield wasn't retaliating. The creature's teeth began to emit a darkish hue, as it activated one of its own skills. The shield created by the young mage wasn't exceptionally robust. It became evident that, given enough time, it would eventually give way. No, stay away. Someone? Is there anyone there? She called out to the group that she arrived with, but the sound of their steps was not there. It became clear to her that she was abandoned and left to fend for herself in this forbidden part of the forest. Soon 2 more fiend wolves appeared. Their growling and howling intensified as they plunged themselves in her direction. There, is that better, my young friend? In mere moments, the small cat had become a humanoid figure with fur as dark as midnight, retaining the same feline features. A humanoid black puma now stood before Roland, wearing a pair of spectacles perched on its feline-like nose. The transformation was seamless, a testament to Arian's mastery of transfiguration magic. Roland couldn't help but be surprised at the spectacle that had taken place before him. Quite the sight, but next time, warn me when you will do that. Ah yes. Is this the first time you witnessed transfiguration magic? Perhaps it piqued your interests. It's quite the varied field of study, but also very volatile if you make any mistakes. Volatile? Ah yes, if you aren't careful you might blow yourself up, or even worse turn yourself into a chicken and lose all memories. A chicken? Roland took a moment to observe Arian's new appearance. The man belonged to a beast race, resembling a puma. Unlike lesser beast races such as Sister Kasha or Diana, Arian had fewer human features. His height was slightly below Roland's, and the sight of a humanoid cat wearing a luxurious mage robe was quite novel. It was evident that Arian cared a lot about presenting himself to others. Yes, a chicken, poor Zachary. He will be missed, such a tragedy. But this is not the time for old tales. Come, let us discuss your stay here. Yes, let us do that. Arian gestured towards a comfortable-looking chair across his cluttered desk. Roland took a seat, his eyes still adjusting to the eccentric surroundings of Arian's office. The floating magical artifacts, the peculiar telescope, and the shelves of ancient tomes all hinted at a life dedicated to the pursuit of magical knowledge. As Roland settled into the chair, Arian joined him on the other side of the desk. The feline professor leaned back in his chair, his tail swaying casually. Now, my dear Wayland, just as you've wanted, I've managed to secure your access to the Academy Library. There was a slight pause at the end of the sentence, and Roland caught onto it easily. Even though Arian was a feline, he was not good at hiding his emotions. Is there a problem? Well, as you might know, the Institute's library is a restricted area. Yes. He nodded in response, unsure of what Arian was getting at. He knew that his feline friend was a professor at the Academy and a Tier 3 mage, just like him. Arian specialized in runic enchantments, and was responsible for many of the mage towers inside the Institute. Roland assumed that such a person would have some sort of free library pass for his acquaintances, or could at least pull some strings to make it happen. In the letters he was presented with and during their talks, it seemed that there wouldn't be a problem concerning this issue. How do I say this? You will be granted access to the library to do your research, but you'll have to go through a trial period first. A trial period? You didn't say anything about such a thing? I know, I wasn't aware of it until a few days ago. Let me explain. Please do. After giving off a little sigh, Arian started explaining the structures of the Institute and how it was divided into many different departments. There was an alchemy department, one for summoning magic, one for traditional core magic, and various others. He was the leading teacher for the runic department, which, compared to the others, was somewhat smaller and lacked funds. It seemed that after creating the mage towers, there was not much use for further rune study. He made it seem that he was mostly there for conservation purposes, and for times when the runes failed, which didn't happen all too often. So it's like that. So when you meant that you were short-handed, you meant that. Yes, besides a few student volunteers, I'm the only runic mage in this department. I still had Lucille with me a month or two ago, but she has been having issues with her family. Lucille did? He knew this woman's name, because she was involved with his older brother Robert. The two hadn't contacted him in a while, so he was wondering what the issue might have been. Considering that Lucille was getting up in age and family issues were involved, the problem could be related to marriage. It was not something that he wished to pry into, as he expected such a problem to arise. Robert was a simple knight in the army, while she was a count's daughter. Their backgrounds were too different for it to work out without her family's involvement. Ah yes, I hope she comes back soon. But now you are here. You don't mean... Yes, the position that you will be taking is of an assistant professor. Roland's eyes widened in surprise. He had anticipated that he might be involved in some capacity due to his proficiency in runic enchantments, but becoming an assistant professor was a significant responsibility. It wasn't just about gaining access to the library. He was being offered a role that carried weight within the institute, one that might force him to teach students. Assistant professor? Do you actually expect me to? Well, my dear friend, considering your knowledge and skills, you are more than qualified for the position. Plus, the Academy is in need of someone with your expertise. With Lucille gone, the runic department has been struggling to keep up with the demand for maintenance and improvements in the mage towers. You won't have to do much. After the initial interview, you'll just have to assist me with a few classes and do a few odd jobs with the students. Arian turned his face to the side as if he was afraid to face Roland, who had a somewhat irritated look on his face. Roland's mind raced with thoughts. While the idea of being an assistant professor was intriguing, he couldn't help but wonder about the workload and responsibilities that came with the position. His primary goal was still to delve into the Academy's library and gather information about mana phantoms. However, he did not really want to interact with other mages or even worse teenage students. Before attaining his first mage class, he had researched this highly regarded magical institute. From the outside, it appeared to be a dream come true, but there were a few nightmares hidden within. First of all, the place was segregated into groups. One of these groups comprised commoner mages, whose status was the lowest among everyone. Then there were individuals with wealth and lower nobility, with higher nobility being considered the best of the best. A clear divide existed among the students, and when he was younger, he had been preparing himself for potential bullying by the higher-standing nobles. Fine, if it gets me into the library, then I'll do it. But what will my duties be? You don't really expect me to teach the students? I'm not sure. Your primary duty would be to the runic department, assisting and maintaining the mage towers. But you first need to go through the evaluation. There is an evaluation? Yes, this is the most I could do, but the Council of Mages didn't want to allow an outsider into the institute without evaluating them first. I'll have to apologize for misleading you, my friend. If you don't wish to proceed, I'll understand. I will still be able to procure a temporary pass so you can remain here, but you won't be able to do your research. Roland contemplated the situation for a moment. Becoming an assistant professor wasn't what he had envisioned, but the lure of the vast library, and the chance to delve into the mysteries of mana, was too tempting to resist. He had already gotten here in less than a week, so leaving now would also be just pointless. After a brief silence, he spoke. All right, let's proceed with the evaluation. I'll do what it takes to gain access to the library and conduct my research. Can you explain what this evaluation will be about? Will I have to take a written test? Arian's eyes sparkled with gratitude and relief. Roland wasn't sure if his friend intended to burden him with how things turned out, but if he went through with it, there were many things to gain. The library was one part. Then, there were the mage towers that, after being part of this runic department, he would apparently have free access to. His aim was to go through all of them and copy all the runic structures that he could get his hands on. Mage towers were marvels of magical technology and powerful tools. If he could recreate one for himself inside Albrook, then even a tier 4 monster could be dealt with. These structures could magnify a person's magical power to the extreme. The compound that he created himself with the turrets was an attempt to imitate these structures. If he could research them, then creating an impenetrable stronghold wouldn't be a pipe dream. Usually, your status as a tier 3 mage should be sufficient enough, but due to your lack of a proper education and any certificates from other magical academies, the evaluation might be more extensive. I wouldn't be surprised if the evaluation will involve practical applications of magic, maybe even problem-solving skills. Practical applications. You make it sound like I will have to fight monsters? Well, I might have mentioned that you are a platinum adventurer with extensive knowledge of magical combat. The Academy is always looking for battle images to guarantee the safety of our students. They can be quite the rascals. I see. He couldn't really hold it against Arian, as Roland's identity could only be confirmed by his adventurer card. He could only blame himself for being a mysterious rune-slinging craftsman mage that people were suspicious of. If he were in their place, he would probably do the same. However, after hearing about the battle test, he had the sinking suspicion that after passing it, his tasks would increase in scope. Yes, indeed. You'll need to showcase your magical prowess, demonstrate your understanding of runic enchantments, and perhaps prove your ability to work in a collaborative and educational setting. Roland nodded, absorbing the information. He was confident in his magical abilities, but the prospect of interacting with students and faculty posed a different set of challenges. As someone who had spent most of his life researching and practicing magic alone, teaching others was a novel and somewhat intimidating prospect. When will this evaluation take place? How long do I have to prepare for it? The Council of Mages has arranged for the evaluation to take place in 2 days. I'm not quite sure about the assessment, but I'm sure it won't be anything too difficult for someone like you. 2 days? That doesn't leave much time to prepare. While Roland tried not to sigh too loudly, Arian started chuckling. It seemed that the situation was a little bit amusing to him, but he also was hopeful that Roland would get through the trials. With an assistant professor in the department, he would be getting the help that he craved for, and perhaps with some new blood on board, his funding could finally increase. Is this really worth it? Maybe I should just go back if I work for a while. I might be able to afford an elixir for limb regeneration. But they only give it to important people. I'd have to probably find an underground auction instead. Such thoughts were floating around Roland's mind as he examined his current situation. Berner's arm was the main reason he was here, but there were other options to take care of that problem. He didn't want to risk his luck with the church too much, as he knew only Tier 4 priests were able to perform the miracle of full limb restoration, and also needed to bless elixirs that had the same effect. There weren't many people of that caliber in the kingdom, which caused the supply of such potions to dwindle. Only high-ranking nobles like dukes and the royal family had somewhat of an access to such means. Even though he had the key to combating the cultists in his hands, he had not yet proven himself to them. Everything he offered up was still theoretical, and it wouldn't be strange for it to take months or even years for them to see his worth. Then there was also the Inquisition, who, if they chose, could just expose him to interrogation techniques, which were known to never fail. There were magical ways to make people talk, and if he refused to cooperate, his life and the lives of his loved ones were at stake. If he played his cards right and gained merits within this faction, the door to that solution could open up eventually. Until then, learning more about runes, even for other reasons than the prosthetic limb, was not a bad idea. I guess there is always time to get a holy elixir later, if I get more money, or if they see that that device works. Getting a proper full education with runes can't hurt. Somewhere deep inside, he recognized that alternative solutions existed for overcoming the burner issue. His journey to the Institute wasn't solely driven by selflessness. He acknowledged that his current level of power was not enough. Attaining the status of a Tier 3 class holder hadn't provided the safety he anticipated. However, perhaps if he armed himself with the correct knowledge, he could alleviate this problem. Feeling nervous, my friend? Yes, slightly, but it's fine. You don't need to worry about me. His thoughts were brought back to the present, as his friend Arian patted him on the shoulder. He had arrived at the Institute recently, and had spent some time researching the evaluation process with the professor. He slept very little as there was a lot of material that he needed to get through. He was not sure what the other professors would ask of him, but he needed to get that position as an assistant professor if he wanted to access the library. Good, it shouldn't take long now. Someone should come pick you up in a moment. Don't worry, I'll be among the staff if any problems arise. Roland nodded while recalling the last few days that he had spent in this institute after his arrival. There wasn't much that he could explore yet as he was just Arian's guest. His time here was mostly spent reading up on the various laws and history of this magical academy. There wasn't much time to prepare, but with his high intelligence stat and multiple mind trait, he was able to go through multiple tomes of information. He was now somewhat well informed about the inner and outer workings of this place, at least the ones that were stated in the books. When it came to his feline friend, he usually spent his days floating around as a cat. He had a special runic artifact that was imbued with a floating stone. Arian apparently had grown accustomed to his feline form, and now preferred it. Thanks to being a mage, there were other ways of getting around, and his mind was not diminished even in the smaller black cat form. Remember, just give quick answers to the point, so that those buffoons have no room to complain. I will, thanks for the advice. He was quite a chatty feline and loved to complain. It made learning quite a chore as Arian would constantly grumble about some other professors, and how he wasn't getting enough funding. This office here was divided into a few sections, but it wasn't the only part of the runic department. There were other places that he could visit. However, these would open up after he had gained the correct credentials. As it stood, he couldn't wait to get out of here and get this test over with. He felt a mix of excitement and apprehension about the challenges that awaited him. The prospect of becoming an assistant professor, while not his initial goal, seemed like an opportunity to gain valuable insights and access to resources that could aid him in his quest for knowledge. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, the door to Arian's office creaked open, and a tall, stern-looking woman entered. She had a no-nonsense demeanor, and her gaze bore into Roland, as if assessing him on the spot. She wore the emblem of the academy, indicating her status as a faculty member. Going by the design, she must be an assistant professor. There were various designs corresponding to the legendary phoenix beast. It was the symbol of Xander, the founder, who apparently had it as his familiar. From the literature he reviewed, he came to know that the man was an archmagus and an arch-elementalist, to be more precise. The 4 elemental mage towers that stood at the 4 corners of this institute were something he created. The emblem that this woman was wearing was golden, similar to the ones the top students in this academy wore. It was a bit more intricate, but also implied that those students weren't far behind in prestige to an assistant professor. It was one thing that he disliked about this place, as there was a clear divide between the kids that attended. Being a good student couldn't even propel you past a certain rank, as it was locked behind your status and connections. A commoner mage could never join the gold ranks. and would need to possess something special to even join the silver ranks. Mr. Wayland, I presume? Follow me. The evaluation will take place in the second magical testing chamber. The assistant professor's gaze lingered on Roland for a moment before she spoke with a voice that matched her stern expression. She mirrored the demeanor of his own wife, who shared a similar work ethic. Nevertheless, her gaze held a distinction. It seemed as if she regarded him as someone of lower status and worth. Perhaps this perception stemmed from Arian's introduction, which presented him as a platinum adventurer mage who lacked a formal education. Yes, that's me, Roland replied and turned to Arian while rising from his chair. The floating cat just nodded his head once to indicate that he would follow after them shortly. I am Assistant Professor Alara. I will be escorting you to the evaluation. Follow me, and please keep up. We don't have time for dawdling, Professor Alara stated, turning on her heel and heading towards the hallway without waiting for a response. The magical door she came through was not the one Roland used to get here, as it didn't lead to a wide-open space with floating platforms. Instead, it took them to one of the main wings of the Institute, and close to the testing chamber. Roland hastily gathered his belongings and hurried after her. As they walked through the maze-like corridors of the academy, he couldn't help but notice the curious glances from passing students and other faculty members. It seemed news of an outsider undergoing an evaluation had already circulated. His appearance was also a bit more novel, as he wore a full suit of armor with a darkened robe over it. I've heard that the faculty testing chamber would be used today. Is that the person? Is he an artifact user? That armor is fully customized. How interesting. The kids were bad at hiding their interest, but with one stern glance from Alara, they quickly quieted down. Roland could sense the hum of spells being cast in distant classrooms, and the air itself seemed to vibrate with the presence of latent magical forces. The academy was a place of learning and discovery, and he could only hope that his journey here would give him the answers that he was seeking. As they approached a grand hall, Roland's eyes widened at the sight of an enormous circular chamber, with a high ceiling adorned with intricate runes and symbols. The hall was filled with magical equipment, testing grounds, and platforms for showcasing magical prowess. It was clearly a place where aspiring mages demonstrated their abilities, and the place where he would be taking the test. Ilara led Roland to a designated area where several other faculty members were already present. Before him were three unknown individuals, each a bit more unique than the other. The first was an elderly man with a long, flowing beard, his robe adorned with shimmering constellations. The second was a woman with piercing blue eyes and skin, her hair seemingly made of ethereal mist. The third, a man of middle age, exuded an air of scholarly wisdom and shrewdness, his glasses perched on the edge of his nose. Ilara gestured for Roland to step forward and address the panel. Mr. Wayland, this is the evaluation committee. You will be demonstrating your magical abilities, answering questions, and providing insight into your understanding of runes and magic. Keep in mind that your performance today will determine your eligibility for the position of assistant professor. Roland nodded, taking a deep breath to steady his nerves. He could feel the weight of their expectations, but he was determined to prove himself. The elderly man spoke first, his voice carrying the weight of years of experience. Mr. Wayland, we've heard you come highly recommended by Professor Arian, a respected member of our faculty. However, your background is quite unconventional. Thus first, we need to go through the basics. Please place your hand on the measuring device. The old man was seated in the middle with the other two individuals being to his sides. He was the main judge in this event, with the two others having their own votes. Every one of them could ask him questions and also cast a vote. Normally, as long as he received 2 positive votes, then he would be allowed to pass. But the old man that looked like Merlin the Wizard had some veto power. Of course. Roland nodded and moved to the side. The measuring device that had been there from the start. It looked like a simple pedestal with a smooth, crystal-like surface on top. As Roland placed his hand on it, a soft glow enveloped his hand, and the crystal began to emit a low hum. Numbers and symbols flickered on the surface, indicating the flow and nature of Roland's magical energy. Typically, he would hesitate to use such items in the presence of others. However, Arian assured him that his status would remain concealed when employing the measuring device. Evidently, mages were cautious about having their secrets unveiled to others. On their journey, a mutual understanding emerged among them, an agreement not to pry into each other's secrets, with a strict prohibition against forcibly revealing one's status screen. Instead, they opted to measure various aspects of magic in an individual. Roland agreed to have his mana capacity, mana control, and other relevant aspects measured, all without directly disclosing his classes and skills to anyone. The numbers that appeared before him were presented as something akin to a hologram for the mages to see. They quickly started grading him on those symbols and writing something onto separate parchments, while the mist-haired woman spoke out to voice her opinion. Impressive mana capacity and control, Mr. Wayland, and there is something unique in your magical signature. Now, how about you give us a demonstration of your magical prowess? Professor Arian has informed us that you prefer to use magical artifacts like the one you are wearing. That's true. Splendid. Then how about you showcase a flame blast spell? As the woman issued her instructions, the entire chamber commenced a transformation. It expanded to one side, carving out a specific area for practical demonstrations. Roland sensed a large amount of mana emanating from the very walls that shifted and contorted in response to the spell. Normally, he would instantly examine it with his special eyes, but he opted to keep some of his trump cards hidden. Revealing everything to the professors wasn't his primary objective, rather, he aimed to navigate through the assessment, disclosing as little as possible. At the corridor's end stood 5 puppets, the intended recipients of Roland's spell. Positioned 5 meters apart in a straight line, it was evident that they were set up to gauge the destructive potential of his magical abilities. A standard flame blast spell typically covered only 3 targets, but Roland contemplated modifications. By infusing it with additional mana beyond the usual amount, he speculated that the spell could potentially encompass the entire radius, surpassing the conventional limits. He focused his mind on the magic within him, summoning the flames through the runes inscribed in his gauntlet. A swirling ball of fire materialized above his outstretched hand, dancing and flickering with vibrant energy. The flames were controlled, forming a compact sphere that emitted both heat and light. Roland manipulated the fire, making it sway and move in intricate patterns, showcasing not just raw power, but also finesse. The panel watched intently, exchanging glances with each other. The elderly man, Merlin-like in his appearance, nodded approvingly. The mist-haired woman wore an intrigued expression, and the scholarly man adjusted his glasses, studying Roland's every movement. Soon the orb of flames shot forward to collide with the wooden puppets, and engulfed 4 of them in a fiery explosion. That's quite the mastery over fire magic, or at least artifact rune usage. The scholarly man squinted, closely observing the controlled display of magic that Roland deliberately restrained. Although Roland could have engulfed the entire area in flames, he opted for a more measured presentation, aligning himself with the standards of other professors. Standing out wasn't his objective, nor did he harbor long-term aspirations within the institute. Achieving the role of an assistant professor was his primary goal, and he believed that this restrained demonstration of magical prowess should suffice to meet the expectations. But magic is diverse. How about something that requires precision and thinking? Shortly after, the shooting range area retracted, morphing into a new challenge. Before Roland were an array of large and small stones, each adorned with runic structures or traces. The task was apparent. He had to employ a form of magic to arrange these stones into the correct configuration. Some of the boulders were sizable, likely weighing close to a ton. Without the assistance of a levitation spell or a considerable amount of magical power, maneuvering these massive stones would prove to be a difficult challenge. For someone with Roland's skills, this task posed little difficulty. Employing his mage hand spell to manipulate most of the rocks and a levitation spell to reduce their weight proved to be a straightforward process. The runic patterns involved were also well within his extensive knowledge. Assembling them felt akin to reconstructing broken schematics, a task he had considerable experience with. After calculating the expected duration for such an endeavor, he opted to complete the task in a slightly above-average time. Your proficiency in runic manipulation is evident, but how deep is your understanding of other theories in the Institute? Please answer the following questions. The scholarly man started firing questions at Roland, delving into various aspects of magical theory, the history of the Institute, and the intricacies of different magical schools of thought. Roland, drawing upon the extensive knowledge he gained during his cramming sessions, answered each question with precision. His high intelligence and multiple mind traits were proving to be valuable assets, allowing him to recall and process information swiftly. As he answered the questions, he couldn't help but notice the subtle nods and exchanged glances between the panel members. It seemed they were gradually becoming more convinced of his capabilities. This was true for 2 of them. The one that was constantly asking him more obscure questions seemed not convinced. The shrewd scholar had been someone Arian disliked, and it was becoming clear that he was not too keen on Roland becoming part of this magical academy. Luckily, he was not the main faculty member here. Professor Delower, I think that's more than enough. Our young friend here has already answered enough of our questions. How about we just go ahead and move on to the last test, MH? The blue lady nodded while the man called Delower harumphed. It seemed that he had made it to the end. Now he just needed to pass the final trial, something that he was confident in achieving. Have you heard? Oh, did something happen? Yes. Apparently, they are interviewing a new assistant professor. An assistant professor? Is that something to get excited about? Have you been drinking those strange potions again? Perhaps, but that's not important. What is important is that they took him to that testing ground. By that, you mean? Yes, for the enforcement department. The enforcement department? Now, that's interesting. I wonder if he will last longer than the last assistant professor then. Haha, I wonder who it is now. They probably tricked another adventurer. Students were chatting around with each other as the news spread of a new arrival at the institute. The two silver badge students soon forwarded the information, and it started spreading like wildfire. The appearance of the armored individual sparked a debate about whether he would truly be able to toughen through his new and dangerous responsibilities. Back in the magical testing chamber, the panel members exchanged some final words before the last trial. Professor Delower still wore a skeptical expression, but he grudgingly conceded to the decision of the other two. Very well, let's proceed to the final trial. The elderly man, seemingly the leader of the trio, stood up and gestured for Roland to follow him. The mist-haired woman and scholarly man fell in step as they made their way to a concealed door at the back of the chamber. Roland could sense the intensity of the magical aura emanating from behind that door. He was somewhat aware of what was to come next, which lessened his nervousness slightly. As the door opened, a long corridor revealed itself, adorned with enchantments and wards. The trio walked in silence, leading Roland deeper into the heart of the magical academy. Something felt off about this place. Roland sensed the influence of some type of magic. When they reached what appeared to be the exit, an old-looking door slowly swung open. Roland's face was hit by a draft, an occurrence that shouldn't have happened if they were inside the testing chamber. An open space? Is this still inside the institute? Before him stood a wide, open area, filled with trees and greenery. The other mages didn't stop walking, so he continued after them without posing any questions. Once inside, he noticed another strange phenomenon. He expected this large door to be connected to a wall, but after looking back, he could tell that it was not attached to something that could hold a corridor. It was embedded in a large slab of rock that was not thicker than a meter. Did we go through a teleportation gate? Or was it some other type of dimensional magic? Roland was well aware of these types of magic, and was almost certain that the institute was filled with it. The first telltale sign was the size of the institute from outside compared to the inside. Though he hadn't traversed much of it, there was far too much space here for no spatial magic to be at play. While spatial magic was mostly known for producing dimensional bags for adventurers, it could also be utilized to enlarge other spaces, such as the rooms within this magical academy. That kind of spatial magic wouldn't explain what he had just experienced, as it seemed more aligned with the domain of teleportation gates. Enlarging space wouldn't facilitate the traversal of a corridor into a faraway location. For that to happen, the space would need to be made more compact to hasten the traversal process. This realization likely accounted for the strange feeling he had been feeling while going through that corridor and the large door. Warp gates existed in this reality, a highly theoretical subject in the world he came from. In this world, they were made real with the help of dimensional magic, and perhaps it would be something he could learn himself. His eyes focused on the slab or rock the door was attached to, and he could see various enchantments over it. This was not something beyond his comprehension, falling within the category of greater and grand runes. Greater and grand runes had a similar relationship as lesser and common runes, functioning similarly, but with one being many times more complex. Mr. Wayland, welcome to the Enforcement Department's training grounds. Here, we will evaluate your ability to handle unconventional situations and your proficiency in combat magic. The elderly man finally spoke, breaking the silence that had lingered since they entered this enchanting space. I'm sure that Professor Arian informed you about this test, but would you like me to refresh your memory? Ah yes, please do. Very well, for the final test, we would have you face a series of challenges. The purpose is to assess your combat abilities against various threats. As the old man continued to list the reasons for being here, Roland reflected on the moment Arian informed him about this opportunity. There were various types of assistant professors within the institute, and the only option available to him was one within the enforcement department. In a way, he would be akin to a security officer, along with being tied to the runic department. He was limited to this due to not having other credentials besides being a platinum rank adventurer. While Arian assured him that there was no danger, Roland wasn't sure if that was the case. And that's about it. If what Professor Arian said was true, then I'm sure you have nothing to worry about. Well then, we shall be off and observe how you do. The old man finished explaining, and soon the trio retreated back through the door they had all come through. To Roland's surprise, the moment the door closed behind the three mages, it vanished from within the stone slab. It confirmed his previous deduction of it being a teleportation gate. However, now there was no exit through which he could retreat. While he was sure that he would be saved if things went wrong, accidents happened. I hope Arian doesn't have actual enemies here. When he considered that his friend was getting his budget cut, someone who was against him regaining it would profit from him failing this battle trial. Roland took a deep breath, calming his nerves as he faced the open training grounds. The lush environment seemed peaceful, but he knew the challenges ahead would test his magical and combat abilities. The enchantments in the air hinted at the various obstacles he might encounter. He started walking forward, exploring the surroundings. The trees and plants were real, not magical constructs. However, one peculiar thing that he noticed was the fake sky above him. Without his various skills, he would have been fooled, but upon further examination, it revealed itself as an intricate illusion. This place resembled a dungeon with wide-open biomass, and considering he was in a very old magical institute, the mages here could have figured out ways of creating dungeon-like areas. As he delved deeper into the trial grounds, he stumbled upon a clearing where a group of magical beasts awaited him. Their appearance resembled monstrous dogs, their forms covered in dark crimson fur, with flames escaping from within their nostrils. There was a whole pack of them and gave him more than enough time to examine one of his foes. Hellhound 105 lira. I wasn't expecting something like a hellhound, and certainly not in a forest area. Are they fine with this place burning down? Or perhaps that is what they were going for. He recalled being able to turn an eye into a hellhound puppy at one point. After looking at the large group of these creatures, he was glad that he decided to go with the ruby wolf forms instead. These creatures were not pretty, and they could spit flames similar to the salamander monsters within the Albrecht dungeon. Roland had used a concealment spell, and for the time being, had not been discovered. He was aware that he wouldn't only be judged for his combat abilities, but also for how he handled the situation. It was always better to sneak up on unforeseen enemies, as now he could quickly dispatch them from a safe distance. The highest one is only level 120, this shouldn't be hard. On his back was his large tower shield and access to many of his items. However, for this, he hoped to rely on his magical hammer that was in the process of accumulating mana. Its length expanded as he intended to use it more as a mage staff. Just like in the past, he used his helmet to lock onto the monster's mana fingerprints, and after they were all memorized, it was time for a star shower. The monsters looked up to see a large orb of glowing light, the radiance acting as another distraction as the spell charged. Soon, the orb exploded into many tiny streaks of radiant blue mana. Each was guided by the mana signature of a monster and descended at an astonishing speed. Before the monsters could even start running, the bolts of magical energy shredded them to pieces. The once lush clearing was now scattered with the fiery remains of the hellhounds. Roland observed the aftermath, his magical prowess evident in the destruction he had wrought upon the magical beasts. However, this wasn't over yet, as he expected that Tier 2 creatures were not something a platinum rank adventurer would be tested for. The moment the lesser versions were gone, the true opponent revealed itself. From the depths of the magical forest emerged a creature that surpassed the hellhounds in both size and ferocity. Orthrus 160 lira. The Orthrus, a two-headed hound with dark, mottled fur, glared at the remains of its pack with its multiple eyes. Each head snarled, revealing sharp teeth, and the air around it seemed to ripple with an ominous aura. Its size was comparable to an eye's, but it lacked his magical capabilities and intelligence. The moment it saw the dead bodies, it went into a frenzy. The two heads were now spitting fire everywhere, creating a fiery inferno that Roland was trying to avoid. He knew what the mages were going for with this area and opponent. The trees and grass were starting to get engulfed in flames, creating a lot of smoke. It would be a lot harder to continue battling in this heated-up environment. At least that was probably what the other mages were thinking. For Roland, who had spent many years inside a volcanic dungeon, the temperature felt just right. Roland knew that it was better for mages to face monsters from a distance. Even though he could charge the creature down, it was better to hide his superior physique. He was playing the role of a rune mage who liked using heavy armor as a magic tool. Instead of getting physical, it was better for his creations to do most of the work. Thus, after placing his shield down, he activated his floating runic bits, which quickly flew up into the air to grab the monster's attention. The flying cubes aimed and started shooting bolts of cold magical energy onto the monster. They collided with one of the heads, which became frosted over. The Orthrus roared in pain as the icy magic took effect. Its movement slowed, and the flames it emitted flickered as the cold magic suppressed its fiery nature. Yet, the monster was not easily frozen, and soon flames gathered over its body to combat the chilling effect his creations had produced. While the floating devices could not harm the creature, they were capable of keeping it busy. They served as a distraction that Roland used to unleash a series of freezing wind spells that engulfed the area. More steam was produced in the process, making it even harder for the creature to detect his hidden form. As the cold winds enveloped the Orthrus, Roland circled around, positioning himself strategically to avoid the fiery chaos it was creating in a rage-filled response. He continued to cast spells, utilizing his knowledge to exploit the creature's weaknesses, and slowly but surely, the monster began to waver. The Orthrus fought valiantly, but Roland's calculated approach and strategic use of magic proved to be too much for the magical beast. As the freezing winds and icicles continued to assail the monster, its movements became sluggish, and the fire within its dual heads dimmed. Soon, its feet were glued to the ground, which became frozen over, and it was finally time for the final blow. Seizing the opportunity, Roland used his magical hammer staff, now fully charged with his mana. Its enchantments shimmered with power as he produced a gigantic storm of frozen particles. The spell was called Glacier Storm, and it produced large razor-sharp icicles that rained down on the weakened monster. With its flames doused and trapped in a never-ending cold storm, the Orthrus faltered. Its robust body became riddled with cuts and holes until it was finally dead. The flaming forest clearing was now a scene of frozen destruction. The Orthrus lay defeated, its once menacing heads now frozen in a perpetual snarl. Roland, still concealed by his magic, observed the aftermath. He looked at the defeated beast, wondering if another one would soon show up. Luckily, before he could decide on his next step, the voice of the main professor echoed through the area. "Good, that's enough. You certainly lived up to Professor Arian's recommendation. Return to the entrance, and we shall take care of the formalities." With the command to return, Roland dispelled his concealment magic and made his way back to the entrance. The magical forest, now a mix of charred and frozen terrain, showed the impact of the battle that had unfolded. As he approached the teleportation gate, the door reappeared, and the elderly man, along with a familiar floating black cat, awaited him. "You handled that well, Mr. Wayland, or should I say, Assistant Professor Wayland. Your magical and combat abilities are commendable." "See, I told you that this was a waste of everyone's time, Master Rathos." "Yes, you did, but we do have procedures we need to follow." "Bah, next time just ignore what Delaware says." Even after all of this, he still didn't want to allow my friend into the institute. "Professor Delaware has his reasons, just as you have yours. Nevertheless, we have voted and he has passed. So let us change the subject." Roland didn't expect Arian to show up to greet him. From the conversation the two were having, the man who forced him into answering all sorts of questions still didn't want him to pass. Luckily, he was still chosen as the new assistant professor. It was probable that the bluish woman mage had voted in his favor, and perhaps later he needed to give her his thanks. "I'm sure that you are already aware of all of our procedures. First you need to receive your emblem. Professor Arian has agreed to guide you. Just hand this letter over once you reach the exchange office." "Thank you." Roland accepted a letter that had the seal of the institute on it. There was a faint mana pattern on it, and it was the evidence of him passing the test. As he looked over it, the old man named Master Rathos continued to talk and left him on a concerning matter. "Now then, I still need to take care of a few things, so I will excuse myself. Please get yourself acquainted with the institute. We might need your services soon." What did he mean by that? After the man vanished into one of the many magical doors, Roland quickly turned to the floating feline. "Oh, I wonder what." Instead of a reply, Arian turned his feline head to the side. Roland wanted to get a response, but he knew that it would probably just raise his blood pressure if he knew the truth. Now that he was part of both the runic department and the enforcement department, his way to the Grand Library was open. After picking up his assistant professor emblem, he would be able to freely traverse the various magical pathways. It was best to start his research early, as for some reason, he had the suspicion that if he didn't leave soon, then he would become entangled in something annoying. Students, please behave. There is no running in the main mage hall. I understand that you haven't been here for long, but you are mages now. You are held to a different standard, so you must behave. Sorry, Miss Elsa. A group of 12 children, aged between 10 and 12, huddled around an elderly-looking woman. It was evident they were unfamiliar with the place, constantly looking around, captivated by the magical occurrences, flying book pages, magical animals strutting about, and some even able to talk when approached. Remember, don't touch anything without asking for my permission. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Miss Elsa. The children responded in a monotone voice, as if accustomed to replying to their instructor. The tour continued as Elsa resumed the lecture. Now, where was I? Ah, yes. We find ourselves in the main mage hall of the Institute. Don't confuse it with the main arcane hall, which serves as the main travel hub of our Grand Institute. Remember, never lose your emblems, or you will be punished and unable to freely move through the various magical corridors. Here in the Mage Hall you will receive your first emblem. Cherish it as if it was a part of your family, as it has various uses such as... The children continued to nod at the woman, but their young minds couldn't help but tune out the long and boring speech that continued. They yearned to sprint around and explore the shiny, magical artifacts scattered throughout the hall. One of the children, a young girl not yet 11, spaced out and failed to move out of the way as a certain individual approached. Could you move out of the way? A deep, authoritative voice emanated from behind her, startling the younger. The child looked up at the strange-looking individual, a person much larger than her, wearing some type of armor under a loosely fitting dark robe. Her gaze fixated on the helmet, emitting a strange, eerie glow. Frightened by the armored figure's presence, the girl tried to move but fumbled, stumbling forward. Anticipating a painful fall, she closed her eyes, but instead of impact, a magical weightlessness enveloped her. Opening her eyes, she found herself floating, surrounded by a mysterious force. Oh, teacher, look. Anne is floating around. Some strange iron monster is assaulting her. Calm down, no one is assaulting anyone. That man is a part of the Institute. The woman adjusted her glasses while squinting. Noticing the absence of emblems on the man, she sensed a significant magical force emanating from him or the suit he wore. Uncertain about the spell's nature, she concluded that the man was either a skilled mage, or the suit itself was a quick-cast artifact. Or is he? Who might you be? Good sir, you seem to lack an academy emblem. The woman observed the man, noting the absence of any identifiers of his rank and unusual situation. Her tone carried respect, recognizing him as a senior, likely a Tier 3 class holder, while she herself remained a Tier 2 mage. Yes, I'm new here. I was told to receive my emblem here. The man shifted his gaze to the older woman as the child floated back to her feet. Laughter erupted from the kids, but the woman noticed the man's adept mana control. Even while conversing, he effortlessly manipulated a high-tier levitation spell, which was not something easily done. The children identified the man as someone friendly and instantly moved closer. It's not fair. Anne got to float around. I want to be next. Calm down, children. This good sir is probably busy. Before they could huddle around him, the woman decided to place herself between the children and the unfamiliar individual. The man nodded in understanding, and the woman felt a sigh of relief. She knew that mages, especially at Tier 3, could be peculiar. It wouldn't be surprising if he attempted to administer some form of punishment to the young girl, and with a high standing in the Institute, such actions wouldn't be considered strange. Roland, the man in the armored suit, observed the commotion he unintentionally caused. He swiftly deactivated the levitation spell, and the young girl descended gently to the ground, landing on her feet. She gazed up at him with wide eyes mixed with awe and curiosity. Despite their initial panic, the other children now seemed intrigued by the magical display orchestrated by the armored man. Ignoring the woman's remark, Roland reached into a pocket on his suit and produced the letter Master Rathos had given him. He handed it over, and the woman quickly scanned its contents. Her eyes widened slightly, realizing that the man before her was not just a newcomer, but a newly appointed assistant professor. The institute maintained a distinct hierarchy, with the headmaster occupying the highest position. Following the headmaster were the department heads, commonly addressed as professors, and beneath them were the assistant professors. Individuals such as her, who served as regular instructors, held the fourth position in the pecking order. The hierarchy extended beyond mere departmental affiliations, incorporating a notion of prestige and perceived excellence. This individual was a member of the Runic Department, one of the less prominent branches within this institute, primarily populated by classical spellcasting mages. This place is perplexing, but I suppose hiring an architect for a dimensional relic is no easy task. Roland observed the older woman as she scrutinized his recently drafted introduction letter. The parchment he had received was peculiar, emitting a set of green fireflies that served as his guides to this location. However, upon reaching the main hall, they dispersed, and the enchantment concluded. He now found himself gazing at the diverse crowd in the spacious room, narrowly avoiding a collision with an excited child. The children presented a peculiar sight, all adorned with smiles and reveling in their joy, an expression less frequently observed among the older academy students. Roland observed that the absence of emblems might explain this. Without distinct groupings, the children had not yet divided themselves into factions. The future allocation of ranks, he speculated, would likely reshape their worldview, potentially leading some to develop a sense of superiority based solely on their birthright. You can collect your emblem at the faculty member reception. It's just over there. Just give them this letter. Thank you. She guided him by pointing towards a distant, unmarked room. It became evident that he would have to explore the whole academy multiple times to memorize essential locations, as the mages here seemed to prefer maintaining an air of mystery. As Roland made his way towards the reception, he couldn't help but ponder the complexities of this magical institution. It was a place where spatial magic, dimensional relics, and diverse branches of magical studies coexisted. The mixture of traditional spellcasting and runic arts created an environment unlike any he had encountered before. Upon reaching the reception area, Roland was greeted by a middle-aged woman who seemed to exude a calming aura. She took the letter from him and began to read its contents. "Ah, Assistant Professor Wayland, welcome to the Institute. Your emblem is ready. Here you go." She handed him a small, intricately designed phoenix emblem, a mark of his official status within the academy. The emblem was adorned with the symbol of the Runic Department, indicating his primary affiliation, and was depicted by a lone rune. While he had been forced to join up with the Enforcement Department, only the association to the main one was engraved on the silvery insignia that could be worn in various ways. Assistant professors were exempt from uniform requirements and had the liberty to position their emblems as they saw fit. Most opted for brooches or pendants around the neck, while some, like Arian, incorporated them into collars, as he assumed the form of a floating cat. Roland chose to affix his emblem temporarily to the robe covering his armor, with plans to magically meld it to his armor later if necessary. Apart from indicating his affiliation, Roland's rank within the assistant professors was discernible from the number of stars displayed at the bottom. The woman he had just met, an instructor, could have up to 2 stars. Tier 3 class holders, on the other hand, could boast up to 5 stars. As a newcomer, Roland possessed the minimum number of stars possible. Nevertheless, even this modest designation granted him unrestricted access throughout the entire academy. Eager to take advantage of his current privileges, he intended to head straight to the library. But first I have to find it. Soon, Roland embarked on a small expedition through the Magical Institute, encountering various trials and tribulations. Despite having the key to access the library, his sense of direction left much to be desired. He had previously relied on a mapping feature that guided him to every location, inadvertently becoming dependent on it, and neglecting to learn alternative methods. In this environment saturated with magical artifacts, creating a proper map became nearly impossible. The mana interference was overwhelming, and his invention struggled to navigate the multitude of dimensional doors scattered everywhere. This should be the place. It only took me 2 hours to get here. After navigating through a series of twists and turns, Roland stood before an ornate door adorned with ancient runes etched into its surface. The door emitted a faint magical aura, signaling its significance. Along the way, he encountered a diverse array of people and students, eliciting various reactions. Some were frightened by his appearance, others intrigued, and a few even took offense. The prevalence of nobility in the surroundings added an unpleasant layer, as Roland was uncertain whether he might unintentionally offend a powerful noble's child, potentially turning his life upside down. Eager to put an end to such encounters and prioritize advancing his research, Roland's main objective now was to leave this place. It won't budge normally, as I remember correctly. The library entrance was protected by statues crafted in the likeness of griffins. As Roland approached, an unusual noise, reminiscent of rocks grinding together, reached his ears. The statues' heads turned in his direction as he neared, their unyielding gaze fixed on him as he attempted to push open the wide double doors. Entry into this space necessitated acknowledgement of his new role as an assistant professor. It was only after infusing his emblem with mana that the spell activated, allowing the library door to swing open. There it goes, quite the simple locking mechanism. Throughout his tedious journey, Roland engaged in some investigation. His emblem, a creation of runecraft, had been readily dissected before his arrival. Although not entirely identical to the devices he crafted personally, the underlying logic was similar. The key factor was his distinctive mana fingerprint, recorded the moment he interacted with the emblem. It seemed likely that the entire school operated within a comprehensive system, wherein his unique mana signature was now logged. With each attempt to access a door, the system performed a scan for his mana fingerprint to ascertain his entry permissions. Yet, the process extended beyond this. There was a kind of handshake involving the emblem he wore. It wasn't sufficient to exert his mana on the door. Activation required using the emblem provided to him. Should he seek entry into restricted areas, he would need to both upgrade the emblem to a higher rank and gain access to the mainframe, storing his mana pattern, a task that wouldn't be easily achieved. As Roland entered the library, he marveled at the vast collection of books, scrolls, and magical tomes that lined the shelves. The air carried a faint scent of old parchment, and the subtle hum of magical energies. The library seemed to stretch on endlessly, with various sections dedicated to different branches of magic. I have to admit, this place is impressive. Roland strolled through the aisles, occasionally stopping to glance at the titles of books, or inspect particularly intriguing artifacts displayed on pedestals. He noticed students and mages engrossed in their studies, each absorbed in their own magical pursuits. As he walked deeper into the library, the atmosphere became more serene, and the ambient noise of rustling pages and magical incantations filled the air. Now, where is that section on advanced runic theory? Roland's primary objective was to deepen his understanding of runic magic, but this wasn't his sole focus. The mana phantom phenomenon he had encountered remained inadequately studied. While Professor Arian provided some initial guidance on where to commence his investigation, he admitted his limitations, unable to offer substantial assistance due to the phenomenon being outside his area of expertise. Initially, Roland found it somewhat peculiar that no one intervened as he examined the bookcases. However, the denizens of this academy held immense faith in their magic. In their view, even an individual with a somewhat suspicious appearance like Roland had to possess proper identification for entry. There was an unwavering confidence in the impregnability of their magical defenses, a potential flaw that someone with Roland's skills could likely exploit given ample research time. As he progressed, Roland noticed students and mages deeply engrossed in their studies, each absorbed in their individual magical pursuits. In this world, magic had a peculiar aspect intertwined with a game-like system. People could fully utilize and enhance it by delving into the intricacies of mana control for each specific spell. While somewhat akin to his runes, achieving perfection was more challenging. The process involved studying correct chant intonations, leveling up skills in various fields, and executing them in stressful situations. It was no easy feat. In contrast, Roland could prepare most of his magical arsenal beforehand, and even if something malfunctioned, he could easily restore it, as long as he had enough mana. Yet Roland wasn't entirely versed in the intricacies of regular spell casting, having focused on an entirely different field. The spells he created were often assisted by the world system, akin to a pair of training wheels. This reliance led some mages to become complacent, and Roland found that the library dedicated to delving into the intricacies wasn't being used by as many students or teachers as he anticipated. I guess they probably train out in the field more than surround themselves with literature. To level up skills, one has to use spells and not read about them. Though if you want to master the craft, you have to do both. As he walked deeper into the library, the atmosphere became more serene, and the ambient noise of rustling pages filled the air. Finally, Roland reached the section on advanced runic theory. The shelves were filled with ancient manuscripts, thick tomes, and delicate scrolls that held the accumulated knowledge of generations of runemasters. He carefully selected a few volumes that caught his eye, finding texts on rune combinations, advanced enchantments, and experimental runic applications. To no surprise, this section of the library was quite empty, and the shelves were even filled with some dust. This should keep me busy for a while. With a satisfied nod, Roland settled into a quiet corner of the library. He immersed himself in the study of advanced runic theory, eager to expand his knowledge and discover new possibilities for his craft. A magic glow illuminated his reading session as time ticked by, and minutes turned to hours. Before he knew it, a loud booming noise echoed through the library to indicate that it was time to close. Startled by the abrupt announcement, Roland reluctantly closed the tome he was engrossed in. Before he could pose a question about the sound, an owl with glasses appeared before him. "Closing time, sir. You'll have to continue your studies tomorrow." "Ah, sure, my apologies, but could I take some of them with me?" "If you wish to borrow books from the library, you must inquire with the main librarian before closing times." "I see, then I'll come tomorrow." The magical owl emitted a hoot before taking flight. Roland remained uncertain whether the creature shared similarities with Arian or belonged to a different category, perhaps serving as an animal familiar or an intelligent monster. Regardless, he needed to leave the library and make preparations for his upcoming first day at the academy. Arian had assured him of a tour around the runic department, where the creation of various artifacts took place. Roland's temporary life at the institute had officially commenced, and he could only hope that within a month or two, he would amass enough knowledge to return home and pursue the creation of runic prosthetics. "Everything is fine. You should stop worrying. If you're that concerned, then why don't you just come back?" "I will, after I'm finished, but I'm not sure how long it will take. If anything happens then." "Yes, I know, you've explained it to me 5 times now." "Did I?" Roland responded to his somewhat annoyed wife. He had been calling her every day since he left, realizing that perhaps this frequent communication was unusual for people in this world, accustomed to conveying messages through letters when separated. After bidding his farewell, a new day commenced at the academy, and Roland was scheduled to join Arian for a lecture. Despite not being an actual assistant professor, he still had to fulfill the responsibilities of one. Neglecting these duties might raise suspicions among the other mages, potentially leading to his expulsion. Once they discovered he was merely here to acquire their knowledge, something that could even get his friend Arian in trouble as he had vouched for him. "Are you ready, my friend?" the black-furred feline asked with a slightly concerned tone. "Yes, something wrong?" "Well, aren't you a bit overdressed for the occasion? We have a long day ahead of us." "It's fine. I'm used to it, and my heavy armor handling skill is over tier 3 already." As always, Roland was clad in his heavy runic armor, which had become like a second skin to him. The more he wore it, the more his skills improved, and when he created the heavier red mithril variant, his proficiency shot up like never before. Normal individuals would likely struggle to take a few steps in what he was wearing, but to him, it had become second nature. "I guess we all have our peculiarities about us, that is what makes us into mages." "You're making it sound like mages are all weirdos in one way or another." "Indeed," Arian responded with a burst of joyful laughter, but Roland understood the sentiment. Mages were an eccentric bunch, yet this choice of attire granted him the ability to move through the magic halls with his full arsenal, and no one would question him. Being part of the enforcement department also came with its peculiar benefits. Today, he would visit that place to discover the nature of his actual duties. Arian assured him that it wouldn't be too demanding, and that he would soon have more free time to dedicate to his research. "Well then, let us depart. I shall give you a tour of the runic department first, then we shall visit the mage towers." "I can't wait." Even though he responded in a somewhat monotone voice, Roland was genuinely intrigued by what the mage towers could offer. He was already familiar with the 4 main elemental mage towers, created under Xander's rule. Xander was an archmagus and, more specifically, an arch-elementalist. Renowned for employing potent elemental spells during his tenure, he was considered a formidable force. Some speculated that he had even reached the pinnacle of Tier 5 mastery, but the details of this old wizard's history were impossible to confirm. Soon, the 2 oddballs set off and seamlessly blended into the diverse crowd. Scanning the surroundings, Roland observed other floating creatures, golems, and individuals clad in equally peculiar attire. In comparison, his full suit of armor didn't stand out too much, especially considering the eccentric clothing some other professors were wearing. The runic department was located outside the main building, near the mage tower, attuned to the element of fire. It made sense as they approached a somewhat secluded metallic building with large chimneys resembling a factory. Once inside, Roland was reminded of the dwarven forge back in Albrook, although this one was somewhat larger and more outdated. The interior housed various workers, not limited to dwarven craftsmen, but inclusive of smiths from various races. This is where the real magic happens," Arian remarked with a gleam in his eyes as they entered. After a glance, it was clear that there was a prevalence of runic constructs here. Even some golems were being used for labor. However, there was something off about this place. Compared to the smaller dwarven forge from Albrook, there was a lot less movement. The runic department is responsible for creating a variety of magical tools, from simple charms to complex artifacts. We pride ourselves in supplying all departments with our runic artifacts. Is that so? Doesn't seem like they are that busy though. Is that person sleeping? Wait, are they drinking alcohol? What? Hey, what did I say about drinking in the morning? Arian directed his attention toward a trio of individuals hiding in the back and indulging in alcoholic beverages. The peculiar group consisted of a dwarf, a human, and a beastman. Even when Arian shouted, they showed little reaction, as if such occurrences had become commonplace for them. Hey, don't ignore me! As the scene unfolded, Roland took a moment to survey the forge. It was well equipped with all the essentials for crafting runic items. There were multiple runic smelters, each varying in size and shape, along with a diverse array of anvils and forges. Although the tools appeared worn with time, they were all present, some even crafted from materials he had never seen before. Roland envisioned himself easily creating a proper runic set here if the need arose. Arian continued to scold the trio in the corner, emphasizing the importance of maintaining a professional environment. Roland, on the other hand, approached one of the runic smelters and examined its intricate design. The enchanting glow emanating from the magical forge captured his attention. Quite an impressive setup you have here, Roland remarked, speaking more to himself than to Arian. His friend floated back to his side after scolding the workers here, and quickly responded to the praise, while trying to regain his footing, after the mischievous trio made him look bad. Yes, it's one of the oldest runic forges in the academy. We take great pride in our craftsmanship. This isn't all, this place goes underground. We have many testing facilities, and also take care of the conservation of all the mage towers. As Roland observed the workers in the runic forge, he noticed that they were not just crafting mundane objects. Some were imbuing magical properties into everyday items, while others were carefully rune-crafting complex runes onto enchanted artifacts. It was a dynamic environment, albeit with a touch of chaos. Yet, to no surprise, there was a noticeable shortage of Tier 3 personnel, with only one Master Runesmith in the entire department. He wasn't present at the moment, indicating a less than ideal situation for the department. Mages had the option to order better crafted items from external sources, and some affluent nobles even preferred this route. Possessing a more advanced tool or artifact from outside the academy made them appear more prestigious than relying on those built within, which left the department with less work and bored craftsmen who only were used for mage tower repairs. Now, let us move on. Arian led Roland on a comprehensive tour of the entire building, introducing him as the new assistant professor. Roland was granted unrestricted access to the entire facility, providing him with the space and resources needed for his research. While deciphering the mystery of the Mana Phantom was one challenge, creating a fully functional prosthetic limb presented another. It made sense to initiate the construction here and commence testing, especially with access to a wealth of research papers. Arian, being eager to learn new things, also stood as a potential collaborator in creating the proper runic operating system. All the tools that he needed were here and he was satisfied. Now then, let us depart towards the Mage Tower. Don't think we will have enough time for all of them. So how about we limit ourselves to the Tower of Fire for today? That is fine with me. I'll just visit the other ones on my time if you are busy later. Marvelous, let us go. Exiting the runic workshop, they proceeded towards the Mage Tower attuned to the element of fire. These Mage Towers were colossal structures that soared high into the sky, each aligned with a specific element. Roland couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation, as these towering structures were considered the pinnacle of magical craftsmanship. Now that he was part of the academy, he could freely explore them, using the guise of conservation and repairs as a cover. Soon, they stood before a structure that spiraled skyward, adorned with ancient runes that emitted a fiery crimson glow, casting a warm and inviting light. The exterior, crafted from enchanted obsidian material, shimmered with an otherworldly luminescence, as if the flames housed within danced beneath the surface. The tower's outer surface featured intricate sculptures of mythical fire creatures, captured in poses of perpetual motion, their forms seemingly fashioned from living flame, with the phoenix living fire sculpture overlooking everything from its perch atop the tower. Although termed mage towers, they weren't confined to being tall structures. They could encompass entire castles or have cities built around them. What defined a tower as a mage tower, according to Roland's knowledge, was its core. Uncertain about the contents within, He hoped the tour would unveil the secret. The entrance to the tower was embellished with intricate fire-themed runes, emitting a warm orange glow. The magical barrier surrounding the tower recognized the emblems of Arian and Roland, allowing them entry. As Roland and Arian entered the Mage Tower, they were greeted by a wave of warmth and the soothing crackle of magical flames. The interior was a spectacle of fiery enchantments and mesmerizing displays of controlled flames dancing along the walls. The architecture seamlessly blended with the elemental theme, and the atmosphere resonated with the raw power of fire magic. Welcome to the Tower of Flames. It does look grand indeed. Inside, they found themselves in a grand hall adorned with intricate tapestries depicting legendary fire mages casting spells. In the center, a spiraling staircase coexisted with something resembling an elevator shaft stuck in its midst. As they entered, Roland observed several students stepping onto a platform surrounded by a red shield. Shortly after, the platform ascended into the air, likely transporting them to a higher level, where fire-specific spellcasting classes were conducted. A convenient way to move between floors, especially for students carrying heavy books or equipment. If you're interested, I can lend you the schematics for the device. Ah, sure. At a glance, Roland could somewhat figure out the inner workings of the runes, as they used a variation of the flotation spell to rise up into the air. There appeared to be a guidance system in this construct that kept it stable in one place, and it seemed like something he could potentially implement in his own workshop. The only hindrance was the considerable amount of magical energy required for such a spell. Such an invention could only function effectively in a tower like this that was at its base, a grand mana gathering and storing artifact. Well, then we don't have much time, so let us descend. Descend. Indeed, there we will reach the heart of the tower. While students and teachers were engrossed in the morning lessons, the two of them moved to the side, approaching one of the animated tapestries. The decoration depicted a famous scene from an old war, where a rain of fire produced by the ancient mages had turned the tide in their favor. As they reached the tapestry, a peculiar event unfolded. One of the flame beasts depicted on the fabric moved out to greet them. Greetings, Professor Arian. Well met. It is not time for the scheduled maintenance yet. I am aware of that, but I wish to show the inside of the tower to my young friend here. He is the new assistant professor. A floating cat was conversing with a bird made of flames, but by now he had gotten used to the peculiarities of this academy. It seemed that this being was some type of familiar or part of the tower itself. The mana pattern it had was the same as the mana radiated by the tower itself. It was not a construct produced by a separate item or mage. Everything seems to be in order. The Firebird turned towards Roland, and he sensed a scanning spell in action. It dawned on him that this entity was somehow connected to the tower, and possibly to the entire institute. Soon after, the tapestry began to shift and burn away, revealing a large metallic door. It swung open to unveil a set of stairs leading downward. Intrigued? Quite. I haven't been in a mage tower before. Roland didn't hide the fact that he was highly uneducated when it came to magical towers, and also other fields related to magic. He was here to learn and not to appear smart in front of other people. Well, in short, that was the tower spirit. Tower spirit? Yes. How about I explain on the way to the tower chamber? Sure. As they descended the stairs, Arian began to explain the concept of tower spirits, and Roland translated the knowledge into a more familiar context. It appeared that the spirit served as a mediator between the tower owner and the spells being produced. Roland could perceive it as akin to an artificial intelligence construct with control over the tower, bound to the person who created it. It all made sense considering that a human mind wouldn't be capable of storing all the information within the mage tower. Activating separate portions of the runic spells without some operating system would also be rather difficult. Only rune mages and people like Roland would be capable of such feats. The tower spirit functioned as a helpful assistant who could receive orders and possessed a degree of intelligence. As they continued down the spiral staircase, Roland couldn't help but marvel at the complexity of the magical architecture. The walls seemed to be pulsating with the magical energy that resonated within the tower, and the further down they went, the stronger the mana became. Arian, on the other hand, continued his explanation, shedding light on the nature of the tower's core. The tower spirit is essentially the consciousness of the tower itself. It's a magical construct designed as a mirror image of the tower owner. They usually have their own specific personality that can be affected by the owner, but also the element they are attuned to. The spirit has access to all the knowledge of its creator. Isn't that marvelous? It is quite interesting. Could it hold lectures for you? Lectures? I guess it could. Roland was quite intrigued by this finding, and could already imagine how much more work he could do if he had something like a mage tower spirit as a helper. Perhaps it would be even possible to have it automate all of his golems like an AI helper. With help of an AI, it would be possible to make his armor even more advanced, as it could do all the hard calculations for him. While his casting speed was already high, it could potentially become inhuman. As they reached the bottom of the staircase, a massive metallic door stood before them, adorned with intricate fire-themed runes. It looked imposing, radiating a strong magical aura. The tower spirit flapped its fiery wings and hovered nearby, seemingly guiding them, but perhaps also watching their every move. Roland could see it acting as a surveillance system that he needed to watch out for. This is the entrance to the tower's most important chamber. It is the life and blood of every tower. Only a select few have access to this area, primarily the Archmagus and a few high-ranking professors. However, we from the Runic department have special privileges when it comes to these places, so you will be able to visit the other towers later. Nevertheless, please don't cause any troubles. The tower spirits will always be watching you, and act accordingly if you overreach. Arian approached the door, and with a wave of his paw, the runes on the door glowed brighter, and it slowly swung open. The heat emanating from the chamber beyond was intense, as if stepping into the heart of a blazing inferno. As Roland entered, he found himself in a massive chamber that seemed to defy the laws of space. The walls were a continuous dance of flames, and a platform floated in the center, surrounded by an intricate network of magical pathways. On this platform stood a colossal oval object which resembled an egg, and it was pulsating with vibrant fire energy. This, my friend, is the core of this tower of fire, an egg of a phoenix. It's where the essence of fire magic is concentrated and harnessed. It's thanks to this artifact that the flames continue to burn, but this isn't all. If you follow one of the pathways, you will reach the tower spirit crystal. But that is not something that even I can easily reach. But don't worry, you will find all the tower spirit research in the library, if you wish to tackle this problem yourself. Roland couldn't help but be awestruck by the sheer scale and magical prowess on display. The core seemed to resonate with the very essence of fire, casting a warm and ethereal glow throughout the chamber. He could feel the magical energy all around him, and it created a sort of yearning. To make such a creation himself would be a huge undertaking, but perhaps not an unreachable goal. Now then, while I would love us to go over the runic structures, here we are on a tight schedule. Let us go back to the lecture hall. Just as soon as they opened the chamber door, they found themselves needing to depart. The tour of the academy wasn't yet complete, but there were duties Roland needed to fulfill in his role as an assistant professor. Now, can someone point out what the problem is? Anyone? I see a whole forest of hands. Silence enveloped the entire lecture hall, as the black floating cat asked for the answer to the question on the blackboard. It depicted a somewhat simplified runic structure of a lesser rune, and wasn't anything all that difficult. However, it didn't seem that anyone from the students gathered here was willing to answer. Instead, they turned towards each other to resume their whispers that were sometimes masked by their own magic. Is it always like this? Actually, it's not that bad today. Not that bad. Huh. Roland had finished his visit to the Flame Mage Tower, and followed Arian back to the academy. They were inside a large lecture hall that was magically expanded. Due to this fact, the lack of people here was quite noticeable. The students occupied the seats all the way in the back, while trying not to stand out. It was clear that they weren't here to learn, but just to gather merit points. This academy had a system it followed. Every student had a certain quota of classes to fill. There were two types of lessons, ones that were compulsory and others that weren't as essential, but were required to fill up that quota. If a student did badly in the mandatory classes, they needed to bolster their merits by attending other seminars like this one. Runic theory that Professor Arian taught was one of these point-gathering spots. Due to the lack of funding, he had to lower the requirements for a passing grade. First, he was teaching just a simple theory that Roland had been able to figure out as a runic blacksmith. Second, he couldn't throw out people who weren't paying attention, as he needed a set amount of students to keep coming to not have his budget slashed even more. Thus, this turned into something that could be passed by just attending. A perfect way of gaining some easy merit points. I was worried for nothing. If it's like this, then I won't have to actually assist with anything during these lectures. I should probably bring some research material from the library next time. Roland thought to himself as he observed the disinterested students. The lack of engagement was apparent, and he couldn't help but wonder if this was a widespread issue in magical academia. Arian continued to ask questions, receiving minimal responses, and Roland started feeling bad for his feline friend. His passion for runes was real, but it didn't seem that anyone was that interested or even had any rune-related skills. Now it makes sense that he praised Lucille so much. She was smart enough to grasp some of the runic theory, even without being a runic mage. Even though only rune mages were able to truly understand how runes operated, there were ways of gaining some rune-related skills. If a person studied the right skill books and with some help from a rune mage, it was possible to be better at using runic artifacts. At first, skill books seemed like a cheat-like item, but most of them had stringent hidden requirements. Not everything could be learned, and people in this world usually didn't push for skills that weren't directly related to their own specific class. For instance, a swordsman could learn beginner lance-related skills, as they were locked behind the warrior class, and not the higher-tier lancer class. They would not get much help from this world's system post-tier 1, and most people considered it a waste of time to focus on a skill that would level up slowly. People called these auxiliary skills, as they were only meant as a little bonus to augment their main skills. I limited myself to only skills I knew that would work, but I bet this academy has a list of auxiliary skills that might be compatible with my classes, unless my elemental affinity stops me from gaining something again. In the past, Roland had tried to gain a few useful skills through books he procured. One of such skills was mana reinforcement, which had by now been upgraded all the way up to tier 3, and turned into master mana reinforcement. At first, he assumed that a person could stack similar skills to gain a better effect, but that wasn't true. There weren't really that many lesser skills that offered the same, and lesser skills would be overwritten instead of added. Tier 3 Master Swordsman couldn't learn both Expert Swordsmanship and Master Swordsmanship skills, as the former was a lesser version that would be overwritten. Roland was also a special case, as he was limited by his body, which couldn't produce elemental spells like normal mages. Even the worst talent at least had a 1% affinity to some kind of element, something that unlocked a hidden requirement for many skills. He did not know why he was like this, or if there was any type of remedy. Thus, he decided to lessen his focus on other skills, and place it on runes and craftsmanship. Very well then, since it seems none of you are in the mood to participate today, let's move on to the next topic. As you might have noticed, we have a new guest today. This is Assistant Professor Wayland. As he was thinking about other things and not really paying attention to the boring lecture, everyone turned their heads in his direction. Arian had a silly little grin on his face, as if he was playing a joke on him. The students seemed to be interested in the new individual, as he was still a large armored man in a runic suit of armor. The faculty robe that he put over it hid most of it, but his gauntlets along with his helmet were still sticking out. The bulky nature of his armor was also eye-catching, making him look more like a battle mage ready to fight monsters than a scholar. Do you wish to say something to the students, Assistant Professor? Behave yourselves and listen to the lecture. A short silence fell on the area as the students flinched at his words. He wasn't sure what it was about, as he just blurted out a few random words. Hey, do you think that was a threat? That person looks a bit scary. Didn't one of the other students get burned by a fireball when they were sleeping during a lecture? Do you think he would do that? I don't know, but he is looking at us. Do you think he can hear us through the silence barrier? Hey, did his eyes just light up? Does he really hear us? Roland could understand them quite well, and the moment his visor flashed red, the students started to panic. They straightened up. Some of them who were ready to doze off were not paying attention. He wasn't sure what it was about, but perhaps they weren't strangers to getting punished. Considering they were mostly here to gather merit points, they were probably not the greatest students. I don't know what you did, but keep it up. What did I do? Arian whispered in his direction before continuing the lesson about runes. Roland remained silent for most of it, but he noticed that the students were paying more attention to him than the blackboard the runes were on. For someone like him who didn't like to stand out, it was quite a stressful hour. Eventually, a bell rang to indicate that everything was over, and he could finally take a breather. Damn, that was some intense pressure. Yeah, do you think he can fire a molten ray spell from that helmet? Shut up, do you want to get blasted by magic flames or something? You're going to get us all in trouble. Let him try, my father wouldn't stand for it. The teenage students continued to chat between each other while quickly running out through the door. It was as if a monster was chasing after them and he was that monster. Arian wiggled his tail to produce a spell to clean the blackboard before turning to him for a little chat. That's about it for the lesson. I think it went well, all things considered. It was certainly an interesting experience. Well, you made quite an impression. I didn't expect the students to be that attentive for once. They just lack enthusiasm for runic theory. Most are here just to fulfill their quotas. But who knows, maybe your presence will ignite some interest in the subject. If it's like this, then I don't have to worry about you holding. Arian stopped himself before he continued the sentence, which made Roland raise an eyebrow. Worry about what? How to say this, my friend? Do you remember the man from your examination? Master Rathos? No, the other one. Professor Delore? Yes, I tried to convince him, but the rascal insisted on attending one of the lectures. As you might know, assistant professors are required to hold some classes by themselves. What? I have to teach those kids? Regrettably so if you don't. I'm not sure what that cretin will do, but don't worry, I'll be there too. It doesn't have to be about runic theory. How about you present one of your inventions? The students always reacted better to magical artifacts than theory. Roland knew the academy rules well, and they stated that a person in his position had to hold classes, but he assumed that Arian would take care of it. He was here for only a few days, but Arian's image that he previously had was already crumbling apart. It was clear that he had no power to do almost anything here, and at most, he could stall it out. Magical artifacts? I guess that could work. Don't worry, we will figure something out. You have a full week until then. Luckily, the runic classes weren't very popular, so they were only held one day a week. He did have some runic items that he could present, like his runic golems or some other weapons. Perhaps he could even present some applied magic, as the Institute had various facilities to accommodate magical combat. You did a fine job. Now, I think you have an appointment with that disciplinary department. I'll be returning to my study unless you wish to discuss something else. There was one thing. Oh, do tell. Arian was surprised that Roland mentioned something and watched him take out a strange-looking cracked object. With the help of his own identification skill, the cat professor was quickly able to analyze the object. A damaged lit core? Yes, I would like a second opinion on this. Let me explain. After producing a barrier around the two, he dived into the specifics. This was the damaged core of the lit that had attacked Elbrook. He wasn't sure about how his mana pattern had gotten absorbed by the monster, but perhaps Arian could shed some light on it. He wanted to study it himself, but having others with more knowledge have a go at it was the smart thing to do. As it stood, he trusted Arian, and being a professional researcher, he would likely not leak any confidential data outside. The monster got attuned to your mana and started acting strange? Fascinating. As expected, Arian found himself intrigued by the idea that a monster could become attuned to a mage's mana and subsequently generate a core with specific properties. Numerous runic products relied on such cores, and the same applied to various other items. An attunement of this nature had the potential to provide the user with a power boost or reduce mana requirements, making it a topic well worth exploring. I will give it a look. You have my thanks. The two parted ways, and he was now alone. He had visited the Mage Tower, spent some time in the Academy Library, but now it was time to work for it. His next stop was the Disciplinary Department, which was responsible for the safety of students on this magical campus. Magic was a volatile thing and was given to young kids, many of whom didn't realize the consequences before it was too late. It wasn't strange for people to get injured. Strange experiments and monsters ran rampant during botched summoning rituals. Why does this place need to be so confusing? Maybe I should get a sub-skill in pathfinding. With his mapping device unable to show him the way, he was forced to wander around with his own intuition. The place reminded him of his old high school, which was mixed with a middle school, and had a wide range of ages within. He could see young children running around on one side, and ones close to being young adults on the other. His memories were taken back to the incident with his brother, who had attended the nearby Knight Academy. It was a place that was connected to Xander's Institute of Wizardry, as where there were mages, knights weren't far behind. They would form parties with each other just like they did with the two mages back during the Albrook incident in the mine. The books did say something about mock battles for people wanting to become involved with the military. Mages are like artillery support during wartimes. They are a rare resource, but training them is probably difficult. He continued to wander around while deliberating on how hard it would be to train nobleman mages for war times. They usually had a sense of entitlement for possessing a rare class, and this was just worsened whenever they were nobles. I might be lost. I should probably ask someone for help. It was clear that he wasn't getting anywhere. He found himself in an unknown department with open doors that had beds in them. There he could see some occupied by bandaged people or one sleeping. Did I arrive at the medical department instead? Roland stopped and started looking around. He needed to ask someone about the way towards the enforcement department. However, before he could ask anyone, he heard a strange sound coming from behind him. It sounded like a strange clicking noise, and when he turned, he saw a peculiar person sprinting his way. Excuse me. It was a young lady going at full speed while wearing one of those bulbous gowns that went below a woman's ankle. She had pulled it up slightly, but it was clear that it wasn't something meant for running. There were some other students in the hallway who had to quickly duck towards the wall to not get bulldozed by her. Just like all the rest, he moved to the side to let her through. The girl quickly ran past to then stop, circle, and duck into a room that she had previously passed by. Are you all right? I heard that something terrible had happened. Why did you go to such a place, Lucienne? Her voice was loud enough for everyone there to hear her. Roland was about to ignore her to move towards what he identified as another faculty office, but then he heard a name being mentioned. His legs stopped moving, and instead, he slowly shuffled towards the open room. He didn't want to seem nosy, but if he slowly passed through the corridor, it would probably allow him to take a few glances without being noticed. The name was familiar, as it belonged to a person from the past. It couldn't be. How old would she be now? 14? No, 15? Lucienne was a name that echoed through Roland's memories. It was a name from his previous life, from the time he spent in the Arden estate. His brows furrowed as he tried to reconcile the image of the young girl from his memories with the person being mentioned in the corridor. She was only 3 years old when he left that place, and he would probably be unable to identify her without reading her status screen. He continued to shuffle discreetly towards the open door, curiosity overriding any intention to remain inconspicuous. As he approached, he caught snippets of the conversation inside the room. Lucienne, you should know better than to wander into dangerous areas. What were you thinking? It was those people again, right? We need to report this to the professors. No, it was nothing like that. The other girl sounded like she was trying to hide something. It was possible that there was more to the story that caused her injuries. As he was passing by, he noticed that she was wearing some special bandages over her forearms, and quickly he used his identification skill. Immediately, he stopped in his tracks as he read the full name of the person in his mind. Lucienne Arden. That woman can't keep getting away with it. Let's go to one of the professors. How about we inform Professor Amari? I bet she would clear it up with the department which is sheltering her. Even her status won't be able to protect her now. And no, it's fine, Margaret. I just did something I wasn't supposed to. I shouldn't have gone to the training grounds at night. A young girl with fire-red hair and eyes to match them continued speaking loudly while confronting another girl her age. The other one had her head slumped down while muttering replies quietly. She had neck-long golden hair and bright green eyes to accompany them. She was playing around with some bandages that were around both her arms to help cure her recently suffered injuries. You went to the training grounds, unsupervised? Yes, I was just trying to gather some ingredients for a class. If I recall correctly, you still haven't made up for the last demerit if I report this to the professors. I will also get punished. Nothing really happened. One of the teachers intervened. They also helped me get treated. They did? They didn't inform any of the professors? I don't think so. The girl with the fiery hair squinted her eyes as she realized that something didn't add up here. Meanwhile, Roland stood frozen outside the room, absorbing the unexpected turn of events. The name Lucienne Arden brought back memories of his time in the Arden estate. And now he found himself eavesdropping on a conversation about her in this magical academy. The two girls inside seemed to be having a heated discussion about Lucienne's recent actions. I was expecting the possibility. He had known about his sister's mage class, and that she was probably going to be sent to this institute to study. However, his plan was to go unnoticed by just sitting in the library for the whole day while doing his research. Because of some unexpected events, he was now forced to wander around the school grounds as an assistant professor, and even take part in some lectures. The danger of his sister encountering him had been magnified, and now by a stroke of chance, he had been made aware of her presence. But now that I know that she is here, it will probably be easy to avoid her. While she was there, this wasn't the end of the world. He was part of the staff in the academy, and was also free to keep his armor on and hide his face. His helmet could mask his voice, and the two interacted with each other when she was just 3 years of age. However, there was another problem. His sister seemed to be in some sort of trouble. The way she was stuttering and evading questions was strange. The fact that the other girl was mentioning a third party made it a possibility that she was being bullied or targeted by someone of higher status. Is she getting bullied by others or? Roland couldn't help but wonder what this was all about. His ties to his old family were very shallow, and even Robert, who was aware of his existence, hadn't contacted him in a while. This sister of his here was mostly a stranger, someone that he rarely interacted with. Yet, his intelligence stat made him remember her bubbly demeanor quite vividly. For some reason, the more he eavesdropped on the conversation, the more his fist was clenched as a feeling of anger washed over him. Let me look at those wounds at least. They really should hire some priests. As he was contemplating what to do, he witnessed a peculiar sight. The girl called Margaret, for some reason, was wearing a gown instead of the school uniform and removed one of the long gloves she was wearing. The magical academy wasn't just here to teach magic. The children that attended it could sign up for a various array of lessons, and apparently, ballroom dancing was one of them. His eyes were drawn to the back of her hand, as he could feel her activating mana. It didn't seem to be an attack spell, but something different entirely, and a strange symbol lit up. It wasn't a rune, nor was it an enchantment. Instead, it looked more like a glyph. Glyphs were an entirely different magical language, and it was associated with summoning magic. The symbol continued to glow, and the spell effect started taking place. Mana gathered in one direction to produce something that looked like a large soap bubble, from within which a strange creature appeared. The bubble burst to reveal a floating ball that seemed rather fluffy. Soon, it revealed small wings along with a tiny horn, under which rather large eyes were present. A summoning took place, and the strange monster that was created resembled a cute angelic plush toy. If you wouldn't, choo! The creature responded in a rather cute sound, before turning towards the injuries that Lucien suffered. A strange aura descended on the afflicted part, somewhat similar to divine healing spells, but somewhat different. However, the healing effect was still there, and while less potent than the ones used by clerics, it started working. It was rather slow working, but it was helping with the wounds. As the two continued to be oblivious to his whereabouts, he took a glance at their statuses. Name: Lucien Arden 15 lira. Classes: T1 Mage 15 lira. First was Lucien again. Her level was extremely low for her age, and she had not even reached a second tier 1 class. Adventurers of a similar age would usually be in their second tier 1 class. However, for someone studying in a magic institute, this wasn't that strange, as the children here were leveling up their skills first. The school believed that this was the best way of going forward, as more maxed out skills in various fields allowed for better class choices further down the line. It was the same for Robert, who attended the nearby Knight Academy. Every knight candidate needed to learn all the beginner weapon skills before they were allowed to fight monsters. Roland, on the other hand, took a faster route by highly focusing on rune-related skills, and was now a rare Tier 3 class holder in his early 20s. With the help of the Knight Academy or the Institute, leveling was rather safe and quick later on. Within a few years, nobles attending these places could catch up to adventurer veterans, and then surpass them, as they built up a much better foundation. It wasn't strange that his sister's level was low, but it made visiting a place like the training grounds an odd decision. She clearly was not a capable fighter, and would have maybe even died if a teacher didn't intervene. From what he knew, she had a hidden skill that was related to prophecies. It was a rare skill that would allow her to select a more specialized class later. Sometimes people were given such skills, which they needed to fully awaken, and in this case for Lucienne, it was called the Lesser Clairvoyance skill. Her skills weren't meant for battle, but more for information gathering and support. Things weren't adding up, and the bullying allegations seemed to be more plausible. Roland wasn't a stranger to such occurrences, as he had seen it happen many times in his past life. Kids could be quite cruel, and some of them went overboard without ever realizing the consequences. When he took this truth into account and coupled it with a world that had a caste system, which was even reinforced in this academy, it was a recipe for disaster. That's strange. Name: Margaret Braganza 30 lira. Classes: T1 Mage 25 lira. T1 Spirit Contractor 5 lira. As he turned his eyes towards the girl named Margaret to examine her status screen, he noticed something strange. She clearly had a fake status screen. He had examined people for long enough to know. On her body, there was an item that was altering something about it, but without identifying the item and altering it, he wouldn't know. Before he could do this, the strange flying creature turned towards the room entrance, as if it reacted to its master being examined. "Choo, is there someone there?" She called out to the empty space there, but no one answered. Then, with haste, she stormed out to take a look at the corridor. After looking left, right, and even up, The girl retreated back into the room where Lucien was being treated. That's odd. Chu is usually good at detecting others. Was it perhaps a mouse? That was close. Was it a coincidence, or is there more to that creature? Roland whispered to himself after ducking into the next room. He had cast various spells to remove any sound, smell, and signs of his presence. It should not have been possible for Tier 1 class holders to perceive his presence. The creature that looked like a floating dumpling shouldn't either, but it somehow did. And why am I even hiding? He asked himself this question as he waited. The fear of his family was almost gone, but years of hiding had somewhat shaped his personality. Even now, he felt quite stressed when thinking about his old man. He wasn't sure about Wentworth Arden's true strength, and what the man would do if he discovered that one of his sons was still alive. Would he insist on him taking on an active role in the Arden estate? Roland was now a reputable man with actual power on his side. Some nobles would love to use his skills for their own agenda. His father was still a military man and probably had a lot of connections. Even at this point in time, Roland wasn't sure what that confrontation would result in. I should go find the enforcement department. While keeping all of these things in mind, he decided to avoid his sister for now. He wasn't sure what she was going through, and if he ever was to intervene, he needed to gather more information on the situation. First, he needed to know who he was going up against. If it came to light that his sister was the target of a very powerful family, then even he might not be able to do anything about the situation. His next destination could aid him with this situation, as the enforcement department kept records of the students' incidents, and whenever they were punished. Roland quietly left the corridor, his footsteps producing no sound as he navigated to another area of the academy. His thoughts were a jumble of conflicting emotions and concerns about his sister's well-being. The unexpected encounter had opened a door to a past he had tried to distance himself from, yet he couldn't ignore the potential threat looming over Lucien. Along the way, he finally found someone who pointed him in the direction of the department he was looking for. There he was greeted by a stern-looking man who eyed him with a mix of curiosity, but also suspicion. Assistant Professor Wayland, I presume? Yes, you are late. My apologies. The stern-looking man had a small gash over his eyes, and his beard was trimmed immaculately. It gave him a very angular jawline, and distracted him from the bald head that he didn't seem to be concerned about. There was a certain depth and history etched into the lines of his face. It was clear that this man had gone through his fair share of battles, and it made it seem that this department wasn't the safest place to be. I trust you understand the importance of maintaining order within the academy. We have rules, and they must be followed by everyone, regardless of their status or position. If are going to be part of this department, we can have you being late on the first day. I understand. It won't happen again. Roland realized that this person was the militaristic type. When it came to these sorts of people, it was better to not lie or make excuses, and he had been correct as the department head nodded. Good, at least you aren't making any excuses. I will let it pass now, but don't do it again. Of course, Roland replied, his tone respectful but firm. He was no stranger to rules and order, having spent a considerable part of his life in a knight estate. Good. Now, let's discuss your responsibilities here. As an assistant professor who was assigned to this department, you are expected to contribute to the maintenance of discipline when required. We have had incidents in the past, and we can't afford any laxity in dealing with rule violations. Your role will include supervising certain areas, ensuring the safety of students, and reporting any unusual activities promptly. I understand. I'll do my best to fulfill my responsibilities. Roland responded, feeling a strange tension in the air. The man was looking at some papers that, at a glance, seemed to contain his specifications. Roland had heard whispers and sensed an air of uncertainty. Whenever his identity as an adventurer was brought up, even Arian wasn't sure where they could place him. Very well. Now, about your first assignment. There have been reports of unauthorized access to restricted areas in the academy. We suspect students are involved, and we need someone to investigate discreetly. Unauthorized access to restricted areas? That sounds like. He thought back to the encounter with his sister and her friend. They spoke about going to the training grounds, an area where upperclassmen trained their battle skills, and not something students could access during the day. It was a large open space where they allowed various creatures to roam. It simulated a dungeon experience, but was supposed to be a lot safer. Your first task is to patrol the areas mentioned in these reports, and report any suspicious activity. Keep in mind that we don't want to cause unnecessary panic, so we will handle it discreetly. You will have 2 days to familiarize yourself with the department. Only 2 days? The situation began to sound as if he had been bullied. As a new faculty member, He was someone in whom no one should have placed trust with the lives of students. He had anticipated having more time before the new assignment, but circumstances forced him to commence patrolling the academy, while repeatedly getting lost in its corridors. Holding lectures didn't seem as daunting now, especially when compared to the prospect of pulling all-nighters in fields infested with monsters and trespassers. Yes, that should be enough. This will explain everything, so don't lose it. That will be all. The department head, who went by the name Thorne, handed Roland a booklet with writing. It seemed to be something like a manual for new members of the institute. After accepting the booklet, he left the office. It didn't take him long to get through it, as speedy reading was one of his fortes. Thanks to this item, he was now informed about his situation and what he would be doing in this department. So I'm a bona fide night security guard. He arrived at a few conclusions. Firstly, the majority of enforcers appeared to dislike their nightly duties, evident from the swift imposition of rules requiring new members to shoulder that responsibility almost immediately upon arrival. Additionally, there was a peculiar regulation placing adventurer mages below other faculty members. It seemed that they were intended to be the first responders, bearing the brunt of the attack whenever trouble arose. In the event of a dragon attack, he would have to stall it while others evacuated. The primary reason for assigning this duty stemmed from the fact that adventurers possessed more experience in battling monsters and resolving combat-related challenges. I guess they aren't wrong there. Armed with new knowledge and fresh responsibilities, Roland returned to the library where more research awaited him. Although he had acquired new duties, he could potentially avoid delving into them if he completed reading all the library books. However, this task wouldn't be straightforward, mainly due to the challenging nature of the research papers. To begin with, most of these manuscripts were in poor condition, and the writing styles varied widely. Even though Roland could flip through 100 pages in less than 10 minutes, grasping the intended meaning was not a simple endeavor. At times, he encountered coded writing that required deciphering to extract the information, a practice scholars often employed to challenge those with lesser intelligence from comprehending their work. I'm not going to get done anytime soon, am I? After lowering his head onto the desk, he continued the arduous work, hoping to uncover the truth about monophantoms and other potentially valuable information. Observing the spatial magic within the rooms ignited his desire to implement it in his own workshop to regulate its expansion. The mage towers with tower spirits intrigued him, resembling AI supercomputers based on his understanding. Additionally, there was another magical technology usually present in those same mage towers that could prove highly useful. That would certainly make traveling easy and save me a lot of time, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be easy. He contemplated while holding a sizable black book titled The Basics of Runic Dimensional Gates. Its thickness was surprising, and it comprised only the first volume of a 3-part series. There was a wealth of knowledge for him to acquire here, and if he aimed to make it his own, he needed to remain in this place for as long as it was required. So everything is fine? Yes, there are no sudden monster attacks, no nobles snooping around, and also no thieves. The paladins also haven't tried to abduct an eye. Oh. Before Elodia could continue, Roland observed a large nose make its way onto the holographic display. His helmet was sitting down on the table and projecting an image of his wife. She was using a modified crystal ball which produced a somewhat fisheye effect. He could see her clearly if she stood at a certain angle, but when an eye approached, it just made his nose look gigantic. You want to say something to your master, an eye? Worf, did you hear that? Yes, I did, he replied while smiling at the big wolf sticking his head through the window to look at the crystal ball Elodia was using. After giving the magical object a little lick, his conversation with his wife resumed. If you're asking this much, then are you not telling me something? What do you mean? It's as if you're trying to find an excuse to come back here. Is everything all right there? Sure, if everything is fine, I, have to go now. Love you. If you say so, and I love you too. Roland sighed as he terminated the connection with his wife. It hadn't even been a week since he had arrived at the Magical Institute, and doubts were already creeping in. Elodia had been correct. He was seeking any excuse to quickly return home and play the hero. Roland was somewhat reluctant to commence his duties as an enforcement officer within the academy. Today marked his inaugural day on the job, and he needed to head there promptly to avoid being late, as he had been the last time. I guess she is right. I'm starting to look for excuses now. As Roland made his way back to the enforcement department, an unease lingered within him. Despite the magical wonders that fascinated him throughout the academy, there was an underlying sense that the school concealed more than met the eye. His sister Lucienne's mysterious injuries and the peculiar behavior of her friend Margaret occupied his thoughts. Initially inclined to dismiss the matter, Roland, as an adult, recognized that these school days would soon fade into distant memories. Involving himself in his family's affairs was something he wished to avoid, and perhaps his sister bore some of the responsibility for the recent incident. There was insufficient evidence for him to pass judgment, so he considered the possibility of investigating this issue further. The place that could offer him aid was just around the corner. "Good morning. You must be the new assistant professor. Department head Thorne briefed me about you. I hope you have familiarized yourself with our rules." Upon Roland's arrival at the enforcement department, he met one of its members. The department leader, a busy man, typically conducted brief interviews with new hires before sending them on their way. Unlike a noble, the man lacked a house name. This might have been advantageous for the students, as he appeared less inclined to collaborate with nobles and grant them leniency based on their higher status. "Yes, I've memorized all the rules and duties within the booklet." "Great. I won't have to explain much then." The person nodded while standing up. The man he was talking to appeared to be in his 40s. He had a stern expression, and his eyes held the weight of experience. The office they were in was sparsely decorated, with a large map of the academy hanging on one wall, marked with areas of concern and incidents. It seemed like a command center for managing the safety and order within the Magical Institute. "Your first assignment is to patrol the training grounds. There have been reports of students sneaking in at night and engaging in activities they shouldn't be. We suspect it might be related to unauthorized magical experiments or practices." "I understand. Is there anyone in particular that I should watch out for?" Roland inquired about his first mission as the training grounds had been mentioned. He had overheard his sister and the other girl talking about them. "Not at the moment. We don't have specific names, but keep an eye out for any unusual behavior. Report anything suspicious immediately." There were no specific names. This was somewhat strange, and Roland had noticed the discrepancy in Lucienne's story. She claimed that a teacher had saved her from monsters, but this mage enforcer seemed unaware of the event. Several possibilities crossed Roland's mind. Either the person who saved Lucienne didn't file a report, or someone had deliberately prevented the information from reaching the enforcement department. There could also be another possibility of this person not being an actual faculty member at all. Nevertheless, the incident had been kept silent for some reason, indicating that this might not be such a straightforward issue. "Can I confirm something?" "Yes, go ahead. If I encounter any students wandering within the training grounds, I am within my rights to detain them all, correct?" "Certainly. Detain them, and they will be punished according to the Institute's rules. No one is above them." You will find your robe in that room. Please wear it whenever you are on enforcing duties so the students can easily identify you. The room also contains records of present and past incidents. It's the place you will need to bring any evidence for your reports, so please familiarize yourself with it. Now then, good luck on your first day." He nodded, and the man gave him a few last parting words before leaving. The somewhat stern voice held a smidge of animosity. It didn't seem like this man approved of him being here. Given that he was new on the job, akin to a police officer, this wasn't anything unusual. Building trust would take time, but there was also an underlying issue. In any organization, multiple groups and factions were common. It wasn't unusual for this man to be wary of Roland having ulterior motives or connections to individuals he couldn't easily offend. Workplace politics. "I hope to never have to be a part of such a thing ever again." Roland was not a stranger to such dynamics, having experienced similar situations in his previous world, where he attended school and worked in a computer part repair store. In that environment, certain workers were granted more leeway and faced lighter consequences for the same mistakes. Matters worsened if one of the individuals was related to the store owner, placing the burden on other workers to compensate for their shortcomings. "I should get this over with and resume my research. The library is closed during the night hours, so this won't be much of a setback." First, he headed towards the changing room where a peculiar enforcement department robe was waiting for him. There were no lockers here. Instead, each enforcer had to open a specialized SAFA box with the help of their unique monopattern. After placing his hand and popping it open, he found an enchanted robe with a faint shimmer, indicating some sort of spell. It bore the symbol of the enforcement department, a crossed sword and wand over a shield, signifying the combination of magical and combat skills required for the job. I never thought I'd be having to be a hall monitor at this stage in my life. The new attire was somewhat unique as it could widen and lengthen itself after getting infused with mana. It had a peculiar enchantment placed on it along with unique threads made of an unknown material. At first, the robe felt quite baggy, but soon it constricted around his armored body just like he liked it. It was as if the magical spell knew his preferences without him needing to alter it. I wonder if I could get a few of these back home. Clothes tailored to the body type of the wearer were a fascinating discovery. It was likely an item many people would covet. However, the mana usage was considerable, and unless a person was a magician, they would likely pass out. With his new attire, Roland was almost ready to make his rounds. Before heading out, though, he needed to take a look at the other room that housed records of all past mishaps. Perhaps there he could find some more information on what his younger sister had gotten herself into. The room with records turned out to be more extensive than Roland initially thought. It resembled a small library, with shelves filled with neatly organized folders and books. In a world devoid of computers, most information was stored on paper. Normally, he would probably need to spend hours searching for what he was looking for. But luckily, there was a record-keeping spirit responsible for it all. "Good day, Assistant Professor Wayland. Can I help you with something?" The spirit was quite proper, and could likely identify him by either his mana pattern or academy emblem. Other people were shuffling around the place too. There was a section designated for the enforcers to write their reports. Roland observed them placing parchments into envelopes, which then shrunk to a smaller size. Soon after, a copy of the spirit resembling an owl grabbed the miniaturized letter and organized it with the others. "Ah, yes. Could I look at some old records of a student?" "Of course. Do you perchance have the name of the student?" "Yes, Lucienne Arden. This name is within the records. Please wait a moment." The record-keeping spirit gracefully floated towards one of the shelves, retrieving a folder labeled Arden, Lucienne. It brought the folder to Roland and handed it to him with a gentle flutter of its wings. "Here you go, Assistant Professor Wayland. If you require any further assistance, feel free to ask." "Thank you." Roland nodded in appreciation, taking the folder and finding a secluded corner to examine its contents. As he opened the folder, Roland discovered a detailed history of incidents involving Lucienne Arden during her time at the Magical Institute. Most were minor offenses like being late for classes or failing to complete assignments on time. She started attending the Magical Academy for 4 years. The paper stated that Lucienne started at the young age of 11. Initially, the children spent only a few months at the academy before returning home. But as they grew older, the duration of attendance increased. It wasn't much different from regular school at this point, as she needed to attend for 9 months per year, with 4 months allocated as free time or for students needing to retake classes. Nothing out of the ordinary happened for the first 3 years. Only recently it seems that her grades started dropping. As Roland delved deeper into the records, he noticed a significant shift in Lucienne's behavior in the last year. Her grades had started declining, and there were notes about her missing classes more frequently. The incident seemed to get worse as she was also accused of stealing some magical materials and artifacts. The recent incident was not included, and it seemed that the teacher that had aided her had never reported it. Something must have happened about a year ago, but what? It was evident that his sister was going through something. There was a possibility that she was in her rebellious phase or had gotten involved with a bad crowd. Whatever the reason for the change, it was clear that she was on thin ice now. The academy had a demerit system, and she had almost reached the limit. If the training ground incident was reported, she could very well have been expelled. The teacher that helped her could have been an ally. I can't discount that either. Roland continued to sift through the records, looking for any pattern or clue that might shed light on Lucienne's recent troubles. He noted instances of her receiving demerits for involvement in small-scale magical experiments, and even an incident involving the summoning of a creature in her dormitory. It was clear that Lucienne had a penchant for getting into magical mischief. However, one particular note caught Roland's attention. It pertained to the magical artifact theft accusation that Lucienne denied. The incident had sparked a significant investigation by the enforcement department, but they couldn't find any evidence linking her to the crime. The accusation seemed to be based more on her reputation and previous mischievous behavior, rather than concrete evidence. What was noteworthy was the person who had accused her of this. The girl was of a similar age, and had been noted during the investigation. Castellane Viola? The person mentioned here was unknown to him. but he did recognize the noble house, as it was related to the Arden estate. His suspicions began to grow, but there was nothing he could really base them on. It was mostly just a hunch. It also seemed that after this incident most of his sister's troubles had started. However, before he could research further, the clock within the room struck. It was 9 in the afternoon, and in half an hour, he would need to start his job. I'll have to postpone this. I still need to meet the people from the day shift. Patrolling the school was taken in turns. His shift started at 9:30 and ended at 6:30 in the morning. Leaving the records room, he made his way to the training grounds, where his night patrol would begin. The training grounds were a vast area filled with magical creatures and simulated dungeon environments. As he arrived before the entrance, he was met with two other enforcers that he was going to replace. You're the replacement? The two individuals were human mages who didn't appear to be happy. They eyed him from head to toe, and didn't seem too intimidated by his armored appearance. However, despite the disdain in their eyes, they refrained from antagonizing him too much. Roland could only attribute this to his Tier 3 status, and his mana being several times larger than theirs. They probably recognized that he was a superior caster, causing them to grumble under their breaths. I know this is your first day here, but don't cause any trouble. I have no intention of causing trouble. I'm just here to do my job, Roland replied calmly, not letting their attitudes affect him. He had dealt with similar situations in his past life, and knew the importance of maintaining a professional demeanor. Ha! One of the two men laughed before they left. The entrance to the training grounds was sealed off by a large metallic gate. From the outside, the whole place looked like a giant greenhouse with a glass dome above it that sealed everything inside. It resembled a glass bubble, but in reality, it was a large shield powered by the 4 magic towers. No monster could escape from inside, and only a few gates, like the one he was stepping through, allowed people to enter. The more I think about it, the fishier this whole incident becomes. There was a stringent security system in place. Everyone needed to scan their academy emblem before entering, and only faculty members with the correct ones could open the gates that led inside. If his sister managed to enter this training ground during off hours, she must have received help from someone. Roland's theory about a teacher aiding the students seemed more plausible than ever. Soon the gate slammed behind him, and he found himself in a dark forest. This place was here to simulate a dungeon, but he wasn't aware how the mages procured the monsters. He could only assume that they used people with beast tamer classes, and perhaps summoners that knew the most about them. It didn't take him long to encounter one of these creatures. As he ventured forth for about 100 meters, a strange snake lunged itself at him. It didn't emerge from within the trees, but rather from a hidden hole within the ground. It bared its fangs at him as it flew towards his face. However, instead of causing any injuries, it just collided with his full-body mana mantle. The mantle, a higher form of the mana shield, shocked the monster with electricity, causing it to fly right back. Soon, it was on the ground, twitching around before dying. Will they complain about the monsters dying here? Roland contemplated the implications of the creature's demise. While the Academy was likely prepared for such occurrences, it still raised questions about the ethics of using living beings in these simulated environments. Nevertheless, he had a job to do, and pondering the intricacies of the magical training grounds would have to wait. Finally, it was 9:30, and his night shift started. He ventured into the forest while using his mapping device, which he had updated to manage the various mana fluctuations in the environment. It was back to working as intended, and armed with it, he hoped to avoid most of the troubles that such hidden monster attacks would bring. I hope that nothing happens, but knowing my luck. He gave out a sigh as he ventured forth to try and find any unwelcome guests. His job was to find any students that might try to venture forth into this restricted zone, and using force was not off the table either. Big Brother Rowan. Hey, Boathaloan, what do you want? It's a bug, haha, I guess it is. Roland looked at the large green caterpillar that the close to 3-year-old was holding. It was strange to see a young girl being fine with bugs, but he was more concerned about her being there instead. One moment she was showing him the chubby insect, and the next moment she was running away, as if the two were playing a game of tag. The girl giggled as if she expected him to chase after, but he just remained sitting there while looking at a map. Bua. He tried to ignore the little girl, but after her escape attempt, she quickly tumbled over her own legs and started crying. Roland gave out a sigh as he knew that trouble was coming. The young girl was his little sister, and she liked to wander off by herself, but whenever she went, others weren't far behind. Lucienne, is that you? What is wrong? I'm coming. The voice he heard was probably the worst possible outcome as soon another child appeared. He was a few years older than him and over 12 years of age. This gave him quite the physical advantage over the young Roland, who was now expecting an annoying turn of events. "Hey, did you do this? You dare bully my sister?" "I didn't though, she just fell down while running." "Stop assuming things." "Shut up." Robert was his name, and he was quite the annoyance that Roland had hoped to be free of after the brat was sent off to the night academy. However, even though night started early, the academy allowed them to return home often, and this was one of those periods. His abysmal luck was about to get him assaulted by his older brother again. Their ages were 3 years apart, and the difference in size was apparent. Robert was a head taller as he was going through a growth spurt. He had acquired a warrior class, while Roland still had a month left until he would go through his ascension ritual. While he had the mind of an adult and had learned all the basic fighting skills that he could, the stat advantage provided by a class would give his brother an unfair advantage. "Should I just take it? Even if I win, I'll just get punished anyway." He was between a rock and a hard place. Whatever he did, there wouldn't be a good ending to this encounter. However, just as Robert was going towards him with his fist raised, he stopped. "Lucien, what are you?" "Brother Roland isn't at fault. Leave him alone." "Dumb Robert." "Hey, stop it, Lucien." Big brother was just trying to help. To Roland's surprise, Lucien started biting Robert's leg in an attempt to protect him from a beating. This seemed to have worked, as the 12-year-old was unsure of what to do and decided to withdraw after some adults arrived. Two maids managed to pry his sister off Robert's leg, which now had bite marks. Soon the commotion was over, and he was left alone to ponder his young life and what would become of it after he got his first class. "I really thought that my luck was picking up after that, but then the ascension ritual happened." Roland looked around the darkened forest that he found himself in. His mind was filled with old memories from the days when he still lived at the Arden estate. He couldn't stop thinking about his younger sister and her peculiar problems within this academy. Some things weren't adding up, and he wasn't sure if he should do something about it, or if he even could. "I should focus on my new job. This place sure is big." He wasn't there for long, but the training grounds were much larger on the inside than on the outside. The dome outside was the size of a football stadium, but on the inside, it was more than 10 times as large. The spatial technology in this building was quite intriguing, and something that he just had to implement into his own workshop. "There is no reason for me to wander around this place." The whole area was too large for him to explore, and it was also filled with monsters. A few of them launched themselves at him the moment they spotted him, and continuing at this pace would only put him in trouble. The monsters here were supposed to be hunted by the students. If he subjugated too many of them, it would become a problem. The old motto was to work smarter, not harder, and he decided to go with that approach. From his back, he removed the large tower shield that he wore under his new robe, and then placed it in a vertical fashion. With a little jolt from his mana, he activated the runes that began to glow on the surface. Soon, the surface of the dark shield began glowing, and a few round objects popped out from within the spatial pocket that was hidden within his shield. The round objects rolled onto the ground until there were exactly 10 of them, and soon they started taking on their true form. Insect-like legs popped out from within the metallic orbs, transforming them into spider golems. They were militarized versions of his old creations, designed for the sole purpose of scouting out the area. Their smaller size would allow them to crawl into smaller spaces to hide, and they were equipped with camouflage spells to keep them hidden away. The spider golems scurried away into the darkness, their small metallic bodies blending seamlessly with the surroundings. Roland watched them go, knowing that they would cover more ground than he could on his own. With this new approach, he could minimize his own exposure, while still keeping an eye on the training grounds. They were equipped with his runic sensors, which would allow him to map out the whole area, and make it a lot easier to spot any trespassers and monsters. As the spider golems ventured deeper into the forest, Roland took a moment to reflect on the events of the day. The mysterious teacher who had aided his sister, the accusations against her, and the involvement of a Castellane girl named Viola, all raised more questions than answers. It seemed that the troubles within the academy ran deeper than he initially thought. However, as he was contemplating the issue, something caught his eye. "There is actually someone trespassing today? What's with this luck?" One of his spider golems stopped abruptly, its 8 metallic legs freezing in place. Through the sensor feed, Roland could see several figures moving stealthily through the training ground. 6 dots appeared on his map, indicating people of lower levels. 2 individuals were of Tier 2 variety, while the rest were still below level 50. What was more alarming was that he recognized one of these people. In the back of the group was his sister, identifiable by her mana pattern that he had previously registered. Not much time has passed since the last incident. Are those kids crazy? Roland asked himself while looking at the moving dots on the screen. His immediate concern was for his sister's safety. The training grounds were designed to simulate dangerous environments, and during nighttime, the monsters here were far more agitated than usual. As an enforcer, it was his duty to intervene, but the reason they were all there was still peculiar. It was as if they felt confident that they wouldn't be punished. From Lucienne's words, he assumed that they had failed, as she was attacked by monsters. But for some reason, they were already back for more, not even a week after the last incident. Let me see, those 2 look like knights, and that looks like their leader. He was not in a hurry, so he took this chance to examine the situation. The mini spider golem that he had sent there was able to film the group from a safe distance. Roland could see their entire group, and it seemed that his sister didn't truly belong there. She was trailing behind all of them in the back, while one young lady was in the front. She was chatting away and smiling with 2 other girls, while 2 young knights were seemingly guarding them. This doesn't seem right. There was something off about the situation, as the supposed bodyguards weren't all that strong. The 2 young men were probably on the level of Robert or even below him when he arrived in Albrook a few years ago. They were fresh Tier 2 class holders who could barely contend with the monsters here. There were Tier 2 ones scattered here and there, some that even had secondary Tier 2 evolutions, not something those 2 would be able to handle. Yet, they were not afraid. It seemed as if they were on a picnic. As he was trying to discover where their confidence came from, a red warning signal went off on his visor. One of his spider drones that he sent in another direction had been destroyed by something, and it was far stronger than any of the monsters that should be there. This was the answer to his question. There was someone else within these training grounds, and they were quickly approaching his position. Good evening, good sir. Does this belong to you? It does. My apologies then, but fret not. I will reimburse you for the damages. Just name your price. A man appeared from within the shadows. His hair was long, flowing, and silver. His ears were quite pointed but not that long, unmistakably marking him as a half-moon elf. Dressed in light, silvery armor made out of mithril metal, he carried a gracefully curved elven sword at his side. His eyes, a striking shade of blue, gleamed with an otherworldly light. Roland squinted at the moon elf, surprised by his sudden appearance. The man had a charming smile, but there was a mischievous glint in his eyes that hinted at a playful nature. My price? How about you identify yourself first? You aren't part of the enforcement department, and you don't seem to be a teacher. Why are you here on the training ground? This area is restricted. Roland questioned the moon elf, his tone firm and authoritative. The stranger's nonchalant attitude didn't sit well with him, especially considering the potential danger lurking within the training grounds. The man was in possession of a school emblem, but it was neither one given to the teachers nor students. Instead, he only had a temporary badge that identified him as a guest who shouldn't have the right to be there. Where are my manners? My name is Elithes. The moon elf introduced himself with a flourish, giving a small bow. And as for your little metal spiders, I apologize if I caused any inconvenience. I'm sure this should cover the expenses. The man brandished a pouch that he threw toward Roland's direction. Being cautious as always, Roland stopped it in mid-air with the help of his magic, which made the man raise a brow. It wasn't an explosive reagent or anything dangerous. Instead, it was filled with quite a few gold coins that would certainly cover the damages to the 1 spider golem he had lost. There is more in here to just cover it, but you haven't explained yourself. Why are you here? Do you have anything to do with those trespassing students? Roland was quick to make an assessment. This was probably the teacher that saved his sister from the monsters. It wasn't strange for prominent nobles to send out strong bodyguards to protect their children here, and this person was probably Castellane Viola's bodyguard. You're quite smart. This won't take long then. That's true. I'm Lady Castellane's aide. I'm here to protect her from any harm. The man claimed to be a bodyguard, which was plausible considering what had transpired. However, Roland could not take the man's word for truth. He needed to investigate further. It was possible that he was a dangerous individual who had sneaked into the academy. After a thorough scan and dispelling of the man's status protection charm, he had his answer. Name: Elithys Baskerville 227 lira. Classes: T3 Magic Swordmaster 77 lira. T2 Magic Dual Blade 50 lira. T2 Magic Swordsman 50 lira. T1 Mana Warrior 25 lira. T1 Warrior 25 lira. What did you just do? Nothing much a Baskerville. So you do belong with the Castellane lady. Ho! The half-elf was intrigued by Roland's words, as they indicated that he knew something about the Baskerville Knight House. Before the Arden House was given the title of Baron, it was the same as the Baskerville House, just soldiers for the Castellane Marquess House. It was a house of professional knights that sometimes took talented individuals into their midst. Considering that this man was a half-elf without any knight classes, it was probable that he had been a platinum adventurer who had been scouted and given a title later. The Baskervilles had a certain nickname. They were known as the guard dogs of the Castellanes. They carried out various orders, even ones involving assassinations, a nasty bunch that most people didn't want to go against. Why is Lady Castellane here in the training grounds at this hour, and why are you not with her? Elithys chuckled, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Well, you see, Lady Castellane is a curious and adventurous soul. She wanted to experience the thrill of the training grounds at night. As for me, I thought I'd give her some space to explore, while still keeping an eye on her from a distance. Roland didn't feel too great about the answer. The man's demeanor was quite lax, as if he didn't think that he was doing anything wrong, and that he was in control of the situation. It was as if he was not afraid of the enforcement department, and considering his affiliation, this wasn't strange. He decided to probe for some more information, as there were some things that he was interested in. I have a duty to ensure the safety of the academy, and unauthorized access to the training grounds is a serious violation. Hasn't the lady already attempted this a few days before? Oh, you know about that? Yes, another student had gotten injured during that incident. Were you involved with it as well? Oh my, you are really inquisitive, but I'm sure you'll understand. I had to make sure that the lady was safe first, but I made sure that the other students got back safe. Her wrists were injured by monsters. Well, accidents do happen. It was clear what had happened that day. This man was the teacher that rescued his younger sister, but only after he led Viola Castellane to safety. Probably the only reason he went back for Lucienne was to not make a bigger commotion. It was easy to sweep a few injuries under the rug, but not a death. The Arden estate would have gotten involved with such an incident, and even the Castellane lady would have gotten in trouble. I understand that Lady Castellane may have adventurous tendencies, but this is a restricted area for a reason. It seems that she is here for something. Couldn't you as her guard have dealt with that? Perhaps, but the lady has picked up quite an interesting hobby lately. A hobby? It's not my place to question the lady, nor is it yours. I think you have asked enough questions. I think you know what this is about, my friend. You want me to overlook this incident? That's right. I knew that we would understand each other. The man smiled some more, while Roland glanced at the sack of gold in his hand. It was clear that this was hush money, and that he was supposed to just leave them be. The hobby that the man mentioned probably involved tormenting his sister. It was even possible that this Viola person was here to put Lucienne in a difficult situation. The reason for it was unknown, and this person would probably not tell him. There was a decision to be made. He could either follow the rules of the academy or let all of this slide. The man here was quite confident, which indicated that there was perhaps another backer in the academy that could make his stay more problematic. If he confronted him and the students, it was probably going to get annoying during his future stay. It wasn't hard to let something like this slide. Involving himself with nobles was never a good idea. Any other time he would have probably just taken the sack of gold as an excuse and minded his business. However, as the two were talking, he continuously glanced at the feed from one of his spider golems. There he could see his sister walking in the back of the group with her head down. He was not sure what they were doing here, but it was clear that if no one did anything about it, Lucienne's school life would continue like this. Under Article 4, Section 6, Clause 2 of Xander's Institute of Wizardry Law, I have the right to detain you. Please comply and do not resist. If you try to resist, you will be detained forcefully. His opponent was quite surprised by the change of tone and the immediate rise of monoparticles in the air. Roland knew that there would be trouble on the horizon, but he could not let his sister get bullied right under his nose. Even though he hadn't seen her for more than 10 years, his old memories were still vivid, and he could just not let it go. In a darkened forest conjured by complicated magics, two individuals stood facing each other. One was a handsome half-elf named Elithes, adorned in silvery mithril armor that gleamed in the artificial moonlight. The other was the new Institute enforcer Roland, who was having a rather challenging first day on the job. The tension between them was palpable, as he was unwilling to budge on the issue of trespassing. "Detain me. You're quite the ambitious one, aren't you? You should be careful, my friend. Challenging someone with Lady Castellane as their patron could lead to unforeseen consequences." Elithes raised an eyebrow, clearly amused by Roland's sudden change in demeanor. The confident smile on his face didn't waver as he looked at his opponent to assess the situation. Roland tightened his grip on his shield and shoved it into the ground, so that it could stand on its own. He knew that standing up to a noble's bodyguard could bring about challenges, but he couldn't let his sister's well-being be compromised any longer. "I am well aware of the consequences, but my duty as an enforcer is to ensure the safety and adherence to the rules within the Academy. If Lady Castellane wishes to enjoy the training grounds, she must do so during authorized hours and under proper supervision. I cannot compromise the security of the Academy for the sake of personal interests." Roland decided to play the role of someone who genuinely cared about the school rules, but in reality, he had a different agenda. Even in this moment, he could observe his sister's gloomy expression through one of the smaller spider drones. Though he was reluctant to admit it, something had awakened inside him. Reflecting on the contrast between the happy-go-lucky child she once was, and how she was conducting herself now, his heart sank. He was somewhat surprised by his own actions, as the old him would probably have just taken the gold. It was clear to him that he was changing, adopting a more emotional approach as in the past he used to avoid unnecessary trouble. The person he was facing was also an intriguing individual possessing a rare magic swordmaster class that wasn't obtained through the mage class. From what he knew, a mono warrior class was a requirement for a magic swordsman class, and it could be attained in two ways. Either after the first ascension trial, the person would be given it, or after being given the mage class, as the second tier 1 option. However, it didn't seem like this man had gone with that route, but instead had chosen some type of third option. Roland wasn't sure if it was a rare skill or something attained through other means, like blood crystals, but the probability that his status as a noble guard dog had something to do with it was high. "You truly are an interesting one, enforcer. But let me offer you an alternative solution. How about we resolve this amicably? Lady Castellane has no ill intentions, she merely seeks a bit of adventure. What if we come to an arrangement that benefits all parties involved?" Elithes chuckled with a light-hearted sound that contrasted with the tension in the air. It appeared that this magic swordmaster wasn't taking things as seriously as Roland was, and he wasn't surprised. The man was a half-elf who likely had his fair share of encounters. His opponent, on the other hand, was just a random platinum adventurer in a magical suit of armor. Elithes was probably convinced that he could bridge the gap between them before even one spell could be cast, a common weakness of most mages. One thing was also clear. This man would certainly never back down without a fight. Even now his hand was close to his swords, which he had two off. "An arrangement, you say? On second thought, let me think about it." The half-elven swordsman smiled as Roland started examining the small sack of gold. Turning it around, he let the golden coins spill onto his palm. And there were quite a few of them, enough to sustain a regular family of 4 for several years. "I knew that we could come to an arrangement. If that sum isn't satisfactory, I'm sure there are other things that I can offer the gentleman mage." Roland remained silent for a moment, but he wasn't truly contemplating the offer. Instead, he was thinking about the battle that would soon ensue. Thanks to his spider drones, he could use the terrain to his advantage. The forest provided many trees, and utilizing them would likely boost his chances of victory. Soon, the coins were floating into the air, glowing red as he responded. Gold is a really soft and malleable metal, quite easy to shape with a bit of magical flames. The gold started to shift as the temperature around it increased. The coins began to liquefy and bond with each other, finally creating a large orb. This ball of gold contained various small runes on the surface, and soon the magic swordsman realized that the deal had fallen through. However, just as he was about to grab his sword and charge forward, he found himself sidestepping, as the golden orb was propelled his way, and promptly exploded. It was not an audible explosion of flames, but instead a blizzard filled with hundreds of sharp ice blades. They shot out in all directions, and even though Elithes used several spells to buff his stats to hasten his escape, bringing out a simplified mana shield, and using his blades was also necessary. His hands moved at a surprising pace while surrounded by a thin layer of mana. Even though there were many icicles, none of them were able to touch the swordsman's body. "You will regret this," he called out, his tone now different, but his words were met on deaf ears. When he looked around, there was no sign of his opponent. The only thing that was left behind was the shield that he planted into the ground. Soon after, echoes of Roland's voice surrounded the entire area, making it quite difficult for his opponent to find his position. "I'll give you one last chance. Lay down your weapons and surrender. Otherwise, I will restrain you forcibly." Elithes smirked, realizing that this enforcer had more tricks up his sleeve than he initially thought. The half-elf scanned the surroundings, his keen elven senses heightened as he listened for any clues about Roland's whereabouts. The forest remained eerily silent, and it seemed as though Roland had vanished into thin air. "Impressive magical display, Enforcer," Elithes called out, his voice echoing through the trees. "But I won't surrender so easily. You've caught my interest, and I'm not one to back down from a challenge." As the words left his lips, Elithes gripped the hilts of his twin swords, his eyes narrowing, as he focused on the shadows between the trees. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the forest, causing a cyclone that tore through the trees. Several of them were cut instantly and fell down, but there were still no signs of his enemy. Instead, from another location, a vast array of mana bolts materialized, all heading for the half-elven man brandishing his swords. "That's some power. If I get caught by that attack, even my armor won't keep me safe." Roland observed his opponent from a safe distance, as the blades of wind tore through the forest trees. In just one slash, the magical swordsman was able to fell several thick tree trunks that Roland was using for cover. Even now, Roland was still on the move, shooting homing bolts of mana that his enemy was able to easily dodge or block. This opponent wouldn't be as easy as the knight commander he faced. Magic defenses were something this swordsman was capable of using. This was Roland's first time battling against such an opponent. Magic swordsmen were known to mix close and mid-ranged combat together. The slashes this man produced were as strong as regular Tier 3 attacking spells, and he could unleash them without the need for chanting. While his physical stats were below that of a regular fighter type, he used various buffing spells that put him on their level. Coupled with various movement spells and some defensive options, he was an opponent that needed to be taken seriously. Thus, Roland decided to take a safer approach to measure his opponent, and leaving his shield behind was part of his tactic. With a thought, he activated the runes on his shield from a safe distance. There was a reason why it was so big and bulky. It wasn't merely an item for defense, but also a means to bring his creations with him. The backside of the shield started to ripple as the spatial spell was activated, and from within, his golemic creations began to emerge. Thanks to the substantial size of his shield, even his larger spider golems were now able to squeeze through. The mechanical runic spiders crawled out, their legs making a metallic clicking sound on the forest floor. Roland had designed them with precision, each equipped with various updated magical enhancements. They were the newest products with superior specs and more specialized attributes. He had decided to program in a more army-based structure, as per his experience in the last Ascension trial. They were now divided into three main types: attackers, defenders, and support units. The attackers were equipped with more potent attack spells and a lighter body frame to allow them to move faster. The defenders, as the name implied, were there to produce shields and obstruct their targets from hitting the attackers. Then there were the supports whose main job was to provide energy for the other two types by carrying a supply of runic batteries. Thanks to those batteries, Roland could more freely use his runic repairing skills without tapping into his own mana reserves. Thus, his little squadron of golems had emerged. 4 defender units took their places in a ring around 3 main attacking units. Inside the ring, 2 support drones positioned themselves to lend energy and replace any used-up battery packs. Their forms were the largest in the group and the slowest, but potentially had the most important role of them all. The tactic was quite simple, and this would be their first real test run. Elithes spotted the emerging golemic creations, but was somewhat preoccupied with dodging the many magical bolts of energy coming his way. His facial expression, previously very nonchalant, started shifting as he quickly realized that Roland was not a simple opponent. His first reaction was to attack the golemic creations, as he knew that a magician's minions could prove to be quite deadly. His twin blades were brandished with extreme quickness, and while still dodging the incoming spells, he created blades of green energy that flew toward the emerging golems. The strike was precise and calculated, traveling at an angle that would take out multiple golems with a single swipe. However, to his surprise, his targets took on a peculiar formation. As 4 of them jumped forward, strange runic symbols shone over the shiny chrome-like bodies, as they produced a layer of octagonal shields. These shields were positioned in a specific way and direction, intercepting the attacks coming their way. The first shield shattered almost instantly, and so did the second one. However, after the green magical blade of wind reached the third one, its speed had lowered, and even after it shattered the third one, when it collided with the fourth, the decrease in power and speed was apparent. Even though the attack collided with the bulky spider, now it wasn't strong enough to pierce through the metallic defenses. How? The half-elf asked himself, not expecting this result. While his attack collided with one of the golems, it only left behind a gash without destroying even one of these constructs. Then, quickly after, several blasts of magical energy flew his way, which he now needed to dodge. Even though he didn't use his full power, the fact that he wasn't able to take out his opponent's minions quickly was unacceptable. Roland watched with a sense of satisfaction, as his golemic creations proved effective against the skilled magic swordmaster. The defenders had successfully absorbed the brunt of the attack, showcasing their durability, and the attackers retaliated with a barrage of magical energy. The support units continued to supply energy for the others, ensuring a sustained assault. Elithes, now forced to split his attention between the incoming magical onslaught and the resilient golems, began to realize the depth of the challenge before him. He gracefully dodged and parried the magical bolts, using his twin blades to create barriers and deflect the attacks. However, the relentless assault from the golems made it increasingly difficult for him to focus on both offense and defense. How is this sustainable? This doesn't make any sense. Come out and face me, coward. The man shouted as his facade of a gentleman in control of his emotions started to shatter. Elithes was perplexed by the sheer amount of magical power coming his way and the speed of the spells. Even though they were simplified ones, it was inconceivable to fire off so many for such a long time. He had been already running around for a good 5 minutes, while draining himself of stamina and mana. This was not something that he could sustain for too long, and this should be the same for his enemy, yet for some reason, it didn't seem that any of the spells were wavering. Even when he fought back and damaged the spider-looking golems through some strange skill, they were reassembling themselves. Do you think that you'll get away with this? Do you really want to make the Castellane house your enemy? What if I do? A voice sounded from behind Elithes where his blind spot was. His enemy had somehow gotten behind him as he was jumping through the air. With haste, he contorted his body in an unnatural way to turn around in less than a second to deliver a powerful slash at his attacker. However, to his surprise, what his magically boosted swords collided with was not the enforcer, but instead a cube made of metal. As his blade was going through it, a foreboding feeling washed over him that made him look up. There before his eyes was his opponent, his body glowing in a strange purple haze, as he descended down with a large warhammer in both his hands. The warhammer descended with incredible force, crashing down onto the half-elven swordsman, and creating a shockwave that sent ripples through the air. Elithes, caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, tried to use his magical abilities to create a protective barrier, but the impact was too much for him to handle. His swords were utilized in a crossguard to accept the blow. He planned to redirect the hit and nimbly escape. Elithes activated all the enchantments he was in possession of. Both his armor and weapons were magical items that allowed him to use potent defensive and offensive magics. In his mind, there was no way for him to receive a wound. After redirecting the attack, his opponent would open himself to a counter. However, Roland's strength exceeded Elithes' expectations and for some reason, none of his enchantments activated. It was as if something was blocking them from heeding his order. The warhammer struck with such force that it shattered the magical barrier, and sent the half-elf flying backward. His swords didn't offer much protection as without their enchantments, they were pushed down as if they were made from cardboard. His chest received a massive hit, and he could feel his ribcage shattering in the process. Once the man collided with the ground, a massive amount of dirt and rocks flew everywhere. Roland landed gracefully a few meters away from the crash site that had created a massive crater. He observed the half-elf struggling for a moment before passing out on the spot. The mithril armor cracked and dented from the impact. The once confident and compassed magic swordmaster was now lying in a pool of his own blood. Good, he is still alive. Roland held his hammer over one shoulder, while canceling his skills to get rid of the purple aura. He had used some diversion tactics and disabled the man's magical equipment before going for the last strike. While some might consider this way of fighting cowardly, there was no reason not to use the environment and his skills to his advantage. Now the battle was won, and just one last task remained. Now to those kids. It went better than expected, but the damage to this place, they aren't going to complain about it, right? As Roland approached the fallen magic swordmaster, he noticed that the once thick forest now bore the scars of their intense battle. Broken branches and scattered debris were everywhere around, and the artificial moonlight seemed to cast an eerie glow over the aftermath. He took a moment to catch his breath and survey the area, before turning his attention to the matter at hand. He assessed the battle that he had gone through. It had ended with minimal damage to his side, all thanks to his tactics and his opponent's overconfidence. The man didn't know that he was up against someone who could utilize various hiding spells and the environment to his advantage. Also, disabling magical equipment was not a common occurrence, which allowed Roland to deliver the final blow quite easily. His opponent was now out cold and in a crater with some broken bones, but still alive. It was not that easy to kill a Tier 3 class holder, even when they suffered seemingly critical wounds. 3 defender units were damaged but can still be restored. Not bad. His golemic creations had suffered some damage, as the magic swordsman was still quite powerful. However, their task was mostly to distract and not act as the main force. While most knights and nobles would frown at the way he utilized the dark forest area, it allowed him to be victorious. In his mind, there was no shame in using underhanded tactics, if the stakes were high. The area was mostly destroyed now, and the monsters occupying it had all fled, which presented an issue. The scared monsters are heading for those brats. I need to hurry. After glancing at Elithys one last time, he decided to move out. This man wouldn't be going anywhere anytime soon, but a monster stampede was inbound in the direction where his sister was. While this place was supposed to mimic a dungeon, it didn't have a dungeon core to control these beings. In a regular dungeon, sounds of battle would actually attract these beings and not repel them. Monsters in the dungeons didn't really have survival instincts. They would attack anyone or anything that didn't belong to their dungeon. Here, on the other hand, the monsters behaved more like animals. They had their own territories and would only attack if someone encroached on their borders, or if they were hungry enough. The power Roland and the half-elf displayed was not something these Tier 1 and 2 monsters could contend with, so their instincts were activated. They were fleeing, but would probably attack any weaker beings like his sister and the other students if they encountered them on the way. There was no time to lose, so he decided to contact Arian to report this matter. This commotion had probably been noticed by others, so it was better to have someone aid him during the explanation. Even though he was in the right to defend himself and had proof, there was some unknown backer that could make things difficult. Arian, can you hear me? Wayland, yes, I can hear you. How are you enjoying your position? Probably boring to patrol that place at this time. You should. There is no time to chat. I need you to do something for me. Oh, is there a problem? Yeah, probably a big one. Oh my, do tell. As the 2 mages were talking, the group of students that had decided to trespass on this training area was having a bad time. During the battle between Elithys and Roland, a lot of sound had been produced. It then all culminated in a large explosion that even sent a small shockwave in all directions. At first, the group didn't make anything of it as they knew that their protector was out there, but soon things turned sour, and they found themselves in some trouble. Lady Castellane, it's dangerous. We need to head back. No, we are not heading back. Not again. I'm getting those damn blood vulture feathers. My lady, please reconsider. Just take care of it. That's what you are here for. 2 young men stood with their weapons drawn, facing an ever-increasing horde of monsters. Several lifeless woven creatures lay strewn about, but more approached. The 2 knights successfully dispatched some, and the young mage ladies provided limited support. However, the situation was dire. The mages, though talented, lacked refinement in their casting. Faced with the possibility of injury, fear overwhelmed them. No, stay back! One of the young mages shouted as a peculiar creature, resembling a giant cockroach, advanced towards them. It was not as massive as a wolf, but displayed remarkable agility. Despite the girl managing to release a bolt of mana at the creature, it swiftly sidestepped, persistently closing in. To complicate matters, it wasn't the sole threat. Several similar insect monsters were rapidly following in its wake. Firebolt. Fortunately, just as one of the roaches was about to get too close, a surge of fire magic intersected with the creature. Startled by the sudden burst of flames, the others that caught sight of the inferno hastily dispersed to the side, and hastily chose an alternate route. Lady Castellane, thank you. It was Viola Castellane who cast the magical spell, with the other 2 ladies cheering her on. However, unlike the jubilant expressions of her companions, she neither smiled nor joined in the celebration. Instead, she wore a frown. Without displaying any happiness, she took out a peculiar-looking charm, and directed her gaze intently toward one of the girls in the group. Lucienne, take this and run in that direction. This is a luring charm? TSK. Viola clicked her tongue in response. Her scheme was obvious, but instead of changing it, she decided to double down to get her point across. Just take it and run, be useful for once. But, just shut up and do as you're told. Who do you think you're talking to? As Lucienne examined the charm she had been given, the others began to gather. The plan seemed rather rudimentary. She would utilize the charm to entice the monsters away, allowing the rest to make their escape. It became apparent that the well-being of this girl was of little concern to these individuals, and Viola Castellane's orders were not open to refusal. I'll do it, she replied in a weak voice while clutching onto the charm that would activate immediately when given some mana. Good, start running. Lucienne nodded in agreement with Viola, and together with the two knights and two other girls, they began moving in the opposite direction. Not a single complaint was voiced, as if this action were the most natural thing on the planet. Despite feeling disheartened that her well-being was not even considered for a second, Lucienne couldn't bring herself to refuse the order. She understood that a lot was at stake. However, even though she took off running, the sprint was short-lived as a large stampede of carnivorous stag creatures was heading her way. This wasn't like last time when she was lucky. Far more monsters were now loose. The charm proved quite useless, as luring these panicked monsters seemed impossible. The group of 5 that had left Lucienne behind found themselves in a precarious situation, as various other monsters identified them as prey. Before they could make their escape, they were surrounded from all sides. Caught between a rock and a hard place, there was nowhere to run, and it seemed that no one was coming to their aid. Viola shouted out in rage, while also tapping a brooch she was wearing, as if trying to elicit some kind of response. Where is that fool? My father will have his head. Lucienne didn't know what Viola was talking about or who this fool was, but it didn't really matter. Multiple sharp-toothed stags were running towards her, and even if she started running, escaping seemed impossible. As the monsters drew near, Viola and the others tried to fend them off. The two knights swung their weapons with precision, while the mages unleashed spells in a desperate attempt to create a barrier. However, the sheer number of oncoming creatures made the situation increasingly dire. Lucienne's heart pounded in her chest as the stampede closed in. Panic set in, and she desperately looked around for any possible escape route. With one of the monsters closing in, raising a shield of mana was the only thing she could think of. But as she prepared for the impact, something strange happened. A strange creature jumped in front of her. It looked like a chubby spider made from metal, not something that should have been here. Its body started glowing, and she could see a veil of mana expanding to form a large circular shield. It encompassed her whole body and absorbed the brunt of the attack from the monster's headbutt. The carnivorous deer was unable to penetrate it, and instead rebounded to the side. Even the others who attempted the same could not pass through the sturdy shield, which seemed to get thicker with every collision. Eventually, the monsters realized that they would not get through and started to divert their attention elsewhere. In this case, it was the 5 other students that had begun running in the opposite direction. Lucienne looked at the strange metal spider with amazement. It had saved her from certain danger, and now it stood between her and the stampede, acting as a barrier. What is this? The metallic spider-like creature turned its attention toward her, and she could swear it almost looked like it was nodding. Her contemplations were interrupted by a sudden scream behind her. The people she arrived with were now being chased down by the monsters that she was supposed to lure away. She had activated the charm, but for some reason, it seemed to not be working correctly or unable to send out the spell through this barrier. What are you doing? Keep them away. Run. No, stay back. Lucienne wasn't sure what to make of this. The regal Lady Viola, who always seemed compassed, was now screaming like a madwoman, while pushing the other students away. The knights that the group had taken along for this stroll appeared to have started running as well, with one of them sprinting to the side just to save himself. It was evident that everyone from that group was slowly prioritizing their own safety, as the situation looked grim. It was truly a chaotic display that she witnessed while being protected by the sturdy shield. To make matters even stranger, she spotted 2 other metallic spiders standing on the branches. She believed that these creatures probably belonged to an institute mage, but for some reason, they weren't protecting the seemingly more important high noble. Instead, they focused on her. To make matters even more interesting, a strange buzzing noise sounded out from above her. When glancing up, she could see a figure descending, and when this person touched down, a large thud resonated throughout the area. It kicked up quite a bit of sand and made the ground crack. The person was wearing a robe that belonged to the enforcement department, but the more intriguing elements were the glowing runes and armor that he wore underneath. She noticed that after the descent, the person took their time to glance in her direction. A strange glow emanated from their even stranger-looking magical helmet. Only after the glow passed did he turn in the direction of the 5 other students who, at this time, were being assaulted by various Tier 1 and 2 monsters. With a wave of his hand, a spell was produced that shot out in a wide cone. Gravity control? It was a high-level spell that could only be materialized by advanced mages. There was no chanting involved, and it materialized almost instantly. Lucienne could see the massive amount of mana that this person was utilizing, and it was clear that this individual was an elite-level magician. To make things worse, the spell didn't only affect the monsters, but also the 5 students who were trying to save themselves. All of them were forced down to the ground along with the creatures. It was as if this person didn't care about the 5 people they were saving at all, and wanted to punish them along with the monsters. The expression that her tormentor now presented was quite unique. Lucienne wasn't sure if she should be happy about it or not. The things that had been done to her throughout this year had been numerous, and they all originated from this person. Observing the once formidable Lady Viola now, she appeared like a scared child on the verge of soiling themselves, and by the looks of things, she actually did. Who was this enforcer who was not afraid of the potential backlash coming their way? Was this a new teacher who didn't know better? Would they be punished for it? Lucienne wasn't sure and wanted to warn them of the consequences. The Castellane household could not be trifled with, and this was something that she knew. However, before she could utter another word, another spell was used. This time, the 5 found themselves floating up into the air. Even the person who had run away had been affected. Enough of this nonsense. This training area is off limits to unauthorized personnel. You have endangered yourselves and others with your reckless actions. As per the Institute rules, you all are going to be detained. Do not resist. The mysterious enforcer spoke, their voice amplified by magic resonating through the chaotic scene. The floating students were not gently lowered, but instead dropped down when they were close to 2 meters above the ground. The monsters were still being affected by the gravitational spell, rendering them immobile, a feat that must have consumed a tremendous amount of mana. What is the meaning of this? If you are a teacher, you should know who I... Silence. I didn't say that you could talk. Before Viola Castellane could utter another word, her voice had been taken from her by a simple sound-canceling spell. To Lucienne, this was a surreal image to see this girl angrily shouting, but no words or sound coming from her mouth. She looked angry, but soon had tired herself out from trying to scream while under the spell. Only after she had calmed herself did the enforcer cancel the spell to ask a question. You seem to be the source of this mess. Explain yourself. Why did you trespass on the training grounds at this hour? I am Viola Castellane. You do not have the right to question me, she replied, still looking angry and panting from exhaustion. The students started to slowly get up from the ground, and the knights even attempted to help Viola up, but she just batted their hands away. It was clear that she was angry, but it didn't seem like this enforcer was willing to relent, even after she mentioned her full name. Titles and names don't grant you immunity from the rules, Lady Castellane. All students are equal under the Institute rules, and you will be punished severely for this transgression. Viola hesitated for a moment, realizing that her usual tactics were failing her in this situation. She took a deep breath and decided to provide an explanation, and even her tone shifted. Instead of being authoritative, she was now presenting herself as a scared child, someone that didn't know better, and as many times before, she shifted the blame on someone else. We were merely here to collect rare blood vulture feathers for a class assignment. Our dear Lucienne was behind with her merit points, so we all decided to help her out. Isn't that right, Lucienne? Ah, Lucienne was at a loss for words, but she knew that Viola would keep deflecting any and all responsibilities. It was clear that the other 4 students would confirm her claims, and she would be used as the scapegoat, just like many times before. Her head dropped down and her shoulders slumped. Lucienne was ready to play along as there was no use fighting. You are really going to lie to me, an Institute enforcer? Before Lucienne could play along with the farce, the other 2 chubby spiders jumped down from the branches and, along with the third, stood in a triangular position. From within their golemic eyes, a blue beam shot out to present a strange illusory image. It depicted a recording of the students before the monster stampede, clearly showing Viola as the ringleader and Lucienne as nothing more than bait for the vulture feathers. Care to explain? This doesn't prove anything. Who are you to question me? Where is that oaf? Viola's face contorted into a strange expression as she was clearly unprepared for this situation. She kept trying to poke her brooch, which the enforcer took note of. If you are trying to call for your aid, he won't help you. The person looked to the side where a peculiar mechanical noise started coming from. Soon, from behind some trees, two metallic spiders, larger than the ones present, emerged. They were dragging a net behind them with seemingly a person inside. It was the teacher who had rescued Lucien in the previous incident. He was quite bruised and barely breathing. As you can see, I dealt with your friend here. Do I need to remind you that attacking and attempting to bribe an institute enforcer is a heinous crime? Elithes, you, but how? Suddenly, Viola started looking very small. Her face went quite pale, and after babbling some gibberish, she promptly fainted on the spot. Lucien, on the other hand, looked at the enforcer, her eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Who was this person? And why did she have a strange feeling that she had met them before? I went and did it well. No use crying over spilled milk now. I'll have to take responsibility for my own actions. Roland thought to himself while looking at the mostly terrified students before him. After showing the passed-out half-elven magic swordsman, they quickly changed their tune. Their ringleader, Viola, had passed out, and the two other ladies were trying to wake her up. It also seemed that the girl had managed to soil herself during the commotion. He might have overdone it with the gravitational spell that he had recently learned, but after seeing what they attempted to do to his sister, he didn't feel that apologetic. Listen carefully, all of you. Your actions have consequences, and violating the rules of the Institute will not be taken lightly. Lady Viola Castellane might have coerced you all into doing this, but that doesn't make things right. I will detain you for attempted assault and bribery on an Institute enforcer. Furthermore, you attempted to deceive an enforcer during an investigation by shifting blame onto another. Please do not resist. Luckily, after seeing the unconscious Elithes, the four accomplices remained quiet. Without Viola awake, they weren't sure what to think anymore, something quite common when the power dynamic gets shifted. They were now uncertain about Viola's true value, and the person that was undermining her authority. Roland was sure that these kids never imagined anyone standing up to a Marques's daughter. In reality, he didn't really want to, as the main reason for this was staring holes into his helmet. You. Why yes, my apologies. Your name was Lucien Arden, correct? Yes, that is correct, sir. He paused for a moment before including her last name to not sound as suspicious. His sister looked a bit shaken up by the situation, but she wasn't cowering. It seemed that they didn't fully break her spirit yet. His voice that was coming through the helmet was slightly distorted to keep his identity hidden, but he wasn't sure if he could hide it forever. His sister was strangely interested, and her clairvoyant skill might have had something to do with it. While you might have been a victim in this incident, you will have to come to the enforcement department to make a full statement. Don't lie or withhold information, as you will then be deemed as an accomplice. Do you understand? Yes, of course. His intent was to shelter her from getting punished, as he was sure that the other brats would try shoving all the blame in her direction. It would probably be up to him alone to prove otherwise, and luckily he had the recording to prove that. He didn't know how deep the Castellane backing was in this institute, but judging by the number of people coming here, they were probably highly regarded. What is this? Explain yourself. His mapping device had been upgraded to work around the mana around this place, so he could see at least 10 dots coming his way. To his surprise, the first person that appeared was not anyone from the enforcement department, but instead someone that he knew. Professor Deloer, what brings you here so late at night? Professor Deloer, a middle-aged mage with graying hair and a scholarly demeanor, approached the scene with a mix of confusion and concern on his face. He was a respected member of the Elemental Studies Department, known for his expertise in magical theory and history. That he was here with many other people from his department spoke volumes about who the potential backer of the Castellanes was. I received a notification about an unauthorized presence in the training area, and now I find Lady Viola Castellane passed out, students looking terrified, and you without a care in the world. What have you done? You will answer for this. Answer for what? I just did the job that you assigned me to. They broke the rules of the Institute, and I followed them. Roland responded promptly, ensuring he adhered to the rules outlined in the book. Aware that, had the group comprised commoners or merchants, the mages wouldn't have paid much attention. However, one of them was from a famous noble family that probably had its talons in the magical academy. Despite being largely in the right, Roland recognized the need to tread carefully and acknowledged his disadvantaged position. You followed the rules? Preposterous. I will have you excommunicated for this. You would? Then I guess we should gather the department heads for the hearing. I'm sure they will want you to present them with some proper evidence. Having achieved the rank of assistant professor, he took care to commit all the rules to memory. Removing a high-ranking professor or anyone from another department wasn't a simple task. Specific procedures had to be followed, and even Delore wasn't exempt from them. You, Professor Delore, what do you think you are doing? Stop this buffoonery at once. A flying cat emerged in the distance and positioned itself between Roland and the other teachers, who had by now encircled him, as if he were a criminal. As anticipated, the moment they laid eyes on him, they began to retreat. While they could dismiss him as a newcomer outsider, the same couldn't be said for Arian, a respected professor within the institute. Though his name may not have carried as much weight now, it still held some value. Professor Arian, why are you interfering in our department's affairs? Delore, along with the other professors, looked both surprised and irritated at Arian's unexpected intervention. The flying cat landed on Roland's shoulder, while giving out a hiss of dissatisfaction at the larger group of people. Move aside. We have to deal with this insolent fool who dared to lay his hands on the students here. Roland couldn't help but smirk under his helmet, knowing that Arian's arrival had thrown a wrench into their plans. The situation had calmed down, but he wasn't free just yet. Arian, unfazed by the accusations, calmly addressed Delore and the others. I won't move aside. I am here to ensure justice is served, and it seems that Assistant Professor Wayland has acted within the boundaries of his duties. If there are any accusations, they should be properly investigated and the Institute's rules followed. Why don't we leave this to the Enforcement Department head, Professor Thorne? We shall hold a hearing just as the rules state. Justice. You're advocating for justice when Lady Castellane lies unconscious, and these students are traumatized by his actions? Unbelievable. Delore retorted, clearly agitated by the unexpected turn of events. The other professors mumbled among themselves, seemingly torn between supporting their fellow colleagues or acknowledging the rules and regulations that govern the institute. To their surprise, the man under interrogation stepped forward as one of them attempted to help Lady Viola to her feet. Please refrain from assisting the detainee. She is still under investigation, and according to Institute rules, falls under the jurisdiction of the Enforcement Department. The person you should be helping is not the troublemaker there, but the affected party. Roland moved his head towards his sister, who flinched the moment all the professors and other teachers took notice. She bowed respectfully before them, but it was clear that the whole thing made her uncomfortable. Affected party? What baseless claims? Cease with this, all of you. A loud voice crackled through the destroyed training grounds as Professor Thorne, the head of the Enforcement Department, arrived at the scene. He was accompanied by a couple of guards, and luckily the attention changed to him now. Professor Thorne, this person here has violated the rules and assaulted Lady Castellane and other students. Delore hastily explained the situation, hoping to garner support for their cause. However, Thorne raised his hand, signaling for silence. Assistant Professor Wayland, you have some explaining to do. Roland nodded and commenced recounting the events that led to the confrontation, emphasizing the attempted assault on his sister, the deception, and the use of the charm to attract monsters. Before he could finish, Delore attempted to interfere, but it became evident that Thorne was someone who prioritized rules above all else. You can't be serious, these are baseless accusations. We can't leave students in the hands of someone like... Enough, Professor Delore. This is an issue that falls under the jurisdiction of the Enforcement Department. I understand your reservations, but this is not the place to discuss it. We will transport the students and this man to the Enforcement Department. You still wish to detain them? But think of, I said enough. If you have an issue with the Enforcement Department, then we will hold a council meeting. Until then the students will be detained. As Professor Thorne asserted his authority, the tense atmosphere on the training grounds lingered. The professors and teachers who had initially surrounded Roland and his sister reluctantly backed off, acknowledging the chain of command. Arian, still perched on Roland's shoulder, gave a nod of approval, silently supporting the course of action. Thorne was the first but not the last member of the Enforcement Department. The members that arrived approached Viola, who had regained consciousness, though she was still in a daze. They proceeded to secure her wrists with magical restraints, preventing any attempt at spellcasting, something that Roland took note of. Her entourage of fellow students, the supposed accomplices, and her guard the magical swordsman, were also restrained. This isn't over. Their opponent, Delore, was forced to retreat for the time being, but this case was far from over. Arian finally took the hint and left Roland's shoulder, and soon all of them were moving through the air. Lucien, still entangled in the fiasco, was also detained, just like the rest of them. Now, it was up to Roland to prove her innocence during the hearing, that would likely be held in the morning. He was certain that Delaware would push for a swift resolution, probably before any substantial evidence could be gathered. Assistant Professor Wayland, my office, now. After they had left the training ground and the door closed behind them, Thorn had finally turned his way. The old man seemed angry, and Roland couldn't fault him for that. On his first day, he had turned the whole training ground upside down, and now there was more work to do for everyone. I'll see that the students make it to their holding rooms. You better go. I haven't seen old Thorn this mad since that transfiguration incident 5 years ago. I see you have taken a liking to that girl. Don't worry. I'll make sure that she isn't mistreated. I didn't. Roland wanted to refute the observation, but he kept glancing over at his sister from time to time. She was doing the same, but holding her mouth shut, as if she had been told not to interrupt when adults were talking. Thank you. I'll leave her in your care then. As Roland entered Thorn's office, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Thorn, a stern-looking man with a lack of hair and a gash over his eye, motioned for Roland to sit. There was quite a large vein protruding from his forehead, which looked as if it was going to burst. Who do those bastards think they are? Do they think my enforcement department is a joke or something? Huh. In all honesty, Roland was not expecting this question. It seemed that the department head was not mad with him, but with Delaware, who had been throwing his weight around the whole time. Look, Assistant Professor Wayland, I've been running this department for over 2 decades, and I've seen my fair share of power plays and political maneuvering. These noble brats think they can manipulate everyone to suit their whims. But, by the gods, I won't stand for it anymore. You have my full support. I will not rest until justice is served. You did a good job out there. If only more enforcers were like you. I was just doing my job? Just doing your job? Such humility. Thank you. The man continued to strike his desk with his fist, while vocalizing his disapproval of the nobility. It became apparent that he was not part of the problem. The more he complained, the more Roland appreciated him. Sensing that he was someone who genuinely cared, it was becoming evident that he was among the few members of the institute who detested the divisions between students of noble birth and others. Perhaps things weren't as bleak if he had this man on his side. Now, tell me the whole story, from the beginning. Spare no details. The conversation gradually shifted towards the specifics of the incident, with Thorn wanting to ensure he had all the details. Roland began recounting the events leading up to the confrontation. He described the unauthorized entry into the training area, the bribing attempt from her knight, the attempted scapegoating of Lucien, the manipulation and lies from Viola, and the subsequent monster stampede. Thorn listened intently, his expression growing grimmer as he processed the information. I see this is quite the mess. Lady Castellane will undoubtedly use every resource at her disposal to turn this in her favor. We need concrete evidence to support your claims. If it's evidence, then I think I have something, sir. You do? I have a recording of the events. A recording? Could you be more specific? Of course. Roland decided to play out part of his interaction with Elodie Baskerville, who he then took out. The holographic image of the conversation raised an eyebrow, but they were in a magical institute, so such magic wasn't really anything out of the ordinary. However, the man instantly identified the usefulness of this magical recording device. This recording, how convenient. Is this related to the runic department? In a sense, yes. It does use runes to record and memorize images. He had replicated modern-day camera and recording technology, which wasn't widely spread in this world. No one anticipated anyone being able to record information in such a way here. Otherwise, the Baskerville Knight would probably not have been so nonchalant during their conversation. Thorn immediately recognized that such technology could significantly aid his cause. It became clear that nobles could deflect any allegations, and the other affected parties were too afraid to speak out due to potential consequences. However, if the incidents could be easily recorded, it changed the dynamics. This magical artifact, could the runic department supply us with it? I don't see why not, but it will take some time and resources. So, it's possible. The bald man's eyes started shining as if he discovered a new toy. But perhaps we should focus on this case first. Ahem, yes, you are right. We shall speak about this later then. Thorn cleared his throat as both of them returned to discussing Lucien, who was the main victim. It appeared that the typical scenario involved someone like Viola shifting all the blame onto a lesser noble house like the Ardens, who would never defend themselves. Even now, their case would have less validity if Lucienne chose to protect her tormentor, an issue that both of them were aware of. Assistant Professor Wayland, this evidence is invaluable. With this, we have a strong case against Lady Castellane and her cohorts. I'll ensure that she is properly dealt with, but we must also protect Lucienne Arden from any potential retaliation. Potential retaliation? The Castellane family is well connected and influential, not just within the Institute, but likely throughout the entire region. I don't think they will take this lightly. They might even attempt to retaliate against the victim's family. While they can't directly affect the Institute, they have ways of doing it indirectly. Roland understood what Thorne was implying, and why most lesser noble houses chose not to provoke conflicts. Even if Viola were proven guilty, the honor of her family would be tarnished. It was highly likely that her family would opt to retaliate in some way against the Arden house as a whole, just to establish that the Castellane household wasn't to be trifled with. Robert might even be afflicted and the rest as well. Having second thoughts? How others acted wasn't much different from Roland's old ways. He had always chosen to flee when things got too rough. This was the first time he had actively been trying to gain more power, even in the face of adversity. He placed himself outside his safe haven of Albrook not only for his survival, but also for Berner and others. It would be easy to just shut his mouth and accept Lucienne's fate. However, Roland was done with running, and he finally realized that sometimes there were things out there that were worth fighting for. No, we shall proceed with the hearing. Viola Castellane needs to be punished, and the students need to see that your noble name doesn't give you the right to treat others as if they were lesser. Good, I'm glad to hear that, Assistant Professor Wayland. We will ensure a fair hearing, and I'll personally oversee the proceedings to make sure justice is served. Finally, those noble bastards will get what's coming to them. He nodded while listening to Thorne, but couldn't shake the feeling that he had potentially initiated something more significant. Saving Lucienne was the right thing to do, but it would likely have future consequences. His stay at this institute might need to be extended, as leaving within a month while his sister remained alone, and with no help, would be irresponsible. Roland understood that he was now entangled in the complex web of noble politics, something he had hoped to have left behind when he abandoned the Arden estate over 10 years ago. Hey, have you heard? No, did something happen? Indeed, the lady from the Castellane household didn't return to her dorm room. Everyone has been talking about it. She hasn't returned? Did she elope with one of the seniors and run away? The news of Viola Castellane's disappearance spread like wildfire among the students of the Institute. Rumors and speculations flourished, filling the air with hushed conversations in corridors and dormitories. While the official stance from the Institute was that Viola was on a temporary leave due to personal matters, the truth was far more complicated, and the hearing was imminent. Roland, the man responsible for overseeing the unruly noble, didn't get much sleep the previous night. Alongside Thorne, he had prepared himself for the Mage Council meeting that would determine Viola's fate. This decision was closely tied to Lucienne's future, whom he considered a victim. He wasn't sure how the other mages would perceive it, considering she had still entered the training room with the other mages. It was possible that she would be deemed unworthy of attending the Institute as well, which would probably be a devastating blow to his younger sister. It would be better if someone like Robert was here. As he walked through the halls of the enforcement department, he let out a sigh. Despite being her older brother, this fact remained unknown to Lucienne. Roland could only speculate on how alone she must be feeling in a school that had already failed her. No one had come to her aid before, and without Roland's intervention, the bullying would likely have persisted. He wished he could send for his older brother to keep his sister company, but there was neither time nor any way to reach him, even through magical means. I haven't been able to reach out to him for a while now. Could he also be in trouble? My only clue would be Lucille DeVere, but she didn't answer the call either. It appeared that he was on his own here, and ensuring his sister's safety became his priority. Some of the other teachers were giving him strange looks, and it wouldn't be surprising if they were on the Castellane payroll. Fortunately, after defeating the Magic Swordmaster, his strength had been confirmed, and to many, it wasn't worth the risk to confront someone seemingly as powerful as him. Well, not like they would let Robert into the Institute anyway, but that goes the same for any other nobles. For the time being, he wouldn't need to worry about any pesky nobles sending their armies into the Magical Institute. It functioned as a sort of neutral zone sanctioned by the royal family. Even powerful noble families couldn't simply enter. Instead, they depended on teachers like his main opponent, Professor Deloer. All they needed to do was sponsor him, and he turned into a loyal supporter. When will you get it through that empty skull of yours? You can't enter, Pop said so. There must have been some kind of mistake. How can you? Just go away already. No one can see the student. Roland heard people engaged in a loud conversation and quickened his pace, recognizing this as the location where his sister was being kept. Thorn had assured him that some trustworthy individuals would be guarding her, and they appeared to be doing their job diligently. Upon turning the corner, he observed a group of 3 enforcers in a heated argument with 2 others who were positioned at the door. DeLore wasn't the only person on the Noble payroll, and there were others who saw this as a chance to gain some favors as well. The easiest way was by threatening one of the main witnesses, which was Lucienne. The loud voice belonged to quite a small person, a gnome lady who was half the size of everyone else. She had a wild look in her eyes while shouting at the 3 men before her. Her partner on the side was someone of similar height but somewhat different, a halfling male. The 2 made a strange duo, but their mana was strong and close to the pinnacle of Tier 2. We will not leave until we question the suspect. Question? You mean interrogate? It ain't going to work, just buzz off. The short woman replied while shaking her head, and her partner just crossed his arms while grinning mischievously. The tension in the air escalated as Roland approached, his taller frame casting a shadow over the arguing group. The halfling and gnome turned their attention to him, instantly recognizing his enforcer robe. Well, what do we have here? Aren't you the famous newbie that is responsible for this mess? Roland calmly looked at the gnome woman that was grinning his way, and soon glanced in the direction of the 3 other enforcers. They were clearly not thrilled by his appearance, and were clearly on high alert after they saw him. The information that he was a ferocious combatant probably already reached everyone's ears, which to some degree made things now easier. I'm here to guide Lucienne Arden to the hearing. Sure thing, go right through. He was given a wink before the gnomish woman wiggled her finger. Some mana left it and collided with the magical door, which quickly swung open. Roland nodded in response and headed inside, while the other enforcers continued to protest. Why can he go in while we can't? Didn't you hear? He is here to take her away just like Pops said. Do you want to go against his orders? Want me to report all of you? If the department head ordered it. The group of 3 finally relented after hearing that they would be reported to Thorn. Roland didn't really care as he vanished into the magical room, a space designed for interrogating or holding people. It wasn't as small as a prison cell, but it reminded him of his old dorm room that he had to share with another person. Lucienne Arden? Ah yes. His sister had been lying on the bed before he entered, and quickly jumped off it to greet him. The sparkle that usually accompanied her expressions had dulled, and it was apparent that she hadn't slept at all. She seemed restless, and it wasn't surprising considering the recent events. Even though she was exhausted, she performed a curtsy to greet him. I wasn't able to, but please accept my gratitude. I don't have anything to offer as thanks, but I'm sure that later. There is no need to thank me, I was just doing my job. Are you feeling well? Have you eaten something yet? Eaten something? No, not really. Almost as if on cue, Lucienne's tummy started rumbling. Due to the circumstances, Thorn was afraid to have anyone talk to the main witness. However, it also was clear that they didn't think that giving her food for the short stay was necessary. It was 7 in the morning, and only a few hours had passed since the incident. Take a seat, the hearing will start in half an hour. Lucienne had a perplexed expression on her face, but for some reason, she did seem a lot less tense. Now that he was here, he wasn't sure if the clairvoyant skill had something to do with it, or if she had some kind of intuition that he was not her enemy. After she sat down, he reached into his chest, which at first scared her. Not much time had passed since his trip here, so he still had some leftover cooking from his wife. Thanks to the pocket dimension and some specialized magic that wouldn't allow it to rot, there was no need for a microwave to heat it either. I don't have much, but it should be enough to keep you going until the hearing is over. This is? It's just a sandwich. Ah, nobles don't really eat them. But don't be alarmed, it's fresh and quite tasty. Lucienne looked at the sandwich with some interest. While this food existed within this world, it wasn't widely spread in noble circles, which preferred eating full-course meals. It was something adventurers liked to take along, as they could pack it full of everything, and not just be forced to eat dried meat for the whole trip. Roland handed her a small box containing some warm sandwiches and a flask of tea. Lucienne's eyes widened in surprise as she accepted the food. You didn't have to do this for me. Thank you so much. It's the least I can do. Now, eat up. It'll help you gather your strength for what's to come. He wasn't sure if she would take him up on the offer. Roland was a strange-looking magician with unknown motives. She didn't know his true identity, which he was still trying to withhold from everyone. For one reason or another, it seemed that she trusted him enough to take the food and give it a probing bite. How does this taste so good? Roland chuckled at her reaction. It seemed the simple sandwich was a novelty for her, and he felt a sense of satisfaction in providing her with something enjoyable amidst the chaos. As Lucienne savored the flavors, Roland took a moment to gather his thoughts. The upcoming hearing would be crucial in determining Viola Castellane's fate, and, by extension, Lucienne's future at the Institute. I'm glad you like it. Now, Lady Lucienne, we need to talk about the hearing. I want you to be honest and answer the questions truthfully. I have a recording of the incident, so there's no need to worry about false accusations. Just tell the whole truth, and we'll get through this together. The moment he mentioned the hearing, he noticed that Lucienne stopped eating. It was clear that the young girl, who had just recently turned 15, was terrified. He wasn't sure how long she had been holding things in, but it was clearly unhealthy. Are you afraid? Afraid? No, I'm. Do you wish to remain silent and have Viola Castellane go unpunished? That is also a possibility, but it will only make your situation worse. What do you mean, Professor? You will probably be expelled, and the Castellane estate might insist that the Arden estate compensated them for this issue. A compensation, but I didn't do anything. Lucienne clenched her fist as Roland continued to explain. She seemed to be on the fence about this issue, probably scared to go against someone she was instructed never to bother. However, even if she took all the blame, there would be more punishment waiting. They won't care. They will only care about their reputation being tarnished. Perhaps even your parents will have to make an official apology, instead of sending in a monetary reward. But you would be safe. Sometimes, running away is the right decision. He looked at her as she listened. Roland wasn't sure what the girl wanted, and didn't really want to make the decision for her. He was nothing more than an outsider who didn't know the whole picture. In his past, he also chose to run away from his problems, which brought him to his current situation. Now that he was a bit older and wiser, he knew that running away could become a habit, an easy way out. However, while it was one of the easiest solutions, it didn't always lead to the best outcomes. But what should I do? Will father and mother be punished? I didn't do anything wrong. It was clear that the young girl was confused. For a moment he was feeling bad for even bringing up the subject, but a decision needed to be made. Lady Lucienne, you need to make a decision. Viola Castellane should be punished, but if you wish to let the matter rest, I will not blame you for it. There might even be a way for you to remain within the Institute. There is? Yes. While Viola Castellane might have been the main culprit, the blame can be put on another, Elithys Baskerville. Though he harbored a desire to deal out punishment to the main villainess of the story, there were alternative approaches. The Baskerville knight attempted to bribe him, offering himself as a scapegoat in place of Lucienne. He was confident that even Delore would endorse this, given the difficulty in concealing the attempted bribe and ensuing battle. However, the role of Viola, who orchestrated the entire affair, could be conveniently overlooked. He will gladly protect his lady and take the punishment. You will be seen as just an accomplice in a ploy made by an adult. Both of you and Viola Castellane will be lightly punished. Things will go on as they were, and nothing will change. Nothing will change. Roland observed the conflicted expression on Lucienne's face. He could see the internal struggle within her, as she weighed the consequences of her decision. The offer to shift the blame onto the Baskerville knight was a tempting escape route, one that would likely protect her family from any potential backlash, but it would not change her current fate. Viola was likely to vent her anger on Lucienne, and if another incident occurred, there might be no one around to come to her aid. Lady Lucienne, the choice is yours to make. I won't force you into anything, and whatever decision you make, I will support you. Perhaps, we could send you to a different academy away from Castellane's influence. Now one will blame you for anything. Lucienne lapsed into a contemplative silence, her gaze lowered as she weighed the options before her. In a sense, Roland hoped she would entertain the idea of negotiating to bring a resolution to the situation. It felt like a tactic he might employ in comparable circumstances. While transferring to a less prestigious magical academy would unquestionably alleviate things for his sister, there was no guarantee that her tormentor wouldn't seek revenge. At least, if she confronted the issue now, she could brace herself for an immediate retaliation attempt, instead of constantly looking over her shoulder throughout her academy life. No, I can't let this keep going on any longer. I might be scared, but I won't run away from the truth. I want justice, not just for myself but for everyone who was hurt by Viola Castellane's actions. Lucienne uttered strong words, but her demeanor resembled that of a frightened kitten. Her body was curled up, and she clutched her clothes tightly. Despite appearing resolute, he doubted whether she would stand firm once face to face with Viola. The possibility lingered that she might change her mind at that moment. It was probably up to him to give her some confidence and make her realize that she had people on her side as well. Very well, Lady Lucienne. But don't forget, you are not alone in this. I will be by your side and won't let anyone cause you harm. That I promise. While giving out some cheesy lines, he blushed under his helmet. For the time being, he was trying to act as an ally of justice and an enforcer that wouldn't let an innocent student be harmed. To bring his point across even more, he pointed at her face with his finger. She was startled for a moment as an aura of golden light appeared around her, but soon Lucienne realized the marvelous effect she was under. This is so refreshing. This spell will alleviate your fatigue. We can't have you falling asleep during the hearing, but be sure to rest later. The effect won't last for more than a few hours. Thank you. To his surprise, his sister did something unexpected. Once the spell dispersed, and she felt better, she leaped up from her seat to embrace him. Despite her shorter stature compared to his towering 2 meters, clad in bulky armor, she enveloped him in a hug. I'm sorry, I'm fine now. If it's with the professor's help, I feel like I can do it. Lucienne nodded at him while clenching both her fists. The previous expression of a helpless kitten started to shift towards a lion. It seemed that she had finally been fed up with all the mistreatment and ready to show her tormentor that she wouldn't be denied. He wasn't sure how long her bravery would last, but he would be there to support her in this endeavor. Sure, now we don't have much time left. So let me explain what you can expect during the hearing, so listen well. I'm listening. She nodded 3 times while still being very energetic, and then listened to Roland's explanation. He emphasized the importance of sticking to the truth. He assured her that the evidence was on her side, and with the recording of the incident, there was a solid foundation to expose Viola's actions. Soon, the two emerged from the holding room, only to encounter their first obstacle: Lady Viola and her knight. The other 4 suspects were also emerging from their respective holding rooms. The enforcers handling them appeared surprisingly lax. They didn't resemble prisoners, but rather seemed to be treated as victims. Lucienne, come here. Roland closed the door behind his sister, and before he could react, Viola launched an offensive. If looks could kill, Lucienne would have been on the ground already. It was evident that before they could reach the hearing, they needed to navigate Lucienne past this confrontational moment.